Capitalism and Schizophrenia. By Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari. Contents. Prefaceb Michel Foucault, 11. Introduction by Marxime 15. The Desiring Machines. 1. Desiring Production, 1. The Schizo's Stroll. Nature and Industry. The Process. Desiring Machine, Partial Objects and Flows, and the first. Synthesis, the connective synthesis or production of production. The production of the body without organs. 2. The body without organs, 9. Anti-production repulsion and the paranoiac machine. Desiring production and social production, how anti-production appropriates the productive forces. Appropriation or attraction, and the miraculating machine. The second. Synthesis, the disjunctive synthesis or production of recording. Either or. The schizophrenic genealogy. 3. The subject and enjoyment, 16, the celibate machine. The third. Synthesis, the conjunctive synthesis or production of consumption consummation. So it's matter, egg, and intensities, I feel. The names in history. For a materialist psychiatry, 22. The unconscious and the category of production. Theater or factory. The process as production process. The idealist conception of desire as lack, fantasy. The real end. Desiring production, the passive syntheses. One and the same production, social and desiring. The reality of the group fantasy or the differences in regime between desiring production and social production. The socius and the body without organs. Capitalism, and schizophrenia as its limit, the counteracted tendency. Neurosis, psychosis, and perversion. 5. The machines, 36, desiring machines are machines, no metaphor. The first mode of break, flows and selection from flows. The second mode, chains or codes, and detachments from them. The third mode, subject and residue. 6. The whole and its parts, 42, the status of multiplicities. The partial objects. The critique of Oedipus, the Oedipal mystification. Already the child. The orphan conscious. What is wrong with psychoanalysis? Part 1. Footnotes. Psychoanalysis and familialism. The Holy Family. 1. The imperialism of Oedipus, 51. Its modes. The Oedipal turning point in psychoanalysis. Desiring production and representation. The abandonment of the desiring machines. 2. 3 Texts of Freud, 56. Oedipalization. The flattening out of Judge Schreber's delirium. How psychoanalysis is still pious. The ideology of lack, castration. Every fantasy is collective. The libido as flow, the rebellion of the flows. 3. The connective synthesis of production, 68. Its two uses, global and specific, partial and non-specific. The family and the couple, filiation and alliance, triangulation. The triangulation's cause. The first paralogism of psychoanalysis, extrapolation. The transcendent use and the immanent use. 4. The disjunctive synthesis of recording, 75. Its two uses, exclusive and restrictive, inclusive and non-restrictive. The inclusive disjunctions, genealogy. The exclusive differentiations and the non-differentiated. The second paralogism of psychoanalysis, the Oedipal double bind. Oedipus wins at every turn. Does the borderline pass between the symbolic and the imaginary? 5. The conjunctive synthesis of consumption consummation, 84. Its two uses, segregative and biunivocal, nomadic and polyvocal. The body without organs and intensities. Voyages, passages, I am becoming. Every delirium is social, historical, and political. Races. The meaning of identification. How psychoanalysis suppresses socio-political content. An unrepentant familialism. The family and the social field. Desiring production and the investment of social production. From childhood. The third paralogism of psychoanalysis, Oedipus as a biunivocal application. The disgrace of psychoanalysis with regard to history. Desire and the infrastructure. Segregation and nomadism. 6. A recapitulation of the three syntheses, 106. Oedipus would make fools of us all. Oedipus and belief. Meaning is use. The immanent criteria of desiring production. Desire knows nothing of the law, lack, and the signifier. Were you born Hamlet? 7. Social repression and psychic repression, 113. The law. The fourth paralogism of psychoanalysis, the displacement, or the disfiguration of the repressed. Desire is revolutionary. The delegated agent, of psychic repression. It is not psychoanalysis that invents Oedipus. 8. Neurosis and psychosis, 122. Reality. The inverse relation. Undecidable Oedipus, resonance. The meaning of actual factors. The fifth paralogism of psychoanalysis, the afterword. The actuality of desiring production. 9. The process, 130. Leaving. The painter-turner. The interruptions of the process, neurosis, psychosis, and perversion. The movement of deterritorialization and territorialities. Part 2. Footnotes. Savages, barbarians, civilized men. 1. The inscribing socius, 139. The recording process. In what sense capitalism is universal? The social machine. The problem of the socius, coding the flows. Not exchanging, but marking, and being marked. The investment and the disinvestment of organs. Cruelty, creating a memory for man. 2. The primitive territorial machine, 145, the full body of the earth. Filiation and alliance, their irreducibility. The village pervert and local groups. Filiative stock and blocks of alliance debt. Functional disequilibrium, surplus value of code. It only works by breaking down. The segmentary machine. The great fear of decoded flows. Death which rises from within, but comes from without. 3. The problem of Oedipus -154. Incest. The inclusive disjunctions on the full body of the earth. From intensities to extension, the sign. In what sense incest is impossible? The limit. The conditions of coding. The in-depth elements of representation, the repressed representative, the repressing representation, the displaced represented. 4. Psychoanalysis and ethnology, 166. Continuation of the Oedipal problem. A process of treatment in Africa. The conditions of Oedipus and colonization. Oedipus and ethnocide. Those who Oedipalize don't know what they're doing. On what is psychic repression brought to bear? Culturalists and universalists, their common postulates. In what sense Oedipus is indeed universal, the 5 meanings of limit, Oedipus as one of them. Use, or functionalism in ethnology. The desiring machines do not mean anything. Molar and molecular. 5. Territorial representation, 184. Its surface elements. Debts and exchange. The 5 postulates of the exchangist conception. Voice, graphism, and I, the theater of cruelty. Nietzsche. The death of the territorial system. 6. The barbarian despotic machine, 192. The full body of the despot. New alliance and direct filiation. The paranoiac. Asiatic production. The BRICS. The mystifications of the state. Despotic deterritorialization and the infinite debt overcoding the flows. 7. Barbarian or imperial representation, 200. Its elements. Incest and overcoding. The in-depth elements and the migration of Oedipus, incest becomes possible. The surface elements, the new voice graphism relationship. the transcendent object from on high. The signifier as the deterritorialized sign. The despotic signifier, and the signifieds of incest. Terror, the law. The form of the infinite debt, latency, vengeance, and ressentiment. This is still not Oedipus. 8. The state, 217. A single state. Registered the state as a category. Beginning and origin. The evolution of the state, becoming concrete and becoming immanent. 9. The civilized capitalist machine, 222. The full body of money capital * decoding and the conjunction of decoded flows. Cynicism. Filiative capital and alliance capital. The transformation of surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. The two forms of money, the two inscriptions. The falling tendency. Capitalism and deterritorialization. Human surplus value and machinic surplus value. Anti-production. The various aspects of the capitalist immanence. The flows. 10. Capitalist representation, 240. Its elements. The figures or schizas flows. The two meanings of the schis flow, capitalism and schizophrenia. The difference between a code and an axiomatic. The capitalist state, its relationship with the state. The class. Class bipolarity. Desire and interest. Capitalist deterritorialization and reterritorializations, their relationship, and the law of the falling tendency. The two poles of the axiomatic, the despotic signifier and the schizophrenic figure, paranoia and schizophrenia. A recapitulation of the three great social machines, the territorial, the despotic, and the capitalist, coding, overcoding, decoding. 11. Oedipus at last, 262. Application. Social reproduction and human reproduction. The two orders of images. Oedipus and its limits. Oedipus and the recapitulation of the three states. The despotic symbol and capitalist images. Bad conscience. Adam Smith and Freud. Part 3 Footnotes. Introduction to Schizoanalysis. 1. The social field, 273. Father and child. Oedipus, a father's idea. The unconscious as a cycle. The primacy of the social investment, its two poles, paranoia and schizophrenia. Molar and molecular. 2. The molecular unconscious, 283. Desire and machine. Beyond vitalism and mechanism. The two states of the machine. Molecular functionalism. The synth essays. The libido, the large aggregates and the micromultiplicities. The gigantism and the dwarfism of desire. The non-human sex, not one, not two, but n sexes. 3. Psychoanalysis and capitalism, 296. Representation. Representation and production. Against myth and tragedy. The ambiguous attitude of psychoanalysis with regard to myth and tragedy. In what sense psychoanalysis fractures representation, in what sense it restores representation. The requirements of capitalism. Mythic, tragic, and psychoanalytic representation. The theater. Subjective representation and structural representation. Structuralism, familialism, and the cult of lack. The destructive task of schizoanalysis, cleansing the unconscious, a malevolent activity. Deterritorialization and reterritorialization, their relationship, and dreams. The machinic indices. Politicization, social alienation and mental alienation. Artifice and process, old earths and the new earth. 4. The first positive task of schizoanalysis, 322. Desiring production and its machines. The status of partial objects. The passive synth essays. The status of the body without organs. The signifying chain and codes. The body without organs, death, and desire. Schizophrenizing death. The strange death cult in psychoanalysis, the pseudo-instinct. The problem of affinities between the molar and the molecular. The mechanics task of schizoanalysis. 5. The second positive task, 340. Social production and its machines. The theory of the two poles. The first thesis, every investment is molar and social. Gregariousness, selection, and the form of gregariousness. The second thesis, distinguish in social investments the preconscious investment of class or interest, from the unconscious libidinal investment of desire or group. The nature of this libidinal investment of the social field. The two groups. The role of sexuality, the sexual revolution. The third thesis, the libidinal investment of the social field is primary in relation to the familial investments. The theory of maids in Freud, Oedipus, and universal familialism. The poverty of psychoanalysis, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Even anti-psychiatry. What is the schizophrenic sick from? The fourth thesis, the two poles of the libidinal social investment. Art and science. The task of schizoanalysis in relation to the revolutionary movements. Part 4 footnotes. Reference notes, 383. Index, 397. Preface. By Michel Foucault. During the years 1945 to 1965, I am referring to Europe, there was a certain way of thinking correctly, a certain style of political discourse, a certain ethics of the intellectual. One had to be on familiar terms with Marx, not let one's dreams stray too far from Freud. And one had to treat sign systems the signifier with the greatest respect. These were the three requirements that made the strange occupation of writing and speaking a measure of truth about oneself and one's time acceptable. Then came the 5 brief, impassioned, jubilant, enigmatic years. At the gates of our world, there was Vietnam, of course, and the first major blow to the powers that be. But here, inside our walls, what exactly was taking place? An amalgam of revolutionary and anti-repressive politics? A war fought on two fronts, against social exploitation and psychic repression? A surge of libido modulated by the class struggle? Perhaps. At any rate, it is this familiar, dualistic interpretation that has laid claim to the events of those years. The dream that cast its spell, between the First World War and fascism, over the dreamiest parts of Europe, the Germany of Wilhelm Reich, and the France of the Surrealists, had returned and set fire to reality itself, Marx and Freud in the same incandescent light. But is that really what happened? Had the utopian project of the 30s been resumed, this time on the scale of historical practice? Or was there, on the contrary, a movement toward political struggles that no longer conformed to the model that Marxist tradition had prescribed? Toward an experience and a technology of desire that were no longer Freudian? It is true that the old banners were raised, but the combat shifted and spread into new zones. This shift shows first of all how much ground has been covered. But it does much more than that. It wastes no time in discrediting the old idols, even though it does have a great deal of fun with Freud. Most important, it motivates us to go further. It would be a mistake to read Anti-Oedipus as the new theoretical reference, that much heralded theory that finally encompasses everything, that finally totalizes and reassures, the one we are told we need so badly in our age of dispersion and specialization where hope is lacking. One must not look for a philosophy amid the extraordinary profusion of new notions and surprise concepts. Anti-Oedipus is not a flashy Hegel. I think that Anti-Oedipus can best be read as an art, in the sense that is conveyed by the term erotic art, for example. Informed by the seemingly abstract notions of multiplicities, flows, arrangements, and connections, the analysis of the relationship of desire to reality and to the capitalist machine yields answers to concrete questions. Questions that are less concerned with why this or that than with how to proceed. How does one introduce desire into thought, into discourse, into action? How can and must desire deploy its forces within the political domain and grow more intense in the process of overturning the established order? ars erotica, ars theoretica, ars politico. Whence the three adversaries confronted by anti-Oedipus. Three adversaries who do not have the same strength, who represent varying degrees of danger, and whom the book combats in different ways. 1. The political ascetics, the sad militants, the terrorists of theory, those who would preserve the pure order of politics and political discourse. Bureaucrats of the revolution and civil servants of truth. 2. The poor technicians of desire, psychoanalysts and semiologists of every sign and symptom who would subjugate the multiplicity of desire to the twofold law of structure and lack. 3. Last but not least, the major enemy, the strategic adversary is fascism, whereas anti-Oedipus opposition to the others is more of a tactical engagement. And not only historical fascism, the fascism of Hitler and Mussolini, which was able to mobilize and use the desire of the masses so effectively, but also the fascism in us all, in our heads and in our everyday behavior, the fascism that causes us to love power, to desire the very thing that dominates and exploits us. I would say that Anti-Oedipus, may its authors forgive me, is a book of ethics, the first book of ethics to be written in France in quite a long time. Perhaps that explains why its success was not limited to a particular readership. Being anti-Oedipal has become a lifestyle, a way of thinking and living. How does one keep from being fascist, even, especially, when one believes oneself to be a revolutionary militant? How do we rid our speech and our acts, our hearts and our pleasures, of fascism? How do we ferret out the fascism that is ingrained in our behavior? The Christian moralists sought out the traces of the flesh lodged deep within the soul. Deleuze and Guattari, for their part, pursue the slightest traces of fascism in the body. Paying a modest tribute to Saint Francis de Sales, one might say that Anti-Oedipus is an introduction to the non-fascist life. This art of living counter to all forms of fascism, whether already present or impending, carries with it a certain number of essential principles which I would summarize as follows if I were to make this great book into a manual or guide to everyday life. Free political action from all unitary and totalizing paranoia. Develop action, thought, and desires by proliferation, juxtaposition, and disjunction, and not by subdivision and pyramidal hierarchization. Withdraw allegiance from the old categories of the negative, law, limit, castration, lack, lacuna, which Western thought has so long held sacred as a form of power and an access to reality. Prefer what is positive and multiple, difference over uniformity, flows over unities, mobile arrangements over systems. Believe that what is productive is not sedentary but nomadic. Do not think that one has to be sad in order to be militant, even though the thing one is fighting is abominable. It is the connection of desire to reality, and not its retreat into the forms of representation, that possesses revolutionary force. Do not use thought to ground a political practice in truth, nor political action to discredit, as mere speculation, a line of thought. Use political practice as an intensifier of thought, and analysis as a multiplier of the forms and domains for the intervention of political action. Do not demand of politics that it restore the rights of the individual, as philosophy has defined them. The individual is the product of power. What is needed is to de-individualize by means of multiplication and displacement, diverse combinations. The group must not be the organic bond uniting hierarchized individuals, but a constant generator of de-individualization. Do not become enamored of power. It could even be said that Deleuze and Guattari care so little for power that they have tried to neutralize the effects of power linked to their own discourse. Hence the games and snares scattered throughout the book, rendering its translation a feat of real prowess. But these are not the familiar traps of rhetoric, the latter work to sway the reader without his being aware of the manipulation, and ultimately win him over against his will. The traps of Anti-Oedipus are those of humor, so many invitations to let oneself be put out, to take one's leave of the text and slam the door shut. The book often leads one to believe it is all fun and games, when something essential is taking place, something of extreme seriousness, the tracking down of all varieties of fascism, from the enormous ones that surround and crush us to the petty ones that constitute the tyrannical bitterness of our everyday lives. Introduction. By Mark Seam. We must die as egos and be born again in the swarm, not separate and self-hypnotized, but individual and related. Henry Miller, Sexus. The Anti-Ego. Lie down, then, on the soft couch which the analyst provides, and try to think up something different. The analyst has endless time and patience, every minute you detain him means money in his pocket. Whether you whine, howl, beg, weep, cajole, pray or curse, he listens. He is just a big ear minus a sympathetic nervous system. He is impervious to everything but truth. If you think it pays to fool him, then fool him. Who will be the loser? If you think he can help you, and not yourself, then stick to him until you rot one. So concludes Henry Miller in Sexus, and Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari are quick to agree in their attack on psychoanalysis' own Oedipus complex, the Holy Family, Daddy Mommy Me, an attack that is at times brutal and without pity, at other times sympathetic and full of a profound love of life, and often enormously amusing. An attack on the ego, on what is all too human in mankind, on Oedipalized and Oedipalizing analyses and neurotic modes of living. In confronting and finally overturning the Oedipal rock on which man has chosen to take his stand, Anti-Oedipus comes as a kind of sequel to another similar venture, the attack on Christ, Christianity, and the herd in Nietzsche's The Antichrist. For who would deny, Anti-Oedipus begins, that psychoanalysis was from the start, still is, and perhaps always will be a well-constituted church and a form of treatment based on a set of beliefs that only the very faithful could adhere to, i.e., those who believe in a security that amounts to being lost in the herd and defined in terms of common and external goals. But where do such beliefs originate? What are they based on? For it is absolutely hopeless to think in terms of security, as Miller states in Sexus, there is none. The man who looks for security, even in the mind, is like a man who would chop off his limbs in order to have artificial ones which will give him no pain or trouble, page 428. No pain, no trouble, this is the neurotic's dream of a tranquilized and conflict-free existence. Such a set of beliefs, Deleuze and Guattari demonstrate, such a herd instinct, is based on the desire to be led, the desire to have someone else legislate life. The very desire that was brought so glaringly into focus in Europe with Hitler, Mussolini, and fascism, the desire that is still at work, making us all sick, today. Anti-Oedipus starts by reviving Reich's completely serious question with respect to the rise of fascism: how could the masses be made to desire their own repression? This is a question which the English and Americans are reluctant to deal with directly, tending too often to respond, fascism is a phenomenon that took place elsewhere, something that could only happen to others, but not to us, it's their problem. Is it though? Is fascism really a problem for others to deal with? Even revolutionary groups deal gingerly with the fascisizing elements we all carry deep within us, and yet they often possess a rarely analyzed but overriding group superego that leads them to state, much like Nietzsche's man of ressentiment, that the other is evil, the fascist, the capitalist, the communist, and hence that they themselves are good. This conclusion is reached as an afterthought and a justification, a supremely self-righteous rationalization for a politics that can only squint at life, through the thick clouds of foul-smelling air that permeate secret meeting places and security councils. The man of ressentiment, as Nietzsche explains, loves hiding places, secret paths, and back doors. Everything covered entices him as his world, his security, his refreshment. He understands how to keep silent, how not to forget, how to wait, how to be provisionally self-deprecating and humble too. Such a man, Nietzsche concludes, needs very much to believe in some neutral, independent subject, the ego, for he is prompted by an instinct of self-affirmation and self-preservation that cares little about preserving or affirming life, an instinct in which every lie is sanctified. 3. This is the realm of the silent majority. And it is into these back rooms, behind the closed doors of the analyst's office, in the wings of the Oedipal theater, that Deleuze and Guattari weave their way, exclaiming as does Nietzsche that it smells bad there, and that what is needed is a breath of fresh air, a relationship with the outside world. In examining the problem of the subject, the behind-the-scenes reactive and reactionary man, Anti-Oedipus develops an approach that is decidedly diagnostic, what constitutes our sickness today, and profoundly healing as well. What it attempts to cure us of is the cure itself. Deleuze and Guattari term their approach schizoanalysis, which they oppose on every count to psychoanalysis. Where the latter measures everything against neurosis and castration, schizoanalysis begins with the schizo, his breakdowns and his breakthroughs. For, they affirm, a schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst's couch. Against the Oedipal and Oedipalized territorialities, family, church, school, nation, party, and especially the territoriality of the individual, Anti-Oedipus seeks to discover the deterritorialized flows of desire, the flows that have not been reduced to the Oedipal codes and the neuroticized territorialities, the desiring machines that escape such codes as lines of escape leading elsewhere. Much like R.D. Lang, Deleuze, and Guattari aim to develop a materialistically and experientially based analysis of the breakdowns and the breakthroughs that characterize some of those labeled schizophrenic by psychiatry. Rather than view the creations and productions of desire, all of desiring production, from the point of view of the norm and the normal, they force their analysis into the sphere of extremes. From paranoia to schizophrenia, from fascism to revolution, from breakdowns to breakthroughs, what is investigated is the process of life flows as they oscillate from one extreme to the other, on a scale of intensity that goes from zero, I never asked to be born, leave me in peace, the body without organs, to the nth power, I am all that exists, all the names in history, the schizophrenic process of desire. The experience of delirium. In order to carry out this ambitious undertaking, Anti-Oedipus makes joyously unorthodox use of many writers and thinkers, whose concepts flow together with all the other elements in the book in what might well be described as a carefully constructed and executed experiment in delirium. While Deleuze and Guattari quote frequently from Marx and Freud, it would be an error to view Anti-Oedipus as yet another attempt at a Freud/Marx synthesis. For such an attempt always treats political economy, the flows of capital and interest, and the economy of the libido, the flows of desire, as two separate economies, even in the work of Reich, who went as far as possible in this direction. Deleuze and Guattari, on the other hand, postulate one and the same economy, the economy of flows. The flows and productions of desire will simply be viewed as the unconscious of the social productions. Behind every investment of time and interest and capital, an investment of desire, and vice versa. In order to reach this conclusion, a new confrontation was required. Not the standard confrontation between a bourgeois Freud and a revolutionary Marx, where Freud ends up the loser, but a more radical confrontation, between Marx the revolutionary and Nietzsche the madman. The result of this confrontation, as the authors demonstrate convincingly, is that Freud and psychoanalysis, and perhaps even Lacan, although they remain ambiguous on this point, become impossible. Why Marx and Nietzsche? Now that's really mixing things up. One might protest at this point. But there is really no cause for alarm. Readers of Marx will be happy to learn that Marx fares quite well in this confrontation. One might even say he is trimmed down to bare essentials and improved upon from the point of view of use. Given Deleuze and Guattari's perspective, this confrontation was inevitable. If one wants to do an analysis of the flows of money and capital that circulate in society, nothing is more useful than Marx and the Marxist theory of money. But if one wishes also to analyze the flows of desire, the fears and the anxieties, the loves and the despairs that traverse the social field as intensive notes from the underground, i.e., libidinal economy, one must look elsewhere. Since psychoanalysis is of no help, reducing as it does every social manifestation of desire to the familial complex, where is one to turn? To Nietzsche, and the Nietzschean theory of affects and intensity, Anti-Oedipus suggests. For here, and especially in On the Genealogy of Morals, is a theory of desire and will, of the conscious and the unconscious forces, that relates desire directly to the social field and to a monetary system based on profit. What Nietzsche teaches, as a complement to Marx's theory of alienation, is how the history of mankind is the history of a becoming reactive. And it is Nietzsche, Deleuze, and Guattari stress, whose thought already pointed a way out for humanity, whereas Marx and Freud were too ingrained in the culture that they were working against. One could not really view Anti-Oedipus as a purely Nietzschean undertaking, however, for the book would be nothing without the tension between Nietzsche and Marx, between philosophy and politics, between thought and revolution, the tension, in short, between Deleuze the philosopher and Guattari the militant. This tension is quite novel, and leads to a combination of the artistic machine, the revolutionary machine, and the analytical machine, a combination of three modes of knowledge: the intuitive, the practical, and the reflective, which all become joined as bits and pieces of one and the same strategical machine whose target is the ego and the fascist in each of us. Extending thought to the point of madness and action to the point of revolution, theirs is indeed a politics of experience. The experience, however, is no longer that of man, but of what is non-human in man, his desires and his forces, a politics of desire directed against all that is egoic and heroic in man. In addition to Nietzsche, they also found it necessary to listen to others, to Miller and Lawrence and Kafka and Beckett, to Proust and Reich and Foucault, to Burroughs and Ginsberg, each of whom had different insights concerning madness and dissension, politics and desire. They needed everything they could get their hands on, and they took whatever they could find, in an eclectic fashion closer to Henry Miller than it is to Marx or Freud. More poetic, undoubtedly, but also more fun. While Deleuze and Guattari use many authors and concepts, this is never done in an academic fashion aimed at persuading the reader. Rather, they use these names and ideas as effects that traverse their analyses, generating ever new effects, as points of reference indeed, but also as points of intensity and signs pointing a way out, signs that offer a multiplicity of solutions and a variety of directions for a new style of politics. Such an approach carries much along with it, in the course of its flow, but it also leaves much behind. Chunks of Marx and Freud that cannot keep up with the fast current will be left behind, buried or forgotten, while everything in Marx and Freud that has to do with how things and people and desires actually flow will be kept, and added to the infernal machine evoked above. This political analysis of desire, this schizoanalysis, becomes a mighty tool where schizophrenia as a process, the skis, serves as a point of departure as well as a point of destination. Like Lang, they encourage mankind to take a journey, the journey through ego loss. They go much further than Lang on this point, however. They urge mankind to strip itself of all anthropomorphic and anthropological armoring, all myth and tragedy, and all existentialism, in order to perceive what is non-human in man, his will and his forces, his transformations and mutations. The human and social sciences have accustomed us to see the figure of man behind every social event, just as Christianity taught us to see the eye of the Lord looking down upon us. Such forms of knowledge project an image of reality, at the expense of reality itself. They talk figures and icons and signs, but fail to perceive forces and flows. They blind us to other realities, and especially the reality of power as it subjugates us. Their function is to tame, and the result is the fabrication of docile and obedient subjects. Schizoanalysis and collectivity. To be anti-Oedipal is to be anti-ego as well as anti-homo, willfully attacking all reductive psychoanalytic and political analyses that remain caught within the sphere of totality and unity, in order to free the multiplicity of desire from the deadly neurotic and Oedipal yoke. For Oedipus is not a mere psychoanalytic construct, Deleuze and Guattari explain. Oedipus is the figurehead of imperialism, colonization pursued by other means, it is the interior colony, and we shall see that even here at home, it is our intimate colonial education. This internalization of man by man, this Oedipalization, creates a new meaning for suffering, internal suffering, and a new tone for life, the depressive tone. Now depression does not just come about one fine day, anti-Oedipus goes on, nor does Oedipus appear one day in the family and feel secure in remaining there. Depression and Oedipus are agencies of the state, agencies of paranoia, agencies of power, long before being delegated to the family. Oedipus is the figure of power as such, just as neurosis is the result of power on individuals. Oedipus is everywhere. For anti-Oedipalists, the ego, like Oedipus, is part of those things we must dismantle through the united assault of analytical and political forces. For Oedipus is belief injected into the unconscious, it is what gives us faith as it robs us of power, it is what teaches us to desire our own repression. Everybody has been Oedipalized and neuroticized at home, at school, at work. Everybody wants to be a fascist. Deleuze and Guattari want to know how these beliefs succeed in taking hold of a body, thereby silencing the productive machines of the libido. They also want to know how the opposite situation is brought about, where a body successfully wards off the effects of power. Reversing the Freudian distinction between neurosis and psychosis that measures everything against the former, anti-Oedipus concludes, the neurotic is the one on whom the Oedipal imprints take, whereas the psychotic is the one incapable of being Oedipalized, even and especially by psychoanalysis. The first task of the revolutionary, they add, is to learn from the psychotic how to shake off the Oedipal yoke and the effects of power, in order to initiate a radical politics of desire freed from all beliefs. Such a politics dissolves the mystifications of power through the kindling, on all levels, of anti-Oedipal forces, the schizophrenous flows, forces that escape coding, scramble the codes, and flee in all directions, orphans, no daddy mommy me, atheists, no beliefs, and nomads, no habits, no territories. A schizoanalysis schizophrenizes in order to break the holds of power and institute research into a new collective subjectivity and a revolutionary healing of mankind. For we are sick, so sick, of ourselves. It is actually not accurate to say that Deleuze and Guattari developed the schizoanalytic approach, for, as they show, it has always been at work in writers like Miller or Nietzsche or Artaud. Stone thinking based on intensely lived experiences, pop philosophy. To put it simply, as does Miller, everybody becomes a healer the moment he forgets about himself. And Miller continues, reality is here and now, everywhere, gleaming through every reflection that meets the eye. Everybody is a neurotic, down to the last man and woman. The healer, or the analyst, if you like, is only a superneurotic. To be cured we must rise from our graves and throw off the cerements of the dead. Nobody can do it for another, it is a private affair which is best done collectively. 5. Once we forget about our egos, a non-neurotic form of politics becomes possible, where singularity and collectivity are no longer at odds with each other, and where collective expressions of desire are possible. Such a politics does not seek to regiment individuals according to a totalitarian system of norms, but to denormalize and de-individualize through a multiplicity of new, collective arrangements against power. Its goal is the transformation of human relationships in a struggle against power. And it urges militant groups, as well as lone individuals, to analyze and fight against the effects of power that subjugate them, for a revolutionary group at the preconscious level remains a subjugated group, even in seizing power, as long as this power itself refers to a form of force that continues to enslave and crush desiring production. A subject group, on the contrary, is a group whose libidinal investments are themselves revolutionary, it causes desire to penetrate into the social field, and subordinates the socius or the forms of power to desiring production, productive of desire and a desire that produces. The subject group always invents mortal formations that exorcise the effusion in it of a death instinct, it opposes real coefficients of transversally to the symbolic determinations of subjugation, coefficients without a hierarchy or a group superego. There can be no revolutionary actions, anti-Oedipus concludes, where the relations between people and groups are relations of exclusion and segregation. Groups must multiply and connect in ever new ways, freeing up territorialities for the construction of new social arrangements. Theory must therefore be conceived as a toolbox, producing tools that work, or as Ivan Illich says, we must learn to construct tools for conviviality through the use of counterfoil research. Point 6. When Illich speaks of convivial reconstruction, he is very close to Deleuze and Guattari's notion of a desiring revolution. Like Deleuze and Guattari, Illich also calls for a radical reversal of the relationships between individuals and tools or machines. This reversal would permit the evolution of a lifestyle and of a political system which give priority to the protection, the maximum use, and the enjoyment of the one resource that is almost equally distributed among all people, personal energy under personal control. 7. All three authors agree that such a reversal must be governed by a collective political process, and not by professionals and experts. The ultimate answer to neurotic dependencies on professionals is mutual self-care. Point 8. Freed from a psychoanalytic framework, the political group or collective cannot, however, push aside the problem of desire. Nor can it leave desire in the hands of new experts. It must analyze the function of desire, in itself and in the groups with which it is involved. What is the function of desire, Anti-Oedipus asks, if not one of making connections? For to be bogged down in arrangements from which escape is possible is to be neurotic, seeing an irresolvable crisis where alternatives in fact exist. And as Deleuze and Guattari comment, perhaps it will be discovered that the only incurable is the neurotic. We defend so cautiously against our egoically limited experiences, states Lang in The Politics of Experience, that it is not surprising to see people grow defensive and panic at the idea of experiencing ego loss through the use of drugs or collective experiences. But there is nothing pathological about ego loss, Lang adds, quite the contrary. Ego loss is the experience of all mankind, of the primal man, of Adam, and perhaps even a journey further into the beings of animals, vegetables and minerals. 9. No age, Lang concludes, has so lost touch with this healing process as has ours. Deleuze and Guattari's schizoanalytic approach serves to begin such a healing process. Its major task is to destroy the Oedipalized and neuroticized individual dependencies through the forging of a collective subjectivity, a non-fascist subject. Anti-Oedipus. Anti-Oedipus is an individual or a group that no longer functions in terms of beliefs and that comes to redeem mankind, as Nietzsche foresaw, not only from the ideals that weighed it down, but also from that which was bound to grow out of it, the great nausea, the will to nothingness, nihilism, this bell stroke of noon and of the great decision that liberates the will again and restores its goal to the earth and his hope to man, this Antichrist and antinihilist. He must come one day. 10. Unlike Nietzsche's antinihilist, however, Deleuze and Guattari's anti-Oedipus is not alone. Anti-Oedipus is not the Superman, it is not transcendent. Where Nietzsche grew progressively more isolated to the point of madness, Deleuze and Guattari call for actions and passions of a collective nature, here and now. Madness is a radical break from power in the form of a disconnection. Militancy, in Deleuze and Guattari's framework, would learn from madness but then move beyond it, beyond disconnect ions and deterritorializations, to ever new connections. A politics of desire would see loneliness and depression as the first things to go. Such is the anti-Oedipal strategy. If man is connected to the machines of the universe, if he is in tune with his desires, if he is anchored, he ceases to worry about the fitness of things, about the behavior of his fellow men, about right or wrong and justice and injustice. If his roots are in the current of life, he will float on the surface like a lotus and he will blossom and give forth fruit. The life that's in him will manifest itself in growth, and growth is an endless, eternal process. The process is everything. 11. It is this process of desiring production that Anti-Oedipus sets out to analyze. For if desire is repressed in a society, Deleuze and Guattari state, this is hardly because it is a desire for the mother or for the death of the father. On the contrary, desire becomes that only because it is repressed. It takes that mask on under the reign of the repression that models the mask for it and plasters it on its face. The real danger is elsewhere. If desire is repressed, it is because every position of desire, no matter how small, is capable of calling into question the established order of a society, not that desire is asocial, on the contrary. But it is explosive, there is no desiring machine capable of being assembled without demolishing entire social sectors. Deleuze and Guattari conclude that desire, any desiring machine, is always a combination of various elements and forces of all types. Hence the need to listen not only to revolutionaries but to all those who know how to be truly objective, revolutionaries, artists, and seers, and content to be objective, merely objective. They know that desire clasps life in its powerfully productive embrace, and reproduces it in a way all the more intense because it has few needs. And never mind those who believe that this is very easy to say, or that it is the sort of idea to be found in books. Anti-Oedipus. The Desiring Machines. Translated by Helen R. Lane, Robert Hurley, and Mark Seam. 1. Desiring production. It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats. It shits and fucks. What a mistake to have ever said the ID. Everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones, machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines, with all the necessary couplings and connections. An organ machine is plugged into an energy source machine, the one produces a flow that the other interrupts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to it. The mouth of the anorexic wavers between several functions, its possessor is uncertain as to whether it is an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, or a breathing machine. Asthma attacks. Hence we are all handy men, each with his little machines. For every organ machine, an energy machine, all the time, flows and interruptions. Judge Schreiber has sunbeams in his ass. A solar anus. And rest assured that it works. Judge Schreiber feels something, produces something, and is capable of explaining the process theoretically. Something is produced, the effects of a machine, not mere metaphors. A schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst's couch. A breath of fresh air, a relationship with the outside world. Lenz's stroll, for example, as reconstructed by Buchner. This walk outdoors is different from the moments when Lenz finds himself closeted with his pastor, who forces him to situate himself socially, in relationship to the God of established religion, in relationship to his father, to his mother. While taking a stroll outdoors, on the other hand, he is in the mountains, amid falling snowflakes, with other gods or without any gods at all, without a family, without a father or a mother, with nature. What does my father want? Can he offer me more than that? Impossible. Leave me in peace. 1. Everything is a machine. Celestial machines, the stars, or rainbows in the sky, alpine machines, all of them connected to those of his body. The continual whir of machines. He thought that it must be a feeling of endless bliss to be in contact with the profound life of every form, to have a soul for rocks, metals, water, and plants, to take into himself, as in a dream, every element of nature, like flowers that breathe with the waxing and waning of the moon law. To be a chlorophyll or a photosynthesis machine, or at least slip his body into such machines as one part among the others. Lenz has projected himself back to a time before the man-nature dichotomy, before all the coordinates based on this fundamental dichotomy have been laid down. He does not live nature as nature, but as a process of production. There is no such thing as either man or nature now, only a process that produces the one within the other and couples the machines together. Producing machines, desiring machines everywhere, schizophrenic machines, all of species life, the self and the non-self, outside and inside, no longer have any meaning whatsoever. Now that we have had a look at the stroll of a schizo, let us compare what happens when Samuel Beckett's characters decide to venture outdoors. Their various gaits and methods of self-locomotion constitute, in and of themselves, a finely tuned machine. And then there is the function of the bicycle in Beckett's works. What relationship does the bicycle horn machine have with the mother anus machine? What a rest to speak of bicycles and horns! Unfortunately it is not of them I have to speak, but of her who brought me into the world, through the hole in her arse if my memory is correct too. It is often thought that Oedipus is an easy subject to deal with, something perfectly obvious, a given that is there from the very beginning. But that is not so at all. Oedipus presupposes a fantastic repression of desiring machines. And why are they repressed? To what end? Is it really necessary or desirable to submit to such repression? And what means are to be used to accomplish this? What ought to go inside the Oedipal triangle? What sort of thing is required to construct it? Are a bicycle horn and my mother's arse sufficient to do the job? Aren't there more important questions than these, however? Given a certain effect, what machine is capable of producing it? And given a certain machine, what can it be used for? Can we possibly guess, for instance, what a knife rest is used for if all we are given is a geometrical description of it? Or yet another example, on being confronted with a complete machine made up of 6 stones in the right-hand pocket of my coat, the pocket that serves as the source of the stones, 5 stones in the right-hand pocket of my trousers, and 5 in the left-hand pocket, transmission pockets, with the remaining pocket of my coat receiving the stones that have already been handled. As each of the stones moves forward one pocket, how can we determine the effect of this circuit of distribution in which the mouth, too, plays a role as a stone-sucking machine? Where in this entire circuit do we find the production of sexual pleasure? At the end of Malone Dies, Lady Petal takes the schizophrenics out for a ride in a van and a rowboat, and on a picnic in the midst of nature, an infernal machine is being assembled. Under the skin the body is an overheated factory / and outside / the invalid shine / glows / from every burst pore 3. This does not mean that we are attempting to make nature one of the poles of schizophrenia. What the schizophrenic experiences, both as an individual and as a member of the human species, is not at all any one specific aspect of nature, but nature as a process of production. What do we mean here by process? It is probable that at a certain level nature and industry are two separate and distinct things. From one point of view, industry is the opposite of nature. From another, industry extracts its raw materials from nature. From yet another, it returns its refuse to nature, and so on. Even within society, this characteristic man-nature, industry-nature, society-nature relationship is responsible for the distinction of relatively autonomous spheres that are called production, distribution, consumption. But in general this entire level of distinctions, examined from the point of view of its formal developed structures, presupposes, as Marx has demonstrated, not only the existence of capital and the division of labor, but also the false consciousness that the capitalist being necessarily acquires, both of itself and of the supposedly fixed elements within an overall process. For the real truth of the matter, the glaring, sober truth that resides in delirium is that there is no such thing as relatively independent spheres or circuits. Production is immediately consumption and a recording process, enregistrement, without any sort of mediation, and the recording process and consumption directly determine production, though they do so within the production process itself. Hence everything is production, production of productions, of actions and of passions, productions of recording processes, of distributions and of coordinates that serve as points of reference, productions of consumptions, of sensual pleasures, of anxieties and of pain. Everything is production, since the recording processes are immediately consumed, immediately consummated, and these consumptions directly reproduced. Plus this is the first meaning of process as we use the term, incorporating recording and consumption within production itself, thus making them the productions of one and the same process. Second, we make no distinction between man and nature. The human essence of nature and the natural essence of man become one within nature in the form of production or industry, just as they do within the life of man as a species. Industry is then no longer considered from the extrinsic point of view of utility, but rather from the point of view of its fundamental identity with nature as production of man and by man. Point 4. Not man as the king of creation, but rather as the being who is in intimate contact with the profound life of all forms or all types of beings, who is responsible for even the stars and animal life, and who ceaselessly plugs an organ machine into an energy machine, a tree into his body, a breast into his mouth, the sun into his asshole, the eternal custodian of the machines of the universe. This is the second meaning of process as we use the term. Man and nature are not like two opposite terms confronting each other, not even in the sense of bipolar opposites within a relationship of causation, ideation, or expression, cause and effect, subject and object, etc. Rather, they are one and the same essential reality, the producer-product. Production as process overtakes all idealistic categories and constitutes a cycle whose relationship to desire is that of an immanent principle. That is why desiring production is the principal concern of a materialist psychiatry, which conceives of and deals with the schizo as homo natura. This will be the case, however, only on one condition, which in fact constitutes the third meaning of process as we use the term. It must not be viewed as a goal or an end in itself, nor must it be confused with an infinite perpetuation of itself. Putting an end to the process or prolonging it indefinitely, which, strictly speaking, is tantamount to ending it abruptly and prematurely, is what creates the artificial schizophrenic found in mental institutions, a limp rag forced into autistic behavior, produced as an entirely separate and independent entity. D.H. Lawrence says of love, "We have pushed a process into a goal. The aim of any process is not the perpetuation of that process, but the completion thereof. The process should work to a completion, not to some horror of intensification and extremity wherein the soul and body ultimately perish." 5. Schizophrenia is like love. There is no specifically schizophrenic phenomenon or entity. Schizophrenia is the universe of productive and reproductive desiring machines, universal primary production as the essential reality of man and nature. Desiring machines are binary machines, obeying a binary law or set of rules governing associations. One machine is always coupled with another. The productive synthesis, the production of production, is inherently connective in nature, and then. This is because there is always a flow-producing machine, and another machine connected to it that interrupts or draws off part of this flow, the breast, the mouth. And because the first machine is in turn connected to another whose flow it interrupts or partially drains off, the binary series is linear in every direction. Desire constantly couples continuous flows and partial objects that are by nature fragmentary and fragmented. Desire causes the current to flow, itself flows in turn, and breaks the flows. I love everything that flows, even the menstrual flow that carries away the seed unfecund. Amniotic fluid spilling out of the sac and kidney stones, flowing hair, a flow of spittle, a flow of sperm, shit, 01 urine that are produced by partial objects and constantly cut off by other partial objects, which in turn produce other flows, interrupted by other partial objects. Every object presupposes the continuity of a flow, every flow, the fragmentation of the object. Doubtless each organ machine interprets the entire world from the perspective of its own flux, from the point of view of the energy that flows from it. The eye interprets everything speaking, understanding, shitting, fucking in terms of seeing. But a connection with another machine is always established, along a transverse path, so that one machine interrupts the current of the other or sees its own current interrupted. Hence the coupling that takes place within the partial object flow connective synthesis also has another form, product/producing. Producing is always something grafted onto the product, and for that reason desiring production is production of production, just as every machine is a machine connected to another machine. We cannot accept the idealist category of expression as a satisfactory or sufficient explanation of this phenomenon. We must not attempt to describe the schizophrenic object without relating it to the process of production. The cahiers de l'art brut are a striking confirmation of this principle, since by taking such an approach they deny that there is any such thing as a specific, identifiable schizophrenic entity. Or to take another example, Henry Michaud describes a schizophrenic table in terms of a process of production which is that of desire. Once noticed, it continued to occupy one's mind. It even persisted, as it were, in going about its own business. The striking thing was that it was neither simple nor really complex, initially or intentionally complex, or constructed according to a complicated plan. Instead, it had been desimplified in the course of its carpentering. As it stood, it was a table of additions, much like certain schizophrenics' drawings, described as overstuffed, and if finished it was only in so far as there was no way of adding anything more to it, the table having become more and more an accumulation, less and less a table. It was not intended for any specific purpose, for anything one expects of a table. Heavy, cumbersome, it was virtually immovable. One didn't know how to handle it, mentally or physically. Its top surface, the useful part of the table, having been gradually reduced, was disappearing, with so little relation to the clumsy framework that the thing did not strike one as a table, but as some freak piece of furniture, an unfamiliar instrument, for which there was no purpose. A dehumanized table, nothing cozy about it, nothing middle class, nothing rustic, nothing countrified, not a kitchen table or a work table. A table which lent itself to no function, self-protective, denying itself to service and communication alike. There was something stunned about it, something petrified. Perhaps it suggested a stalled engine 6. The schizophrenic is the universal producer. There is no need to distinguish here between producing and its product. We need merely note that the pure thisness of the object produced is carried over into a new act of producing. The table continues to go about its business. The surface of the table, however, is eaten up by the supporting framework. The non-termination of the table is a necessary consequence of its mode of production. When Claude Lévi-Strauss defines bricolage, he does so in terms of a set of closely related characteristics, the possession of a stock of materials or of rules of thumb that are fairly extensive, though more or less a hodgepodge multiple and at the same time limited, the ability to rearrange fragments continually in new and different patterns or configurations, and as a consequence, an indifference toward the act of producing and toward the product, toward the set of instruments to be used and toward the overall result to be achieved plus the satisfaction the handyman experiences when he plugs something into an electric socket or diverts a stream of water can scarcely be explained in terms of playing mommy and daddy, or by the pleasure of violating a taboo. The rule of continually producing production, of grafting producing onto the product, is a characteristic of desiring machines or of primary production, the production of production. A painting by Richard Lindner, Boy with Machine, shows a huge, pudgy, bloated boy working one of his little desiring machines, after having hooked it up to a vast technical social machine which, as we shall see, is what even the very young child does. Producing, a product, a producing/product identity. It is this identity that constitutes a third term in the linear series, an enormous undifferentiated object. Everything stops dead for a moment, everything freezes in place, and then the whole process will begin all over again. From a certain point of view it would be much better if nothing worked, if nothing functioned. Never being born, escaping the will of continual birth and rebirth, no mouth to suck with, no anus to shit through. Will the machines run so badly, their component pieces fall apart to such a point that they will return to nothingness and thus allow us to return to nothingness? It would seem, however, that the flows of energy are still too closely connected, the partial objects still too organic, for this to happen. What would be required is a pure fluid in a free state, flowing without interruption, streaming over the surface of a full body. Desiring machines make us an organism, but at the very heart of this production, within the very production of this production, the body suffers from being organized in this way, from not having some other sort of organization, or no organization at all. An incomprehensible, absolutely rigid stasis in the very midst of process, as a third stage, no mouth, no tongue, no teeth, no larynx, no esophagus, no belly, no anus. The automata stop dead and set free the unorganized mass they once served to articulate. The full body without organs is the unproductive, the sterile, the unengendered, the unconsumable. Antonin Artaud discovered this one day, finding himself with no shape or form whatsoever, right there where he was at that moment. The death instinct, that is its name, and death is not without a model. For desire desires death also, because the full body of death is its motor, just as it desires life, because the organs of life are the working machine. We shall not inquire how all this fits together so that the machine will run. The question itself is the result of a process of abstraction. Desiring machines work only when they break down, and by continually breaking down. Judge Schreber lived for a long time without a stomach, without intestines, almost without lungs, with a torn esophagus, without a bladder, and with shattered ribs. He used sometimes to swallow part of his own larynx with his food, etc. 7. The body without organs is non-productive, nonetheless it is produced, at a certain place and a certain time in the connective synthesis, as the identity of producing and the product. The schizophrenic table is a body without organs. The body without organs is not the proof of an original nothingness, nor is it what remains of a lost totality. Above all, it is not a projection, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the body itself, or with an image of the body. It is the body without an image. This imageless, organless body, the non-productive, exists right there where it is produced, in the third stage of the binary linear series. It is perpetually reinserted into the process of production. The catatonic body is produced in the water of the hydrotherapy tub. The full body without organs belongs to the realm of anti-production, but yet another characteristic of the connective or productive synthesis is the fact that it couples production with anti-production, with an element of anti-production. 2. The body without organs. An apparent conflict arises between desiring machines and the body without organs. Every coupling of machines, every production of a machine, every sound of a machine running, becomes unbearable to the body without organs. Beneath its organs it senses there are larvae and loathsome worms, and a god at work messing it all up or strangling it by organizing it. The body is the body / it is all by itself / and has no need of organs / the body is never an organism / organisms are the enemies of the body. Merely so many nails piercing the flesh, so many forms of torture. In order to resist organ machines, the body without organs presents its smooth, slippery, opaque, taut surface as a barrier. In order to resist linked, connected, and interrupted flows, it sets up a counterflow of amorphous, undifferentiated fluid. In order to resist using words composed of articulated phonetic units, it utters only gasps and cries that are sheer unarticulated blocks of sound. We are of the opinion that what is ordinarily referred to as primary repression means precisely that. It is not a counter-cathexis, but rather this repulsion of desiring machines by the body without organs. This is the real meaning of the paranoiac machine. The desiring machines attempt to break into the body without organs, and the body without organs repels them, since it experiences them as an overall persecution apparatus. Thus we cannot agree with Victor Tosk when he regards the paranoiac machine as a mere projection of a person's own body and the genital organs. 8 The genesis of the machine lies precisely here, in the opposition of the process of production of the desiring machines and the non-productive stasis of the body without organs. The anonymous nature of the machine and the non-differentiated nature of its surface are proof of this. Projection enters the picture only secondarily, as does counter-investment plus, as the body without organs invests a counter inside or a counter outside, in the form of a persecuting organ or some exterior agent of persecution. But in and of itself the paranoiac machine is merely an avatar of the desiring machines. It is a result of the relationship between the desiring machines and the body without organs, and occurs when the latter can no longer tolerate these machines. If we wish to have some idea of the forces that the body without organs exerts later on in the uninterrupted process, we must first establish a parallel between desiring production and social production. We intend such a parallel to be regarded as merely phenomenological. We are here drawing no conclusions whatsoever as to the nature and the relationship of the two productions, nor does the parallel we are about to establish provide any sort of a priori answer to the question whether desiring production and social production are really two separate and distinct productions. Its one purpose is to point out the fact that the forms of social production, like those of desiring production, involve an unengendered non-productive attitude, an element of anti-production coupled with the process, a full body that functions as a socius. This socius may be the body of the earth, that of the tyrant, or capital. This is the body that Marx is referring to when he says that it is not the product of labor, but rather appears as its natural or divine presupposition. In fact, it does not restrict itself merely to opposing productive forces in and of themselves. It falls back on, ilse rabat sur, all production, constituting a surface over which the forces and agents of production are distributed, thereby appropriating for itself all surplus production and arrogating to itself both the whole and the parts of the process, which now seem to emanate from it as a quasi-cause. Forces and agents come to represent a miraculous form of its own power, they appear to be miraculated, miracles, by it. In a word, the socius as a full body forms a surface where all production is recorded, whereupon the entire process appears to emanate from this recording surface. Society constructs its own delirium by recording the process of production, but it is not a conscious delirium, or rather is a true consciousness of a false movement, a true perception of an apparent objective movement, a true perception of the movement that is produced on the recording surface. Capital is indeed the body without organs of the capitalist, or rather of the capitalist being. But as such, it is not only the fluid and petrified substance of money, for it will give to the sterility of money the form whereby money produces money. It produces surplus value, just as the body without organs reproduces itself, puts forth shoots, and branches out to the farthest corners of the universe. It makes the machine responsible for producing a relative surplus value, while embodying itself in the machine as fixed capital. Machines and agents cling so closely to capital that their very functioning appears to be miraculated by it. Everything seems objectively to be produced by capital as quasi-cause. As Marx observes, in the beginning capitalists are necessarily conscious of the opposition between capital and labor, and of the use of capital as a means of extorting surplus labor. But a perverted, bewitched world quickly comes into being, as capital increasingly plays the role of a recording surface that falls back on, se rabat sur, all of production. Furnishing or realizing surplus value is what establishes recording rights. With the development of relative surplus value in the actual specifically capitalist mode of production, whereby the productive powers of social labor are developed, these productive powers and the social interrelations of labor in the direct labor process seem transferred from labor to capital. Capital thus becomes a very mystic being, since all of labor's social productive forces appear to be due to capital, rather than labor as such, and seem to issue from the womb of capital itself. 9. What is specifically capitalist here is the role of money and the use of capital as a full body to constitute the recording or inscribing surface. But some kind of full body, that of the earth or the despot, a recording surface, an apparent objective movement, a fetishistic, perverted, bewitched world are characteristic of all types of society as a constant of social reproduction. The body without organs now falls back on, se rabat sur, desiring production, attracts it, and appropriates it for its own. The organ machines now cling to the body without organs as though it were a fencer's padded jacket, or as though these organ machines were medals pinned onto the jersey of a wrestler who makes them jingle as he starts toward his opponent. An attraction machine now takes the place, or may take the place, of a repulsion machine, a miraculating machine succeeding the paranoiac machine. But what is meant here by succeeding? The two coexist, rather, and black humor does not attempt to resolve contradictions, but to make it so that there are none, and never were any. The body without organs, the unproductive, the unconsumable, serves as a surface for the recording of the entire process of production of desire, so that desiring machines seem to emanate from it in the apparent objective movement that establishes a relationship between the machines and the body without organs. The organs are regenerated, miraculated on the body of Judge Schreiber, who attracts God's rays to himself. Doubtless the former paranoiac machine continues to exist in the form of mocking voices that attempt to demiraculate, the organs, the judge's anus in particular. But the essential thing is the establishment of an enchanted recording or inscribing surface that arrogates to itself all the productive forces and all the organs of production, and that acts as a quasi-cause by communicating the apparent movement, the fetish, to them. So true is it that the schizo practices political economy, and that all sexuality is a matter of economy. Production is not recorded in the same way it is produced, however. Or rather, it is not reproduced within the apparent objective movement in the same way in which it is produced within the process of constitution. In fact, we have passed imperceptibly into a domain of the production of recording, whose law is not the same as that of the production of production. The law governing the latter was connective synthesis or coupling. But when the productive connections pass from machines to the body without organs, as from labor to capital, it would seem that they then come under another law that expresses a distribution in relation to the non-productive element as a natural or divine presupposition, the disjunctions of capital. Machines attach themselves to the body without organs as so many points of disjunction, between which an entire network of new syntheses is now woven, marking the surface off into coordinates, like a grid. The either, or of the schizophrenic takes over from the and then, no matter what two organs are involved, the way in which they are attached to the body without organs must be such that all the disjunctive syntheses between the two amount to the same on the slippery surface. Whereas the either/or claims to mark decisive choices between immutable terms, the alternative, either this or that, the schizophrenic either or refers to the system of possible permutations between differences that always amount to the same as they shift and slide about. As in the case of Beckett's mouth that speaks and feet that walk, he sometimes halted without saying anything. Either he had finally nothing to say, or while having something to say he finally decided not to say it. Other main examples suggest themselves to the mind. Immediate continuous communication with immediate redeparture. Same thing with delayed redeparture. Delayed continuous communication with immediate redeparture. Same thing with delayed redeparture. Immediate discontinuous communication with immediate redeparture. Same thing with delayed redeparture. Delayed discontinuous communication with immediate redeparture. Same thing with delayed redeparture 10. Thus the schizophrenic, the possessor of the most touchingly meager capital Malone's belongings, for instance inscribes on his own body the litany of disjunctions, and creates for himself a world of paries where the most minute of permutations is supposed to be a response to the new situation or a reply to the indiscreet questioner. The disjunctive synthesis of recording therefore comes to overlap the connective syntheses of production. The process as process of production extends into the method as method of inscription. Or rather, if what we term libido is the connective labor of desiring production, it should be said that a part of this energy is transformed into the energy of disjunctive inscription, noumen. A transformation of energy. But why call this new form of energy divine, why label it noumen, in view of all the ambiguities caused by a problem of the unconscious that is only apparently religious? The body without organs is not God, quite the contrary. But the energy that sweeps through it is divine, when it attracts to itself the entire process of production and server as its miraculate, enchanted surface, inscribing it in each and every one of its disjunctions. Hence the strange relationship that Schreber has with God. To anyone who asks, "Do you believe in God?" we should reply in strictly Kantian or Schreberian terms, of course, but only as the master of the disjunctive syllogism, or as its a priori principle, God defined as the omnitudo realitatis, from which all secondary realities are derived by a process of division. Hence the sole thing that is divine is the nature of an energy of disjunctions. Schreber's divine is inseparable from the disjunctions he employs to divide himself up into parts, earlier empires, later empires of a superior God, and those of an inferior God. Freud stresses the importance of these disjunctive syntheses in Schreber's delirium in particular, but also in delirium as a general phenomenon. A process of decomposition of this kind is very characteristic of paranoia. Paranoia decomposes just as hysteria condenses. Or rather, paranoia resolves once more into their elements the products of the condensations and identifications which are effected in the unconscious 11. But why does Freud thus add that, on second thought, hysterical neurosis comes first, and that disjunctions appear only as a result of the projection of a more basic, primordial condensed material? Doubtless this is a way of maintaining intact the rights of Oedipus in the god of delirium and the schizoparanoiac recording process. And for that very reason we must pose the most far-reaching question in this regard: does the recording of desire go by way of the various stages in the formation of the Oedipus complex? Disjunctions are the form that the genealogy of desire assumes, but is this genealogy Oedipal? Is it recorded in the Oedipal triangulation? Is it not more likely that Oedipus is a requirement or a consequence of social reproduction, insofar as this latter aims at domesticating a genealogical form and content that are in every way intractable? For there is no doubting the fact that the schizo is constantly subjected to interrogation, constantly cross-examined. Precisely because his relationship with nature does not constitute a specific pole, the questions put to him are formulated in terms of the existing social code: your name, your father, your mother? In the course of his exercises in desiring production, Beckett's Malloy is cross-examined by a policeman. "Your name is Malloy," said the sergeant. "Yes," I said, "now I remember." "And your mother?" said the sergeant. I didn't follow. "Is your mother's name Malloy too?" said the sergeant. I thought it over. "Your mother," said the sergeant, "is your mother's, let me think." I cried. "At least I imagine that's how it was." "Take your time," said the sergeant. "Was mother's name Malloy?" "Very likely." "Her name must be Malloy too," I said. They took me away, to the guard room I suppose, and there I was told to sit down. I must have tried to explain 12. We cannot say that psychoanalysis is very innovative in this respect. It continues to ask its questions and develop its interpretations from the depths of the Oedipal triangle as its basic perspective, even though today it is acutely aware that this frame of reference is not at all adequate to explain so-called psychotic phenomena. The psychoanalyst says that we must necessarily discover Schreber's daddy beneath his superior god, and doubtless also his elder brother beneath his inferior god. At times the schizophrenic loses his patience and demands to be left alone. Other times he goes along with the whole game and even invents a few tricks of his own, introducing his own reference points in the model put before him and undermining it from within. "Yes, that's my mother, all right, but my mother's the Virgin Mary, you know." One can easily imagine Schreber answering Freud, "Yes, I quite agree, naturally the talking birds are young girls, and the superior god is my daddy and the inferior god my brother." But little by little he will surreptitiously re-impregnate the series of young girls with all talking birds, his father with the superior god, and his brother with the inferior god, all of them divine forms that become complicated, or rather desimplified, as they break through the simplistic terms and functions of the Oedipal triangle. As Artaud put it, "I don't believe in father. In mother. Got no papa mummy." Desiring production forms a binary linear system. The full body is introduced as a third term in the series, without destroying, however, the essential binary linear nature of the series, 2, 1, 2, 1. The series is completely refractory to a transcription that would transform and mold it into a specifically ternary and triangular schema such as Oedipus. The full body without organs is produced as anti-production, that is to say it intervenes within the process as such for the sole purpose of rejecting any attempt to impose on it any sort of triangulation implying that it was produced by parents. How could this body have been produced by parents, when by its very nature it is such eloquent witness of its own self-production, of its own engendering of itself? And it is precisely here on this body, right where it is, that the noumen is distributed and disjunctions are established, independent of any sort of projection. Yes, I have been my father and I have been my son. I, Antonin Artaud, am my son, my father, my mother, and myself. 12a. The schizo has his own system of coordinates for situating himself at his disposal, because, first of all, he has at his disposal his very own recording code, which does not coincide with the social code, or coincides with it only in order to parody it. The code of delirium or of desire proves to have an extraordinary fluidity. It might be said that the schizophrenic passes from one code to the other, that he deliberately scrambles all the codes, by quickly shifting from one to another, according to the questions asked him, never giving the same explanation from one day to the next, never invoking the same genealogy, never recording the same event in the same way. When he is more or less forced into it and is not in a touchy mood, he may even accept the banal Oedipal code, so long as he can stuff it full of all the disjunctions that this code was designed to eliminate. Adolf Wolfli's drawings reveal the workings of all sorts of clocks, turbines, dynamos, celestial machines, house machines, and so on. And these machines work in a connective fashion, from the perimeter to the center, in successive layers or segments. But the explanations that he provides for them, which he changes as often as the mood strikes him, are based on genealogical series that constitute the recording of each of his drawings. What is even more important, the recording process affects the drawings themselves, showing up in the form of lines standing for catastrophe or collapse that are so many disjunctions surrounded by spirals. 13 The schizo maintains a shaky balance for the simple reason that the result is always the same, no matter what the disjunctions. Although the organ machines attach themselves to the body without organs, the latter continues nonetheless to be without organs and does not become an organism in the ordinary sense of the word. It remains fluid and slippery. Agents of production likewise alight on Schreber's body and cling to it. The sunbeams, for instance, that he attracts, which contain thousands of tiny spermatozoids. Sunbeams, birds, voices, nerves enter into changeable and genealogically complex relationships with God and forms of God derived from the Godhead by division. But all this happens and is all recorded on the surface of the body without organs, even the copulations of the agents, even the divisions of God, even the genealogies marking it off into squares like a grid, and their permutations. The surface of this uncreated body swarms with them, as a lion's mane swarms with fleas. 3. The subject and enjoyment. Conforming to the meaning of the word process, recording falls back on, se rebatser, production, but the production of recording itself is produced by the production of production. Similarly, recording is followed by consumption, but the production of consumption is produced in and through the production of recording. This is because something on the order of a subject can be discerned on the recording surface. It is a strange subject, however, with no fixed identity, wandering about over the body without organs, but always remaining peripheral to the desiring machines, being defined by the share of the product it takes for itself, garnering here, there, and everywhere a reward in the form of a becoming or an avatar, being born of the states that it consumes and being reborn with each new state. It's me, and so it's mine. Even suffering, as Marx says, is a form of self-enjoyment. Doubtless all desiring production is, in and of itself, immediately consumption and consummation, and therefore, sensual pleasure. But this is not yet the case for a subject that can situate itself only in terms of the disjunctions of a recording surface, in what is left after each division. Returning yet again to the case of Judge Schreber, we note that he is vividly aware of this fact: the rate of cosmic sexual pleasure remains constant, so that God will find a way of taking his pleasure with Schreber, even if in order to do so Schreber must transform himself into a woman. But Schreber experiences only a residual share of this pleasure, as a recompense for his suffering or as a reward for his becoming woman. On the other hand, God demands a constant state of enjoyment. And it is my duty to provide him with this, in the shape of the greatest possible output of spiritual voluptuousness. And if, in this process, a little sensual pleasure falls to my share, I feel justified in accepting it as some slight compensation for the inordinate measure of suffering and privation that has been mine for so many past years. 14. Just as a part of the libido as energy of production was transformed into energy of recording, Neumann, a part of this energy of recording is transformed into energy of consummation, voluptas. It is this residual energy that is the motive force behind the third synthesis of the unconscious, the conjunctive synthesis, so it's or the production of consumption. We must examine how the synthesis is formed or how the subject is produced. Our point of departure was the opposition between desiring machines and the body without organs. The repulsion of these machines, as found in the paranoiac machine of primary repression, gave way to an attraction in the miraculating machine. But the opposition between attraction and repulsion persists. It would seem that a genuine reconciliation of the two can take place only on the level of a new machine, functioning as the return of the repressed. There are a number of proofs that such a reconciliation does or can exist. With no further details being provided, we are told of Robert Gilles, the very talented designer of paranoiac electrical machines. Since he was unable to free himself of these currents that were tormenting him, he gives every appearance of having finally joined forces with them, taking passionate pride in portraying them in their total victory, in their triumph. 15. Freud is more specific when he stresses the crucial turning point that occurs in Schreber's illness when Schreber becomes reconciled to becoming woman and embarks upon a process of self-cure that brings him back to the equation nature equals production, the production of a new humanity. As a matter of fact, Schreber finds himself frozen in the pose and trapped in the paraphernalia of a transvestite, at a moment when he is practically cured and has recovered all his faculties. I am sometimes to be found, standing before the mirror or elsewhere, with the upper portion of my body partly bared, and wearing sundry feminine adornments, such as ribbons, trumpery necklaces, and the like. This occurs only, I may add, when I am by myself, and never, at least so far as I am able to avoid it, in the presence of other people. 16. Let us borrow the term celibate machine to designate this machine that succeeds the paranoiac machine and the miraculating machine, forming a new alliance between the desiring machines and the body without organs so as to give birth to a new humanity or a glorious organism. This is tantamount to saying that the subject is produced as a mere residuum alongside the desiring machines, or that he confuses himself with this third productive machine and with the residual reconciliation that it brings about, a conjunctive synthesis of consummation in the form of a wonderstruck. So that's what it was. Michel Caroux has identified a certain number of fantastic machines, celibate machines, that he has discovered in works of literature. The examples he points to are of many very different sorts, and at first glance do not seem to belong to a single category. Marcel Duchamp's painting La Marimise nu Parses célibataires, mime, the bride stripped bare by her bachelors, even, the machine in Kafka's In the Penal Colony, Raymond Roussel's machines, those of Jerry Surmail, Supermail, certain of Edgar Allan Poe's machines, Villers's Eve Future, the Future Eve, etc. 17. The characteristics that allow us to classify all of them in this one category, though their importance varies according to the example considered, are as follows. The celibate machine first of all reveals the existence of a much older paranoiac machine, with its tortures, its dark shadows, its ancient law. The celibate machine itself is not a paranoiac machine, however. Everything about it is different, its cogs, its sliding carriage, its shears, needles, magnets, rays. Even when it tortures or kills, it manifests something new and different, a solar force. In the second place, this transfiguration cannot be explained by the miraculating powers the machine possesses due to the inscription hidden inside it, though it in fact contains within itself the most impressive sort of inscriptions, cf. the recording supplied by Edison for Eve Future. A genuine consummation is achieved by the new machine, a pleasure that can rightly be called autoerotic, or rather automatic, the nuptial celebration of a new alliance, a new birth, a radiant ecstasy, as though the eroticism of the machine liberated other unlimited forces. The question becomes, what does the celibate machine produce? What is produced by means of it? The answer would seem to be, intensive quantities. There is a schizophrenic experience of intensive quantities in their pure state, to a point that is almost unbearable, a celibate misery and glory experienced to the fullest, like a cry suspended between life and death, an intense feeling of transition, states of pure, naked intensity stripped of all shape and form. These are often described as hallucinations and delirium, but the basic phenomenon of hallucination, I see, I hear, and the basic phenomenon of delirium, I think, presuppose an I feel at an even deeper level, which gives hallucinations their object and thought delirium its content, and I feel that I am becoming a woman, that I am becoming a god, and so on, which is neither delirious nor hallucinatory, but will project the hallucination or internalize the delirium. Delirium and hallucination are secondary in relation to the really primary emotion, which in the beginning only experiences intensities, becomings, transitions. Where do these pure intensities come from? They come from the two preceding forces, repulsion and attraction, and from the opposition of these two forces. It must not be thought that the intensities themselves are in opposition to one another, arriving at a state of balance around a neutral state. On the contrary, they are all positive in relationship to the zero intensity that designates the full body without organs. And they undergo relative rises or falls depending on the complex relationship between them and the variations in the relative strength of attraction and repulsion as determining factors. In a word, the opposition of the forces of attraction and repulsion produces an open series of intensive elements, all of them positive, that are never an expression of the final equilibrium of a system, but consist, rather, of an unlimited number of stationary, metastable states through which a subject passes. The Kantian theory according to which intensive quantities fill up, to varying degrees, matter that has no empty spaces, is profoundly schizoid. Further, if we are to believe Judge Schreber's doctrine, attraction and repulsion produce intense nervous states that fill up the body without organs to varying degrees, states through which Schreber the subject passes, becoming a woman and many other things as well, following an endless circle of eternal return. The breasts on the judge's naked torso are neither delirious nor hallucinatory phenomena, they designate, first of all, a band of intensity, a zone of intensity on his body without organs. The body without organs is an egg, it is crisscrossed with axes and thresholds, with latitudes and longitudes and geodesic lines, traversed by gradients marking the transitions and the becomings, the destinations of the subject developing along these particular vectors. Nothing here is representative, rather, it is all life and lived experience. The actual, lived emotion of having breasts does not resemble breasts, it does not represent them, any more than a predestined zone in the egg resembles the organ that it is going to be stimulated to produce within itself. Nothing but bands of intensity, potentials, thresholds, and gradients. A harrowing, emotionally overwhelming experience, which brings the schizo as close as possible to matter, to a burning, living center of matter. This emotion, situated outside of the particular point where the mind is searching for it. One's entire soul flows into this emotion that makes the mind aware of the terribly disturbing sound of matter, and passes through its white-hot flame 18. How is it possible that the schizo was conceived of as the autistic rag separated from the real and cut off from life that he is so often thought to be? Worse still, how can psychiatric practice have made him this sort of rag? How can it have reduced him to the state of a body without organs that has become a dead thing? The schizo who sought to remain at that unbearable point where the mind touches matter and lives its every intensity, consumes it? And shouldn't this question immediately compel us to raise another one, which at first glance seems quite different? How does psychoanalysis go about reducing a person, who this time is not a schizophrenic but a neurotic, to a pitiful creature who eternally consumes daddy and mommy and nothing else whatsoever? How could the conjunctive synthesis of "so that's what it was, and so it's me" have been reduced to the endless, dreary discovery of Oedipus, "so it's my father, my mother"? We cannot answer these two questions at this point. We merely see how very little the consumption of pure intensities has to do with family figures, and how very different the connective tissue of the "so it's" is from the Oedipal tissue. How can we sum up this entire vital progression? Let us trace it along a first path, the shortest route. The points of disjunction on the body without organs form circles that converge on the desiring machines, then the subject produced as a residuum alongside the machine, as an appendix, or as a spare part adjacent to the machine passes through all the degrees of the circle, and passes from one circle to another. This subject itself is not at the center, which is occupied by the machine, but on the periphery, with no fixed identity, forever decentered, defined by the states through which it passes. Thus the circles traced by Beckett's Una Mabel, a succession of irregular loops, now sharp and short as in the waltz, now of a parabolic sweep, 19 with Murphy, Watt, Merrier, etc., as states, without the family having anything whatsoever to do with all of this. Or, to follow a path that is more complex, but leads in the end to the same thing, by means of the paranoiac machine and the miraculating machine, the proportions of attraction and repulsion on the body without organs produce, starting from zero, a series of states in the celibate machine, and the subject is born of each state in the series, is continually reborn of the following state that determines him at a given moment, consummating all these states that cause him to be born and reborn, the lived state coming first, in relation to the subject that lives it. This is what Klossowski has admirably demonstrated in his commentary on Nietzsche, the presence of the Stimmung as a material emotion, constitutive of the most lofty thought and the most acute perception. The centrifugal forces do not flee the center forever, but approach it once again, only to retreat from it yet again. Such is the nature of the violent oscillations that overwhelm an individual so long as he seeks only his own center and is incapable of seeing the circle of which he himself is a part, for if these oscillations overwhelm him, it is because each one of them corresponds to an individual other than the one he believes himself to be, from the point of view of the unlocatable center. As a result, an identity is essentially fortuitous, and a series of individualities must be undergone by each of these oscillations, so that as a consequence the fortuitousness of this or that particular individuality will render all of them necessary. 20. The forces of attraction and repulsion, of soaring ascents and plunging falls, produce a series of intensive states based on the intensity equals zero that designates the body without organs, but what is most unusual is that here again a new afflux is necessary, merely to signify this absence. 21. There is no Nietzsche the self, professor of philology, who suddenly loses his mind and supposedly identifies with all sorts of strange people. Rather, there is the Nietzschean subject who passes through a series of states, and who identifies these states with the names of history. Every name in history is I. 22. The subject spreads itself out along the entire circumference of the circle, the center of which has been abandoned by the ego. At the center is the desiring machine, the celibate machine of the eternal return. A residual subject of the machine, Nietzsche as subject garners a euphoric reward, voluptas, from everything that this machine turns out, a product that the reader had thought to be no more than the fragmented over by Nietzsche. Nietzsche believes that he is now pursuing, not the realization of a system, but the application of a program, in the form of residues of the Nietzschean discourse, which have now become the repertory, so to speak, of his histrionicism. 23. It is not a matter of identifying with various historical personages, but rather identifying the names of history with zones of intensity on the body without organs, and each time Nietzsche as subject exclaims, "There me / so it's me / no one has ever been as deeply involved in history as the schizo, or dealt with it in this way." He consumes all of universal history in one fell swoop. We began by defining him as homo natura, and lo and behold, he has turned out to be homo historia. This long road that leads from the one to the other stretches from Hölderlin to Nietzsche, and the pace becomes faster and faster. The euphoria could not be prolonged in Nietzsche for as long a time as the contemplative alienation of Hölderlin. The vision of the world granted to Nietzsche does not inaugurate a more or less regular succession of landscapes or still lives, extending over a period of 40 years or so. It is, rather, a parody of the process of recollection of an event, a single actor will play the whole of it in pantomime in the course of a single solemn day, because the whole of it reaches expression and then disappears once again in the space of just one day, even though it may appear to have taken place between December 31 and January 6 in a realm above and beyond the usual rational calendar 24. For a materialist psychiatry, the famous hypothesis put forward by the psychiatrist Gilles de Clérambault seems well founded. Delirium, which is by nature global and systematic, is a secondary phenomenon, a consequence of partial and local automatistic phenomena. Delirium is in fact characteristic of the recording that is made of the process of production of the desiring machines, and though there are syntheses and disorders, affections, that are peculiar to this recording process, as we see in paranoia and even in the paranoid forms of schizophrenia, it does not constitute an autonomous sphere, for it depends on the functioning and the breakdowns of desiring machines. Nonetheless, Clérambault used the term mental automatism to designate only athematic phenomena, echolalia, the uttering of odd sounds, or sudden irrational outbursts which he attributed to the mechanical effects of infections or intoxications. Moreover, he explained a large part of delirium in turn as an effect of automatism. As for the rest of it, the personal part, in his view it was of the nature of a reaction and had to do with character, the manifestations of which might well precede the automatism, as in the paranoiac character, for instance. Point 25. Hence Clérambault regarded automatism as merely a neurological mechanism in the most general sense of the word, rather than a process of economic production involving desiring machines. As for history, he was content merely to mention its innate or acquired nature. Clérambault is the Feuerbach of psychiatry, in the sense in which Marx remarks, whenever Feuerbach looks at things as a materialist, there is no history in his works, and whenever he takes history into account, he no longer is a materialist. A truly materialist psychiatry can be defined, on the contrary, by the twofold task it sets itself, introducing desire into the mechanism, and introducing production into desire. There is no very great difference between false materialism and typical forms of idealism. The theory of schizophrenia is formulated in terms of three concepts that constitute its trinary schema: dissociation, Krepelin, autism, Bleuler, and space-time or being in the world, Binswanger. The first of these is an explanatory concept that supposedly locates the specific dysfunction or primary deficiency. The second is an ideational concept indicating the specific nature of the effect of the disorder, the delirium itself or the complete withdrawal from the outside world, the detachment from reality, accompanied by a relative or an absolute predominance of the schizophrenic's inner life. The third concept is a descriptive one, discovering or rediscovering the delirious person in his own specific world. What is common to these three concepts is the fact that they all relate the problem of schizophrenia to the ego through the intermediary of the body image, the final avatar of the soul, a vague conjoining of the requirements of spiritualism and positivism. The ego, however, is like daddy mommy, the schizo has long since ceased to believe in it. He is somewhere else, beyond or behind or below these problems, rather than immersed in them. And wherever he is, there are problems, insurmountable sufferings, unbearable needs. But why try to bring him back to what he has escaped from? Why set him back down amid problems that are no longer problems to him? Why mock his truth by believing that we have paid it its due by merely figuratively taking our hats off to it? There are those who will maintain that the schizo is incapable of uttering the word I, and that we must restore his ability to pronounce this hallowed word. All of which the schizo sums up by saying, "They're fucking me over again. I won't say / anymore, I'll never utter the word again, it's just too damn stupid. Every time I hear it, I'll use the third person instead, if I happen to remember to. If it amuses them. And it won't make one bit of difference." 26. And if he does chance to utter the word I again, that won't make any difference either. He is too far removed from these problems, too far past them. Even Freud never went beyond this narrow and limited conception of the ego. And what prevented him from doing so was his own tripartite formula, the Oedipal, neurotic one, daddy mommy me. We may well ponder the possibility that the analytic imperialism of the Oedipus complex led Freud to rediscover, and to lend all the weight of his authority to, the unfortunate misapplication of the concept of autism to schizophrenia. For we must not delude ourselves, Freud doesn't like schizophrenics. He doesn't like their resistance to being Oedipalized, and tends to treat them more or less as animals. They mistake words for things, he says. They are apathetic, narcissistic, cut off from reality, incapable of achieving transference. They resemble philosophers, an undesirable resemblance. The question as to how to deal analytically with the relationship between drives, pools ions, and symptoms, between the symbol and what is symbolized, has arisen again and again. Is this relationship to be considered causal? Or is it a relationship of comprehension? A mode of expression? The question, however, has been posed too theoretically. The fact is, from the moment that we are placed within the framework of Oedipus, from the moment that we are measured in terms of Oedipus, the cards are stacked against us, and the only real relationship, that of production, has been done away with. The great discovery of psychoanalysis was that of the production of desire, of the productions of the unconscious. But once Oedipus entered the picture, this discovery was soon buried beneath a new brand of idealism. A classical theater was substituted for the unconscious as a factory, representation was substituted for the units of production of the unconscious, and an unconscious that was capable of nothing but expressing itself in myth, tragedy, dreams was substituted for the productive unconscious. Every time that the problem of schizophrenia is explained in terms of the ego, all we can do is sample a supposed essence or a presumed specific nature of the schizo, regardless of whether we do so with love and pity or disgustedly spit out the mouthful we have tasted. We have sampled him once as a dissociated ego, another time as an ego cut off from the world, and yet again most temptingly as an ego that had not ceased to be, who was there in the most specific way, but in his very own world, though he might reveal himself to a clever psychiatrist, a sympathetic super-observer, in short, a phenomenologist. Let us remember once again one of Marx's caveats: we cannot tell from the mere taste of wheat who grew it. The product gives us no hint as to the system and the relations of production. The product appears to be all the more specific, incredibly specific, and readily describable, the more closely the theoretician relates it to ideal forms of causation, comprehension, or expression, rather than to the real process of production on which it depends. The schizophrenic appears all the more specific and recognizable as a distinct personality if the process is halted, or if it is made an end and a goal in itself, or if it is allowed to go on and on endlessly in a void, so as to provoke that horror of extremity wherein the soul and body ultimately perish. 27. The autist. Kripal's celebrated terminal state. But the moment that one describes, on the contrary, the material process of production, the specificity of the product tends to evaporate, while at the same time the possibility of another outcome, another end result of the process appears. Before being a mental state of the schizophrenic who has made himself into an artificial person through autism, schizophrenia is the process of the production of desire and desiring machines. How does one get from one to the other, and is this transition inevitable? This remains the crucial question. Karl Jaspers has given us precious insights, on this point as on so many others, because his idealism was remarkably atypical. Contrasting the concept of process with those of reaction, formation or development of the personality, he views process as a rupture or intrusion, having nothing to do with an imaginary relationship with the ego. Rather, it is a relationship with the demoniacal in nature. The one thing Jaspers failed to do was to view process as material economic reality, as the process of production wherein nature equals industry, nature equals history. To a certain degree, the traditional logic of desire is all wrong from the very outset, from the very first step that the Platonic logic of desire forces us to take, making us choose between production and acquisition. From the moment that we place desire on the side of acquisition, we make desire an idealistic, dialectical, nihilistic conception, which causes us to look upon it as primarily a lack of an object, a lack of the real object. It is true that the other side, the production side, has not been entirely ignored. Kant, for instance, must be credited with effecting a critical revolution as regards the theory of desire, by attributing to it the faculty of being, through its representations, the cause of the reality of the objects of these representations. 28. But it is not by chance that Kant chooses superstitious beliefs, hallucinations, and fantasies as illustrations of this definition of desire. As Kant would have it, we are well aware that the real object can be produced only by an external causality and external mechanisms. Nonetheless, this knowledge does not prevent us from believing in the intrinsic power of desire to create its own object, if only in an unreal, hallucinatory, or delirious form, or from representing this causality as stemming from within desire itself. The reality of the object, insofar as it is produced by desire, is thus a psychic reality. Hence it can be said that Kant's critical revolution changes nothing essential. This way of conceiving of productivity does not question the validity of the classical conception of desire as a lack, rather, it uses this conception as a support and a buttress, and merely examines its implications more carefully. In point of fact, if desire is the lack of the real object, its very nature as a real entity depends upon an essence of lack that produces the fantasized object. Desire, thus conceived of as production, though merely the production of fantasies, has been explained perfectly by psychoanalysis. On the very lowest level of interpretation, this means that the real object that desire lacks is related to an extrinsic natural or social production, whereas desire intrinsically produces an imaginary object that functions as a double of reality, as though there were a dreamed of object behind every real object, or a mental production behind all real productions. This conception does not necessarily compel psychoanalysis to engage in a study of gadgets and markets, in the form of an utterly dreary and dull psychoanalysis of the object, psychoanalytic studies of packages of noodles, cars, or thingamajigs. But even when the fantasy is interpreted in depth, not simply as an object, but as a specific machine that brings desire itself front and center, this machine is merely theatrical, and the complementarity of what it sets apart still remains. It is now need that is defined in terms of a relative lack and determined by its own object, whereas desire is regarded as what produces the fantasy and produces itself by detaching itself from the object, though at the same time it intensifies the lack by making it absolute, an incurable insufficiency of being, an inability to be that is life itself. Hence the presentation of desire as something supported by needs, while these needs, and their relationship to the object as something that is lacking or missing, continue to be the basis of the productivity of desire, theory of an underlying support. In a word, when the theoretician reduces desiring production to a production of fantasy, he is content to exploit to the fullest the idealist principle that defines desire as a lack, rather than a process of production, of industrial production. Clement Rosset puts it very well: every time the emphasis is put on a lack that desire supposedly suffers from as a way of defining its object, the world acquires as its double some other sort of world. In accordance with the following line of argument, there is an object that desire feels the lack of, hence the world does not contain each and every object that exists. There is at least one object missing, the one that desire feels the lack of, hence there exists some other place that contains the key to desire, missing in this world. 29. If desire produces, its product is real. If desire is productive, it can be productive only in the real world and can produce only reality. Desire is the set of passive syntheses that engineer partial objects, flows, and bodies, and that function as units of production. The real is the end product, the result of the passive syntheses of desire as auto-production of the unconscious. Desire does not lack anything, it does not lack its object. It is, rather, the subject that is missing in desire, or desire that lacks a fixed subject. There is no fixed subject unless there is repression. Desire and its object are one and the same thing, the machine, as a machine of a machine. Desire is a machine, and the object of desire is another machine connected to it. Hence the product is something removed or deducted from the process of producing. Between the act of producing and the product, something becomes detached, thus giving the vagabond, nomad subject a residuum. The objective being of desire is the real in and of itself. There is no particular form of existence that can be labeled psychic reality. As Marx notes, what exists in fact is not lack, but passion, as a natural and sensuous object. Desire is not bolstered by needs, but rather the contrary. Needs are derived from desire, they are counter-products within the real that desire produces. Lack is a counter-effect of desire, it is deposited, distributed, vacuolized within a real that is natural and social. Desire always remains in close touch with the conditions of objective existence, it embraces them and follows them, shifts when they shift, and does not outlive them. For that reason it so often becomes the desire to die, whereas need is a measure of the withdrawal of a subject that has lost its desire at the same time that it loses the passive synthesis of these conditions. This is precisely the significance of need as a search in a void, hunting about, trying to capture or become a parasite of passive syntheses in whatever vague world they may happen to exist in. It is no use saying, we are not green plants, we have long since been unable to synthesize chlorophyll, so it's necessary to eat. Desire then becomes this abject fear of lacking something. But it should be noted that this is not a phrase uttered by the poor or the dispossessed. On the contrary, such people know that they are close to grass, almost akin to it, and that desire needs very few things, not those leftovers that chance to come their way, but the very things that are continually taken from them, and that what is missing is not things a subject feels the lack of somewhere deep down inside himself, but rather the objectivity of man, the objective being of man, for whom to desire is to produce within the realm of the real. The real is not impossible, on the contrary, within the real everything is possible, everything becomes possible. Desire does not express a molar lack within the subject, rather, the molar organization deprives desire of its objective being. Revolutionaries, artists, and seers are content to be objective, merely objective. They know that desire clasps life in its powerfully productive embrace, and reproduces it in a way that is all the more intense because it has few needs. And never mind those who believe that this is very easy to say, or that it is the sort of idea to be found in books. From the little reading I had done, I had observed that the men who were most in life, who were molding life, who were life itself, ate little, slept little, owned little or nothing. They had no illusions about duty, or the perpetuation of their kith and kin, or the preservation of the state. The phantasmal world is the world which has never been fully conquered over. It is the world of the past, never of the future. To move forward clinging to the past is like dragging a ball and chain 30. The true visionary is a Spinoza in the garb of a Neapolitan revolutionary. We know very well where lack and its subjective correlative come from. Lack, manque, is created, planned, and organized in and through social production. It is counter-produced as a result of the pressure of anti-production, the latter falls back on, cerebre et sur, the forces of production and appropriates them. It is never primary, production is never organized on the basis of a pre-existing need or lack, manque. It is lack that infiltrates itself, creates empty spaces or vacuoles, and propagates itself in accordance with the organization of an already existing organization of production plus. The deliberate creation of lack as a function of market economy is the art of a dominant class. This involves deliberately organizing wants and needs, manque, amid an abundance of production, making all of desire teeter and fall victim to the great fear of not having one's needs satisfied, and making the object dependent upon a real production that is supposedly exterior to desire, the demands of rationality, while at the same time the production of desire is categorized as fantasy and nothing but fantasy. There is no such thing as the social production of reality on the one hand, and a desiring production that is mere fantasy on the other. The only connections that could be established between these two productions would be secondary ones of introjection and projection, as though all social practices had their precise counterpart in introjected or internal mental practices, or as though mental practices were projected upon social systems, without either of the two sets of practices ever having any real or concrete effect upon the other. As long as we are content to establish a perfect parallel between money, gold, capital, and the capitalist triangle on the one hand, and the libido, the anus, the phallus, and the family triangle on the other, we are engaging in an enjoyable pastime, but the mechanisms of money remain totally unaffected by the anal projections of those who manipulate money. The Marx-Freud parallelism between the two remains utterly sterile and insignificant as long as it is expressed in terms that make them introjections or projections of each other without ceasing to be utterly alien to each other, as in the famous equation money equals shit. The truth of the matter is that social production is purely and simply desiring production itself under determinate conditions. We maintain that the social field is immediately invested by desire, that it is the historically determined product of desire, and that libido has no need of any mediation or sublimation, any psychic operation, any transformation, in order to invade and invest the productive forces and the relations of production. There is only desire and the social, and nothing else. Even the most repressive and the most deadly forms of social reproduction are produced by desire within the organization that is the consequence of such production under various conditions that we must analyze. That is why the fundamental problem of political philosophy is still precisely the one that Spinoza saw so clearly, and that Wilhelm Reich rediscovered: why do men fight for their servitude as stubbornly as though it were their salvation? How can people possibly reach the point of shouting, more taxes, less bread? As Reich remarks, the astonishing thing is not that some people steal or that others occasionally go out on strike, but rather that all those who are starving do not steal as a regular practice, and all those who are exploited are not continually out on strike. After centuries of exploitation, why do people still tolerate being humiliated and enslaved, to such a point, indeed, that they actually want humiliation and slavery not only for others but for themselves? Reich is at his profoundest as a thinker when he refuses to accept ignorance or illusion on the part of the masses as an explanation of fascism, and demands an explanation that will take their desires into account, an explanation formulated in terms of desire. No, the masses were not innocent dupes. At a certain point, under a certain set of conditions, they wanted fascism, and it is this perversion of the desire of the masses that needs to be accounted for. 31. Yet Reich himself never manages to provide a satisfactory explanation of this phenomenon, because at a certain point he reintroduces precisely the line of argument that he was in the process of demolishing, by creating a distinction between rationality as it is or ought to be in the process of social production, and the irrational element in desire, and by regarding only this latter as a suitable subject for psychoanalytic investigation. Hence the sole task he assigns psychoanalysis is the explanation of the negative, the subjective, the inhibited within the social field. He therefore necessarily returns to a dualism between the real object rationally produced on the one hand, and irrational, fantasizing production on the other. He gives up trying to discover the common denominator or the coextension of the social field and desire. In order to establish the basis for a genuinely materialistic psychiatry, there was a category that Reich was sorely in need of, that of desiring production, which would apply to the real in both its so-called rational and irrational forms. The fact there is massive social repression that has an enormous effect on desiring production in no way vitiates our principle: desire produces reality, or stated another way, desiring production is one and the same thing as social production. It is not possible to attribute a special form of existence to desire, a mental or psychic reality that is presumably different from the material reality of social production. Desiring machines are not fantasy machines or dream machines, which supposedly can be distinguished from technical and social machines. Rather, fantasies are secondary expressions, deriving from the identical nature of the two sorts of machines in any given set of circumstances. Thus fantasy is never individual, it is group fantasy, as institutional analysis plus has successfully demonstrated. And if there is such a thing as two sorts of group fantasy, it is because two different readings of this identity are possible, depending upon whether the desiring machines are regarded from the point of view of the great gregarious masses that they form, or whether social machines are considered from the point of view of the elementary forces of desire that serve as a basis for them. Hence in group fantasy the libido may invest all of an existing social field, including the latter's most repressive forms, or on the contrary, it may launch a counter-investment whereby revolutionary desire is plugged into the existing social field as a source of energy. The great socialist utopias of the 19th century function, for example, not as ideal models but as group fantasies, that is, as agents of the real productivity of desire, making it possible to disinvest the current social field, to deinstitutionalize it, to further the revolutionary institution of desire itself. But there is never any difference in nature between the desiring machines and the technical social machines. There is a certain distinction between them, but it is merely a distinction of regime, depending on their relationships of size. Except for this difference in regime, they are the same machines, as group fantasies clearly prove. When in the course of our discussion above, we laid down the broad outlines of a parallelism between social production and desiring production, in order to show that in both cases there is a strong tendency on the part of the forces of anti-production to operate retroactively on, se rabattre sur, productive forms and appropriate them, this parallelism was in no way meant as an exhaustive description of the relationship between the two systems of production. It merely enables us to point to certain phenomena having to do with the difference in regime between them. In the first place, technical machines obviously work only if they are not out of order. They ordinarily stop working not because they break down but because they wear out. Marx makes use of this simple principle to show that the regime of technical machines is characterized by a strict distinction between the means of production and the product. Thanks to this distinction, the machine transmits value to the product, but only the value that the machine itself loses as it wears out. Desiring machines, on the contrary, continually break down as they run, and in fact run only when they are not functioning properly. The product is always an offshoot of production, implanting itself upon it like a graft, and at the same time the parts of the machine are the fuel that makes it run. Art often takes advantage of this property of desiring machines by creating veritable group fantasies in which desiring production is used to short-circuit social production, and to interfere with the reproductive function of technical machines by introducing an element of dysfunction. Armand's charred violins, for instance, or Caesar's compressed car bodies. More generally, Dali's method of critical paranoia assures the explosion of a desiring machine within an object of social production. But even earlier, Ravel preferred to throw his inventions entirely out of gear rather than let them simply run down, and chose to end his compositions with abrupt breaks, hesitations, tremolos, discordant notes, and unresolved chords, rather than allowing them to slowly wind down to a close or gradually die away into silence. 32 The artist is the master of objects. He puts before us shattered, burned, broken down objects, converting them to the regime of desiring machines. Breaking down is part of the very functioning of desiring machines. The artist presents paranoiac machines, miraculating machines, and celibate machines as so many technical machines, so as to cause desiring machines to undermine technical machines. Even more important, the work of art is itself a desiring machine. The artist stores up his treasures so as to create an immediate explosion, and that is why, to his way of thinking, destructions can never take place as rapidly as they ought to. From this, a second difference in regime results. Desiring machines produce anti-production all by themselves, whereas the anti-production characteristic of technical machines takes place only within the extrinsic conditions of the reproduction of the process, even though these conditions do not come into being at some later stage. That is why technical machines are not an economic category, and always refer back to a socius or a social machine that is quite distinct from these machines, and that conditions this reproduction. A technical machine is therefore not a cause but merely an index of a general form of social production. Thus there are manual machines and primitive societies, hydraulic machines and Asiatic forms of society, industrial machines and capitalism. Hence when we posited the socius as the analog of a full body without organs, there was nonetheless one important difference. For desiring machines are the fundamental category of the economy of desire, they produce a body without organs all by themselves, and make no distinction between agents and their own parts, or between the relations of production and their own relations, or between the social order and technology. Desiring machines are both technical and social. It is in this sense that desiring production is the locus of a primal psychic repression 33, whereas social production is where social repression takes place, and it is between the former and the latter that there occurs something that resembles secondary psychic repression in the strictest sense. The situation of the body without organs or its equivalent is the crucial factor here, depending on whether it is the result of an internal process or of an extrinsic condition, and thus affects the role of the death instinct in particular. But at the same time they are the same machines, despite the fact that they are governed by two different regimes and despite the fact that it is admittedly a strange adventure for desire to desire repression. There is only one kind of production, the production of the real. And doubtless we can express this identity in two different ways, even though these two ways together constitute the auto-production of the unconscious as a cycle. We can say that social production, under determinate conditions, derives primarily from desiring production, which is to say that homo natura comes first. But we must also say, more accurately, that desiring production is first and foremost social in nature, and tends to free itself only at the end, which is to say that homo historia comes first. The body without organs is not an original primordial entity that later projects itself into different sorts of socius, as though it were a raving paranoiac, the chieftain of the primitive horde, who was initially responsible for social organization. The social machine or socius may be the body of the earth, the body of the despot, the body of money. It is never a projection, however, of the body without organs. On the contrary, the body without organs is the ultimate residuum of a deterritorialized socius. The prime function incumbent upon the socius has always been to codify the flows of desire, to inscribe them, to record them, to see to it that no flow exists that is not properly dammed up, channeled, regulated. When the primitive territorial machine proved inadequate to the task, the despotic machine set up a kind of overcoding system. But the capitalist machine, insofar as it was built on the ruins of a despotic state more or less far removed in time, finds itself in a totally new situation. It is faced with the task of decoding and deterritorializing the flows. Capitalism does not confront this situation from the outside, since it experiences it as the very fabric of its existence, as both its primary determinant and its fundamental raw material, its form and its function, and deliberately perpetuates it, in all its violence, with all the powers at its command. Its sovereign production and repression can be achieved in no other way. Capitalism is in fact born of the encounter of two sorts of flows, the decoded flows of production in the form of money capital, and the decoded flows of labor in the form of the free worker. Hence, unlike previous social machines, the capitalist machine is incapable of providing a code that will apply to the whole of the social field. By substituting money for the very notion of a code, it has created an axiomatic of abstract quantities that keeps moving further and further in the direction of the deterritorialization of the socius. Capitalism tends toward a threshold of decoding that will destroy the socius in order to make it a body without organs and unleash the flows of desire on this body as a deterritorialized field. Is it correct to say that in this sense schizophrenia is the product of the capitalist machine, as manic depression and paranoia are the product of the despotic machine, and hysteria the product of the territorial machine? The decoding of flows and the deterritorialization of the socius thus constitutes the most characteristic and the most important tendency of capitalism. It continually draws near to its limit, which is a genuinely schizophrenic limit. It tends, with all the strength at its command, to produce the schizo as the subject of the decoded flows on the body without organs, more capitalist than the capitalist and more proletarian than the proletariat. This tendency is being carried further and further, to the point that capitalism with all its flows may dispatch itself straight to the moon. We really haven't seen anything yet. When we say that schizophrenia is our characteristic malady, the malady of our era, we do not merely mean to say that modern life drives people mad. It is not a question of a way of life, but of a process of production. Nor is it merely a question of a simple parallelism, even though from the point of view of the failure of codes, such a parallelism is a much more precise formulation of the relationship between, for example, the phenomena of shifting of meaning in the case of schizophrenics and the mechanisms of ever-increasing disharmony and discord at every level of industrial society. What we are really trying to say is that capitalism, through its process of production, produces an awesome schizophrenic accumulation of energy or charge, against which it brings all its vast powers of repression to bear, but which nonetheless continues to act as capitalism's limit. For capitalism constantly counteracts, constantly inhibits this inherent tendency while at the same time allowing it free rein. It continually seeks to avoid reaching its limit while simultaneously tending toward that limit. Capitalism institutes or restores all sorts of residual and artificial, imaginary, or symbolic territorialities, thereby attempting, as best it can, to recode, to rechannel persons who have been defined in terms of abstract quantities. Everything returns or recurs, states, nations, families. That is what makes the ideology of capitalism a motley painting of everything that has ever been believed. The real is not impossible, it is simply more and more artificial. Marx termed the twofold movement of the tendency to a falling rate of profit, and the increase in the absolute quantity of surplus value, the law of the counteracted tendency. As a corollary of this law, there is the twofold movement of decoding or deterritorializing flows on the one hand, and their violent and artificial reterritorialization on the other. The more the capitalist machine deterritorializes, decoding and axiomatizing flows in order to extract surplus value from them, the more its ancillary apparatuses, such as government bureaucracies and the forces of law and order, do their utmost to reterritorialize, absorbing in the process a larger and larger share of surplus value. There is no doubt that at this point in history the neurotic, the pervert, and the psychotic cannot be adequately defined in terms of drives, for drives are simply the desiring machines themselves. They must be defined in terms of modern territorialities. The neurotic is trapped within the residual or artificial territorialities of our society, and reduces all of them, les rabots, to Oedipus as the ultimate territoriality as reconstructed in the analyst's office and projected upon the full body of the psychoanalyst. Yes, my boss is my father, and so is the chief of state, and so are you, doctor. The pervert is someone who takes the artifice seriously and plays the game to the hilt. If you want them, you can have them territorialities infinitely more artificial than the ones that society offers us, totally artificial new families, secret lunar societies. As for the schizo, continually wandering about, migrating here, there, and everywhere as best he can, he plunges further and further into the realm of deterritorialization, reaching the furthest limits of the decomposition of the socius on the surface of his own body without organs. It may well be that these peregrinations are the schizo's own particular way of rediscovering the earth. The schizophrenic deliberately seeks out the very limit of capitalism. He is its inherent tendency brought to fulfillment, its surplus product, its proletariat, and its exterminating angel. He scrambles all the codes and is the transmitter of the decoded flows of desire. The real continues to flow. In the schizo, the two aspects of process are conjoined, the metaphysical process that puts us in contact with the demoniacal element in nature or within the heart of the earth, and the historical process of social production that restores the autonomy of desiring machines in relation to the deterritorialized social machine. Schizophrenia is desiring production as the limit of social production. Desiring production, and its difference in regime as compared to social production, are thus endpoints, not points of departure. Between the two there is nothing but an ongoing process of becoming that is the becoming of reality. And if materialist psychiatry may be defined as the psychiatry that introduces the concept of production into consideration of the problem of desire, it cannot avoid posing in eschatological terms the problem of the ultimate relationship between the analytic machine, the revolutionary machine, and desiring machines. 5. The machines. In what respect are desiring machines really machines, in anything more than a metaphorical sense? A machine may be defined as a system of interruptions or breaks, coupures. These breaks should in no way be considered as a separation from reality, rather, they operate along lines that vary according to whatever aspect of them we are considering. Every machine, in the first place, is related to a continual material flow, hyle, that it cuts into. It functions like a ham-slicing machine, removing portions from the associative flow, the anus and the flow of shit it cuts off, for instance, the mouth that cuts off not only the flow of milk but also the flow of air and sound, the penis that interrupts not only the flow of urine but also the flow of sperm. Each associative flow must be seen as an ideal thing, an endless flux, flowing from something not unlike the immense thigh of a pig. The term hyle in fact designates the pure continuity that any one sort of matter ideally possesses. When Robert Jolin describes the little balls and pinches of snuff used in a certain initiation ceremony, he shows that they are produced each year as a sample taken from an infinite series that theoretically has one and only one origin, a single ball that extends to the very limits of the universe. 34 Far from being the opposite of continuity, the break or interruption conditions this continuity, it presupposes or defines what it cuts into as an ideal continuity. This is because, as we have seen, every machine is a machine of a machine. The machine produces an interruption of the flow only insofar as it is connected to another machine that supposedly produces this flow. And doubtless this second machine in turn is really an interruption or break, too. But it is such only in relationship to a third machine that ideally, that is to say, relatively produces a continuous, infinite flux, for example, the anus machine and the intestine machine and the stomach machine and the mouth machine and the flow of milk of a herd of dairy cattle, and then. In a word, every machine functions as a break in the flow in relation to the machine to which it is connected, but at the same time is also a flow itself, or the production of a flow, in relation to the machine connected to it. This is the law of the production of production. That is why, at the limit point of all the transverse or transfinite connections, the partial object and the continuous flux, the interruption and the connection, fuse into one. Everywhere there are breaks, flows out of which desire wells up, thereby constituting its productivity and continually grafting the process of production onto the product. It is very curious that Melanie Klein, whose discovery of partial objects was so far-reaching, neglects to study flows from this point of view and declares that they are of no importance. She thus short-circuits all the connections. Connecticut, connect I cut, cries little Joey. In his study The Empty Fortress, Bruno Bettelheim paints the portrait of this young child who can live, eat, defecate, and sleep only if he is plugged into machines provided with motors, wires, lights, carburetors, propellers, and steering wheels, an electrical feeding machine, a car machine that enables him to breathe, an anal machine that lights up. There are very few examples that cast as much light on the regime of desiring production, and the way in which breaking down constitutes an integral part of the functioning, or the way in which the cutting off is an integral part of mechanical connections. Doubtless there are those who will object that this mechanical, schizophrenic life expresses the absence and the destruction of desire rather than desire itself, and presupposes certain extremely negative attitudes on the part of his parents to which the child reacts by turning himself into a machine. But even Bettelheim, who has a noticeable bias in favor of Oedipal or pre-Oedipal causality, admits that this sort of causality intervenes only in response to autonomous aspects of the productivity or the activity of the child, although he later discerns in him a non-productive stasis or an attitude of total withdrawal. Hence there is first of all, according to Bettelheim, an autonomous reaction to the total life experience, of which the mother is only a part. Also we must not think that the machines themselves are proof of the loss or repression of desire, which Bettelheim translates in terms of autism. We find ourselves confronted with the same problem once again. How has the process of the production of desire, how have the child's desiring machines begun to turn endlessly round and round in a total vacuum, so as to produce the child machine? How has the process turned into an end in itself? Or how has the child become the victim of a premature interruption or a terrible frustration? It is only by means of the body without organs, eyes closed tight, nostrils pinched shut, ears stopped up, that something is produced, counterproduced, something that diverts or frustrates the entire process of production, of which it is nonetheless still a part. But the machine remains desire, an investment of desire whose history unfolds, by way of the primary repression and the return of the repressed, in the succession of the states of paranoiac machines, miraculating machines, and celibate machines through which little Joey passes as Bettelheim's therapy progresses. In the second place, every machine has a sort of code built into it, stored up inside it. This code is inseparable not only from the way in which it is recorded and transmitted to each of the different regions of the body, but also from the way in which the relations of each of the regions with all the others are recorded. An organ may have connections that associate it with several different flows, it may waver between several functions, and even take on the regime of another organ, the anorectic mouth, for instance. All sorts of functional questions thus arise: what flow to break? Where to interrupt it? How and by what means? What place should be left for other producers or anti-producers, the place of one's little brother, for instance? Should one, or should one not, suffocate from what one eats, swallow air, shit with one's mouth? The data, the bits of information recorded, and their transmission form a grid of disjunctions of a type that differs from the previous connections. We owe to Jacques Lacan the discovery of this fertile domain of a code of the unconscious, incorporating the entire chain or several chains of meaning, a discovery thus totally transforming analysis. The basic text in this connection is his La Lettre Volée, the purloined letter, but how very strange this domain seems, simply because of its multiplicity, a multiplicity so complex that we can scarcely speak of one chain or even of one code of desire. The chains are called signifying chains, chaînes signifiants, because they are made up of signs, but these signs are not themselves signifying. The code resembles not so much a language as a jargon, an open-ended, polyvocal formation. The nature of the signs within it is insignificant, as these signs have little or nothing to do with what supports them. Or rather, isn't the support completely immaterial to these signs? The support is the body without organs. These indifferent signs follow no plan, they function at all levels and enter into any and every sort of connection, each one speaks its own language, and establishes syntheses with others that are quite direct along transverse vectors, whereas the vectors between the basic elements that constitute them are quite indirect. The disjunctions characteristic of these chains still do not involve any exclusion, however, since exclusions can arise only as a function of inhibitors and repressors that eventually determine the support and firmly define a specific, personal subject. No chain is homogeneous, all of them resemble, rather, a succession of characters from different alphabets in which an ideogram, a pictogram, a tiny image of an elephant passing by, or a rising sun may suddenly make its appearance. In a chain that mixes together phonemes, morphemes, etc., without combining them, Papa's mustache, Mama's upraised arm, a ribbon, a little girl, a cop, a shoe suddenly turn up. Each chain captures fragments of other chains from which it extracts a surplus value, just as the orchid code attracts the figure of a wasp. Both phenomena demonstrate the surplus value of a code. It is an entire system of shuntings along certain tracks, and of selections by lot, that bring about partially dependent, aleatory phenomena bearing a close resemblance to a Markov chain. The recordings and transmissions that have come from the internal codes, from the outside world, from one region to another of the organism, all intersect, following the endlessly ramified paths of the great disjunctive synthesis. If this constitutes a system of writing, it is a writing inscribed on the very surface of the real, a strangely polyvocal kind of writing, never a biunivocalized, linearized one, a transcursive system of writing, never a discursive one, a writing that constitutes the entire domain of the real inorganization of the passive syntheses, where we would search in vain for something that might be labeled the signifier writing that ceaselessly composes and decomposes the chains into signs that have nothing that impels them to become signifying. The one vocation of the sign is to produce desire, engineering it in every direction. These chains are the locus of continual detachments schizophrenes plus on every hand that are valuable in and of themselves and above all must not be filled in. This is thus the second characteristic of the machine, breaks that are a detachment, coupures detachements, which must not be confused with breaks that are a slicing off, coupures prélèvements. The latter have to do with continuous fluxes and are related to partial objects. Schizophrenias have to do with heterogeneous chains, and as their basic unit use detachable segments or mobile stocks resembling building blocks or flying bricks. We must conceive of each brick as having been launched from a distance and as being composed of heterogeneous elements, containing within it not only an inscription with signs from different alphabets, but also various figures, plus one or several straws, and perhaps a corpse. Cutting into the flows, le prélèvement du flux, involves detachment of something from a chain, and the partial objects of production presuppose stocks of material or recording bricks within the coexistence and the interaction of all the syntheses. How could part of a flow be drawn off without a fragmentary detachment taking place within the code that comes to inform the flow? When we noted a moment ago that the schizo is at the very limit of the decoded flows of desire, we meant that he was at the very limit of the social codes, where a despotic signifier destroys all the chains, linearizes them, biunivocalizes them, and uses the bricks as so many immobile units for the construction of an imperial Great Wall of China. But the schizo continually detaches them, continually works them loose and carries them off in every direction in order to create a new polyvocity that is the code of desire. Every composition, and also every decomposition, uses mobile bricks as the basic unit. Diaschisis and diaspasis, as Monaco put it, either a lesion spreads along fibers that link it to other regions and thus gives rise at a distance to phenomena that are incomprehensible from a purely mechanistic, but not a machinic, point of view, or else a humoral disturbance brings on a shift in nervous energy and creates broken, fragmented paths within the sphere of instincts. These bricks or blocks are the essential parts of desiring machines from the point of view of the recording process. They are at once component parts and products of the process of decomposition that are spatially localized only at certain moments, by contrast with the nervous system, which is a great chronogenous machine, a melody-producing machine of the music box type, with a non-spatial localization. 35 What makes Monaco and Morgue's study an unparalleled one, going far beyond the entire Jacksonist philosophy that originally inspired it, is the theory of bricks or blocks, their detachment and fragmentation, and above all what such a theory presupposes, the introduction of desire into neurology. The third type of interruption or break characteristic of the desiring machine is the residual break, coupure rest, or residuum, which produces a subject alongside the machine, functioning as a part adjacent to the machine. And if this subject has no specific or personal identity, if it traverses the body without organs without destroying its indifference, it is because it is not only a part that is peripheral to the machine, but also a part that is itself divided into parts that correspond to the detachments from the chain, detachements de chaîne, and the removals from the flow, prélèvements de flux, brought about by the machine. Thus this subject consumes and consummates each of the states through which it passes, and is born of each of them anew, continuously emerging from them as a part made up of parts, each one of which completely fills up the body without organs in the space of an instant. This is what allows Lacan to postulate and describe in detail an interplay of elements that is more machinic than etymological, parere, to procure, separare, to separate, se parere, to engender oneself. At the same time he points out the intensive nature of this interplay. The part has nothing to do with the whole, it performs its role all by itself. In this case, only after the subject has partitioned itself does it proceed to its parturition. That is why the subject can procure what is of particular concern to it here, a state that we would label a legitimate status within society. Nothing in the life of any subject would sacrifice a very large part of its interests. 36. Like all the other breaks, the subjective break is not at all an indication of a lack or need, manque, but on the contrary a share that falls to the subject as a part of a whole, income that comes its way as something left over. Here again, how bad a model the Oedipal model of castration is. That is because breaks or interruptions are not the result of an analysis, rather, in and of themselves, they are syntheses. Syntheses produce divisions. Let us consider, for example, the milk the baby throws up when it burps. It is at one and the same time the restitution of something that has been levied from the associative flux, restitution de prélèvement sur le flux associatif, the reproduction of the process of detachment from the signifying chain, reproduction de détachement sur la chaîne signifiante, and a residuum, residue, that constitutes the subject's share of the whole. The desiring machine is not a metaphor, it is what interrupts and is interrupted in accordance with these three modes. The first mode has to do with the connective synthesis, and mobilizes libido as withdrawal energy, energy de prélèvement. The second has to do with the disjunctive synthesis, and mobilizes the noumen as detachment energy, energy de détachement. The third has to do with the conjunctive synthesis, and mobilizes voluptas as residual energy, energy residuelle. It is these three aspects that make the process of desiring production at once the production of recording, and the production of consumption. To withdraw apart from the whole, to detach, to have something left over, is to produce, and to carry out real operations of desire in the material world. 6. The whole and its parts. In desiring machines everything functions at the same time, but amid hiatuses and ruptures, breakdowns and failures, stalling and short circuits, distances and fragmentations, within a sum that never succeeds in bringing its various parts together so as to form a whole. That is because the breaks in the process are productive, and are reassemblies in and of themselves. Disjunctions, by the very fact that they are disjunctions, are inclusive. Even consumptions are transitions, processes of becoming, and returns. Maurice Blanquat has found a way to pose the problem in the most rigorous terms, at the level of the literary machine, how to produce, how to think about fragments whose sole relationship is sheer difference, fragments that are related to one another only in that each of them is different without having recourse either to any sort of original totality, not even one that has been lost, or to a subsequent totality that may not yet have come about. 37. It is only the category of multiplicity, used as a substantive and going beyond both the one and the many, beyond the predicative relation of the one and the many, that can account for desiring production. Desiring production is pure multiplicity, that is to say, an affirmation that is irreducible to any sort of unity. We live today in the age of partial objects, bricks that have been shattered to bits, and leftovers. We no longer believe in the myth of the existence of fragments that, like pieces of an antique statue, are merely waiting for the last one to be turned up, so that they may all be glued back together to create a unity that is precisely the same as the original unity. We no longer believe in a primordial totality that once existed, or in a final totality that awaits us at some future date. We no longer believe in the dull gray outlines of a dreary, colorless dialectic of evolution, aimed at forming a harmonious whole out of heterogeneous bits by rounding off their rough edges. We believe only in totalities that are peripheral. And if we discover such a totality alongside various separate parts, it is a whole of these particular parts but does not totalize them, it is a unity of all of these particular parts but does not unify them, rather, it is added to them as a new part fabricated separately. It comes into being, but applying this time to the whole as some inspired fragment composed separately. So Proust writes of the unity of Balzac's creation, though his remark is also an apt description of his own. 38 In the literary machine that Proust's In Search of Lost Time constitutes, we are struck by the fact that all the parts are produced as asymmetrical sections, paths that suddenly come to an end, hermetically sealed boxes, non-communicating vessels, watertight compartments, in which there are gaps even between things that are contiguous, gaps that are affirmations, pieces of a puzzle belonging not to any one puzzle but to many, pieces assembled by forcing them into a certain place where they may or may not belong, their unmatched edges violently bent out of shape, forcibly made to fit together, to interlock, with a number of pieces always left over. It is a schizoid work par excellence. It is almost as though the author's guilt, his confessions of guilt, are merely a sort of joke. In Kleinian terms, it might be said that the depressive position is only a cover-up for a more deeply rooted schizoid attitude. For the rigors of the law are only an apparent expression of the protest of the one, whereas their real object is the absolution of fragmented universes, in which the law never unites anything in a single whole, but on the contrary measures and maps out the divergences, the dispersions, the exploding into fragments of something that is innocent precisely because its source is madness. This is why in Proust's work the apparent theme of guilt is tightly interwoven with a completely different theme totally contradicting it, the plant-like innocence that results from the total compartmentalization of the sexes, both in Charles's Encounters and in Albertine's Slumber, where flowers blossom in profusion and the utter innocence of madness is revealed, whether it be the patent madness of Charles or the supposed madness of Albertine. Hence Proust maintained that the whole itself is a product, produced as nothing more than a part alongside other parts, which it neither unifies nor totalizes, though it has an effect on these other parts simply because it establishes aberrant paths of communication between non-communicating vessels, transverse unities between elements that retain all their differences within their own particular boundaries. Thus in the trip on the train In Search of Lost Time, there is never a totality of what is seen nor a unity of the points of view, except along the transversal that the frantic passenger traces from one window to the other, in order to draw together, in order to reweave intermittent and opposite fragments. This drawing together, this reweaving is what Joyce called re-embodying. The body without organs is produced as a whole, but in its own particular place within the process of production, alongside the parts that it neither unifies nor totalizes. And when it operates on them, when it turns back upon them, se rabat sur elles, it brings about transverse communications, transfinite summarizations, polyvocal and transcursive inscriptions on its own surface, on which the functional breaks of partial objects are continually intersected by breaks in the signifying chains, and by breaks effected by a subject that uses them as reference points in order to locate itself. The whole not only coexists with all the parts, it is contiguous to them, it exists as a product that is produced apart from them and yet at the same time is related to them. Geneticists have noted the same phenomenon in the particular language of their science. Amino acids are assimilated individually into the cell, and then are arranged in the proper sequence by a mechanism analogous to a template onto which the distinctive side chain of each acid keys into its proper position 39. As a general rule, the problem of the relationships between parts and the whole continues to be rather awkwardly formulated by classic mechanism and vitalism, so long as the whole is considered as a totality derived from the parts, or as an original totality from which the parts emanate, or as a dialectical totalization. Neither mechanism nor vitalism has really understood the nature of desiring machines, nor the twofold need to consider the role of production in desire and the role of desire in mechanics. There is no sort of evolution of drives that would cause these drives and their objects to progress in the direction of an integrated whole, any more than there is an original totality from which they can be derived. Melanie Klein was responsible for the marvelous discovery of partial objects, that world of explosions, rotations, vibrations. But how can we explain the fact that she has nonetheless failed to grasp the logic of these objects? It is doubtless because, first of all, she conceives of them as fantasies and judges them from the point of view of consumption, rather than regarding them as genuine production. She explains them in terms of causal mechanisms, introjection and projection, for instance, of mechanisms that produce certain effects, gratification and frustration, and of mechanisms of expression, good or bad, an approach that forces her to adopt an idealist conception of the partial object. She does not relate these partial objects to a real process of production of the sort carried out by desiring machines, for instance. In the second place, she cannot rid herself of the notion that schizoparanoid partial objects are related to a whole, either to an original whole that has existed earlier in a primary phase, or to a whole that will eventually appear in a final depressive stage, the complete object. Partial objects hence appear to her to be derived from, pre-Deleuze Sir, global persons. Not only are they destined to play a role in totalities aimed at integrating the ego, the object, and drives later in life, but they also constitute the original type of object relation between the ego, the mother, and the father. And in the final analysis, that is where the crux of the matter lies. Partial objects unquestionably have a sufficient charge in and of themselves to blow up all of Oedipus and totally demolish its ridiculous claim to represent the unconscious, to triangulate the unconscious, to encompass the entire production of desire. The question that thus arises here is not at all that of the relative importance of what might be called the pre-Oedipal in relation to Oedipus itself, since pre-Oedipal still has a developmental or structural relationship to Oedipus. The question, rather, is that of the absolutely ano-Oedipal nature of the production of desire. But because Melanie Klein insists on considering desire from the point of view of the whole, of global persons, and of complete objects, and also, perhaps, because she is eager to avoid any sort of contretemps with the International Psychoanalytic Association that bears above its door the inscription "Let no one enter here who does not believe in Oedipus," she does not make use of partial objects to shatter the iron collar of Oedipus. On the contrary, she uses them, or makes a pretense of using them, to water Oedipus down, to miniaturize it, to find it everywhere, to extend it to the very earliest years of life. If we here choose the example of the analyst least prone to see everything in terms of Oedipus, we do so only in order to demonstrate what a forcing was necessary for her to make Oedipus the sole measure of desiring production. And naturally this is all the more true in the case of run-of-the-mill practitioners who no longer have the slightest notion of what the psychoanalytic movement is all about. It is no longer a question of suggestion, but of sheer terrorism. Melanie Klein herself writes, "The first time Dick came to me, he manifested no sort of affect when his nurse handed him over to me. When I showed him the toys I had put ready, he looked at them without the faintest interest. I took a big train and put it beside a smaller one and called them Daddy Train and Dick Train. Thereupon he picked up the train I called Dick and made it roll to the window and said, 'Station.' I explained, 'The station is Mummy, Dick is going into Mummy.' He left the train, ran into the space between the outer and inner doors of the room, shutting himself in, saying 'dark,' and ran out again directly. He went through this performance several times. I explained to him, 'It is dark inside Mummy. Dick is inside dark Mummy.' Meantime he picked up the train again, but soon ran back into the space between the doors. While I was saying that he was going into dark Mummy, he said twice in a questioning way, 'Nurse.' As his analysis progressed, Dick had also discovered the wash basin as symbolizing the mother's body, and he displayed an extraordinary dread of being wetted with water. 40. Say that it's Oedipus, or you'll get a slap in the face. The psychoanalyst no longer says to the patient, 'Tell me a little bit about your desiring machines, won't you?' Instead he screams, 'Answer Daddy and Mommy when I speak to you.' Even Melanie Klein. So the entire process of desiring production is trampled underfoot and reduced to, rebutto sur, parental images, laid out step by step in accordance with supposed pre-Oedipal stages, totalized in Oedipus, and the logic of partial objects is thereby reduced to nothing. Oedipus thus becomes at this point the crucial premise in the logic of psychoanalysis. For as we suspected at the very beginning, partial objects are only apparently derived from, pre-Deleuze Sir, global persons, they are really produced by being drawn from, pre-Deleuze Sir, a flow or a non-personal hyle, with which they re-establish contact by connecting themselves to other partial objects. The unconscious is totally unaware of persons as such. Partial objects are not representations of parental figures or of the basic patterns of family relations, they are parts of desiring machines, having to do with the process and with relations of production that are both irreducible and prior to anything that may be made to conform to the Oedipal figure. When the break between Freud and Jung is discussed, the modest and practical point of disagreement that marked the beginning of their differences is too often forgotten. Jung remarked that in the process of transference the psychoanalyst frequently appeared in the guise of a devil, a god, or a sorcerer, and that the roles he assumed in the patient's eyes went far beyond any sort of parental images. They eventually came to a total parting of the ways, yet Jung's initial reservation was a telling one. The same remark holds true of children's games. A child never confines himself to playing house, to playing only at being daddy and mommy. He also plays at being a magician, a cowboy, a cop, or a robber, a train, a little car. The train is not necessarily daddy, nor is the train station necessarily mommy. The problem has to do not with the sexual nature of desiring machines, but with the family nature of the sexuality. Admittedly, once the child has grown up, he finds himself deeply involved in social relations that are no longer familial relations. But since these relations supposedly come into being at a later stage in life, there are only two possible ways in which this can be explained. It must be granted either that sexuality is sublimated or neutralized in and through social, and metaphysical, relations, in the form of an analytic afterward, or else that these relations bring into play a non-sexual energy, for which sexuality has merely served as the symbol of an anagogical beyond. It was their disagreement on this particular point that eventually made the break between Freud and Jung irreconcilable. Yet at the same time the two of them continued to share the belief that the libido cannot invest a social or metaphysical field without some sort of mediation. This is not the case, however. Let us consider a child at play, or a child crawling about exploring the various rooms of the house he lives in. He looks intently at an electrical outlet, he moves his body about like a machine, he uses one of his legs as though it were an oar, he goes into the kitchen, into the study, he runs toy cars back and forth. It is obvious that his parents are present all this time, and that the child would have nothing were it not for them. But that is not the real matter at issue. The matter at issue is to find out whether everything he touches is experienced as a representative of his parents. Ever since birth his crib, his mother's breast, her nipple, his bowel movements are desiring machines connected to parts of his body. It seems to us self-contradictory to maintain, on the one hand, that the child lives among partial objects, and that on the other hand he conceives of these partial objects as being his parents, or even different parts of his parents' bodies. Strictly speaking, it is not true that a baby experiences his mother's breast as a separate part of her body. It exists, rather, as a part of a desiring machine connected to the baby's mouth, and is experienced as an object providing a non-personal flow of milk, be it copious or scanty. A desiring machine and a partial object do not represent anything. A partial object is not representative, even though it admittedly serves as a basis of relations and as a means of assigning agents a place and a function, but these agents are not persons, any more than these relations are intersubjective. They are relations of production as such, and agents of production and anti-production. Ray Bradbury demonstrates this very well when he describes the nursery as a place where desiring production and group fantasy occur, as a place where the only connection is that between partial objects and agents. 41 The small child lives with his family around the clock, but within the bosom of this family, and from the very first days of his life, he immediately begins having an amazing non-familial experience that psychoanalysis has completely failed to take into account. Lindner's painting attracts our attention once again. It is not a question of denying the vital importance of parents or the love attachment of children to their mothers and fathers. It is a question of knowing what the place and the function of parents are within desiring production, rather than doing the opposite and forcing the entire interplay of desiring machines to fit within, rabattre tout l'égide de machines désirants dans, the restricted code of Oedipus. How does the child first come to define the places and the functions that the parents are going to occupy as special agents, closely related to other agents? From the very beginning Oedipus exists in one form and one form only, open in all directions to a social field, to a field of production directly invested by libido. It would seem obvious that parents indeed make their appearance on the recording surface of desiring production. But this is in fact the crux of the entire Oedipal problem. What are the precise forces that cause the Oedipal triangulation to close up? Under what conditions does this triangulation divert desire so that it flows across a surface within a narrow channel that is not a natural conformation of this surface? How does it form a type of inscription for experiences and the workings of mechanisms that extend far beyond it in every direction? It is in this sense and this sense only that the child relates the breast as a partial object to the person of his mother, and constantly watches the expression on his mother's face. The word relate in this case does not designate a natural productive relationship, but rather a relation in the sense of a report or an account, an inscription within the overall process of inscription, within the noumen. From his very earliest infancy, the child has a wide-ranging life of desire, a whole set of non-familial relations with the objects and the machines of desire that is not related to the parents from the point of view of immediate production, but that is ascribed to them, with either love or hatred, from the point of view of the recording of the process, and in accordance with the very special conditions of this recording, including the effect of these conditions upon the process itself, feedback. It is amid partial objects and within the non-familial relations of desiring production that the child lives his life and ponders what it means to live, even though the question must be related to his parents and the only possible tentative answer must be sought in family relations. I remember that ever since I was 8 years old, and even before that, I always wondered who I was, what I was, and why I was alive. I remember that at the age of 6, on a house on the Boulevard de la Blancarde in Marseilles, number 29, to be precise, just as I was eating my afternoon snack, a chocolate bar that a certain woman known as my mother gave me, I asked myself what it meant to exist, to be alive, what it meant to be conscious of oneself breathing, and I remember that I wanted to inhale myself in order to prove that I was alive and to see if I liked being alive, and if so, why 42. That is the crucial point. A question occurs to the child that will perhaps be related to the woman known as mommy, but that is not formulated in terms of her, but rather produced within the interplay of desiring machines at the level, for example, of the mouth-air machine or the tasting machine. What does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to breathe? What am I? What sort of thing is this breathing machine on my body without organs? The child is a metaphysical being. As in the case of the Cartesian cogito, parents have nothing to do with these questions. And we are guilty of an error when we confuse the fact that this question is related to the parents, in the sense of being recounted or communicated to them, with the notion that it is related to them in the sense of a fundamental connection with them. By boxing the life of the child up within the Oedipus complex, by making familial relations the universal mediation of childhood, we cannot help but fail to understand the production of the unconscious itself, and the collective mechanisms that have an immediate bearing on the unconscious, in particular, the entire interplay between primal psychic repression, the desiring machines, and the body without organs. For the unconscious is an orphan, and produces itself within the identity of nature and man. The auto-production of the unconscious suddenly became evident when the subject of the Cartesian cogito realized that it had no parents, when the socialist thinker discovered the unity of man and nature within the process of production, and when the cycle discovers its independence from an indefinite parental regression. To quote Artaud once again, I got no /papa mummy. We have seen how a confusion arose between the two meanings of process as the metaphysical production of the demoniacal within nature, and process as social production of desiring machines within history. Neither social relations nor metaphysical relations constitute an afterward or a beyond. The role of such relations must be recognized in all psychopathological processes, and their importance will be all the greater when we are dealing with psychotic syndromes that would appear to be the most animal-like and the most desocialized. It is in the child's very first days of life, in the most elementary behavior patterns of the suckling babe, that these relations with partial objects, with the agents of production, with the factors of anti-production are woven, in accordance with the laws of desiring production as a whole. By failing from the beginning to see what the precise nature of this desiring production is, and how, under what conditions, and in response to what pressures, The Oedipal triangulation plays a role in the recording of the process. We find ourselves trapped in the net of a diffuse, generalized Oedipalism that radically distorts the life of the child and his later development, the neurotic and psychotic problems of the adult, and sexuality as a whole. Let us keep D.H. Lawrence's reaction to psychoanalysis in mind, and never forget it. In Lawrence's case, at least, his reservations with regard to psychoanalysis did not stem from terror at having discovered what real sexuality was. But he had the purely instinctive impression that psychoanalysis was shutting sexuality up in a bizarre sort of box painted with bourgeois motifs, in a kind of rather repugnant artificial triangle, thereby stifling the whole of sexuality as production of desire so as to recast it along entirely different lines, making of it a dirty little secret, the dirty little family secret, a private theater rather than the fantastic factory of nature and production. Lawrence had the impression that sexuality possessed more power or more potentiality than that. And though psychoanalysis may perhaps have managed to disinfect the dirty little secret, the dreary, dirty little secret of Oedipus, the modern tyrant benefited very little from having been thus disinfected. Is it possible that, by taking the path that it has, psychoanalysis is reviving an age-old tendency to humble us, to demean us, and to make us feel guilty? Foucault has noted that the relationship between madness and the family can be traced back in large part to a development that affected the whole of bourgeois society in the 19th century. The family was entrusted with functions that became the measuring rod of the responsibility of its members and their possible guilt. Insofar as psychoanalysis cloaks insanity in the mantle of a parental complex, and regards the patterns of self-punishment resulting from Oedipus as a confession of guilt, its theories are not at all radical or innovative. On the contrary, it is completing the task begun by 19th-century psychology, namely, to develop a moralized, familial discourse of mental pathology, linking madness to the half-real, half-imaginary dialectic of the family, deciphering within it the unending attempt to murder the father, the dull thud of instincts hammering at the solidity of the family as an institution and at its most archaic symbols. 43. Hence, instead of participating in an undertaking that will bring about genuine liberation, psychoanalysis is taking part in the work of bourgeois repression at its most far-reaching level, that is to say, keeping European humanity harnessed to the yoke of daddy-mommy and making no effort to do away with this problem once and for all. A 17th-century priest and bishop of Geneva, known for his introduction to the devout life. Daniel Paul Schreiber was a German judge who began psychiatric treatment in 1884 at the age of 42, and spent the remaining 27 years of his life in and out of mental institutions. In 1903, at the age of 61, he published his Denkwerkstätten ernst Nervenkranken, Memoirs of a Nervous Illness, which Freud used as the basis of his influential 1911 study on paranoia. Psychoanalytic Notes, reference note 7, page 384 of this volume, pages 390 to 472. Translator's note. As will be seen below, the term Oedipus has many widely varying connotations in this volume. It refers, for instance, not only to the Greek myth of Oedipus and to the Oedipus complex as defined by classical psychoanalysis, but also to Oedipal mechanisms, processes, and structures. The translators follow the author's use and employ the word Oedipus by itself, using the more traditional term Oedipus complex only when the authors do so. Translator's note. The French term enregistrement has a number of meanings, among them the process of making a recording to be played back by a mechanical device, example a phonograph, the recording so made, example a phonograph record or a magnetic tape, and the entering of births, deaths, deeds, marriages and so on, in an official register. Translator's note. Plus when Gilles Baudelaire speaks of sumptuary, non-productive expenditures or consumptions in connection with the energy of nature, these are expenditures or consumptions that are not part of the supposedly independent sphere of human production, insofar as the latter is determined by the useful. They therefore have to do with what we call the production of consumption. See Gilles Baudelaire La part modité, précède de la notion de dépense, Paris, Editions Diminuit. Henry Miller, Tropic of Cancer, ch. 13. See in this same chapter the celebration of desire as few expressed in the phrase. And my guts spilled out in a grand schizophrenic rush, an evacuation that leaves me face to face with the absolute. A series of monographs, issued periodically, containing reproductions of artworks created by inmates of the psychiatric asylums of Europe. L'Art Brut is edited by Jean Dubuffet. Bricolage, the tinkering about of the bricoleur, or amateur handyman. The art of making do with what's at hand. Translator's note. Plus Claude Levi-Strauss, The Savage Mind, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1966, p. 17. The bricoleur is adept at performing a large number of diverse tasks, but unlike the engineer, he does not subordinate each of them to the availability of raw materials and tools conceived and procured for the purpose of the project. His universe of instruments is closed and the rules of his game are always to make do with whatever is at hand, that is to say with a set of tools and materials which is always finite and is also heterogeneous because what it contains bears no relation to the current project, or indeed to any particular project, but is the contingent result of all the occasions there have been to renew or enrich the stock or to maintain it with the remains of previous constructions or destructions. Antonin Artaud, in 84, NOS 5-6, 1948. The French text reads, Le corps est, e corps/ils sol/et n'a pas besoin d'organes /le corps n'est jamais un organisme /les organismes sont les animes du corps. Translator's note. Throughout, all English translations of works cited in the text are by the translators, unless otherwise noted. Plus we have adopted this term throughout, except when quoting directly from psychoanalytic literature, because it renders more faithfully the meaning of investissement, which in French does service in libidinal as well as political economy. We have likewise chosen to translate investor as to invest instead of to cathect. Translator's note. The verb se rabattre sur, and the noun rebattre, used by the authors here and in numerous instances in the text below, has several different connotations, as lore instance, in descriptive geometry, to describe the rotation of a plane so as to coincide with another plane, usually followed by a reverse rotation back into its original position, a retreat to a previously held position, as in a battle, and a reduction to a lower level. In the English text below, it will be translated in various ways, depending on the context, followed by the French expression in parentheses. Translator's note. The French term here is énergie de consommation. The word consommation has a number of meanings in French, among them consommation, as of a marriage, an ultimate fulfillment or perfection, and consumption, as of raw material, fuel, or products. The term has therefore been translated variously below, depending on the context. Translator's note. W.R. Bion is the first to have stressed this importance of the I feel, but he places it in the realm of fantasy and makes it an effective parallel of the /think. See Elements of Psychoanalysis, London, Heinemann, 1963, pages 94 ff. Lacan's admirable theory of desire appears to us to have two poles, one related to the object small a as a desiring machine, which defines desire in terms of a real production, thus going beyond both any idea of need and any idea of fantasy, and the other related to the great other as a signifier, which reintroduces a certain notion of lack. In Serge Leclerc's article La Réalité du Désir, ch. 4, reference note 26, the oscillation between these two poles can be seen quite clearly. The French word manque may mean both lack and need in a psychological sense, as well as want or privation or scarcity in an economic sense. Depending upon the context, it will hence be translated in various ways below. Translator's note. Plus Maurice Clavel remarks, apropos of Jean-Paul Sartre, that a Marxist philosophy cannot allow itself to introduce the notion of scarcity as its initial premise. Such a scarcity antedating exploitation makes of the law of supply and demand a reality that will remain forever independent, since it is situated at a primordial level. Hence it is no longer a question of including or deducing this law within Marxism, since it is immediately evident at a prior stage, at a level from which Marxism itself derives. Being a rigorous thinker, Marx refuses to employ the notion of scarcity, and is quite correct to do so, for this category would be his undoing. In Qui est aliéné? Paris, Flammarion, 1970, p. 330. We find in the case of culturalists a distinction between rational systems and projective systems, with psychoanalysis applying only to these latter, as for example in Abram Gardiner. Despite their hostility to culturalism, we find in both Wilhelm Reich and Herbert Marcuse certain traces of this same dualism, even though they define the rational and the irrational in a completely different way and assign them quite different roles. Plus institutional analysis is the more political tendency of institutional psychotherapy, begun in the late 1950s as an attempt to collectively deal with what psychoanalysis so hypocritically avoided, namely the psychoses. La Bourd Clinic, established in 1955 by Jean Aury of the École Freudienne de Paris, served as the locus for discussions on institutional psychotherapy, and Jacques Lacan's seminars served as the intellectual basis for these discussions in the beginning. Felix Guattari joined the clinic in 1956, as a militant interested in the notions of desire under discussion, a topic rarely dealt with by militants at that time. Preferring the term institutional analysis over institutional psychotherapy, Guattari sought to push the movement in a more political direction, toward what he later described as a political analysis of desire. In any case, this injection of a psychoanalytical discourse, Lacan's version, into a custodial institution led to a collectivization of the analytical concepts. Transference came to be seen as institutional, and fantasies were seen to be collective. Desire was a problem of groups and genre groups. See Jacques Donzelot's excellent article on Anti-Oedipus, on anti-sociology in Esprit, December 1972, and Gilles Deleuze's detailed discussion of Guattari's notion of groups and desire, Trois Problems de Groupe in Felix Guattari, Psychanalyse et Transversale, Paris, Maspero, 1972. Translator's note. The word regime has a number of different meanings in French, including, regimen or form of government, a set of laws, rules, or regulations, rate of flow, as of a current, rate or speed of operation, as of a motor or engine. Since the authors use the word in several senses, the French word regime has been retained throughout the English text. Translator's note. On hysteria, schizophrenia, and their relationships with social structures, see the analyses by Georges Devereux in his essays d'Ethnopsychiatrie Generate, Paris, Gallimard, p. 67 tf, and the wonderful pages in Karl Jasper's Strindberg und van Gogh, Berlin, J. Springer, 1926. English translation, Strindberg and Van Gogh, trans. Oscar Grunow, Tucson, Arizona, University of Arizona Press. The question has been asked, is madness in our time a state of total sincerity, in areas where in less chaotic times one would have been capable of honest experience and expression without it? Jaspers reformulates this question by adding, we have seen that in former times human beings attempted to drive themselves into hysteria, and we might say that today many human beings attempt to drive themselves into madness in much the same way. But if the former attempt was to a certain extent psychologically possible, the latter is not possible at all, and can lead only to inauthenticity. The author's word for this process is prétiment. The French word has a number of meanings, including, a skimming or a draining off, a removal of a certain quantity as a sample or for purposes of testing, a setting apart of a portion or share of the whole, a deduction from a sum of money on deposit. In the English text that follows, in a number of cases the noun prélèvement or the corresponding verb prélever will be indicated in parentheses following its translation. Translator's note. Children of both sexes regard urine in its positive aspect as equivalent to their mother's milk, in accordance with the unconscious, which equates all bodily substances with one another. Melanie Klein, The Psychoanalysis of Children, trans. Alex Strachey, The International Psychoanalytic Library, Number 22, London, Hogarth Press and the Institute of Psychoanalysis, 1954, p. 291. First edition, 1932. See Jacques Lacan, Remarques sur le rapport de Dany et Lagache, in Acryls, reference note 36, of an exclusion having its source in these signs as such being able to come about only as a condition of consistency within a chain that is to be constituted. Let us also add that the one dimension limiting this condition is the translation of which such a chain is capable. Let us consider this game of lotto for just a moment more. We may then discover that it is only because these elements turn up by sheer chance within an ordinal series, in a truly unorganized way, that their appearance makes us draw lots, p. 658. Plus a coined word, French schiz, based on the Greek verb schizin, to split, to cleave, to divide. Translator's note. Anti-Oedipus. Psychoanalysis and Familialism, The Holy Family. Translated by Robert Hurley and Mark Seam. 1. The Imperialism of Oedipus. Oedipus restrained is the figure of the daddy-mommy-me triangle, the familial constellation in person. But when psychoanalysis makes of Oedipus its dogma, it is not unaware of the existence of relations said to be pre-Oedipal in the child, exo-Oedipal in the psychotic, para-Oedipal in others. The function of Oedipus as dogma, or as the nuclear complex, is inseparable from a forcing by which the psychoanalyst as theoretician elevates himself to the conception of a generalized Oedipus. On the one hand, for each subject of either sex, he takes into consideration an intensive series of instincts, affects, and relations that link the normal and positive form of the complex to its inverse or negative form, a standard model Oedipus, such as Freud presents in the ego and the ID, which makes it possible to connect the pre-Oedipal phases with the negative complex when this seems called for. On the other hand, he takes into consideration the coexistence in extension of the subjects themselves and their multiple interactions, a group Oedipus that brings together relatives, descendants, and ascendants. It is in this manner that the schizophrenic's visible resistance to Oedipalization, the obvious absence of the Oedipal link, can be obscured in a grandparental constellation, either because an accumulation of 3 generations is deemed necessary in order to produce a psychotic, or because an even more direct mechanism of intervention by the grandparents in the psychosis is discovered, and Oedipuses of Oedipus are constituted, to the second power, neurosis, that's father-mother, but grandma. That's psychosis. Finally, the distinction between the imaginary and the symbolic permits the emergence of an Oedipal structure as a system of positions and functions that do not conform to the variable figure of those who come to occupy them in a given social or pathological formation, a structural Oedipus, 3+1, that does not conform to a triangle, but performs all the possible triangulations by distributing in a given domain desire, its object, and the law. It is certain that the 2 preceding modes of generalization attain their full scope only in structural interpretation. Structural interpretation makes Oedipus into a kind of universal Catholic symbol, beyond all the imaginary modalities. It makes Oedipus into a referential axis not only for the pre-Oedipal phases, but also for the para-Oedipal varieties, and the exo-Oedipal phenomena. The notion of foreclosure, for example, seems to indicate a specifically structural deficiency, by means of which the schizophrenic is of course repositioned on the Oedipal axis, set back into the Oedipal orbit in the perspective, for example, of the 3 generations, where the mother was not able to posit her desire toward her own father, nor the son, consequently, toward the mother. One of Lacan's disciples writes, "We are going to consider the means by which the Oedipal organization plays a role in psychoses. Next, what the forms of psychotic pregenitality are and how they are able to maintain the Oedipal reference." Our preceding criticism of Oedipus therefore risks being judged totally superficial and petty, as if it applied solely to an imaginary Oedipus and aimed at the role of parental figures, without at all penetrating the structure and its order of symbolic positions and functions. For us, however, the problem is one of knowing if, indeed, that is where the difference enters in. Wouldn't the real difference be between Oedipus, structural as well as imaginary, and something else that all the Oedipuses crush and repress, desiring production, the machines of desire that no longer allow themselves to be reduced to the structure any more than to persons, and that constitute the real in itself, beyond or beneath the symbolic as well as the imaginary. We in no way claim to be taking up an endeavor such as Malinowski's, showing that the figures vary according to the social form under consideration. We even believe what we are told when Oedipus is presented as a kind of invariant. But the question is altogether different: is there an equivalence between the productions of the unconscious and this invariant between the desiring machines and the Oedipal structure? Or rather, does not the invariant merely express the history of a long mistake, throughout all its variations and modalities, the strain of an endless repression? What we are calling into question is the frantic Oedipalization to which psychoanalysis devotes itself, practically and theoretically, with the combined resources of image and structure. And despite some fine books by certain disciples of Lacan, we wonder if Lacan's thought really goes in this direction. Is it merely a matter of Oedipalizing even the schizo? Or is it a question of something else, and even the contrary? Wouldn't it be better to schizophrenize the domain of the unconscious as well as the socio-historical domain, so as to shatter the iron collar of Oedipus and rediscover everywhere the force of desiring production, to renew, on the level of the real, the tie between the analytic machine, desire, and production? For the unconscious itself is no more structural than personal, it does not symbolize any more than it imagines or represents, it engineers, it is machinic. Neither imaginary nor symbolic, it is the real in itself, the impossible real and its production. But what is this long history, if we consider it only during the period of psychoanalysis? It does not take place without doubts, detours, and repentances. Laplanche and Pontalis note that Freud discovers the Oedipus complex in 1897 in the course of his self-analysis, but that he doesn't give a generalized theoretical form to it until 1923, in The Ego and the ID, and that, between these two formulations, Oedipus leads a more or less marginal existence, confined for example to a separate chapter on object choice at puberty, 3 essays, or to a chapter on typical dreams, the interpretation of dreams. They say that this is because a certain abandonment by Freud of the theory of traumatism and seduction leads not to a univocal determination of Oedipus, but to the description as well of a spontaneous infantile sexuality of an endogenous nature. It is as if Freud never managed to articulate the interrelations of Oedipus and infantile sexuality, the latter referring to a biological reality of development, the former to a psychic fantasy reality. Oedipus is what all but got lost for the sake of a biological realism. 1. But is it correct to present things in this way? Did the imperialism of Oedipus require only the renunciation of biological realism? Or wasn't something else sacrificed to Oedipus, something infinitely stronger? For what Freud and the first analysts discover is the domain of free syntheses where everything is possible, endless connections, non-exclusive disjunctions, non-specific conjunctions, partial objects, and flows. The desiring machines pound away and throb in the depths of the unconscious, Irma's injection, the Wolfman's tick-tock, Anna's coughing machine, and also all the explanatory apparatuses set into motion by Freud, all those neurobiologico-desiring machines. And the discovery of the productive unconscious has what appear to be two correlates: on the one hand, the direct confrontation between desiring production and social production, between symptomological and collective formations, given their identical nature and their differing regimes, and on the other hand, the repression that the social machine exercises on desiring machines, and the relationship of psychic repression with social repression. This will all be lost, or at least singularly compromised, with the establishment of a sovereign Oedipus. Free association, rather than opening onto polyvocal connections, confines itself to a univocal impasse. All the chains of the unconscious are biunivocalized, linearized, suspended from a despotic signifier. The whole of desiring production is crushed, subjected to the requirements of representation, and to the dreary games of what is representative and represented in representation. And there is the essential thing, the reproduction of desire gives way to a simple representation, in the process as well as theory of the cure. The productive unconscious makes way for an unconscious that knows only how to express itself in myth, in tragedy, in dream. But who says that dream, tragedy, and myth are adequate to the formations of the unconscious, even if the work of transformation is taken into account? Grodek remained more faithful than Freud to an auto-production of the unconscious in the coextension of man and nature. It is as if Freud had drawn back from this world of wild production and explosive desire, wanting at all costs to restore a little order there, an order made classical owing to the ancient Greek theater. For what does it mean to say that Freud discovered Oedipus in his own self-analysis? Was it in his self-analysis, or rather in his Goethean classical culture? In his self-analysis he discovers something about which he remarks, well now, that looks like Oedipus. And at first he considers this something as a variant of the familial romance, a paranoiac recording by which desire causes precisely the familial determinations to explode. It is only little by little that he makes the familial romance, on the contrary, into a mere dependence on Oedipus, and that he neuroticizes everything in the unconscious at the same time as he Oedipalizes, and closes the familial triangle over the entire unconscious. The schizo there is the enemy. Desiring production is personalized, or rather personologized, personologisi, imaginarized, imaginarici, structuralized. We have seen that the real difference or frontier did not lie between these terms, which are perhaps complementary. Production is reduced to mere fantasy production, production of expression. The unconscious ceases to be what it is, a factory, a workshop, to become a theater, a scene, and its staging. And not even an avant-garde theater, such as existed in Freud's day, Wedekind, but the classical theater, the classical order of representation. The psychoanalyst becomes a director for a private theater, rather than the engineer or mechanic who sets up units of production, and grapples with collective agents of production and anti-production. Psychoanalysis is like the Russian Revolution, we don't know when it started going bad. We have to keep going back further. To the Americans. To the First International? To the Secret Committee? To the first ruptures, which signify renunciations by Freud as much as betrayals by those who break with him? To Freud himself, from the moment of the discovery of Oedipus? Oedipus is the idealist turning point. Yet it cannot be said that psychoanalysis set to work unaware of desiring production. The fundamental notions of the economy of desire, work and investment, keep their importance, but are subordinated to the forms of an expressive unconscious and no longer to the formations of the productive unconscious. The ano-Oedipal nature of desiring production remains present, but it is fitted over the coordinates of Oedipus, which translate it into pre-Oedipal, para-Oedipal, quasi-Oedipal, etc. The desiring machines are always there, but they no longer function except behind the consulting room walls. Behind the walls or in the wings, such is the place the primal fantasy concedes to desiring machines, when it reduces everything to the Oedipal scene 1a. They continue nevertheless to make a hellish racket. Even the psychoanalyst can't ignore them. He tends therefore to maintain an attitude of denial. All of that is surely true, but it is still daddy-mommy. Over the consulting room door is written, leave your desiring machines at the door, give up your orphan and celibate machines, your tape recorder and your little bike, enter and allow yourself to be Oedipalized. Everything follows from that, beginning with the unreliable character of the cure, its interminable and highly contractual nature, flows of speech in exchange for flows of money. All that is needed is what is called a psychotic episode. After a schizophrenic flash, one day we bring our tape recorder into the analyst's office. Stop, with this insertion of a desiring machine everything is reversed, we have broken the contract, we are not faithful to the major principle of the exclusion of a third party, we have introduced a third element, the desiring machine in person. Yet every psychoanalyst should know that, underneath Oedipus, through Oedipus, behind Oedipus, his business is with desiring machines. At the beginning, psychoanalysts could not be unaware of the forcing employed to introduce Oedipus, to inject it into the unconscious. Then Oedipus fell back on and appropriated desiring production as if all the productive forces emanated from Oedipus itself. The psychoanalyst became the carrier of Oedipus, the great agent of anti-production in desire. The same history as that of Capital, with its enchanted, miraculated world. Also at the beginning, said Marx, the first capitalists could not be unaware of 2-3 texts of Freud. It is easy to see that the problem is first of all practical, that it concerns above all else the practice of the cure. For the frenzied Oedipalization process takes form precisely at the moment when Oedipus has not yet received its full theoretical formulation as the nuclear complex and leads a marginal existence. The fact that Schreber's analysis was not in vivo detracts nothing from its exemplary value from the point of view of practice. In this text, 1911, Freud encounters the most formidable of questions: how does one dare reduce to the paternal theme a delirium so rich, so differentiated, so divine as the judge's, since the judge in his memoirs makes only very brief references to the memory of his father. On several occasions Freud's text marks the extent to which he felt the difficulty. To begin with, it appears difficult to assign as cause of the malady, even if only an occasional cause, an outburst of homosexual libido directed at Dr. Flechsig's person. Point 2. But when we replace the doctor with the father and commission the father to explain the god of delirium, we ourselves have trouble following this ascension. We take liberties that can be justified only by the advantages they afford us in our attempt to understand the delirium. Point 3. Yet the more Freud states such scruples, the more he thrusts them aside and sweeps them away with a firm and confident response. And this response is double: it is not my fault if psychoanalysis attests to a great monotony and encounters the father everywhere in Flechsig, in the God, in the Son. It is the fault of sexuality and its stubborn symbolism. Point 4. Furthermore, it is not surprising that the father returns constantly in current deliriums in the most hidden and least recognizable guises, since he returns in fact everywhere and more visibly in religions and ancient myths, which express forces or mechanisms eternally active in the unconscious. 5. It should be noted that Judge Schreber's destiny was not merely that of being sodomized, while still alive, by the rays from heaven, but also that of being posthumously Oedipalized by Freud. From the enormous political, social, and historical content of Schreber's delirium, not one word is retained, as though the libido did not bother itself with such things. Freud invokes only a sexual argument, which consists in bringing about the union of sexuality and the familial complex, and a mythological argument, which consists in positing the adequation of the productive force of the unconscious and the edifying forces of myths and religions. This latter argument is very important, and it is not by chance that here Freud declares himself in agreement with Jung. In a certain way this agreement subsists after their break. If the unconscious is thought to express itself adequately in myths and religions, taking into account, of course, the work of transformation, there are two ways of reading this adequation, but they have in common the postulate that measures the unconscious against myth, and that from the start substitutes mere expressive forms for the productive formations. The basic question is never asked, but cast aside: why return to myth? Why take it as the model? The supposed adequation can then be interpreted in what is termed anagogical fashion, toward the higher. Or inversely, in analytical fashion, toward the lower, relating the myth to the drives. But since the drives are transferred from myth, traced from myth with the transformations taken into account, what we mean is that, starting from the same postulate, Jung is led to restore the most diffuse and spiritualized religiosity, whereas Freud is confirmed in his most rigorous atheism. Freud needs to deny the existence of God as much as Jung needs to affirm the essence of the divine, in order to interpret the commonly postulated adequation. But to render religion unconscious, or the unconscious religious, still amounts to injecting something religious into the unconscious. And what would Freudian analysis be without the celebrated guilt feelings ascribed to the unconscious? What came to pass in the history of psychoanalysis? Freud held to his atheism in heroic fashion. But all around him, more and more, they respectfully allowed him to speak, they let the old man speak, ready to prepare behind his back the reconciliation of the churches and psychoanalysis, the moment when the church would train its own psychoanalysts, and when it would become possible to write in the history of the movement, so even we are still pious. Let us recall Marx's great declaration, he who denies God does only a secondary thing, for he denies God in order to posit the existence of man, to put man in God's place, the transformation taken into account. Point 6 But the person who knows that the place of man is entirely elsewhere does not even allow the possibility of a question to subsist concerning an alien being, a being placed above man and nature. He no longer needs the mediation of myth, he no longer needs to go by way of this mediation, the negation of the existence of God, since he has attained those regions of an auto-production of the unconscious where the unconscious is no less atheist than orphan, immediately atheist, immediately orphan. And doubtless an examination of the first argument would lead us to a similar conclusion. By joining sexuality to the familial complex, by making Oedipus into the criterion of sexuality in analysis, the test of orthodoxy par excellence, Freud himself posited the whole of social and metaphysical relations as an afterward or a beyond that desire was incapable of investing immediately. He then became rather indifferent to the fact that this beyond derives from the familial complex through the analytical transformation of desire, or is signified by it in an anagogical symbolization. Let us consider another text of Freud's, a later one, where Oedipus is already designated as the nuclear complex, a child is being beaten 7. The reader cannot escape the impression of a disquieting strangeness. Never was the paternal theme less visible, and yet never was it affirmed with as much passion and resolution. The imperialism of Oedipus is founded here on an absence. After all, of the three supposed phases of the girl's fantasy, the first is such that the father does not yet appear, while in the third the father no longer appears. That leaves the second, then, where the father shines forth in all his brilliance, clearly without doubt. But indeed, this second phase has never had a real existence. It is never remembered, it has never succeeded in becoming conscious. It is a construction of analysis, but it is no less a necessity on that account. 8. What is at issue in this fantasy? Some boys are beaten by someone, the teacher, for example in the presence of the little girls. We are present from the start at a double Freudian reduction, which is in no way imposed by the fantasy, but is required by Freud in the manner of a presupposition. On the one hand, Freud wants to deliberately reduce the group character of the fantasy to a purely individual dimension. The beaten children must in a way be the ego, substitutes for the subject himself, and the one who does the beating must be the father, father substitute. On the other hand, it is necessary for the variations of the fantasy to be organized in disjunctions whose use must be strictly exclusive. Hence there will be a girl series and a boy series, but dissymmetrical, the female fantasy having 3 phases, the last of which is boys are beaten by the teacher, while the male fantasy has only 2, the last of which is my mother beats me. The only common phase, the second for the girls and the first for the boys, affirms without doubt the prevalence of the father in both cases, but this is the famous non-existent phase. Such is always the case with Freud. Something common to the two sexes is required, but something that will be lacking in both, and that will distribute the lack in 2 non-symmetrical series, establishing the exclusive use of the disjunctions, you are girl or boy. Such is the case with Oedipus and its resolution, different in boys and in girls. Such is the case with castration, and its relationship to Oedipus in both instances. Castration is at once the common lot, that is, the prevalent and transcendent phallus, and the exclusive distribution that presents itself in girls as desire for the penis, and in boys as fear of losing it or refusal of a passive attitude. This something in common must lay the foundation for the exclusive use of the disjunctions of the unconscious and teach us resignation. Resignation to Oedipus, to castration, for girls, renunciation of their desire for the penis, for boys, renunciation of male protest, in short, assumption of one's sex. This something in common, the great phallus, the lack with 2 non-superimposable sides, is purely mythical. It is like the one in negative theology, it introduces lack into desire and causes exclusive series to emanate, to which it attributes a goal, an origin, and a path of resignation. The contrary should be said, neither is there anything in common between the two sexes, nor do they cease communicating with each other in a transverse mode where each subject possesses both of them, but with the two of them partitioned off, and where each subject communicates with one sex or the other in another subject. Such is the law of partial objects. Nothing is lacking, nothing can be defined as a lack, nor are the disjunctions in the unconscious ever exclusive, but rather the object of a properly inclusive use that we must analyze. Freud had a concept at his disposal for stating this contrary notion, the concept of bisexuality, and it was not by chance that he was never able or never wanted to give this concept the analytical position and extension it required. Without even going that far, a lively controversy developed when certain analysts, following Melanie Klein, tried to define the unconscious forces of the female sexual organ by positive characteristics in terms of partial objects and flows. This slight shift, which did not suppress mythical castration but made it depend secondarily on the organ, instead of the organs depending on it, met with great opposition from Freud. 9 He maintained that the organ, from the viewpoint of the unconscious, could not be understood except by proceeding from a lack or a primal deprivation, and not the opposite. Here we have a properly analytical fallacy, which will be found again, to a considerable degree, in the theory of the signifier, that consists in passing from the detachable partial object to the position of a complete object as the thing detached, phallus. This passage implies a subject, defined as a fixed ego of one sex or the other, who necessarily experiences as a lack his subordination to the tyrannical complete object. This is perhaps no longer the case when the partial object is posited for itself on the body without organs, with as its sole subject not an ego, but the drive that forms the desiring machine along with it, and that enters into relationships of connection, disjunction, and conjunction with other partial objects, at the core of the corresponding multiplicity whose every element can only be defined positively. We must speak of castration in the same way we speak of Oedipalization, whose crowning moment it is. Castration designates the operation by which psychoanalysis castrates the unconscious, injects castration into the unconscious. Castration as a practical operation on the unconscious is achieved when the thousand breaks flows of desiring machines, all positive, all productive, are projected into the same mythical space, the unary stroke of the signifier. We have not finished chanting the litany of the ignorances of the unconscious. It knows nothing of castration or Oedipus, just as it knows nothing of parents, gods, the law, lack. The women's liberation movements are correct in saying, we are not castrated, so you get fucked. 10 And far from being able to get by with anything like the wretched maneuver where men answer that this itself is proof that women are castrated, or even console women by saying that men are castrated, 2, all the while rejoicing that they are castrated the other way. On the side that is not superimposable, it should be recognized that women's liberation movements contain, in a more or less ambiguous state, what belongs to all requirements of liberation, the force of the unconscious itself, the investment by desire of the social field, the disinvestment of repressive structures. Nor are we going to say that the question is not that of knowing if women are castrated, but only if the unconscious believes it, since all the ambiguity lies there. What does belief applied to the unconscious signify? What is an unconscious that no longer does anything but believe, rather than produce? What are the operations, the artifices that inject the unconscious with beliefs that are not even irrational, but on the contrary only too reasonable and consistent with the established order? Let us return to the fantasy. A child is being beaten. Children are beaten, a typical group fantasy where desire invests the social field and its repressive forms. If there is a mise-en scene, it is directed by a social desiring machine whose product should not be considered abstractly, separating the girls' and the boys' cases, as if each were a little ego taking up its own business with daddy and mommy. On the contrary, we should consider the complementary ensemble made up of boy-girl and parents, agents of production and anti-production, this ensemble being present at the same time in each individual and in the socius that presides over the organization of the group fantasy. Simultaneously the boys are beaten, initiated by the teacher on the little girl's erotic stage, seeing machine, and obtain satisfaction in a masochistic fantasy involving the mother, anal machine. The result is that the boys are able to see only by becoming little girls, and the girls cannot experience the pleasure of punishment except by becoming boys. It is a whole chorus, a montage, back in the village after a raid in Vietnam, in the presence of their weeping sisters, the filthy Marines are beaten by their instructor, on whose knees the mommy is seated, and they have orgasms for having been so evil, for having tortured so well. It's so bad, but also so good. Perhaps one will recall a sequence from the film Hearts and Minds. We see Colonel Patton, the general's son, saying that his guys are great, that they love their mothers, their fathers, and their country, that they cry at the religious services for their dead buddies, fine boys. Then the colonel's face changes, grimaces, and reveals a big paranoiac in uniform who shouts in conclusion, "But still, they're a bloody good bunch of killers." It is obvious that when traditional psychoanalysis explains that the instructor is the father, and that the colonel too is the father, and that the mother is nonetheless the father too, it reduces all of desire to a familial determination that no longer has anything to do with the social field actually invested by the libido. Of course there is always something from the father or the mother that is taken up in the signifying chain: daddy's mustache, the mother's raised arm, but it comes furtively to occupy a place among the collective agents. The terms of Oedipus do not form a triangle, but exist shattered into all corners of the social field: the mother on the instructor's knees, the father next to the colonel. Group fantasy is plugged into and machined on the socius. Being fucked by the socius, wanting to be fucked by the socius, does not derive from the father and mother, even though the father and mother have their roles there as subordinate agents of transmission or execution. When the notion of group fantasy was elaborated in the perspective of institutional analysis in the works of the team at La Bourd Clinic, assembled around Jean Ari, the first task was to show how it differed from individual fantasy. It became evident that group fantasy was inseparable from the symbolic articulations that define a social field insofar as it is real, whereas the individual fantasy fitted the whole of this field over imaginary givens. If this first distinction is drawn out, we see that the individual fantasy is itself plugged into the existing social field, but apprehends it in the form of imaginary qualities that confer on it a kind of transcendence or immortality, under the shelter of which the individual, the ego, plays out its pseudo-destiny. "What does it matter if I die," says the general, "since the army is immortal?" The imaginary dimension of the individual fantasy has a decisive importance over the death instinct, insofar as the immortality conferred on the existing social order carried into the ego all the investments of repression, the phenomena of identification, of superegoization and castration, all the resignation desires, becoming a general, acquiring low, middle, or high rank, including the resignation to dying in the service of this order, whereas the drive itself is projected onto the outside and turned against the others: death to the foreigner, to those who are not of our own ranks. The revolutionary pole of group fantasy becomes visible, on the contrary, in the power to experience institutions themselves as mortal, to destroy them or change them according to the articulations of desire and the social field, by making the death instinct into a veritable institutional creativity. For that is precisely the criterion, at least the formal criterion, that distinguishes the revolutionary institution from the enormous inertia which the law communicates to institutions in an established order. As Nietzsche says, churches, armies, states, which of all these dogs wants to die? There results a third difference between group fantasy and the so-called individual fantasy. The latter has as subject the ego, insofar as it is determined by the legal and legalized institutions in which it imagines itself, to the point where, even in its perversions, the ego conforms to the exclusive use of the disjunctions imposed by the law, for example, Oedipal homosexuality. But group fantasy no longer has anything but the drives themselves as subject, and the desiring machines formed by them with the revolutionary institutions. The group fantasy includes the disjunctions, in the sense that each subject, discharged of his personal identity but not of his singularities, enters into relations with others following the communication proper to partial objects, everyone passes into the body of the other on the body without organs. In this respect Klossowski has convincingly shown the inverse relationship that pulls the fantasy in two directions, as the economic law establishes perversion in the psychic exchanges, or as the psychic exchanges on the contrary promote a subversion of the law, anachronistic, relative to the institutional level of gregariousness. The singular state can, according to its more or less forceful intensity, bring about a deactualization of the institution itself and denounce it in turn as anachronistic. 11. The two kinds of fantasy, or rather the two regimes, are therefore distinguished according to whether the social production of goods imposes its rule on desire through the intermediary of an ego whose fictional unity is guaranteed by the goods themselves, or whether the desiring production of affects imposes its rule on institutions whose elements are no longer anything but drives. If we must still speak of utopia in this sense, à la Fourier, it is most assuredly not as an ideal model, but as revolutionary action and passion. In his recent works Klossowski indicates to us the only means of bypassing the sterile parallelism where we flounder between Freud and Marx, by discovering how social production and relations of production are an institution of desire, and how effects or drives form part of the infrastructure itself. For they are part of it, they are present there in every way while creating within the economic forms their own repression, as well as the means for breaking this repression. The development of distinctions between group and individual fantasy shows sufficiently well, at last, that there is no individual fantasy. Instead there are two types of groups, subject groups and subjugated groups, with Oedipus and castration forming the imaginary structure under which members of the subjugated groups are induced to live or fantasize individually their membership in the group. It must still be said that the two types of groups are perpetually shifting, a subject group always being threatened with subjugation, a subjugated group capable in certain cases of being forced to take on a revolutionary role. It is therefore all the more disturbing to see to what extent Freudian analysis retains from the fantasy only its lines of exclusive disjunction, and flattens it into its individual or pseudo-individual dimensions, which by their very nature refer the fantasy to subjugated groups, rather than carrying out the opposite operation and disengaging in the fantasy the underlying element of a revolutionary group potential. When we learn that the instructor, the teacher, is daddy, and the colonel too, and also the mother, when all the agents of social production and anti-production are in this way reduced to the figures of familial reproduction, we can understand why the panicked libido no longer risks abandoning Oedipus, and internalizes it. The libido internalizes it in the form of a castrating duality between the subject of the statement, I announce, and the subject of the enunciation, as is characteristic of the pseudo-individual fantasy, I, as a man, understand you, but as judge, as boss, as colonel, or general, that is to say as the father, I condemn you. But this duality is artificial, derived, and supposes a direct relationship proceeding from the statement to the collective agents of enunciation in the group fantasy. Institutional analysis tries to trace its difficult path between the repressive asylum and the legalistic hospital on the one hand, and contractual psychoanalysis on the other. From the outset, the psychoanalytic relationship modeled itself after the contractual relationship of the most traditional bourgeois medicine, the feigned exclusion of a third party, the hypocritical role of money, to which psychoanalysis brought farcical new justifications, the pretended time limitation that contradicts itself by reproducing a debt to infinity, by feeding an inexhaustible transference, and by always nursing new conflicts. We are astonished when we hear that a terminated analysis is by that very fact a failure, even if this proposition is accompanied by the analyst's little smile. We are surprised when we hear a knowledgeable analyst mention, in passing, that one of his patients still dreams of being invited to eat or have a drink at his place, after several years of analysis, as if this were not a tiny sign of the abject dependence to which analysis reduced the patients. How can we ward off, in the practice of the cure, this abject desire that makes us bend our knees, lays us on the couch, and makes us remain there? Let us consider a third and final text of Freud's, Analysis Terminable and Interminable, 1937, point 12. We prefer not to follow a recent suggestion that it would be better to translate analysis finite, analysis infinite, since finite infinite is almost mathematics or logic, whereas the problem is particularly practical and concrete. Does this story have an ending? Can an analysis be ended? Can the process of analysis be terminated, yes or no? Can it be completed, or is it condemned to a constant self-perpetuation? As Freud says, can a currently given conflict be exhausted? Can the one who is sick be forewarned against ulterior conflicts? Can even new conflicts be awakened for a preventive purpose? A great beauty animates this text of Freud's, an undefined something that is hopeless, disenchanted, tired, and at the same time a serenity, a certitude in the finished work. It is Freud's testament. He is going to die, and knows it. He knows something is wrong in psychoanalysis. The cure tends to be more and more interminable. He knows that soon he will no longer be there to see how things are going. So he takes stock of the obstacles to treatment, with the serenity of the person who senses what a treasure his work is, but senses too the poisons that have already filtered in. Everything would be fine if the economic problem of desire were merely quantitative. It would be a matter of reinforcing the ego against the drives. The celebrated strong, mature ego, the contract, the pact between the analyst and an ego that is normal in spite of everything. Except that there are qualitative factors in the desiring economy that indeed present an obstacle to treatment, and Freud reproaches himself for not having taken them sufficiently into account. The first of these factors is the rock of castration, the rock with two non-symmetrical faces, which creates in us an incurable alveus, and against which the analyst stumbles. The second is a qualitative aptitude for conflict, which means that the quantity of libido does not branch into two variable forces corresponding to heterosexuality and homosexuality, but creates in most people irreducible oppositions between the two forces. Finally, the third factor of such economic importance that it outweighs the dynamic and topical considerations concerns a type of resistance that is non-localizable. It would seem that certain subjects have such a viscous libido, or on the contrary such a liquid one, that nothing succeeds in taking hold. It would be a mistake to see in this remark of Freud's nothing more than an observation of detail, a mere anecdote. In fact, it concerns what is most essential in the phenomenon of desire, the qualitative flows of the libido. In some fine pages, Andre Green recently took up the question again by making up a list of 3 types of sessions, the first 2 of which comprise counterindications, the third alone constituting the ideal session in analysis. According to type I, viscosity, resistance of a hysterical form, the session is dominated by a heavy, weighty, boggy climate. The silences are leaden, the discourse is dominated by the events of the day, is uniform, it is a descriptive narration where no reference to the past is disclosable, it unfolds along a continuous thread, unable to allow itself any break. Dreams are narrated, the enigma of dream is taken up in the secondary elaboration that makes dream as narration and as event take precedence over dream as a working over of thoughts. Sticky transference. 13. According to type 2, liquidity, resistance of an obsessional form, here the session is dominated by an extreme mobility of representations of all sorts. The language is unfettered, rapid, almost torrential. Everything enters here. The patient could just as easily say the opposite of everything he is uttering without changing anything fundamental to the analytic situation. All of this is without consequence, since the analysis slides off the couch like water off a duck's back. The unconscious does not cause anything to stick, there is no anchoring in the transference. Here the transference is volatile. Only the third type remains, whose characteristics define a good analysis. The patient speaks in order to constitute the process of a chain of signifiers. The meaning is not attached to the signified to which each of the enunciated signifiers refers, but is constituted by process, suture, the concatenation of bound elements. Every interpretation furnished by the patient can offer itself as an already signified awaiting its meaning. For this reason interpretation is always retrospective, as the perceived meaning. So that was what this meant. What is serious is that Freud never questions the process of the cure. Of course it is too late for him, but is it too late for those who come after him? He interprets these things as obstacles to the cure, and not as shortcomings of the treatment itself, or as effects or counter-effects of his method. For castration as an analyzable state or non-analyzable, the ultimate rock is the effect of castration as a psychoanalytic act. An Oedipal homosexuality, the qualitative aptitude for conflict, is rather the effect of Oedipalization, which the treatment does not invent, but precipitates and accentuates within the artificial conditions of its exercise, transference. And inversely, when flows of libido resist therapeutic practice, rather than being a resistance of the ego, this is the intense outcry of all of desiring production. We already knew that the pervert resisted Oedipalization. Why should he surrender, since he has invented for himself other territorialities, more artificial still and more lunar than that of Oedipus? We knew the schizo was not Oedipalizable, because he is beyond territoriality, because he has carried his flows right into the desert. But what remains, once we learn that resistances of an hysterical or an obsessional form bear witness to the ano-Oedipal quality of the flows of desire on the very terrain of Oedipus? That is precisely what qualitative economy shows. Flows ooze, they traverse the triangle, breaking apart its vertices. The Oedipal wad does not absorb these flows, any more than it could seal off a jar of jam or plug a dike. Against the walls of the triangle, toward the outside, flows exert the irresistible pressure of lava or the invincible oozing of water. What are the most favorable conditions for the cure, it is asked? A flow that lets itself be plugged by Oedipus, partial objects that let themselves be subsumed under the category of a complete object, even if absent the phallus of castration, breaks flows that let themselves be projected onto a mythical space, polyvocal chains that let themselves be biunivocalized, linearized, suspended from a signifier, an unconscious that lets itself be expressed, connective syntheses that let themselves be taken in a global and specific use, disjunctive syntheses that let themselves be taken in an exclusive, restrictive use, conjunctive syntheses that let themselves be taken in a personal and segregative use. For what is the meaning of so? That was what this meant. The crushing of the so onto Oedipus and castration. The sigh of relief, you see, the colonel, the instructor, the teacher, the boss, all of this meant that, Oedipus and castration, all history in a new version. We are not saying that Oedipus and castration do not amount to anything. We are Oedipalized, we are castrated. Psychoanalysis didn't invent these operations, to which it merely lends the new resources and methods of its genius. But is this sufficient to silence the outcry of desiring production? We are all schizos. We are all perverts. We are all libidos that are too viscous and too fluid, and not by preference, but wherever we have been carried by the deterritorialized flows. What neurotic, provided he is somewhat serious, is not leaning against the rock of schizophrenia, a rock in this case mobile, aerolytic? Who does not haunt the perverse territorialities, beyond the kindergartens of Oedipus? Who does not feel in the flows of his desire both the lava and the water? And above all, what brings about our sickness? Schizophrenia itself, as a process? Or is it brought about by the frantic neuroticization to which we have been delivered, and for which psychoanalysis has invented new means, Oedipus and castration? Is it schizophrenia as a process that makes us sick, or is it the self-perpetuation of the process in the void, a horrible exasperation, the production of the schizophrenic as entity? Or is it the confusion of the process with the goal, the production of the pervert artifice, or the premature interruption of the process, the production of the neurotic analysis? We are forcibly confronted with Oedipus and castration, we are reduced to them, either so as to measure us against that cross, or to establish that we cannot measure up to it. But in any case the harm has been done, the treatment has chosen the path of Oedipalization, all cluttered with refuse, instead of the schizophrenization that must cure us of the cure. 3. The connective synthesis of production. Given the syntheses of the unconscious, the practical problem is that of their use, legitimate or not, and of the conditions that define a use of synthesis as legitimate or not. Take the example of homosexuality, though it is something more than an example. We noted how, in Proust, the famous pages of Sodom and Gomorrah, cities of the plain, interlaced two openly contradictory themes, the fundamental guilt of the accursed races and the radical innocence of flowers. The diagnosis of Oedipal homosexuality with a mother fixation, of a dominant depressive nature and a sadomasochistic guilt, was quickly applied to Proust. In a more general way still, some critics were too quick in discovering contradictions, either in order to declare them irreducible, or to resolve them, or to show that they were merely apparent, according to preference. In truth, there are never contradictions, apparent or real, but only degrees of humor. And inasmuch as reading itself has its degrees of humor, from black to white, with which it evaluates the coexisting degrees of what it reads, the sole problem is always one of allocation on a scale of intensities that assigns the position and use of each thing, each being, or each scene. There is this and then that, and let's make do with it, too bad if it doesn't suit us. In this regard it is possible that Charles's coarse admonition is prophetic, a lot we care about our old grandmother, you little shit. For what does in fact take place in Search of Lost Time, one and the same story with infinite variations? It is clear that the narrator sees nothing, hears nothing, and that he is a body without organs, or like a spider poised in its web, observing nothing, but responding to the slightest sign, to the slightest vibration by springing on its prey. Everything begins with nebulae, statistical wholes whose outlines are blurred, molar or collective formations comprising singularities distributed haphazardly, a living room, a group of girls, a landscape. Then, within these nebulae or these collectives, sides take shape, series are arranged, persons figure in these series, under strange laws of lack, absence, asymmetry, exclusion, non-communication, vice, and guilt. Next, everything becomes blurred again, everything comes apart, but this time in a molecular and pure multiplicity, where the partial objects, the boxes, the vessels all have their positive determinations, and enter into aberrant communication following a transversal that runs through the whole work, an immense flow that each partial object produces and cuts again, reproduces and cuts at the same time. More than vice, says Proust, it is madness and its innocence that disturb us. If schizophrenia is the universal, the great artist is indeed the one who scales the schizophrenic wall and reaches the land of the unknown, where he no longer belongs to any time, any milieu, any school. Such is the case in an illustrative passage, the first kiss given Albertine. Albertine's face is at first a nebula, barely extracted from the collective of girls. Then her person disengages itself, through a series of views that are like distinct personalities, with Albertine's face jumping from one plane to another as the narrator's lips draw nearer her cheek. At last, within the magnified proximity, everything falls apart like a face drawn in sand, Albertine's face shatters into molecular partial objects, while those on the narrator's face rejoin the body without organs, eyes closed, nostrils pinched shut, mouth filled. What is more, their entire love tells the same story. From the statistical nebula, from the molar entirety of men-women loves, there emerge the two accursed and guilty series that bear witness to the same castration with two non-superimposable sides, the Sodom series and the Gomorrah series, each one excluding the other. This is not all, however, since the vegetal theme, the innocence of flowers, brings us yet another message and another code. Everyone is bisexual, everyone has two sexes, but partitioned, non-communicating. The man is merely the one in whom the male part, and the woman the one in whom the female part, dominates statistically. So that at the level of elementary combinations, at least two men and two women must be made to intervene to constitute the multiplicity in which transverse communications are established connections of partial objects and flows. 14. The male part of a man can communicate with the female part of a woman, but also with the male part of a woman, or with the female part of another man, or yet again with the male part of the other man, etc. Here all guilt ceases, for it cannot cling to such flowers as these. In contrast to the alternative of the either/or exclusions, there is the either, or of the combinations and permutations where the differences amount to the same without ceasing to be differences. We are statistically or molarly heterosexual, but personally homosexual, without knowing it or being fully aware of it, and finally we are transsexual in an elemental, molecular sense. That is why Proust, the first to deny all Oedipalizing interpretations of his own interpretations, contrasts two kinds of homosexuality, or rather two regions, only one of which is Oedipal, exclusive and depressive, the other being ano-Oedipal schizoid, included, and inclusive. For some, doubtless those whose childhoods were timid, the material kind of pleasure they take does not matter, so long as they can relate it to a male countenance. While others, whose sensuality is doubtless more violent, give their material pleasure certain imperious localizations. The second group would shock most people by their avowals. They live perhaps less exclusively under Saturn's satellite, for in their case women are not entirely excluded. But those in the second group seek out women who prefer women, women who suggest young men. Indeed, they can take, with such women, the same pleasure as with a man. For in their relations with women, they play for the woman who prefers women the role of another woman, and at the same time a woman offers them approximately what they find in a man. 15. The opposition here is between two uses of the connective syntheses, a global and specific use, and a partial and non-specific use. In the first, desire at the same time receives a fixed subject, an ego specified according to a given sex, and complete objects defined as global persons. The complexity and the foundations of such an operation appear more distinctly if we consider the mutual reactions between the different syntheses of the unconscious following a given use. It is first of all the synthesis of recording that in effect situates, on its surface of inscription within the conditions of Oedipus, a definable and differentiable ego in relation to parental images serving as coordinates, mother, father. There we have a triangulation that implies in its essence a constituent prohibition, and that conditions the differentiation between persons, prohibition of incest with the mother, prohibition against taking the father's place. But a strange sort of reasoning leads one to conclude that, since it is forbidden, that very thing was desired. In reality, global persons, even the very form of persons, do not exist prior to the prohibitions that weigh on them and constitute them, any more than they exist prior to the triangulation into which they enter. Desire receives its first complete objects and is forbidden them at one and the same time. Therefore it is indeed the same Oedipal operation that lays the foundations for the possibility of its own resolution, by way of a differentiation of persons in conformity with the prohibition, as well as the possibility for its own failure or stagnation, by falling into the undifferentiated as the reverse side of the differentiation created by the prohibitions, incest by identification with the father, homosexuality by identification with the mother. The personal material of transgression does not exist prior to the prohibition, any more than does the form of persons. We can therefore see the property the prohibition has of displacing itself, since from the start it displaces desire. It displaces itself in the sense that the Oedipal inscription does not force its way into the synthesis of recording without reacting on the synthesis of production, and profoundly changing the connections of the synthesis by introducing new global persons. These new images of persons are the sister and the spouse, after the father and the mother. It has often been remarked in fact that the prohibition existed in two forms, the one negative, having to do above all with the mother and imposing differentiation, the other positive, concerning the sister and requiring exchange. I have a moral obligation to take as wife someone other than my sister, and an obligation to keep my sister for someone else. I must give up my sister to a brother-in-law, receive my wife from a father-in-law. 16 And although new stases or relapses are produced at this level, such as new forms of incest and homosexuality, it is certain that the Oedipal triangle would have no way of transmitting and reproducing itself without this second step. The first step elaborates the form of the triangle, but it is only the second step that ensures the transmission of this figure. I take a woman other than my sister in order to constitute the differentiated base of a new triangle whose inverted vertex will be my child, which is called surmounting Oedipus, but reproducing it as well, transmitting it rather than dying all alone, incestuous, homosexual, and a zombie. Thus the parental or familial use of the synthesis of recording extends into a conjugal use, or an alliance use, of the connective syntheses of production. A regime for the pairing of people replaces the connection of partial objects. On the whole, the connections of organ machines suited to desiring production give way to a pairing of people under the rules of familial reproduction. Partial objects now seem to be taken from people, rather than from the non-personal flows that pass from one person to another. The reason is that persons are derived from abstract quantities, instead of from flows. Instead of a connective appropriation, partial objects become the possessions of a person and, when required, the property of another person. Just as he draws upon centuries of scholastic reflection in defining God as the principle of the disjunctive syllogism, Kant draws upon centuries of Roman juridical reflection when he defines marriage as the tie that makes a person the owner of the sexual organs of another person. 17 One need only consult a religious manual of sexual casuistry to see with what restrictions the organ-desiring machine connections remain tolerated within the regime for the pairing of people, which legally determines what may be appropriated from the body of the wife. Clearer still, the difference in regime becomes apparent each time a society permits an infantile stage of sexual promiscuity to subsist, where everything is permitted until the age when the young man in turn submits to the principle of pairing that regulates the social production of children. It is true that the connections of desiring production were found to comply with the binary rule, and we have even seen that a third term intervened in this binarity, the body without organs that re-injects producing into the product, extends the connections of machines, and serves as a surface of recording. But here no biunivocal process is in fact produced that would fit production into the mold of representatives, no triangulation appears at this level that would refer the objects of desire to global persons, or desire to a specific subject. The only subject is desire itself on the body without organs, inasmuch as it machines partial objects and flows, selecting and cutting the one with the other, passing from one body to another, following connections and appropriations that each time destroy the factitious unity of a possessive or proprietary ego, ano-Oedipal sexuality. The triangle takes form in the parental use, and reproduces itself in the conjugal use. We do not yet know what forces bring about this triangulation that interferes with the recording of desire in order to transform all its productive connections. But we are able at least to follow, abstractly, the manner in which these forces proceed. We are told that partial objects are caught up in an intuition of precocious totality, just as the ego is caught up in an intuition of unity that precedes its fulfillment. Even in Melanie Klein, the schizoid partial object is related to a whole that prepares for the advent of the complete object in the depressive phase. It is clear that such a totality unity is posited only in terms of a certain mode of absence, as that which partial objects and subjects of desire lack. Consequently, everything is played out from the start. Everywhere we encounter the analytic process that consists in extrapolating a transcendent and common something, but that is a common universal for the sole purpose of introducing lack into desire, in situating and specifying persons and an ego under one aspect or another of its absence, and imposing an exclusive direction on the disjunction of the sexes. Such is the case in Freud, for Oedipus, for castration, for the second phase of the fantasy a child is being beaten, or again for the famous latency period where the analytical mystification culminates. This common, transcendent, absent something will be called phallus or law, in order to designate the signifier that distributes the effects of meaning throughout the chain and introduces exclusions there, whence the Oedipalizing interpretations of Lacanism. This signifier acts as the formal cause of the triangulation, that is to say, makes possible both the form of the triangle and its reproduction. Oedipus has as its formula 3 + 1, the one of the transcendent phallus without which the terms considered would not take the form of a triangle. It is as if the so-called signifying chain, made up of elements that are themselves non-signifying of polyvocal writing and detachable fragments, were the object of a special treatment, a crushing operation that extracted a detached object from the chain, a despotic signifier from whose law the entire chain seems consequently to be suspended, each link triangulated. There we have a curious paralogism implying a transcendent use of the syntheses of the unconscious. We pass from detachable partial objects to the detached complete object, from which global persons derive by an assigning of lack. For example, in the capitalist code and its trinitary expression, money as detachable chain is converted into capital as detached object, which exists only in the fetishist view of stocks and lacks. The same is true of the Oedipal code. The libido as energy of selection and detachment is converted into the phallus as detached object, the latter existing only in the transcendent form of stock and lack, something common and absent that is just as lacking in men as in women. It is this conversion that makes the whole of sexuality shift into the Oedipal framework. This projection of all the breaks flows onto the same mythical locale, and all the non-signifying signs into the same major signifier. The effective triangulation makes it possible to assign sexuality to one of the sexes. The partial objects have lost nothing of their virulence and efficacy. Yet the reference to the penis gives its full meaning to castration. Through it, all the external experiences linked to deprivation, to frustration, to the lack of partial objects take on meaning after the fact. All previous history is recast in a new version in the light of castration 18. That is indeed what disturbs us, this recasting of history and this lack attributed to partial objects. And how could partial objects not have lost their virulence and efficacy, once they had been introduced into a use of synthesis that remains fundamentally illegitimate with regard to them? We do not deny that there is an Oedipal sexuality, an Oedipal heterosexuality and homosexuality, an Oedipal castration, as well as complete objects, global images, and specific egos. We deny that these are productions of the unconscious. What is more, castration and Oedipalization beget a basic illusion that makes us believe that real desiring production is answerable to higher formations that integrate it, subject it to transcendent laws, and make it serve a higher social and cultural production. There then appears a kind of unsticking of the social field with regard to the production of desire, in whose name all resignations are justified in advance. Psychoanalysis, at the most concrete level of therapy, reinforces this apparent movement with its combined forces. Psychoanalysis itself ensures this conversion of the unconscious. In what it calls the pre-Oedipal, it sees a stage that must be surmounted in the direction of an evolutive integration, toward the depressive position under the reign of the complete object, or organized in the direction of a structural integration, toward the position of a despotic signifier, under the reign of the phallus. The aptitude for conflict of which Freud spoke, the qualitative opposition between homosexuality and heterosexuality, is in fact a consequence of Oedipus. Far from being an obstacle to treatment encountered from without, it is a product of Oedipalization, and a counter-effect of the treatment that reinforces it. In reality, the problem has nothing to do with pre-Oedipal stages that would still revolve around an Oedipal axis, but rather with the existence and the nature of an ano-Oedipal sexuality, an ano-Oedipal heterosexuality and homosexuality, an ano-Oedipal castration. The breaks flows of desiring production do not let themselves be projected onto a mythical locale, the signs of desire do not let themselves be extrapolated from a signifier. Transsexuality does not let any qualitative opposition between a local and non-specific heterosexuality and a local and non-specific homosexuality arise. Everywhere, in this reversion, the innocence of flowers instead of the guilt of conversion. But rather than ensuring, or tending to ensure, the reversion of the entire unconscious according to the ano-Oedipal form and within the ano-Oedipal content of desiring production, analytic theory and practice never cease to promote the conversion of the unconscious to Oedipus, form and content. We shall see in effect what psychoanalysis calls resolving Oedipus. This conversion is therefore promoted by psychoanalysis first of all by making a global and specific use of the connective syntheses. This use can be defined as transcendent, and implies a first paralogism in the psychoanalytic process. For a simple reason, we again make use of Kantian terminology. In what he termed the critical revolution, Kant intended to discover criteria immanent to understanding so as to distinguish the legitimate and the illegitimate uses of the syntheses of consciousness. In the name of transcendental philosophy, immanence of criteria, he therefore denounced the transcendent use of syntheses such as appeared in metaphysics. In like fashion we are compelled to say that psychoanalysis has its metaphysics, its name is Oedipus. And that a revolution this time materialist can proceed only by way of a critique of Oedipus, by denouncing the illegitimate use of the syntheses of the unconscious as found in Oedipal psychoanalysis, so as to rediscover a transcendental unconscious defined by the immanence of its criteria, and a corresponding practice that we shall call schizoanalysis. For the disjunctive synthesis of recording. When Oedipus slips into the disjunctive syntheses of desiring recording, it imposes the ideal of a certain restrictive or exclusive use on them that becomes identical with the form of triangulation, being daddy, mommy, or child. This is the reign of the either/or in the differentiating function of the prohibition of incest. Here is where mommy begins, there daddy, and there you are, stay in your place. Oedipus's misfortune is indeed that it no longer knows who begins where, nor who is who. And being parent or child is also accompanied by two other differentiations on the other sides of the triangle, being man or woman, being dead or alive. Oedipus must not know whether it is alive or dead, man or woman, any more than it knows whether it is parent or child. Commit incest and you'll be a zombie and a hermaphrodite. In this sense, indeed, the three major neuroses that are termed familial seem to correspond to Oedipal lapses in the differentiating function or in the disjunctive synthesis. The phobic person can no longer be sure whether he is parent or child, the obsessed person, whether he is dead or alive, the hysterical person, whether he is man or woman. 19 In short, the familial triangulation represents the minimum condition under which an ego takes on the coordinates that differentiate it at one end. The same time with regard to generation, sex, and vital state. And the religious triangulation confirms this result in another mode. Thus in the Trinity, the obliteration of the feminine image in favor of a phallic symbol demonstrates how the triangle displaces itself toward its own cause and attempts to integrate it. This time it is a matter of the maximum conditions under which persons are differentiated. Hence the importance of the Kantian definition that posits God as the a priori principle of the disjunctive syllogism, so that all things derive from it by a restriction of a larger reality. Omnitudo realitatis. Kant's humor makes God into the master of a syllogism. The action characteristic of Oedipal recording is the introduction of an exclusive, restrictive, and negative use of the disjunctive synthesis. We are so molded by Oedipus that we find it hard to imagine another use, and even the three familial neuroses do not escape this use, although they suffer from no longer being capable of applying it. Everywhere in psychoanalysis, in Freud, we have seen this taste for exclusive disjunctions assert itself. It becomes nevertheless apparent that schizophrenia teaches us a singular extra-Oedipal lesson, and reveals to us an unknown force of the disjunctive synthesis, an immanent use that would no longer be exclusive or restrictive, but fully affirmative, non-restrictive, inclusive. A disjunction that remains disjunctive, and that still affirms the disjoint terms, that affirms them throughout their entire distance, without restricting one by the other or excluding the other from the one, is perhaps the greatest paradox. Either, or, instead of either/or. The schizophrenic is not man and woman. He is man or woman, but he belongs precisely to both sides, man on the side of men, woman on the side of women. Likeable Jayat, Albert Desire, matriculation number 541610001, intones the litany of the parallel series of the masculine and the feminine, and places himself on both sides. Matt Albert 5416 Raku Ali Sultan Romain Vasin, Matt Desire 1001 Rakula Sultana Romain Vasin, Matt Albert 5416 Raku the Insane Roman Sultan, Matt Desire 1001 Raku the Insane Roman Sultanus. Point 20 The schizophrenic is dead or alive, not both at once, but each of the two as the terminal point of a distance over which he glides. He is child or parent, not both, but the one at the end of the other, like the two ends of a stick in a non-decomposable space. This is the meaning of the disjunctions where Beckett records his characters and the events that befall them. Everything divides, but into itself. Even the distances are positive, at the same time as the included disjunctions. It would be a total misunderstanding of this order of thought if we concluded that the schizophrenic substituted vague syntheses of identification of contradictory elements for disjunctions, like the last of the Hegelian philosophers. He does not substitute syntheses of contradictory elements for disjunctive syntheses, rather, for the exclusive and restrictive use of the disjunctive synthesis, he substitutes an affirmative use. He is and remains in disjunction. He does not abolish disjunction by identifying the contradictory elements by means of elaboration. Instead, he affirms it through a continuous overflight spanning an indivisible distance. He is not simply bisexual, or between the two, or intersexual. He is transsexual. He is transalived, transparentild. He does not reduce two contraries to an identity of the same. He affirms their distance as that which relates the two as different. He does not confine himself inside contradictions, on the contrary, he opens out and, like a spore case inflated with spores, releases them as so many singularities that he had improperly shut off, some of which he intended to exclude, while retaining others, but which now become point signs, point signes, 21 all affirmed by their new distance. The disjunction, being now inclusive, does not closet itself inside its own terms. On the contrary, it is non-restrictive. I was then no longer this closed box to which I owed being so well preserved, but a partition came crashing down, an event that will liberate a space where Malloy and Moran no longer designate persons, but singularities flocking from all sides, evanescent agents of production. This is free disjunction. The differential positions persist in their entirety, they even take on a free quality, but they are all inhabited by a faceless and transpositional subject. Schreber is man and woman, parent and child, dead and alive, which is to say, he is situated wherever there is a singularity, in all the series and in all the branches marked by a singular point, because he is himself this distance that transforms him into a woman, and at its terminal point he is already the mother of a new humanity and can finally die. That is why the schizophrenic God has so little to do with the God of religion, even though they are related to the same syllogism. In Le Baphomet, Klossowski contrasts God as the master of the exclusions and restrictions that derive from the disjunctive syllogism, with an Antichrist who is the prince of modifications, determining instead the passage of a subject through all possible predicates. I am God, I am not God, I am God, I am man. It is not a matter of a synthesis that would go beyond the negative disjunctions of the derived reality, in an original reality of man-God, but rather of an inclusive disjunction that carries out the synthesis itself in drifting from one term to another and following the distance between terms. Nothing is primal. It is like the famous conclusion to Malloy, it is midnight. The rain is beating on the windows. It was not midnight. It was not raining 22. Nijinsky wrote, I am God, I was not God, I am a clown of God, I am Oedipus. I am an Egyptian. I am a Red Indian. I am a Negro. I am a Chinaman. I am a Japanese. I am a foreigner, a stranger. I am a sea bird. I am a land bird. I am the tree of Tolstoy. I am the roots of Tolstoy. I am husband and wife in one. I love my wife. I love my husband. 23. What counts is not parental designations, nor racial or divine designations, but merely the use made of them. No problem of meaning, but only of usage. Nothing original or derived, but a generalized drift. It would seem that the schizo liberates a raw genealogical material, non-restrictive, where he can situate himself, record himself, and take his bearings in all the branches at once, on all sides. He explodes the Oedipal genealogy. Through graduated relationships he performs absolute overflights spanning indivisible distances. The genealogist madman lays out a disjunctive network on the body without organs. And God, who designates none other than the energy of recording, can be the greatest enemy in the paranoiac inscription, but also the greatest friend in the miraculating inscription. In any case, the question of a being superior to man and to nature does not arise here at all. Everything is on the body without organs, both what is inscribed and the energy that inscribes it. On the unengendered body, the non-decomposable distances are necessarily surveyed, while the disjoint terms are all affirmed. I am the letter and the pen and the paper. It was in this fashion that Nijinsky kept his diary. Yes, I was my father and I was my son. The disjunctive synthesis of recording therefore leads us to the same result as the connective synthesis. It too is capable of two uses, the one immanent, the other transcendent. And here again, why does psychoanalysis reinforce the transcendent use that introduces exclusions and restrictions everywhere in the disjunctive network, and that makes the unconscious swing over into Oedipus? And why is Oedipalization precisely that? It is because the exclusive relation introduced by Oedipus comes into play not only between the various disjunctions conceived as differentiations, but between the whole of the differentiations that it imposes and an undifferentiated, unindifferentiae, that it presupposes. Oedipus informs us, if you don't follow the lines of differentiation daddy mommy me, and the exclusive alternatives that delineate them, you will fall into the black night of the undifferentiated. It should be made clear that the exclusive disjunctions are not at all the same as the inclusive disjunctions, neither God nor the parental designations play the same role in the two. In exclusive disjunctions, parental appellations no longer designate intensive states through which the subject passes on the body without organs, and in the unconscious that remains an orphan, yes, I was, rather, they designate global persons who do not exist prior to the prohibitions that found them, and they differentiate among these global persons and in relation to the ego. So that the transgression of the prohibition becomes correlatively a confusion of persons, where the ego identifies with the global persons, with the loss of differentiating rules or differential functions. But we should stress the fact that Oedipus creates both the differentiations that it orders and the undifferentiated with which it threatens us. With the same movement the Oedipus complex inserts desire into triangulation, and prohibits desire from satisfying itself with the terms of the triangulation. It forces desire to take as its object the differentiated parental persons, and, brandishing the threats of the undifferentiated, prohibits the correlative ego from satisfying its desires with these persons, in the name of the same requirements of differentiation. But it is this undifferentiated that Oedipus creates as the reverse of the differentiations that it creates. Oedipus says to us, either you will internalize the differential functions that rule over the exclusive disjunctions, and thereby resolve Oedipus, or you will fall into the neurotic night of imaginary identifications. Either you will follow the lines of the triangle lines that structure and differentiate the three terms, or you will always bring one term into play as if it were one too many in relation to the other two, and you will reproduce in every sense the dual relations of identification in the undifferentiated. But there is Oedipus on either side. And everybody knows what psychoanalysis means by resolving Oedipus, internalizing it so as to better rediscover it on the outside, in social authority, where it will be made to proliferate and be passed on to the children. The child becomes a man only by resolving the Oedipus complex, whose resolution introduces him into society, where he finds, within the figure of authority, the obligation to relieve it, this time with no way out. Nor is it by any means certain that, between the impossible return to that which precedes the stage of culture and the growing malaise that this stage provokes, a point of equilibrium can be found. 24. Oedipus is like the labyrinth, you only get out by re-entering it or by making someone else enter it. Oedipus as either problem or solution is the two ends of a ligature that cuts off all desiring production. The screws are tightened, nothing relating to production can make its way through any longer, except for a far distant murmur. The unconscious has been crushed, triangulated, and confronted with a choice that is not its own. With all of the exits now blocked, there is no longer any possible use for the inclusive, non-restrictive disjunctions. Parents have been found for the orphan, unconscious. Double-bind is the term used by Gregory Bateson to describe the simultaneous transmission of two kinds of messages, one of which contradicts the other, as for example the father who says to his son, "Go ahead, criticize me," but strongly hints that all effective criticism, at least a certain type of criticism, will be very unwelcome. Bateson sees in this phenomenon a particularly schizophrenizing situation, which he interprets as a contrary from the viewpoint of Russell's theory of types. 25 It seems to us that the double bind, the double impasse, is instead a common situation, Oedipalizing par excellence. And although it would require formalization, the other type of nonsense spoken of by Russell is brought to mind by the double bind situation. An alternative, an exclusive disjunction is defined in terms of a principle which, however, constitutes its two terms or underlying wholes, and where the principle itself enters into the alternative, a completely different case from what happens when the disjunction is inclusive. Here we have the second paralogism of psychoanalysis. In short, the double bind is none other than the whole of Oedipus. It is in this sense that Oedipus should be presented as a series, or an oscillation between two poles, the neurotic identification, and the internalization that is said to be normative. On either side is Oedipus, the double impasse. And if a schizo is produced here as an entity, this occurs for the simple reason that there is no other means of escaping this double path, where normality is no less blocked than neurosis, and where the solution offers no more of a way out than does the problem. Hence the schizo's withdrawal to the body without organs. It seems that Freud himself was acutely aware of Oedipus's inseparability from a double impasse into which he was precipitating the unconscious. Thus in the 1936 letter to Romain Rolland, Freud writes, "Everything unfolds as if the essential were to go beyond the father, as if going beyond the father were always forbidden." This becomes even more clear when Freud elaborates the entire historico-mythical series. At one end the Oedipal bond is established by the murderous identification, at the other end it is reinforced by the restoration and internalization of paternal authority, revival of the old state of things at a new level. Point 26 Between the two there is latency, the celebrated latency which is without doubt the greatest psychoanalytic mystification, this society of brothers who forbid themselves the fruits of the crime, and spend all the time necessary for internalizing. But we are warned, the society of brothers is very dejected, unstable, and dangerous. It must prepare the way for the rediscovery of an equivalent to parental authority, it must cause us to pass over to the other pole. In accord with the suggestion of Freud's American society, the industrial society with anonymous management and vanishing personal power, etc., is presented to us as a resurgence of the society without the father. Not surprisingly, the industrial society is burdened with the search for original modes for the restoration of the equivalent. For example, the astonishing discovery by Mitscherlich that the British royal family, after all, is not such a bad thing. Point 27. It is therefore understood that we leave one pole of Oedipus only to pass on to the other. No way of getting out, neurosis or normality. The society of brothers rediscovers nothing of production and desiring machines, on the contrary, it spreads the veil of latency. As to those who refuse to be Oedipalized in one form or another, at one end or the other in the treatment, the psychoanalyst is there to call the asylum or the police for help. The police on our side, never did psychoanalysis better display its taste for supporting the movement of social repression, and for participating in it with enthusiasm. Let it not be thought that we are alluding to the folkloric aspects of psychoanalysis. The fact that there are some, around Lacan, who are developing another conception of psychoanalysis, does not mean that we should take no notice of the dominant tone in the most respected associations. Consider Dr. Mendel and the Drs. Stephan, the state of fury that is theirs, and their literally police-like appeal at the thought that someone might claim to escape the Oedipal dragnet. Oedipus is one of those things that becomes all the more dangerous the less people believe in it, then the cops are there to replace the high priests. The first profound example of an analysis of double bind, in this sense, can be found in Marx's On the Jewish Question, between the family and the state, the Oedipus of familial authority and the Oedipus of social authority. Oedipus is completely useless, except for tying off the unconscious on both sides. We shall see in what sense Oedipus is strictly undecidable, incitable, as the mathematicians would put it. We are extremely tired of those stories where one is said to be in good health because of Oedipus, sick from Oedipus, and suffering from various illnesses under the influence of Oedipus. It sometimes happens that an analyst becomes fed up with this myth that is the bed and board of psychoanalysis, and goes back to the sources. Freud never managed to escape the world of the father, or of guilt. While offering the possibility of constructing a logic of the relation to the father, he was the first to open the way for a release from the father's hold on man. The possibility of living beyond the father's law, beyond all law, is perhaps the most essential possibility brought forth by Freudian psychoanalysis. But paradoxically, and perhaps because of Freud, everything leads us to conclude that this release, made possible by psychoanalysis, will be achieved, is already being achieved, outside it. Point 28. We cannot, however, share either this pessimism or this optimism. For there is much optimism in thinking psychoanalysis makes possible a veritable solution to Oedipus. Oedipus is like God, the father is like God, the problem is not resolved until we do away with both the problem and the solution. It is not the purpose of schizoanalysis to resolve Oedipus, it does not intend to resolve it better than Oedipal psychoanalysis does. Its aim is to de-Oedipalize the unconscious in order to reach the real problems. Schizoanalysis proposes to reach those regions of the orphan unconscious, indeed beyond all law, where the problem of Oedipus can no longer even be raised. By the same token, we do not share the pessimism that consists in thinking that this change, this release, can be achieved only outside psychoanalysis. We believe, on the contrary, in the possibility of an internal reversal that would make the analytic machine into an indispensable part of the revolutionary machinery. What is more, the objective conditions for such a practice appear to be already present. Everything takes place as if Oedipus of itself had two poles, one pole characterized by imaginary figures that lend themselves to a process of identification, and a second pole characterized by symbolic functions that lend themselves to a process of differentiation. But in any case we are Oedipalized. If we don't have Oedipus as a crisis, we have it as a structure. Then the crisis is passed on to others, and the whole movement starts all over again. Such is the Oedipe disjunction, the swing of the pendulum, the exclusive inverse reasoning. That is why, when we are invited to go beyond a simplistic conception of Oedipus based on parental images, in order to define symbolic functions within a structure, it is in vain that the traditional daddy-mommy are replaced by a mother function, a father function. We don't quite see what there is to gain by this, except for the founding of the universality of Oedipus beyond the variability of images, the fusing of desire even more strongly to law and prohibitions, and the pushing of the process of Oedipalization of the unconscious to its limits. Here Oedipus encounters its two extremes, its minimum and its maximum, depending on whether it is regarded as tending toward an undifferentiated value of its variable images, or toward the force of differentiation of its symbolic functions. When one draws nearer to the material imagination, the differential function diminishes, one tends toward equivalences. When one draws nearer to the formative elements, the differential function increases, one tends toward distinctive valences. 29. It will hardly come as a surprise to learn that Oedipus as a structure is the Christian Trinity, whereas Oedipus as a crisis is a familial trinity insufficiently structured by faith, always the two poles in inverse proportion, Oedipus forever. How many interpretations of Lacanism, overtly or secretly pious as the case may be, have in this manner invoked a structural Oedipus to create and shut the double impasse, to lead us back to the question of the Father, to Oedipalize even the schizo, and to show that a gap in the symbolic would bring us back to the imaginary, and inversely that imaginary drivel or confusions would lead us to the structure. As a famous predecessor said to these creatures, "You've already made this into an old refrain." As for us, that is why we were unable to posit any difference in nature, any border line, any limit at all between the imaginary and the symbolic, or between Oedipus as crisis and Oedipus as structure, or between the problem and its solution. It is solely a question of a correlative double impasse, a swing of a pendulum responsible for sweeping away the entire unconscious, and that continuously carries us from one pole to the other. A double pincer action that crushes the unconscious caught in its exclusive disjunction. The true difference in nature is not between the symbolic and the imaginary, but between the real machinic element, which constitutes desiring production, and the structural whole of the imaginary and the symbolic, which merely forms a myth and its variants. The difference is not between two uses of Oedipus, but between the ano-Oedipal use of the inclusive, non-restrictive disjunctions, and the Oedipal use of exclusive disjunctions, whether this last use borrows from the paths of the imaginary or the values of the symbolic. It would also be necessary to heed Lacan's word of caution concerning the Freudian myth of Oedipus, which has no way of holding its own indefinitely in the forms of society where the tragic sense is increasingly lost. A myth cannot sustain itself when it supports no ritual, and psychoanalysis is not the Oedipus ritual 30. Even if we go back from the images to the structure, from imaginary figures to symbolic functions, from the father to the law, from the mother to the great other, in truth the question merely retreats. And if we try to envisage the time put into this retreat, Lacan goes on to say, the sole foundation for the society of brothers, for fraternity, is segregation. What does he mean here? In any case, it was inopportune to tighten the nuts and bolts where Lacan had just loosened them, or to Oedipalize the schizo where on the contrary he had just schizophrenized even neurosis, injecting a schizophrenic flow capable of subverting the field of psychoanalysis. The object, small o, erupts at the heart of the structural equilibrium in the manner of an infernal machine, the desiring machine. Then a second generation of disciples of Lacan supervenes, less and less sensitive to the false problems of Oedipus. But if the first disciples were tempted to reclose the Oedipus yoke, didn't they do so to the extent that Lacan seemed to maintain a kind of projection of the signifying chains onto a despotic signifier, lacking unto itself and reintroducing lack into the series of desire on which it imposed an exclusive use? Was it possible to denounce Oedipus as myth, and nevertheless maintain that the castration complex itself was not a myth but in fact something real? Wasn't this tantamount to taking up the cry of Aristotle, we really must come to a halt, in the face of this Freudian ananke, this rock? 5. The conjunctive synthesis of consumption-consummation. In the third synthesis, the conjunctive synthesis of consumption, we have seen how the body without organs was in fact an egg, crisscrossed with axes, banded with zones, localized with areas and fields, measured off by gradients, traversed by potentials, marked by thresholds. In this sense, we believe in a biochemistry of schizophrenia, in conjunction with the biochemistry of drugs, that will be progressively more capable of determining the nature of this egg and the distribution of field gradient threshold. It is a matter of relationships of intensities through which the subject passes on the body without organs, a process that engages him in becomings, rises and falls, migrations and displacements. R.D. Lang is entirely right in defining the schizophrenic process as a voyage of initiation, a transcendental experience of the loss of the ego, which causes a subject to remark, I had existed since the very beginning. From the lowest form of life, the body without organs, to the present time. I was looking. Not looking so much as just feeling ahead of me was lying the most horrific journey. 31. When we speak here of a voyage, this is no more a metaphor than before when we spoke of an egg, and of what takes place in and on it: morphogenetic movements, displacements of cellular groups, stretchings, folds, migrations, and local variations of potentials. There is no reason to oppose an interior voyage to exterior ones. Lentz stroll, Nijinsky's stroll, the promenades of Beckett's creatures are effective realities, but where the reality of matter has abandoned all extension, just as the interior voyage has abandoned all form and quality, henceforth causing pure intensities coupled together, almost unbearable to radiate within and without, intensities through which a nomadic subject passes. Here it is not a case of an hallucinatory experience nor of a delirious mode of thought, but a feeling, a series of emotions and feelings as a consummation and a consumption of intensive quantities, that form the material for subsequent hallucinations and deliriums. The intensive emotion, the affect, is both the common root and the principle of differentiation of deliriums and hallucinations. We are also of a mind to believe that everything commingles in these intense becomings, passages, and migrations, all this drift that ascends and descends the flows of time, countries, races, families, parental appellations, divine appellations, geographical and historical designations, and even miscellaneous news items. I feel that, I am becoming God, I am becoming woman, I was Joan of Arc and I am Heliogabalus and the Great Mongol, I am a Chinaman, a Redskin, a Templar, I was my father and I was my son. And all the criminals, the whole list of criminals, the decent criminals and the scoundrels, Zondi rather than Freud and his Oedipus. Perhaps it's by trying to be worm that I'll finally succeed in being Mahood. Then all I'll have to do is be worm. Which no doubt I shall achieve by trying to be Jones. Then all I'll have to do is be Jones. But if everything commingles in this fashion, it does so in intensity, with no confusion of spaces and forms, since these have indeed been undone on behalf of a new order, the intense and intensive order. What is the nature of this order? The first things to be distributed on the body without organs are races, cultures, and their gods. The fact has often been overlooked that the schizo indeed participates in history, he hallucinates and raves universal history, and proliferates the races. All delirium is racial, which does not necessarily mean racist. It is not a matter of the regions of the body without organs representing races and cultures. The full body does not represent anything at all. On the contrary, the races and cultures designate regions on this body, that is, zones of intensities, fields of potentials. Phenomena of individualization and sexualization are produced within these fields. We pass from one field to another by crossing thresholds, we never stop migrating, we become other individuals as well as other sexes, and departing becomes as easy as being born or dying. Along the way we struggle against other races, we destroy civilizations, in the manner of the great migrants in whose wake nothing is left standing once they have passed through, although these destructions can be brought about, as we shall see, in two very different ways. The crossing of a threshold entails ravages elsewhere. How could it be otherwise? The body without organs closes round the deserted places. The theater of cruelty cannot be separated from the struggle against our culture, from the confrontation of the races, and from Artaud's great migration toward Mexico. Its forces and its religions, individuations are produced only within fields of forces expressly defined by intensive vibrations, and that animate cruel personages only in so far as they are induced organs, parts of desiring Mach-9s, mannequins. 32 A season in hell. How could it be separated from denunciations of European families, from the call for destructions that don't come quickly enough, from the admiration for the convict, from the intense crossing of the thresholds of history, and from this prodigious migration, this becoming woman, this becoming Scandinavian or Mongol, this displacement of races and of continents, this feeling of raw intensity that presides over delirium as well as over hallucinations, and especially this deliberate, stubborn, material will to be of a race inferior for all eternity. I have known every son of good birth, I have never been of this people, I have never been Christian. Yes, my eyes are closed to your light. I am a beast, a Negro. 33. And can Zarathustra be separated from the grand politics, and from the bringing to life of the races that leads Nietzsche to say, I'm not a German, I'm Polish. Here again individuations are brought about solely within complexes of forces that determine persons as so many intensive states embodied in a criminal, ceaselessly passing beyond a threshold while destroying the factitious unity of a family and an ego. I am Prado, I am also Prado's father. I venture to say that I am also Lesseps. I wanted to give my Parisians, whom I love, a new idea that of a decent criminal. I am also Chambige, also a decent criminal. The unpleasant thing, and one that nags at my modesty, is that at root every name in history is I-34. Yet it was never a question of identifying oneself with personages, as when it is erroneously maintained that a madman takes himself for so and so. It is a question of something quite different, identifying races, cultures, and gods with fields of intensity on the body without organs, identifying personages with states that fill these fields, and with effects that fulgurate within and traverse these fields. Whence the role of names, with a magic all their own. There is no ego that identifies with races, peoples, and persons in a theater of representation, but proper names that identify races, peoples, and persons with regions, thresholds, or effects in a production of intensive quantities. The theory of proper names should not be conceived of in terms of representation, it refers instead to the class of effects, effects that are not a mere dependence on causes, but the occupation of a domain, and the operation of a system of signs. This can be clearly seen in physics, where proper names designate such effects within fields of potentials, the Joule effect, the Seebeck effect, the Kelvin effect. History is like physics, a Joan of Arc effect, a Heliogabalus effect, all the names of history, and not the name of the Father. Everything has been said about the paucity of reality, the loss of reality, the lack of contact with life, autism, and athymia. Schizophrenics themselves have said everything there is to say about this, and have been quick to slip into the expected clinical mold. Dark world, growing desert, a solitary machine hums on the beach, an atomic factory installed in the desert. But if the body without organs is indeed this desert, it is as an indivisible, non-decomposable distance over which the schizo glides in order to be everywhere something real is produced, everywhere something real has been and will be produced. It is true that reality has ceased to be a principle. According to such a principle, the reality of the real was posed as a divisible abstract quantity, whereas the real was divided up into qualified unities, into distinct qualitative forms. But now the real is a product that envelopes the distances within intensive quantities. The indivisible is enveloped and signifies that what envelopes it does not divide without changing its nature or form. The schizo has no principles, he is something only by being something else. He is Mahout only by being Worm, and Worm only by being Jones. He is a girl only by being an old man who is miming or simulating the girl. Or rather, by being someone who is simulating an old man simulating a girl. Or rather, by simulating someone. Etc. This was already true of the completely oriental art of the Roman emperors, the 12 Paranoiacs of Suetonius. In a great book by Jacques Bess, we encounter once again the double stroll of the schizo, the geographic exterior voyage following non-decomposable distances, and the interior historical voyage enveloping intensities. Christopher Columbus calms his mutinous crew and becomes admiral again only by simulating a false admiral who is simulating a whore who is dancing. 35. But simulation must be understood in the same way as we spoke of identification. It expresses those non-decomposable distances always enveloped in the intensities that divide into one another while changing their form. If identification is a nomination, a designation, then simulation is the writing corresponding to it, a writing that is strangely polyvocal, flush with the real. It carries the real beyond its principle to the point where it is effectively produced by the desiring machine. The point where the copy ceases to be a copy in order to become the real and its artifice. To seize an intensive real as produced in the coextension of nature and history, to ransack the Roman Empire, the Mexican cities, the Greek gods, and the discovered continents so as to extract from them this always surplus reality, and to form the treasure of the paranoiac tortures and the celibate glories, all the pogroms of history, that's what I am, and all the triumphs, too, as if a few simple univocal events could be extricated from this extreme polyvocity, such is the histrionism of the schizophrenic. According to Klossowski's formula, the true program for a theater of cruelty, the mise en scene of a machine to produce the real. Far from having lost who knows what contact with life, the schizophrenic is closest to the beating heart of reality, to an intense point identical with the production of the real, and that leads right to say, what belongs specifically to the schizophrenic patient is that he experiences the vital biology of the body. With respect to their experiencing of life, the neurotic patient and the perverted individual are to the schizophrenic as the petty thief is to the daring safecracker. 36. So the question returns, what reduces the schizophrenic to his autistic, hospitalized profile, cut off from reality? Is it the process, or is it rather the interruption of the process, its aggravation, its continuation in the void? What forces the schizophrenic to withdraw to a body without organs that has become deaf, dumb, and blind? We often hear it said, he thinks he's Louis XVII. Not true. In the Louis XVII affair, or rather in the finest case, that of the pretender Richemont, there is a desiring machine or a celibate machine in the center, the horse with short, jointed paws, inside which they supposedly put the dauphin so he could flee. And then, all around, there are agents of production and anti-production, the organizers of the escape, the accomplices, the allied sovereigns, the revolutionary enemies, the jealous and hostile uncles, who are not persons but so many states of rising and falling through which the pretender passes. Moreover, the pretender Richemont's stroke of genius is not simply that he takes into account Louis XVII, or that he takes other pretenders into account by denouncing them as fake. What is so ingenious is that he takes other pretenders into account by assuming them, by authenticating them, that is to say, by making them too into states through which he passes. I am Louis XVII, but I am also Hervagault and Mathurin Bruno, who claim to be Louis XVII. 37 Richemont doesn't identify with Louis XVII, he lays claim to the premium due the person who traverses all the singularities of the series converging around the machine for kidnapping Louis XVII. There is no ego at the center, any more than there are persons distributed on the periphery. Nothing but a series of singularities in the disjunctive network, or intensive states in the conjunctive tissue, and a transpositional subject moving full circle, passing through all the states, triumphing over some as over his enemies, relishing others as his allies, collecting everywhere the fraudulent premium of his avatars. Partial object, a well-situated scar ambiguous besides, is better proof than all the memories of childhood that the pretender lacks. The conjunctive synthesis can therefore be expressed, so I am the king. So the kingdom belongs to me. But this me is merely the residual subject that sweeps the circle and concludes a self from its oscillations on the circle. All delirium possesses a world historical, political, and racial content, mixing and sweeping along races, cultures, continents, and kingdoms. Some wonder whether this long drift merely constitutes a derivative of Oedipus. The familial order explodes, families are challenged, son, father, mother, sister, I mean those families like my own, that owe all to the Declaration of the Rights of Man. When I seek out my most profound opposite, I always encounter my mother and my sister. To see myself related to such German rabble is, as it were, a blasphemy with respect to my doctrine of the eternal return. It is a question of knowing if the historico-political, the racial, and the cultural are merely part of a manifest content and formally depend on a work of elaboration, or if, on the contrary, this content should be followed as the thread of latency that the order of families hides from us. Should the rupture with families be taken as a sort of familial romance that would indeed bring us back again to families and refer us to an event or a structural determination inside the family itself? Or is this rather the sign that the problem must be raised in a completely different manner, because it is already raised elsewhere for the schizo himself, outside the family? Are the names of history derivatives of the name of the father, and are the races, cultures, and continents substitutes for daddy-mommy, dependent on the Oedipal genealogy? Is history's signifier the dead father? Once again let us consider Judge Schreber's delirium. To be sure, the use of races and the mobilization or notion of history are developed there in a manner totally different from that employed by the authors we have previously mentioned. The fact remains that Schreber's memoirs are filled with the theory of God's chosen peoples, and with the dangers that face the currently chosen people, the Germans, who are threatened by the Jews, the Catholics, and the Slavs. In his intense metamorphoses and passages, Schreber becomes a pupil of the Jesuits, the burgomaster of a city where the Germans are fighting against the Slavs, and a girl defending Alsace against the French. At last he crosses the Aryan gradient or threshold to become a Mongol prince. What does this becoming pupil, burgomaster, girl, and Mongol signify. All paranoiac deliriums stir up similar historical, geographic, and racial masses. The error would lie in concluding, for example, that fascists are mere paranoiacs. This would be an error precisely because, in the current state of affairs, this would still amount to leading the historical and political content of the delirium back to an internal familial determination. And what is even more disturbing to us is the fact that the entirety of this enormous content disappears completely from Freud's analysis, not one trace of it remains, everything is ground, squashed, triangulated into Oedipus, everything is reduced to the father, in such a way as to reveal in the crudest fashion the inadequacies of an Oedipal psychoanalysis. Let us consider another paranoiac delirium as related by Maud Manani, a delirium whose political nature is especially vivid. This example appears all the more striking to us, given our great admiration for Maud Manani's work and for the manner in which she poses anti-psychiatric and institutional problems. Here then we see a man from Martinique who, in the process of his delirium, situates himself in relation to the Arabs and the Algerian War, in relation to the whites and the May 68 events, and so on. I fell sick from the Algerian problem. I had partaken in the same foolishness as they, sexual pleasure. They adopted me as one of their own race. Mongol blood flows through my veins. Every time I attempted to put something into effect, the Algerians argued against it. I had racist notions. I descend from the Gallic dynasty. By this right I am a man of noble lineage. Let my name be determined, let it be determined scientifically, and then I shall be able to set up a harem 38. Though aware of the character of revolt and of truth for all implied in the psychosis, Maud Manani argues that the origin of the breakup of familial relations in favor of themes that the subject himself declares to be racist, metaphysical, and political, is to be found in the familial structure serving as a matrix. This origin would exist therefore in the symbolic void or in the initial foreclusion, of the signifier of the father 39. The name to be determined scientifically, the name that haunts all history, is simply the paternal name. In this case as in many others, the utilization of the Lacanian concept of foreclosure leads to the forced Oedipalization of the rebel. The absence of Oedipus is interpreted as a lack with regard to the father, a gaping hole in the structure. Next, in the name of this lack, we are referred to the other Oedipal pole, the pole of imaginary identifications within the maternal undifferentiated. The law of the double bind operates relentlessly, ruthlessly, flinging us from one pole to the other, in such a way that what is foreclosed in the symbolic must reappear in the real in a hallucinatory form. But in this fashion the entire historico-political theme gets interpreted as a constellation of imaginary identifications depending on Oedipus, or on that which the subject lacks in order to become Oedipalized. And to be sure, it is not a question of knowing whether or not the familial determinations or interminations play a role. It is obvious that they do. But is this an initial role as symbolic organizer, or symbolic disorganizer, from which the floating contents of the historical delirium would derive, as so many glittering reflections in an imaginary mirror? Is the trinitary formula for the schizo which leads him, forced and constrained, back to Oedipus this void left by the absence of the father and this cancerous development of the mother and the sister? And yet, as we have seen, if there is one problem that does not exist in schizophrenia, it is the problem of identifications. And if getting well amounts to getting Oedipalized, we can easily understand the outbursts of the patient who does not want to be cured, and who treats the analyst as one of the family, then as an ally of the police. Is the schizophrenic sick and cut off from reality because he lacks Oedipus, because he is lacking in something only to be found in Oedipus, or on the contrary is he sick by virtue of the Oedipalization he is unable to bear, and around which everything combines in order to force him to submit, social repression even before psychoanalysis? The schizophrenic egg is like the biological egg, they have a similar history, and our knowledge of them has run up against the same sort of difficulties and illusions. During the development of the differentiation of the egg, it was first believed that veritable organizers decided the destiny of the parts. but it was soon noticed that on the one hand, all kinds of other variable substances had the same action as the envisaged organizing stimulus, and that on the other hand, the parts themselves had specific abilities and potentials for development that did not exist for the stimulus. Experiments with grafting. Whence the idea that the stimuli are not organizers, but mere inductors. Ultimately, the nature of these inductors is a matter of indifference. Many different kinds of substances and materials, when killed, boiled, and pulverized, have the same effect. It was the beginnings of the development that favored the illusion, the simplicity of the beginning consisting, for example, of cellular divisions could lead one to believe in some sort of adequation between the inductor and what is induced. But we are well aware that, when considered in terms of its beginnings, a thing is always poorly judged because, in order to become apparent, it is forced to simulate structural states and to slip into state of forces that serve it as masks. What is more, from the beginning we can see that it makes use of masks in an entirely different manner, and that underneath the mask and by means of it, it already invests the terminal forms and the specific higher states whose integrity it will subsequently establish. Such is the history of Oedipus. The parental figures are in no way organizers, but rather inductors or stimuli of varying, vague import that trigger processes of an entirely different nature, processes that are endowed with what amounts to an indifference with regard to the stimulus. Doubtless one can believe that, in the beginning, the stimulus, the Oedipal inductor, is a real organizer. But believing is an operation of a conscious or preconscious nature, an extrinsic perception rather than an operation of the unconscious upon itself. From the beginning of the life of the child, it is already an altogether different undertaking that pierces the mask of Oedipus, a different flow running through the openings in the mask, a different adventure that of desiring production. Yet it cannot be said that psychoanalysis was unaware of this in a certain respect. In his theory of the primal fantasy, of the traces of an archaic heredity, and the endogenous sources of the superego, Freud constantly asserts that the active factors are not the real parents, nor even the parents as the child imagines them. Such is also the case, and all the more so, for Lacan's disciples, when they take up the distinction between the imaginary and the symbolic, when they oppose the name of the father to the imago, and the foreclosure concerning the signifier to a real deficiency or absence of the paternal personage. There is no better example than this to show that the parental figures are indifferent inductors and that the true organizer is elsewhere on the side of what is induced, not on that of the inductor. But that is just the beginning of the question, the same question as in the case of the biological egg. For under these conditions is there no solution but to revive the notion of a terrain, whether in the form of a phylogenetic innateness of preformation, or a cultural symbolic a priori linked to prematuration. Worse yet, it is clear that by invoking such an a priori one does not by any means abandon familialism in the strictest sense, which burdens all of psychoanalysis. On the contrary, one thereby plunges deeper into familialism and generalizes it. Parents have been put in their true places within the workings of the unconscious, as inductors of an indifferent nature, yet the role of organizer continues to be entrusted to symbolic or structural elements that are still part of the family and its Oedipal matrix. Once again one is caught, without a way out. It is simply that the means have been found to render the family transcendent. There we have it, the incurable familialism of psychoanalysis, enclosing the unconscious within Oedipus, cutting off all vital flows, crushing desiring production, conditioning the patient to respond daddy mommy, and to always consume daddy mommy. Thus Foucault was entirely right in saying that, in a certain sense, the psychoanalyst completed and perfected what the psychiatry of 19th-century asylums, with Pinel and Tuke, had set out to do, to fuse madness with the parental complex, to link it to the half-real, half-imaginary dialectic of the family, to constitute for the madman a microcosm symbolizing the massive structures of bourgeois society and its values, relations of family-child, transgression-punishment, madness-disorder. To arrange things so that disalienation goes the same route as alienation, with Oedipus at both ends, to establish the moral authority of the doctor as father and judge, family and law, and finally to culminate in the following paradox, while the victim of mental illness is entirely alienated in the real person of his doctor, the doctor dissipates the reality of the mental illness in the critical concept of madness. Luminous pages. Let us add that by enveloping the illness in a familial complex internal to the patient, and then the familial complex itself in the transference or the doctor-patient relationship, Freudian psychoanalysis made a somewhat intensive use of the family. Granted, this use distorted the nature of the intensive quantities in the unconscious. Nevertheless, it still respected in part the general principle of a production of these quantities. When it became necessary once again to confront psychosis directly, however, the family was immediately reopened in extension, and was in itself considered as the indicator for measuring the forces of alienation and disalienation. In this manner, the study of the families of schizophrenics has breathed new life into Oedipus by making it reign over the extensive order of an expanded family, where not only each person would combine to a greater or lesser extent his or her triangle with the triangle of others, but where the entirety of the extended family also would oscillate between the two poles of a healthy triangulation, structuring and differentiating, and forms of perverted triangles, bringing about their fusion in the realm of the undifferentiated. Jacques Hockman analyzes some interesting varieties of psychotic families under the same fusionist postulate, the properly fusionist family, where differentiations are no longer made except between the inside and the outside, those who are outside the family, the divisive, scissional, family that establishes blocks, clans, or coalitions within itself, the tubular family, where the triangle multiplies endlessly, each member having his own triangle that interlocks with others without one's being able to discern the limits of a nuclear family, the foreclosing family, where differentiation is both included and warded off in the person of one of its members who has been eliminated, rendered null, and foreclosed. 40. The doctor, as an alienating figure, remains the key to psychoanalysis. Perhaps because it did not suppress this ultimate structure, and because it referred all the others to it, psychoanalysis has not been able, will not be able, to hear the voices of unreason, nor to decipher in themselves the signs of the madman. Psychoanalysis can unravel some of the forms of madness, it remains a stranger to the sovereign enterprise of unreason, pages 254,274, 276-78. We can understand how such a concept as foreclosure operates within this extensive framework of a family where several generations, at least three, form the condition of fabrication of a psychotic, as for example when the troubles a mother has with regard to her own father lead to the son's inability, in turn, to even posit his desire toward his mother. Whence the strange notion that if a psychotic escapes the Oedipal apparatus, this is solely due to the fact that he is doubly embedded there, to the second power, in a field of extension that includes the grandparents. The problem of the cure then becomes rather similar to an operation of differential calculus, where one proceeds by way of depotentialization in order to rediscover the primary functions and re-establish the characteristic or nuclear triangle, always a holy trinity, the means of access to a three-sided situation. It is clear that this extended familialism, wherein the family receives the very forces of alienation and disalienation, carries with it a renunciation of the fundamental positions of psychoanalysis concerning sexuality, despite the formal conservation of an analytic vocabulary. A veritable regression in favor of a taxonomy of families. This is clearly visible in the projects of community psychiatry or of so-called familial psychotherapy, which effectively break apart asylum existence while nonetheless still maintaining all the presuppositions of the asylum, and basically renewing the thrust of 19th-century psychiatry according to the slogan put forward by Hockman, from the family to the institution of the hospital, from the institution of the hospital to the familial institution, a therapeutic return to the family. But even within the progressive or revolutionary sectors of institutional analysis on the one hand, and anti-psychiatry on the other, the danger of this familialism in extension is ever present, conforming to the double impasse of an extended Oedipus, just as much in the diagnostic of pathogenic families in themselves as in the constitution of therapeutic quasi-families. Once it has been said that it is no longer a matter of reforming cadres of familial and social adaptation or integration, but rather of instituting original forms of active groups. The question arises as to what extent these core groups resemble artificial families, and to what extent they still lend themselves to Oedipalization. These questions have been analyzed in depth by Guattari. They demonstrate how revolutionary psychiatry broke in vain with the ideals of community adaptation, with everything that Maud Manani calls the adaptation police force, since at every moment it still risks being thrust back into the framework of a structural Oedipus whose deficiencies are diagnosed but whose integrity is restored, a holy trinity that continues to strangle desiring production and suffocate its problems. The political, cultural, world historical, and racial content is left behind, crushed in the Oedipal treadmill. This is because psychiatrists persist in treating the family as a matrix, or better still as a microcosm, an expressive milieu that provides its own justifications, and that however capable of expressing the action of the alienating forces mediates them precisely by suppressing the true categories of production in the machines of desire. It seems to us that such a viewpoint is present even in Cooper. In this respect Lang is better able to disengage himself from familialism, thanks to the resources of a flux from the Orient. Cooper writes, families mediate social reality to their children. If the social reality in question is rife with alienated social forms, then this alienation will be mediated to the individual child and will be experienced as estrangement in the family relationships. For example, he may say that his mind is controlled by an electrical machine or by men from outer space. These constructions, however, are largely embodiments of the family process, which has the illusion of substantiality but which is none other than the alienated form of the action of praxis of the family members that literally dominates the mind of the psychotic member. These metaphysical men from outer space are the literal mother, father, and sibling who sit around the breakfast table with the so-called psychotic patient 41. Even the essential hypothesis of anti-psychiatry, which ultimately posits an identity in nature between social alienation and mental alienation, must be understood in terms of a maintained familialism, and not in terms of a refutation of this familialism. For it is to the extent that the family microcosm, the family social indicator, expresses social alienation that it is believed to organize mental alienation in the mind of its own members or its psychotic member. And among all the members, who is the real psychotic? With his general conception of microcosm-macrocosm relationships, Bergson brought about a discrete revolution that deserves further consideration. Likening the living to a microcosm is an ancient platitude. But if the living organism was thought to be similar to the world, this was attributed to the fact that it was or tended to be an isolated system, naturally closed. The comparison between microcosm and macrocosm was thus a comparison between two closed figures, one of which expressed the other and was inscribed within the other. At the beginning of creative evolution, Bergson completely alters the scope of the comparison by opening up both ends. If the living being resembles the world, this is true, on the contrary, insofar as it opens itself to the opening of the world. If it is a whole, this is true to the extent that the whole, of the world as of the living being, is always in the process of becoming, developing, coming into being or advancing, and inscribing itself within a temporal dimension that is irreducible and non-closed. We believe that this is also true in the case of the family-society relationship. There is no Oedipal triangle. Oedipus is always open in an open social field. Oedipus opens to the four winds, to the four corners of the social field, not even 3 plus 1, but 4 plus n. A poorly closed triangle, a porous or seeping triangle, an exploded triangle from which the flows of desire escape in the direction of other territories. It is strange that we had to wait for the dreams of colonized peoples in order to see that, on the vertices of the pseudo-triangle, mommy was dancing with the missionary, daddy was being fucked by the tax collector, while the self was being beaten by a white man. It is precisely this pairing of the parental figures with agents of another nature, their locking embrace similar to that of wrestlers, that keeps the triangle from closing up again, from being valid in itself, and from claiming to express or represent this different nature of the agents that are in question in the unconscious itself. When Frantz Fanon encounters a case of persecution psychosis linked to the death of the mother, he first asks himself if he has to deal with an unconscious guilt complex following on the death of the mother, as Freud had described in Mourning and Melancholia. But he soon learns that the mother has been killed by a French soldier, and that the subject himself has murdered the wife of a colonist whose disemboweled ghost perpetually appears before him, carrying along with it and tearing apart the memory of the mother. 42 It could always be said that these extreme situations of war trauma, of colonization, of dire poverty, and so on, are unfavorable to the construction of the Oedipal apparatus, and that it is precisely because of this that these situations favor a psychotic development or explosion. But we have a strong feeling that the problem lies elsewhere. Apart from the fact that a certain degree of comfort found in the bourgeois family is admittedly necessary to turn out Oedipalized subjects, the question of knowing what is actually invested in the comfortable conditions of a supposedly normal or normative Oedipus is pushed still further into the background. The revolutionary is the first to have the right to say, Oedipus. Never heard of it? For the disjointed fragments of Oedipus remain stuck to all the corners of the historical social field, as a battlefield and not a scene from bourgeois theater. Too bad if the psychoanalysts roar their disapproval at this point. Fanon pointed out that troubled times had unconscious effects not only on the active militants, but also on those claiming to be neutral and to remain outside the affair, uninvolved in politics. The same could also be said with respect to apparently peaceful times. What a grotesque error to think that the unconscious as child is acquainted only with daddy-mommy, and that it doesn't know in its own way that its father has a boss who is not a father's father, or moreover that its father himself is a boss who is not a father. Therefore we formulate the following rule, which we feel to be applicable in all cases: the father and the mother exist only as fragments, and are never organized into a figure or a structure able both to represent the unconscious, and to represent in it the various agents of the collectivity. Rather, they always shatter into fragments that come into contact with these agents, meet them face to face, square off with them, or settle the differences with them as in hand-to-hand combat. The father, the mother, and the self are at grips with, and directly coupled to, the elements of the political and historical situation: the soldier, the cop, the occupier, the collaborator, the radical, the resistor, the boss's wife, who constantly break all triangulations, and who prevent the entire situation from falling back on the familial complex and becoming internalized in it. In a word, the family is never a microcosm in the sense of an autonomous figure, even when inscribed in a larger circle that it is said to mediate and express. The family is by nature eccentric, decentered. We are told of fusional, divisive, tubular, and foreclosing families. But what produces the hiatuses, couples, and their distribution that indeed keep the family from being an interior? There is always an uncle from America, a brother who went bad, an aunt who took off with a military man, a cousin out of work, bankrupt, or a victim of the crash, an anarchist grandfather, a grandmother in the hospital, crazy or senile. The family does not engender its own ruptures. Families are filled with gaps and transect by breaks that are not familial: the Commune, the Dreyfus Affair, religion and atheism, the Spanish Civil War, the rise of fascism, Stalinism, the Vietnam War, May 68. All these things form complexes of the unconscious, more effective than everlasting Oedipus. And the unconscious is indeed at issue here. If in fact there are structures, they do not exist in the mind, in the shadow of a fantastic phallus distributing the lacunae, the passages, and the articulations. Structures exist in the immediate impossible real. As Witold Gombrowicz says, the structuralists search for their structures in culture. As for myself, I look for them in the immediate reality. My way of seeing things was in direct relationship to the events of the times: Hitlerism, Stalinism, fascism. I was fascinated by the grotesque and terrifying forms that surfaced in the sphere of the interhuman, destroying all that was held dear until then. 43. Hellenists were right to remind us that, Even in the case of worthy Oedipus, it was already a matter of politics. They are simply wrong in concluding from this that the libido has nothing to do with any of it. Quite the contrary, what is invested by the libido throughout the disjoint elements of Oedipus, especially given the fact that these elements never form a mental structure that is autonomous and expressive, are these extrafamilial, subfamilial gaps and breaks, coulures, these forms of social production in conjunction with desiring production. Schizoanalysis therefore does not hide the fact that it is a political and social psychoanalysis, a militant analysis, not because it would go about generalizing Oedipus in culture, under the ridiculous conditions that have been the norm until now. It is a militant analysis, on the contrary, because it proposes to demonstrate the existence of an unconscious libidinal investment of socio-historical production, distinct from the conscious investments coexisting with it. Proust is not wrong in saying that, far from being the author of an intimate work, he goes further than the proponents of a populist or proletarian art who are content to describe the social and the political in willfully expressive works. For his part, he is interested in the manner in which the Dreyfus affair and then World War I cut across families, introducing into them new breaks and new connections, resulting in a modification of the heterosexual and homosexual libido, in the decomposed milieu of the Guermantes, for example. It is the function of the libido to invest the social field in unconscious forms, thereby hallucinating all history, reproducing in delirium entire civilizations, races, and continents, and intensely feeling the becoming of the world. There is no signifying chain without a Chinaman, an Arab, and a black who drop into trouble the night of a white paranoiac. Schizoanalysis sets out to undo the expressive Oedipal unconscious, always artificial, repressive and repressed, mediated by the family, in order to attain the immediate productive unconscious. Yes, the family is a stimulus, but a stimulus that is qualitatively indifferent, an inductor that is neither an organizer nor a disorganizer. As for the response, it always comes from another direction. If there is indeed language, it is on the side of the response, not the stimulus. Even Oedipal psychoanalysis recognized the indifference of the affective parental images, the irreducibility of the response to the stimulation performed by these images. But it contented itself with understanding the response by starting from an expressive symbolism that was still familial, instead of interpreting it in an unconscious system of production as such, analytical economy. The great argument of familialism is, at least in the beginning. This argument may be explicitly formulated, but it also persists implicitly in theories that nevertheless refuse the viewpoint of Genesis. At least in the beginning, this argument runs: the unconscious is expressed in a state of familial relations and constellations where the real, the imaginary, and the symbolic intermingle. In this conception, the metaphysical and social relations arise afterward, in the manner of a beyond. And since the beginning always proceeds by twos, this is even the necessary condition for rendering escape impossible. A first pre-Oedipal beginning is invoked, the primitive non-differentiation of the most precocious stages of the personality in the relationship with the mother. Then a second beginning is invoked, Oedipus itself, with the law of the father and the exclusive differentiations that this law prescribes at the heart of the family, and finally latency, the celebrated latency, after which the beyond begins. But since this beyond consists in duping others into taking the same path, the children to come, and also since the first beginning is said to be pre-Oedipal only to indicate that it already belongs to Oedipus as a referential axis, it is quite clear that the two ends of Oedipus have simply been closed, and that the beyond and the afterward will always be interpreted in terms of Oedipus, in relation to Oedipus, within the framework of Oedipus. Everything will be reduced to Oedipus, as the discussions on the comparative role of childhood factors and actual factors in neurosis bear out. How could it be otherwise, so long as the actual factor is conceived of in this form of the afterward? But we know in point of fact that the actual factors are there from childhood, and that they determine the libidinal investments in terms of breaks and connections that they introduce into the family. Over the heads of the members of the family, and underneath, it is desiring production and social production that manifest, through the childhood experience, their identical natures and their differing regimes. In this regard let us consider three important works about children: L'Enfant by Jules Valles, Bas les Coeurs by Georges Derrien, Mort accredited by L.F. Celine. In them we see how bread, money, dwelling place, social promotion, bourgeois and revolutionary values, wealth and poverty, oppression and revolt, social classes, political events, metaphysical and collective problems. What does it mean to be able to breathe? Why be poor? Why are there rich people, form the object of investments in which the parents merely have a role as agents of a special production or anti-production, always grappling with other agents that they express all the less as they are increasingly at grips with them in the heaven and hell of the child? And the child says, why? Freud's rat man does not wait until he is a man to invest the rich woman and the poor woman who constitute the actual factor of his obsession. For inadmissible reasons, the existence of an infantile sexuality is denied, but for hardly more admissible reasons, this sexuality is reduced to desiring mommy and wanting the place of the father. The Freudian blackmail is this: either you recognize the Oedipal character of infantile sexuality, or you abandon all positions of sexuality. And yet, not even in the shadow of a transcendent phallus are the unconscious effects of a signified established throughout the determinations of a social field. On the contrary, it is the libidinal investment of these determinations that situates their particular use in desiring production, and the comparative operation of this production with social production, whence derive the state of desire and its repression, the distribution of the agents, and the degree of Oedipalization of sexuality. Lacan explains well how, in terms of the crises and the ruptures, coupures, within science, there is a drama for the scientist that at times goes as far as madness, and that would have no way of including itself in the Oedipal apparatus, unless by calling it into question by way of a consequence. 44 In this sense every child is a little scientist, a little cantor. Go back through the course of the ages, you will never find a child caught in a familial order that is autonomous, expressive, or signifying. Even the nursing child, in his games as in his feedings, his chains, and his meditations, is already caught up in an immediate desiring production where the parents play the role of partial objects, witnesses, reporters, and agents, in a process that outflanks them on all sides, and places desire in an immediate relationship with a historical and social reality. It is true that nothing is pre-Oedipal, and that we must take Oedipus back to the earliest age, but within the order of a repression of the unconscious. It is equally true that everything within the order of production is ano-Oedipal, and that there are non-Oedipal, ano-Oedipal currents that begin as early as Oedipus and continue just as long, with another rhythm, in a different mode of operation, in another dimension, with other uses of syntheses that feed the auto-production of the unconscious as orphan, the playful unconscious, the meditative and social unconscious. The Oedipal operation consists in establishing a constellation of biunivocal relations between the agents of social production, reproduction, and anti-production on the one hand, and the agents of the so-called natural reproduction of the family on the other. This operation is called an application. It is as if a tablecloth were being folded, as if its 4, plus n, corners were reduced to 3, plus 1, to designate the transcendent factor performing the operation. From that moment it is a foregone conclusion that the collective agents will be interpreted as derivatives of, or substitutes for, parental figures, in a system of equivalence that rediscovers everywhere the father, the mother, and the ego. And one merely pushes the difficulty into the background when one considers the system as a whole and then makes it depend on the transcendent term, the phallus. There we have a faulty use of the conjunctive synthesis, leading to the statement, so it was your father, so it was your mother. It is not at all surprising that only afterward is it discovered that all of this was the father and the mother, since this is assumed to be the case from the beginning, but is subsequently forgotten, repressed, though still subject to a later rediscovery in relation to more recent developments. Whence the magical formula that characterizes biunivocalization, the flattening of the polyvocal real in favor of a symbolic relationship between two articulations. So that is what this meant. Everything is made to begin with Oedipus, by means of explanation, with all the more certainty as one has reduced everything to Oedipus by means of application. Only in appearance is Oedipus a beginning, either as a historical or prehistorical origin, or as a structural foundation. In reality it is a completely ideological beginning, for the sake of ideology. Oedipus is always and solely an aggregate of destination fabricated to meet the requirements of an aggregate of departure constituted by a social formation. It can be applied to everything, in that the agents and relations of social production, and the libidinal investments corresponding to them, are made to conform to the figures of familial reproduction. In the aggregate of departure there is the social formation, or rather the social formations, the races, the classes, the continents, the peoples, the kingdoms, the sovereignties, Joan of Arc and the Great Mongol, Luther and the Aztec serpent. In the aggregate of destination, there remains only daddy, mommy, and me. Thus it must be said of Oedipus as well as of desiring production, it is at the end, not at the beginning. But not at all in the same fashion. We have seen that desiring production was the limit of social production, always thwarted in the capitalist formation, the body without organs at the edge of the deterritorialized socius, the desert at the gates of the city. But it is urgent, it is essential that the limit be displaced, rendered inoffensive, and that it pass or seem to pass into the social formation itself. Schizophrenia or desiring production is the boundary between the molar organization and the molecular multiplicity of desire. This limit of deterritorialization must now pass into the interior of the molar organization, and it must be applied to a factitious and subjugated territoriality. We are now able to surmise what Oedipus signifies: it displaces the limit, it internalizes the limit. Rather a society of neurotics than one successful schizophrenic who has not been made autistic. Oedipus, the incomparable instrument of gregariousness, is the ultimate private and subjugated territoriality of European man. Moreover, the displaced, exorcised limit or border shifts to the interior of Oedipus, between its two poles. One word here on the disgrace of psychoanalysis in history and politics. The procedure is well known: two figures are made to appear, the great man and the crowd. One then claims to make history with these two entities, these two puppets, the great crustacean and the crazy invertebrate. Oedipus is placed at the beginning. On the one side there is the great man defined Oedipally, so he killed the father, in a murder without end, either to annihilate him and identify with the mother, or to internalize him, to take his place or reach a reconciliation, with a host of variations in detail that correspond to neurotic, psychotic, perverse, or normal solutions, that is to say solutions of sublimation. In any case the great man is already great because, for good or for evil, he has found a certain original solution to the Oedipal conflict. Hitler annihilates the father and unleashes in him the forces of the bad mother. Luther internalizes the father and reaches a compromise with the superego. On the other side there is the crowd, also defined Oedipally, by means of parental images of a second order, this time collective. The encounter can therefore take place between Luther and the 16th century Christians, or between Hitler and the German people, with corresponding elements that do not necessarily imply identity. Hitler plays the role of father through homosexual transfusion and in relation to the female crowd, Luther plays the role of woman in relation to the God of the Christians. Naturally, to ensure against the historian's justified anger, the psychoanalyst specifies that he is concerned only with a certain causal order, that one must take other causes into account, but that he alone cannot do everything. Besides, he deals just enough with other causes so as to give us a foretaste. He takes into account the institutions of a particular period, from the 16th century church to 20th century capitalist power, if only to see in them parental images of yet another order, associating the father and the mother, who will then be dissociated and otherwise regrouped within the action of the great man and the crowd. It hardly matters whether the tone of these books is orthodox Freudian, culturalist, or Jungian. Books like those are nauseating. Let's not dismiss them by saying that they belong to the distant past of psychoanalysis. Similar books, a lot of them, are still written today. Let's not say that it is merely a question of a careless use of Oedipus, What other use could be made of Oedipus? Nor is it a case of an ambiguous dimension of applied psychoanalysis, for all Oedipus in and of itself is already an application, in the strictest sense of the word. And when the best psychoanalysts forbid themselves historico-political applications, we can't say things are much better, since the analysts retreat to the rock of castration presented as the locus of an untenable truth that is irreducible. They closet themselves in a phallocentrism that leads them to think of the analytic activity as always having to evolve within a familial microcosm, and they continue to treat the libido's direct investments of the social field as simple imaginary dependencies on Oedipus, where it becomes necessary to denounce a fusional dream, a fantasy of a return to oneness. Castration, they say, is what separates us from politics, is what makes for our originality as analysts, we who do not forget that society too is triangular and symbolic. If it is true that Oedipus is obtained by reduction or application, it presupposes in itself a certain kind of libidinal investment of the social field, of the production and the formation of this field. There is no more an individual Oedipus than there is an individual fantasy. Oedipus is a means of integration into the group, in both the adaptive form of its own reproduction that makes it pass from one generation to the next, and in its unadapted neurotic stasis that block desire at prearranged impasses. Oedipus also flourishes in subjugated groups, where an established order is invested through the group's own repressive forms. And it is not the forms of the subjugated group that depend on Oedipal projections and identifications, but the reverse. It is Oedipal applications that depend on the determinations of the subjugated group as an aggregate of departure and on their libidinal investment. From the age of 13 I've worked hard, rising on the social ladder, getting promotions, being a part of the exploiters. There is therefore a segregative use of the conjunctive syntheses of the unconscious, a use that does not coincide with divisions between classes, although it is an incomparable weapon in the service of a dominating class. It is this use that brings about the feeling of indeed being one of us, of being part of a superior race threatened by enemies from outside. Thus the little white pioneer's son, the Irish Protestant who commemorates the victory of his ancestors, the fascist who belongs to the master race. Oedipus depends on this sort of nationalistic, religious, racist sentiment, and not the reverse. It is not the father who is projected onto the boss, but the boss who is applied to the father, either in order to tell us you will not surpass your father, or you will surpass him to find our forefathers. Lacan has demonstrated in a profound way the link between Oedipus and segregation. Not, however, in the sense where segregation would be a consequence of Oedipus, subjacent to the fraternity of the brothers once the father is dead. On the contrary, the segregative use is a precondition of Oedipus, to the extent that the social field is not reduced to the familial tie except by presupposing an enormous archaism, an incarnation of the race in person or in spirit. Yes, I am one of you. It is not a question of ideology. There is an unconscious libidinal investment of the social field that coexists, but does not necessarily coincide, with the preconscious investments, or with what the preconscious investments ought to be. That is why, when subjects, individuals, or groups act manifestly counter to their class interests, when they rally to the interests and ideals of a class that their own objective situation should lead them to combat, it is not enough to say, they were fooled, the masses have been fooled. It is not an ideological problem, a problem of failing to recognize, or of being subject to, an illusion. It is a problem of desire, and desire is part of the infrastructure. Preconscious investments are made, or should be made, according to the interests of the opposing classes. But unconscious investments are made according to positions of desire and uses of synthesis, very different from the interests of the subject, individual or collective, who desires. These investments of an unconscious nature can ensure the general submission to a dominant class by making cuts, coupures, and segregations pass over into a social field, insofar as it is effectively invested by desire and no longer by interests. A form of social production and reproduction, along with its economic and financial mechanisms, its political formations, and so on, can be desired as such, in whole or in part, independently of the interests of the desiring subject. It was not by means of a metaphor, even a paternal metaphor, that Hitler was able to sexually arouse the fascists. It is not by means of a metaphor that a banking or stock market transaction, a claim, a coupon, a credit, is able to arouse people who are not necessarily bankers. And what about the effects of money that grows, money that produces more money? There are socio-economic complexes that are also veritable complexes of the unconscious, and that communicate a voluptuous wave from the top to the bottom of their hierarchy, the military-industrial complex. An ideology, Oedipus, and the phallus have nothing to do with this, because they depend on it rather than being its impetus. For it is a matter of flows, of stocks, of breaks in and fluctuations of flows. Desire is present wherever something flows and runs, carrying along with it interested subjects but also drunken or slumbering subjects toward lethal destinations. Hence the goal of schizoanalysis, to analyze the specific nature of the libidinal investments in the economic and political spheres, and thereby to show how, in the subject who desires, desire can be made to desire its own repression, whence the role of the death instinct in the circuit connecting desire to the social sphere. All this happens, not in ideology, but well beneath it. An unconscious investment of a fascist or reactionary type can exist alongside a conscious revolutionary investment. Inversely, it can happen rarely that a revolutionary investment on the level of desire coexists with a reactionary investment conforming to a conscious interest. In any case, conscious and unconscious investments are not of the same type, even when they coincide or are superimposed on each other. We define the reactionary unconscious investment as the investment that conforms to the interest of the dominant class, but operates on its own account, according to the terms of desire, through the segregative use of the conjunctive syntheses from which Oedipus is derived, I am of the superior race. The revolutionary unconscious investment is such that desire, still in its own mode, cuts across the interest of the dominated, exploited classes, and causes flows to move that are capable of breaking apart both the segregations and their Oedipal applications, flows capable of hallucinating history, of reanimating the races in delirium, of setting continents ablaze. No, I am not of your kind, I am the outsider and the deterritorialized, I am of a race inferior for all eternity. I am a beast, a Negro. 45. There again it is a question of an intense potential for investment and counter-investment in the unconscious. Oedipus disintegrates because its very conditions have disintegrated. The nomadic and polyvocal use of the conjunctive syntheses is in opposition to the segregative and biunivocal use. Delirium has something like two poles, racist and racial, paranoiac segregative and schizonomatic. And between the two, ever so many subtle, uncertain shiftings where the unconscious itself oscillates between its reactionary charge and its revolutionary potential. Even Schreber finds himself to be the great Mongol when he breaks through the Aryan segregation. Whence the ambiguity in the texts of great authors, when they develop the theme of races, as rich in ambiguity as destiny itself. Here schizoanalysis must unravel the thread. For reading a text is never a scholarly exercise in search of what is signified, still less a highly textual exercise in search of a signifier. Rather it is a productive use of the literary machine, a montage of desiring machines, a schizoid exercise that extracts from the text its revolutionary force. The exclamation "so it's," or the meditation of a jitter on race, in an essential relationship with madness. 6. A recapitulation of the three syntheses. Stupefying Oedipus, inexhaustible and ever-present. We are told that the father died over a period of thousands of years, and that the internalization corresponding to the paternal image was produced during the Paleolithic right up until the start of the Neolithic, approximately 8,000 years ago. 46. One analyzes historically or one doesn't. But honestly, as to the death of the father, news doesn't travel very fast. It would be a mistake to embark Nietzsche on that particular voyage through history. For Nietzsche is not the kind to ruminate over the death of the father, and spend all his Paleolithic period internalizing him. On the contrary, Nietzsche is exceedingly tired of all these stories revolving around the death of the Father, the death of God, and wants to put an end to the interminable discourses of this nature, discourses already in vogue in his Hegelian epoch. Alas, he was wrong, the discourses have continued. But Nietzsche wanted us finally to pass on to serious things. He gives us 12 or 13 versions of the death of God, for good measure and to be done with it, so as to render the event comical. And he explains that strictly speaking this event has no importance whatever, that it merely concerns the latest pope, God dead or not dead, the Father dead or not dead, it amounts to the same thing, since the same psychic repression, refoulement, and the same social repression, continue unabated, here in the name of God or a living Father, there in the name of man or the dead Father. Nietzsche says that what is important is not the news that God is dead, but the time this news takes to bear fruit. Here the psychoanalyst perks up his ears, believing he has heard a familiar chord. It is well known that the unconscious takes a lot of time to digest a bit of news. One can even quote some texts of Freud on the unconscious being ignorant of time, conserving its objects like an Egyptian tomb. But that is not at all what Nietzsche is saying. He does not mean that the death of God spends a long time plodding around in the unconscious. He means that what takes so long in coming to consciousness is the news that the death of God makes no difference to the unconscious. The fruits of this news are not the consequences brought about by the death of God, but this other news that the death of God is of no consequence. In other terms, that God and the Father never existed, or if they did, it was so long ago, perhaps during the Paleolithic. All they did was kill a dead man, from time immemorial. The fruits of the news of the death of God do away with the flower of his death as well as the bud of his life. For, alive or dead, it is still a question of belief, the element of belief has not been abandoned. The announcement of the Father's death constitutes a last belief, a belief by virtue of non-belief about which Nietzsche says, this violence always manifests the need for a belief, for a prop, for a structure. Oedipus as structure. Engels paid homage to the genius of Bachofen, for having recognized in myth the figures of a maternal and a paternal law, their struggles and their relationships. But Engels slips in a reproach that changes everything. It really seems as if Bachofen believes all this, that he believes in myths, in the Furies, Apollo and Athena. 47 The same reproach applies even better to psychoanalysts. It would seem that they believe in all of this in myth, in Oedipus and castration. They reply, the question is not one of knowing whether we believe in this, but whether or not the unconscious itself believes in it. But what is this unconscious when reduced to the state of belief? Who injects it with belief? Psychoanalysis cannot become a rigorous discipline unless it accepts putting belief in parentheses, which is to say a materialist reduction of Oedipus as an ideological form. It is not a matter of saying that Oedipus is a false belief, but rather that belief is necessarily something false that diverts and suffocates effective production. That is why seers are the least believing of men. When we relate desire to Oedipus, we are condemned to ignore the productive nature of desire. We condemn desire to vague dreams or imaginations that are merely conscious expressions of it. We relate it to independent existences, the father, the mother, the begetters that do not yet comprise their elements as internal elements of desire. The question of the Father is like that of God, born of an abstraction. It assumes the link to be already broken between man and nature, man and the world, so that man must be produced as man by something exterior to nature and to man. On this point Nietzsche makes a remark completely akin to those of Marx or Engels. We now laugh when we find man and world placed beside one another, separated by the sublime presumption of the little word and. 48. Coextensiveness is another matter entirely, the coextension of man and nature, a circular movement by which the unconscious, always remaining subject, produces and reproduces itself. The unconscious does not follow the paths of a generation progressing, or regressing, from one body to another, your father, your father's father, and so on. The organized body is the object of reproduction by generation, it is not its subject. The sole subject of reproduction is the unconscious itself, which holds to the circular form of production. Sexuality is not a means in the service of generation, rather, the generation of bodies is in the service of sexuality as an auto-production of the unconscious. Sexuality does not represent a premium for the ego, in exchange for its subordination to the process of generation. On the contrary, generation is the ego's solace, its prolongation, the passage from one body to another through which the unconscious does no more than reproduce itself in itself. Indeed, in this sense we must say the unconscious has always been an orphan, that is, it has engendered itself in the identity of nature and man, of the world and man. The question of the Father, the question of God, is what has become impossible, a matter of indifference. So true is it that to affirm or deny such a being amounts to the same thing, or to live it or kill it, one and the same misconception, contrasens, concerning the nature of the unconscious. But psychoanalysts are bent on producing man abstractly, that is to say ideologically, for culture. It is Oedipus who produces man in this fashion, and who gives a structure to the false movement of infinite progression and regression, your father, and your father's father, a snowball gathering speed as it moves from Oedipus all the way to the father of the primal horde, to God and the Paleolithic age. It is Oedipus who makes us man, for better or for worse, say those who would make fools of us all. The tone may vary, but the message remains basically the same: you will not escape Oedipus, your sole choice is between the neurotic outlet and the non-neurotic outlet. The tone may be that of the scandalized psychoanalyst, the psychoanalyst as cop. Those who do not bow to the imperialism of Oedipus are dangerous deviants, leftists who ought to be handed over to social and police repression. They talk too much and are lacking in analy. Dr. Gerard Mendel, Dr. Stephen. What kind of disquieting play on words is it that can make the analyst a promoter of analy? Or there is the psychoanalyst as priest, the pious psychoanalyst who is forever chanting the incurable insufficiency of being. Don't you see that Oedipus saves us from Oedipus? It is our agony but also our ecstasy, depending on whether we live it neurotically or live its structure. It is the mother of the holy faith. J. M. Poirier. Or the techno-psychoanalyst, the reform psychoanalyst obsessed with the triangle, who wraps the splendid gifts of civilization in Oedipus identity, manic depression, and liberty in an infinite progression. Through Oedipus the individual learns to live the triangular situation, the token of his identity, and at the same time he discovers, sometimes in a depressive mode, sometimes in a mode of exaltation, his fundamental alienation, his irremediable solitude, the price of his liberty. The basic structure of the Oedipal apparatus must not only be generalized in time so as to account for all the triangular experiences of the child and his parents, it must be generalized in space to include those triangular relations other than the parent-child relations. 49. The unconscious poses no problem of meaning, solely problems of use. The question posed by desire is not what does it mean, but rather how does it work? How do these machines, these desiring machines, work, yours and mine? With what sort of breakdowns as a part of their functioning? How do they pass from one body to another? How are they attached to the body without organs? What occurs when their mode of operation confronts the social machines? A tractable gear is greased, or on the contrary an infernal machine is made ready? What are the connections, what are the disjunctions, the conjunctions, what use is made of the syntheses? It represents nothing, but it produces. It means nothing, but it works. Desire makes its entry with the general collapse of the question, what does it mean? No one has been able to pose the problem of language except to the extent that linguists and logicians have first eliminated meaning, and the greatest force of language was only discovered once a work was viewed as a machine, producing certain effects, amenable to a certain use. Malcolm Lowry says of his work, it's anything you want it to be, so long as it works too. Believe me, as I have found out a machinery. 50 But on condition that meaning be nothing other than use, that it become a firm principle only if we have at our disposal immanent criteria capable of determining the legitimate uses, as opposed to the illegitimate ones that relate use instead to a hypothetical meaning and re-establish a kind of transcendence. Analysis termed transcendental is precisely the determination of these criteria, immanent to the field of the unconscious, insofar as they are opposed to the transcendent exercises of a what does it mean. Schizoanalysis is at once a transcendental and a materialist analysis. It is critical in the sense that it leads the criticism of Oedipus, or leads Oedipus, to the point of its own self-criticism. It sets out to explore a transcendental unconscious, rather than a metaphysical one, an unconscious that is material rather than ideological, schizophrenic rather than Oedipal, non-figurative rather than imaginary, real rather than symbolic, machinic rather than structural and unconscious, finally, that is molecular, microphysical and micrological rather than molar or gregarious, productive rather than expressive. And it is a matter here of practical principles as directions for the cure. Thus we have already seen how the immanent criteria of desiring production permitted a definition of legitimate uses of syntheses, uses completely distinct from Oedipal uses. And in relation to this desiring production, the Oedipal illegitimate uses seem to us to be multiform, but always to revolve around the same error, and to envelop theoretical and practical paralogisms. In the first place, a partial and non-specific use of the connective syntheses was found to be in opposition to the Oedipal use, itself global and specific. This global specific use was found to have two aspects, parental and conjugal, to which the triangular form of Oedipus and the reproduction of this form corresponded. This use rested upon a paralogism of extrapolation that in fact constituted Oedipus's formal cause, an extrapolation whose illegitimate nature weighed on the whole operation, the extraction of a transcendent complete object from the signifying chain, which served as a despotic signifier on which the entire chain thereafter seemed to depend, assigning an element of lack to each position of desire, fusing desire to a law, and engendering the illusion that this loosened up and freed the elements of the chain. In the second place, an inclusive or non-restrictive use of the disjunctive syntheses is in opposition to their Oedipal, exclusive, restrictive use. This restrictive use in its turn has two poles, imaginary and symbolic, since the only choice it permits is between the exclusive symbolic differentiations and the undifferentiated imaginary, correctively determined by Oedipus. This use demonstrates this time how Oedipus proceeds. It demonstrates Oedipus's method, a paralogism of the double bind, the double impasse. Or, in line with the suggestion made by Henry Gobard, would it be better to translate this as double hold, like a full Nelson hold in wrestling, so as to better describe the treatment forced on the unconscious when it is bound at both ends, leaving it no other choice than to respond Oedipus, to cry Oedipus, in sickness as in health, in its crises as in their outcome, in its resolution as in its problem. In any case, the double bind is not the schizophrenic process, on the contrary, the double bind is Oedipus insofar as it arrests the motion of the process, or forces it to spin around in the void. In the third place, a nomadic and polyvocal use of the conjunctive syntheses is opposed to the segregative and biunivocal use made of them. There again this biunivocal use, illegitimate from the point of view of the unconscious itself, has what appear to be two moments: first, a moment that is racist, nationalistic, religious, etc., and that, by means of a segregation, constitutes an aggregate of departure that is always presupposed by Oedipus, even if in a totally implicit fashion; next, a familial moment that constitutes the aggregate of destination by means of an application. Whence the third paralogism, the paralogism of application, which fixes the precondition for Oedipus by establishing a set of biunivocal relations between the determinations of the social field and the familial determinations, thereby making possible and inevitable the reduction of libidinal investments to the eternal daddy-mommy. We still have not exhausted all the paralogisms that lead the practice of the cure in the direction of a frenzied Oedipalization, a betrayal of desire, the unconscious closeted in a day nursery, a narcissistic machine for arrogant and mouthy little egos, a perpetual absorption of capitalist surplus value, flows of words against flows of money, the interminable story psychoanalysis. The three errors concerning desire are called lack, law, and signifier. It is one and the same error, an idealism that forms a pious conception of the unconscious. and it is futile to interpret these notions in terms of a combinative apparatus, line combinatoire, that makes of lack an empty position and no longer a deprivation, that turns the law into a rule of the game and no longer a commandment, and the signifier into a distributor and no longer a meaning, for these notions cannot be prevented from dragging their theological cortege behind insufficiency of being, guilt, signification. Structural interpretation challenges all beliefs, rises above all images, and from the realm of the mother and the father retains only functions, defines the prohibition and the transgression as structural operations. But what water will cleanse these concepts of their background, their previous existence's religiosity? Scientific knowledge as non-belief is truly the last refuge of belief, and as Nietzsche put it, there never was but one psychology, that of the priest. From the moment lack is reintroduced into desire, all of desiring production is crushed, reduced to being no more than the production of fantasy, but the sign does not produce fantasies, it is a production of the real and a position of desire within reality. From the moment desire is welded again to the law, we needn't point out what is known since time began, that there is no desire without law. The eternal operation of eternal repression recommences, the operation that closes around the unconscious the circle of prohibition and transgression, white mass and black mass, but the sign of desire is never a sign of the law, it is a sign of strength, puissance. And who would dare use the term law for the fact that desire situates and develops its strength, and that wherever it is, it causes flows to move and substances to be intersected? I am careful not to speak of chemical laws, the word has a moral aftertaste. From the moment desire is made to depend on the signifier, it is put back under the yoke of a despotism whose effect is castration, there where one recognizes the stroke of the signifier itself, but the sign of desire is never signifying, it exists in the thousands of productive breaks flows that never allow themselves to be signified within the unary stroke of castration. It is always a point sign of many dimensions, polyvocity as the basis for a punctual semiology. It is said that the unconscious is dark and somber. Reich and Marcuse are often reproached for their Rousseauism, their naturalism, a conception of the unconscious that is thought to be too idyllic. But doesn't one indeed lend to the unconscious horrors that could only be those of consciousness, and of a belief too sure of itself? Would it be an exaggeration to say that in the unconscious there is necessarily less cruelty and terror, and of a different type, than in the consciousness of an heir, a soldier, or a chief of state? The unconscious has its horrors, but they are not anthropomorphic. It is not the slumber of reason that engenders monsters, but vigilant and insomniac rationality. The unconscious is Rousseauistic, being man-nature. And how much malice and ruse there are in Rousseau! Transgression, guilt, castration, are these determinations of the unconscious, or is this the way a priest sees things? Doubtless there are many other forces besides psychoanalysis for Oedipalizing the unconscious, rendering it guilty, castrating it. But psychoanalysis reinforces the movement, it invents a last priest. Oedipal analysis imposes a transcendent use on all the syntheses of the unconscious, ensuring their conversion. The practical problem of schizoanalysis is, then, to ensure the contrasting reversion, restoring the syntheses of the unconscious to their immanent use. De-Oedipalizing, undoing the daddy-mommy spider web, undoing the belief so as to attain the production of desiring machines, and to reach the level of economic and social investments where the militant analysis comes into play. Nothing is accomplished as long as machines are not touched upon. This implies interventions that are in fact very concrete, in place of the benevolent pseudo-neutrality of the Oedipal analyst, who wants and understands only daddy and mommy. We must substitute a malevolent, an openly malevolent activity. Your Oedipus is a fucking drag, keep it up and the analysis will be stopped, or else we'll apply a shock treatment to you. Stop saying daddy mommy, of course Hamlet lives in you as Werther lives in you, and Oedipus too, and anything you want but you grow. Uterine arms and legs, uterine lips, uterine mustache. In tracing back the memory deaths your ego becomes a sort of mineral theorem which constantly proves the futility of living. Were you born Hamlet? Or did you not rather create the type in yourself? Whether this be so or not, what seems infinitely more important is why revert to myth. 51. If myth is given up, a little joy, a little discovery, is restored to psychoanalysis. For it has become very dismal, very sad, quite interminable, with everything decided in advance. Will it be retorted that the schizo is not joyous either? But doesn't his sadness come from the fact that he can no longer bear the forces of Oedipalization and Hamletization that hem him in on all sides? Better to flee to the body without organs and hide out there, closing himself up in it. The little joy lies in schizophrenization as a process, not in the schizo as a clinical entity. You have pushed a process into a goal. If we made a psychoanalyst enter into the domains of the productive unconscious, he would feel as out of place with his theatre as an actress from the Comédie Française in a factory, a priest from the Middle Ages on an assembly line. We must set up units of production, plug in desiring machines. What takes place in this factory, what this process is, its spasms and its glories, its labors and its joys, still remain unknown. 7. Social repression and psychic repression. We have attempted to analyze the form, the reproduction, the formal cause, the method, and the condition of the Oedipal triangle. But we have postponed the analysis of the real forces, the real causes on which the triangulation depends. The general line of the response is simple, it has been sketched out by Reich, it is social repression, the forces of social repression. This response, however, leaves two problems untouched and makes them even more urgent. On the one hand, the specific relationship between psychic repression and social repression, on the other hand, the particular situation of Oedipus in this social repression-psychic repression system. The two problems are obviously linked because, if psychic repression did bear on incestuous desires, it would thereby gain a certain independence and primacy, as a condition for constituting a system of exchange or any society, in relation to social repression, which would then concern only the returns of the psychically repressed in a constituted society. Therefore we should first of all consider the second question, does psychic repressure bear upon the Oedipus complex as an adequate expression of the unconscious? Must we even follow Freud in saying that the Oedipus complex, according to one or the other of its two poles, is either repressed, not without leaving behind traces and returns that will be confronted by the prohibitions, or suppressed, not without being passé on to the children, with whom the same story begins all over again. 52. We wonder if Oedipus in fact expresses desire. If Oedipus is desired, then it is indeed on it that psychic repression comes to bear. Now the Freudian argument is of a nature to leave us wondering. Freud quotes a remark by Sir J. G. Fraser according to which the law only forbids men to do what their instincts incline them to do. Instead of assuming, therefore, from the legal prohibition of incest that there is a natural aversion to incest, we ought rather to assume that there is a natural instinct in favor of it. 53. In other words, if it is prohibited, this is because it is desired. There would be no need to prohibit what is not desired. Once again, it is this confidence in the law, the unawareness of the ruses and the procedures of the law, that leaves us wondering. The immortal father of Celine's death on the installment plan, mort de credit, cries out, "So you want to see me die, eh? Is that what you want? Speak up." We didn't want anything of the sort, however. We didn't want the train to be daddy, or the station mommy. We only wanted peace and innocence, and to be left alone to machine our little machines, desiring production. Of course pieces from the bodies of the mother and the father are taken up in the connections, parental appellations crop up in the disjunctions of the chain, the parents are there as ordinary stimuli of an indifferent nature that trigger the becoming of adventures, of races, and of continents. But what a bizarre Freudian mania to relate to Oedipus what overflows it on every side and from all angles, beginning with the hallucination of books and the delirium of apprenticeships, the teacher as father substitute, and the book as family romance. Freud couldn't abide a simple humorous remark by Jung, to the effect that Oedipus must not really exist, since even the primitive prefers a pretty young woman to his mother or his grandmother. If Jung betrayed everything, it was nevertheless not by way of this remark, which can only suggest that the mother functions as a pretty girl as much as the pretty girl functions as mother, since the main thing for the primitive or the child is to form and put into motion their desiring machines, to make flows circulate and to perform breaks in these flows. The law tells us, you will not marry your mother, and you will not kill your father. And we docile subjects say to ourselves, so that's what I wanted. Will it ever be suspected that the law discredits and has an interest in discrediting and disgracing the person it presumes to be guilty, the person the law wants to be guilty and wants to be made to feel guilty? One acts as if it were possible to conclude directly from psychic repression the nature of the repressed, and from the prohibition the nature of what is prohibited. There we have a typical paralogism, yet another, a fourth paralogism that we shall have to call displacement. For what really takes place is that the law prohibits something that is perfectly fictitious in the order of desire or of the instincts, so as to persuade its subjects that they had the intention corresponding to this fiction. This is indeed the only way the law has of getting a grip on intention, of making the unconscious guilty. In short, we are not witness here to a system of two terms where we could conclude from the formal prohibition what is really prohibited. Instead we have before us a system of three terms, where this conclusion becomes completely illegitimate. Distinctions must be made: the repressing representation which performs the repression, the repressed representative, on which the repression actually comes to bear, the displaced represented, which gives a falsified apparent image that is meant to trap desire. Such is the nature of Oedipus, the sham image. Repression does not operate through Oedipus, nor is it directed at Oedipus. It is not a question of the return of the repressed. Oedipus is a factitious product of psychic repression. It is only the represented, insofar as it is induced by repression. Repression cannot act without displacing desire, without giving rise to a consequent desire, already, all warm for punishment, and without putting this desire in the place of the antecedent desire on which repression comes to bear in principle or in reality. So that's what it was. D.H. Lawrence, who does not struggle against Freud in the name of the rights of the ideal, but who speaks by virtue of the flows of sexuality and the intensities of the unconscious, and who is incensed and bewildered by what Freud is doing when he closets sexuality in the Oedipal nursery, has a foreboding of this operation of displacement, and protests with all his might, no, Oedipus is not a state of desire and the drives, it is an idea, nothing but an idea that repression inspires in us. Concerning desire, not even a compromise, but an idea in the service of repression, its propaganda or its propagation. The incest motive is a logical deduction of the human reason, which has recourse to this last extremity, to save itself. Which first and foremost is a logical deduction made by the human reason, even if unconsciously made, and secondly is introduced into the affective passional sphere, where it now proceeds to serve as a principle for action. This has nothing to do with the active unconscious which sparkles, vibrates, travels. We realize that the unconscious contains nothing ideal, nothing in the least conceptual, and hence nothing in the least personal, since personality, like the ego, belongs to the conscious or mental subjective self. So the first analyses are, or should be, so impersonal that the so-called human relations are not involved. The first relationship is neither personal nor biological, a fact which psychoanalysis has not succeeded in grasping. 54. Oedipal desires are not at all repressed, nor do they have any reason to be. They are nevertheless in an intimate relationship with psychic repression, but in a different manner. Oedipal desires are the bait, the disfigured image by means of which repression catches desire in the trap. If desire is repressed, this is not because it is desire for the mother and for the death of the father, on the contrary, desire becomes that only because it is repressed, it takes on that mask only under the reign of the repression that models the mask for it and plasters it on its face. Besides, it is doubtful that incest was a real obstacle to the establishment of society, as the partisans of an ex-Janegist conception claim. We have seen that there were other obstacles. The real danger is elsewhere. If desire is repressed, it is because every position of desire, no matter how small, is capable of calling into question the established order of a society, not that desire is asocial, on the contrary. But it is explosive. There is no desiring machine capable of being assembled without demolishing entire social sectors. Despite what some revolutionaries think about this, desire is revolutionary in its essence, desire, not left-wing holidays, and no society can tolerate a position of real desire without its structures of exploitation, servitude, and hierarchy being compromised. If a society is identical with its structures, an amusing hypothesis, then yes, desire threatens its very being. It is therefore of vital importance for a society to repress desire, and even to find something more efficient than repression, so that repression, hierarchy, exploitation, and servitude are themselves desired. It is quite troublesome to have to say such rudimentary things. Desire does not threaten a society because it is a desire to sleep with the mother, but because it is revolutionary. And that does not at all mean that desire is something other than sexuality, but that sexuality and love do not live in the bedroom of Oedipus. They dream instead of wide open spaces, and cause strange flows to circulate that do not let themselves be stocked within an established order. Desire does not want revolution, it is revolutionary in its own right, as though involuntarily, by wanting what it wants. From the beginning of this study we have maintained both that social production and desiring production are one and the same, and that they have differing regimes, with the result that a social form of production exercises an essential repression of desiring production, and also that desiring production, a real desire, is potentially capable of demolishing the social form. But what is a real desire, since repression is also desired? How can we tell them apart? We demand the right to a very deliberate analysis. For even in their contrary uses, let us make no mistake about it, the same syntheses are at issue. It is clear what psychoanalysis expects to gain from claiming a link, where Oedipus would be the object of repression, and even its subject through the intermediary of the superego. From this it expects a cultural justification for psychic repression, a justification that makes psychic repression move into the foreground and no longer considers the problem of social repression as anything more than secondary from the point of view of the unconscious. That is why critics have been able to observe a conservative or reactionary turning point in Freud, from the moment that he gave an autonomous value to psychic repression as a condition of culture acting against the incestuous drives. Reich goes so far as to say that the crucial turning point of Freudianism, the abandonment of sexuality, comes when Freud accepts the idea of a primary anxiety that supposedly touches off psychic repression in an endogenous fashion. Consider the 1908 article on civilized sexual morality. Oedipus is not yet named here. Psychic repression is considered in terms of social repression, which gives rise to a displacement and acts on the partial drives insofar as they represent in their own fashion a sort of desiring production, before being exercised against the incestuous or other drives threatening legitimate marriage. But it then becomes evident that, the more the problem of Oedipus and incest comes to occupy center stage, the more psychic repression and its correlates, suppression and sublimation, will be founded on supposedly transcendent requirements of civilization, at the same time that the psychoanalyst plunges deeper into a familialist and ideological vision. We do not need to relate again the reactionary compromises of Freudianism, and even its theoretical surrender. This work has been accomplished several times, in a profound way, rigorously, and with nuances. 55 We see no special problem in the possibility of a coexistence of revolutionary, reformist, and reactionary elements at the heart of the same theoretical and practical doctrine. We refuse to play take it or leave it, under the pretext that theory justifies practice, being born from it, or that one cannot challenge the process of cure except by starting from elements drawn from this very cure. As if every great doctrine were not a combined formation, constructed from bits and pieces, various intermingled codes and flux, partial elements and derivatives, that constitute its very life or its becoming. As if we could reproach someone for having an ambiguous relationship with psychoanalysis, without first mentioning that psychoanalysis owes its existence to a relationship, theoretically and practically ambiguous, with what it discovers and the forces that it wields. While the critical study of Freudian ideology has been done, and done well. On the other hand, the history of the movement has never even been sketched out, the structure of the psychoanalytic group, its politics, its tendencies and its focal points, its self-applications, its suicides and its follies, the enormous group superego, everything that took place on the body of the master. What has come to be called the monumental work of Ernest Jones does not penetrate censorship, it codifies it. And the way the three elements coexisted, the exploratory, pioneering, revolutionary element, whereby desiring production was discovered, the classical cultural element, which reduces everything to a scene from Oedipal theatrical representation, the return to myth, and finally the third element, the most disturbing, a sort of racket thirsting after respectability, which will never have done with getting itself recognized and institutionalized, a formidable enterprise of absorption of surplus value, with its codification of the interminable cure, its cynical justification of the role of money, and all the pledges it makes to the established order. All these elements were present in Freud, a fantastic Christopher Columbus, a brilliant bourgeois reader of Goethe, Shakespeare, and Sophocles, a masked Al Capone. The strength of Reich consists in having shown how psychic repression depended on social repression. Which in no way implies a confusion of the two concepts, since social repression needs psychic repression precisely in order to form docile subjects and to ensure the reproduction of the social formation, including its repressive structures. But social repression should not be understood by using as a starting point a familial repression coextensive with civilization. Far from it, it is civilization that must be understood in terms of a social repression inherent to a given form of social production. Social repression bears on desire and not solely on needs or interests only by means of sexual repression. The family is indeed the delegated agent of this psychic repression, insofar as it ensures a mass psychological reproduction of the economic system of a society. Of course, it should not be concluded from this that desire is Oedipal. On the contrary, it is the social repression of desire or sexual repression that is, the stasis of libidinal energy that actualizes Oedipus and engages desire in this requisite impasse, organized by the repressive society. Reich was the first to raise the problem of the relationship between desire and the social field, and went further than Marcuse, who treats the problem lightly. He is the true founder of a materialist psychiatry. Situating the problem in terms of desire, he is the first to reject the explanations of a summary Marxism too quick to say the masses were fooled, mystified. But since he had not sufficiently formulated the concept of desiring production, he did not succeed in determining the insertion of desire into the economic infrastructure itself, the insertion of the drives into social production. Consequently, revolutionary investment seemed to him such that the desire moving within it simply coincided with an economic rationality. As to the reactionary mass investments, they seemed to him to derive from ideology, so that psychoanalysis merely had the role of explaining the subjective, the negative, and the inhibited, without participating directly as psychoanalysis in the positivity of the revolutionary movement or in the desiring creativity. To a certain extent, didn't this amount to a reintroduction of the error or the illusion? The fact remains that Reich, in the name of desire, caused a song of life to pass into psychoanalysis. He denounced, in the final resignation of Freudianism, a fear of life, a resurgence of the ascetic ideal, a cultural broth of bad consciousness. Better to depart in search of the argon, he said to himself, in search of the vital and cosmic element of desire, than to continue being a psychoanalyst under those conditions. No one forgave him this, whereas Freud got full pardon. Reich was the first to attempt to make the analytic machine and the revolutionary machine function together. In the end, he only had his own desiring machines, his paranoiac, miraculous, and celibate boxes, with metallic inner walls lined with cotton and wool. Psychic repression distinguishes itself from social repression by the unconscious nature of the operation, and by its result, even the inhibition of revolt has become unconscious, a distinction that expresses clearly the difference in nature between the two repressions. But a real independence cannot be concluded from this. Psychic repression is such that social repression becomes desired, it induces a consequent desire, a faked image of its object, on which it bestows the appearance of independence. Strictly speaking, psychic repression is a means in the service of social repression. What it bears on is also the object of social repression, desiring production. But it in fact implies an original double operation. The repressive social formation delegates its power to an agent of psychic repression, and correlatively the repressed desire is as though masked by the fake displaced image to which the repression gives rise. Psychic repression is delegated by the social formation, while the desiring formation is disfigured, displaced by psychic repression. The family is the delegated agent of psychic repression, or rather the agent delegated to psychic repression. The incestuous drives are the disfigured image of the repressed. The Oedipus complex, the process of Oedipalization, is therefore the result of this double operation. It is in one and the same movement that the repressive social production is replaced by the repressing family, and that the latter offers a displaced image of desiring production that represents the repressed as incestuous familial drives. In this way the family/drives relationship is substituted for the relationship between the two orders of production, in a diversion where the whole of psychoanalysis goes astray. And the interest of such an operation, from the point of view of social production, becomes evident, for the latter could not otherwise ward off desire's potential for revolt and revolution. By placing the distorting mirror of incest before desire, that's what you wanted, isn't it? Desire is shamed, stupefied, it is placed in a situation without exit, it is easily persuaded to deny itself in the name of the more important interests of civilization. What if everyone did the same? What if everyone married his mother or kept his sister for himself? There would no longer be any differentiation, any exchanges possible. We must act quickly and soon. Incest, a slandered shallow stream. Although we can see social production's interest in such an operation, it is less clear what makes this operation possible from the point of view of desiring production itself. We do have, however, the elements of a response. Social production would need at its disposal, on the recording surface of the socius, an agent that is also capable of acting on, of inscribing the recording surface of desire. Such an agent exists, the family. It belongs essentially to the recording of social production, as a system of reproduction of the producers. And doubtless, at the other pole, the recording of desiring production on the body without organs is brought about through a genealogical network that is not familial. Parents only intervene here as partial objects, flows, signs, and agents of a process that outflanks them on all sides. At most, the child innocently relates to his parents some part of the astonishing productive experience he is undergoing with his desire, but this experience is not related to them as such. Yet this is precisely where the operation arises. Under the precocious action of social repression, the family slips into and interferes with the network of desiring genealogy. It assumes the task of alienating the entire genealogy, it confiscates the noumen, but see here, God is daddy. The desiring experience is treated as if it were intrinsically related to the parents, and as if the family were its supreme law. Partial objects are subjected to the notorious law of totality unity acting as lacking. The disjunctions are subjected to the alternative of the undifferentiated or exclusion. The family is therefore introduced into the production of desire and will perform a displacement, an unparalleled repression of desire commencing with the earliest age of the child. Social production delegates the family to psychic repression. And if the family is able in this manner to slip into the recording of desire, it is because the body without organs on which this recording is accomplished already exercises on its own account, as we have seen, a primal repression of desiring production. It falls to the family to profit from this, and to superimpose the repression that is properly termed secondary, this being a function delegated to the family or one to which the family is delegated. Psychoanalysis has clearly demonstrated the difference between these two repressions, but has not shown the scope of this difference or the distinction between their respective regimes. That is why psychic repression in the strict sense does not content itself with repressing real desiring production, but offers a displaced apparent image of the repressed, by substituting a familial recording for the recording of desire. Desiring production taken as a whole does not assume the well-known Oedipal figure except in the familial translation of its recording. Translation betrayal. At times we say that Oedipus is nothing, almost nothing, within the order of desiring production, even in the child. At other times we say that it is everywhere, in the enterprise of domesticating the unconscious, of representing desire and the unconscious. To be sure, we have never dreamed of saying that psychoanalysis invented Oedipus. Everything points in the opposite direction. The subjects of psychoanalysis arrive already Oedipalized, they demand it, they want more. News flash, Stravinsky declares before dying, "My misfortune, I am sure of it, came from my father's being so distant with me and from the small amount of affection shown me by my mother. So I decided that one day I would show them." If even artists give in to this, it would be a mistake to stand on ceremony and hold to the ordinary scruples of a diligent psychoanalyst. If a musician tells us that music does not attest to active and conquering forces, but to reactive forces, to reactions to daddy-mommy, we have only to play again on a paradox dear to Nietzsche, while barely modifying it, Freud as musician. No, psychoanalysts invent nothing, though they have invented much in another way, and have legislated a lot, reinforced a lot, injected a lot. All that psychoanalysts do is to reinforce the movement. They add a last burst of energy to the displacement of the entire unconscious. What they do is merely to make the unconscious speak according to the transcendent uses of synthesis imposed on it by other forces, global persons, the complete object, the great phallus, the terrible undifferentiated of the imaginary, symbolic differentiations, segregation. What psychoanalysts invent is only the transference, a transference Oedipus, a consulting room Oedipus of Oedipus, especially noxious and virulent, but where the subject finally has what he wants, and sucks away at his Oedipus on the full body of the analyst. And that's already too much. But Oedipus takes shape in the family, not in the analyst's office, which merely acts as the last territoriality. And Oedipus is not made by the family. The Oedipal uses of synthesis, Oedipalization, triangulation, castration, all refer to forces a bit more powerful, a bit more subterranean than psychoanalysis, than the family, than ideology, even joined together. There we have all the forces of social production, reproduction, and repression. This can be explained by the simple truth that very powerful forces are required to defeat the forces of desire, lead them to resignation, and substitute everywhere reactions of the daddy-mommy type for what is essentially active, aggressive, artistic, productive, and triumphant in the unconscious itself. It is in this sense, as we have seen, that Oedipus is an application, and the family a delegated agent. Even by application it is hard, it is difficult for a child to live and experience himself as an angle. Cet enfant. Il n'est pas là. Il n'est qu'un angle. Un angle à venir. Et il n'y a pas d'angle. Or ce monde du premier est justement ce qui doit en aller, c'est ce monde de double-double. En état de disunion constante. En volonté de unification constante aussi. Otter duquel tourne tout le système de ce monde. Malignement soutenu par la plus sombre organisation. 8. Neurosis and psychosis. In 1924 Freud proposed a simple criterion for distinguishing between neurosis and psychosis. In neurosis the ego obeys the requirements of reality and stands ready to repress the drives of the id, whereas in psychosis the ego is under the sway of the id, ready to break with reality. Freud's ideas often took quite some time before making their way into France. Not this one, however. That same year Capgras and Carret presented a case of schizophrenia with a delusion of doubles, where the patient manifested a strong hatred for her mother and an incestuous desire for her father, but under conditions of reality loss where the parents were lived as false parents or doubles. From this they drew the illustration of the inverse relationship. In neurosis the object function of reality is preserved, but on condition that the causal complex be repressed. In psychosis the complex invades consciousness and becomes its object, at the price of a repression that now bears on reality itself or the function of the real. Doubtless Freud was merely insisting on the schematic character of the distinction, for the rupture is also found in neurosis with the return of the repressed, hysterical amnesia, obsessional cancellation, while in psychosis a regaining of reality appears along with the delirious reconstruction. The fact remains that Freud never dropped this simple distinction. 56 And it seems important that, following an original path, Freud encounters again an idea dear to traditional psychiatry, that madness is fundamentally linked to a loss of reality. Thus there is a convergence with the psychiatric elaboration of the notions of dissociation and autism. Hence the reason, perhaps, for the rapid diffusion that the Freudian account enjoyed. What interests us is the precise role of the Oedipus complex in this convergence. For if it is true that the familial themes often erupt into the psychotic consciousness, we would be all the more surprised, in line with the remark by Lacan, if Oedipus were in fact discovered in neurosis where it is supposed to be latent, rather than in psychosis where it is held to be patent. 57 But isn't it true instead that, in psychosis, the familial complex appears precisely as a stimulus whose quality is a matter of indifference, a simple inductor not playing the role of organizer, where the intensive investments of reality bear on something totally different, the social, historical, and cultural fields. Oedipus simultaneously invades consciousness and dissolves into itself, testifying to its incapacity to be an organizer. Once this is admitted, it is enough to measure psychosis against this Fuchs standard, enough to lead it to this false criterion, Oedipus, to obtain the loss of reality effect. This is not an abstract operation. An Oedipal organization is imposed on the psychotic, though for the sole purpose of assigning the lack of this organization in the psychotic, in his very body. It is an exercise in naked flesh, in the depths of the soul. The psychotic reacts with autism and the loss of reality. Could it be that the loss of reality is not the effect of the schizophrenic process, but the effect of its forced Oedipalization, that is to say, its interruption? Must we correct what we were saying a little earlier, and suppose that some tolerate Oedipalization less well than others? Thus the schizo would not be ill within the Oedipus complex, from an Oedipus arising all the more in his hallucinated consciousness as he lacked it in the symbolic organization of his unconscious. On the contrary, he is ill because of the Oedipalization to which he is made to submit the most somber organization and which he can no longer tolerate, he who has gone on a distant journey. As though one were constantly bringing back home the person capable of setting whole continents and cultures adrift. He is not suffering from a divided self or a shattered Oedipus, but on the contrary, from having been brought back to everything he had left. A drop in intensity to the body without organs equals zero, autism. The schizo has no other means of reacting to this blocking of all his investments of reality, the barriers placed before him by the Oedipal system of social and psychic repression. As Lang says, they are interrupted in their journey. They have lost reality, but when did they lose it? During the journey, or during the interruption of the journey. Hence another possible formulation of an inverse relationship, there would be something like two groups, the psychotics and neurotics, those who do not tolerate Oedipalization, and those who tolerate it and are even content with it and evolve within it. Those on whom the Oedipal imprint does not take, and those on whom it does. I believe my friends cast off in a group at the start of the New Age, with forces for a practical explosion that thrust them into a paternalistic deviation that I find depraved. A second group of loners, of which I am a part, doubtless constituted by centers of Kal-Arbuns, was deprived of any possibility of individual success at the moment they were engaged in laborious studies in innate science. With regard to them, my rebellion against the paternalism of the first group placed me from the second year in a socially difficult position that was growing more and more suffocating. So, do you believe these two groups are capable of being joined? I am not too angry with these bastards of virile paternalism, I am not vindictive. In any case, if I have won, there will be no more struggles between the Father and the Son. I am speaking of God's people, naturally, not of those close to Him who take themselves for His people. 58. It is the recording of desire on the increate body without organs, and the familial recording on the socius, that are in opposition throughout the two groups. The innate science in psychosis and the neurotic experimental sciences. The schizoid eccentric circle and the neurosis triangle. On a more general level, it is the two kinds of use made of synthesis that are in opposition. On the one hand there are the desiring machines, and on the other the Oedipal narcissistic machine. In order to understand the details of this struggle, it must be borne in mind that the family relentlessly operates on desiring production. Inscribing itself into the recording process of desire, clutching at everything, the family performs a vast appropriation of the productive forces. It displaces and reorganizes in its own fashion the entirety of the connections and the hiatuses that characterize the machines of desire. It reorganizes them all along the lines of the universal castration that conditions the family itself, a dead rat's ass, said Artaud, suspended from the ceiling of the sky, but it also redistributes these breaks in accordance with its own laws and the requirements of social production. The inscription performed by the family follows the pattern of its triangle, by distinguishing what belongs to the family from what does not. It also cuts inwardly, along the lines of differentiation that form global persons. There's daddy, there's mommy, there you are, and then there's your sister. Cut into the flow of milk here, it's your brother's turn, don't take a crap here, cut into the stream of shit over there. Retention is the primary function of the family. It is a matter of learning what elements of desiring production the family is going to reject, what it is going to retain, what it is going to direct along the dead-end roads leading to its own undifferentiated, the miasma, and what on the contrary it is going to lead down the paths of a contagious and reproducible differentiation. For the family creates at the same time its disgraces and its honors, the non-differentiation of its neurosis and the differentiation of its ideal, which are distinguishable only in appearance. While this is taking place, what is desiring production doing? The retained elements do not enter into the new use of synthesis that imposes such a profound change on them without causing the whole triangle to reverberate. The desiring machines are at the door, they make everything shake when they enter. Moreover, what does not enter causes perhaps even more vibrations to be felt. The desiring machines reintroduce or attempt to reintroduce their deviant cuts and breaks. The child feels the task required of him. But what is to be put into the triangle? How are selections to be made? The father's nose or the mother's ear, will that do? Can that be retained? Will that constitute a good Oedipal incision? And the bicycle horn? What is part of the family? It is the triangle's job to vibrate, to resonate, under the pressure of what it retains as much as what it thrusts aside. Resonance here again, either muffled or public, disgraceful or proud, is the family's second function. The family is at the same time an anus that retains, a voice that resounds, and a mouth that consumes, its very own three syntheses, since it is a matter of connecting desire to the ready-made objects of social production. Go buy Madeleines in Comray if you really want to feel the vibrations. We now come to the realization that the simple opposition between the two groups is inadequate, an opposition that would allow one to define neurosis as an intra-Oedipal disorder, and psychosis as an extra-Oedipal escape. It is not even enough to state that the two groups are capable of being joined. Rather, it is the possibility of discriminating directly between the two that creates the difficulty. How can we distinguish between the pressure that familial reproduction exercises on desiring production, and the pressure that desiring production exercises on familial reproduction? The Oedipal triangle vibrates and trembles, but is this in terms of the hold over the machines of desire that it constantly guarantees itself, or in terms of these machines that escape the Oedipal imprint and cause the triangle to release its grip? Where does the resonance of the triangle reach its limit? A familial romance expresses an effort to save the Oedipal genealogy, but it also expresses a free thrust of non-Oedipal genealogy. Fantasies are never pregnant forms, but border or frontier phenomena ready to cross over to one side or the other. In short, Oedipus is strictly undecidable. It can be found everywhere all the more readily for being undecidable, and in this sense it is correct to say that Oedipus is strictly good for nothing. Let us turn to the beautiful story of Gerard de Nerval. He wants orally, his fondest love, to be the same as Adrian, the little girl of his childhood, he perceives them as identical. 59 And Aurélie and Adrian, both in one, are his mother. Will it be said that the identification as a perceptual identity is here a sign of psychosis? One then encounters the criterion of reality. The complex invades the psychotic consciousness only at the price of a rupture with the real, whereas in neurosis the identity remains that of unconscious representations and does not compromise perception. But what is there to gain from inscribing everything in Oedipus, even psychosis? One step further and Aurélie, Adrian, and the mother are the Virgin. Nerval seeks the point where the vibration of the triangle is at its limit. You are simply seeking for drama, says Aurélie. Everything is not inscribed in Oedipus without everything at its extreme fleeing beyond the reach of Oedipus. These identifications were not identifications with persons from the viewpoint of perception, but identifications of names with regions of intensity that provide the impetus toward other still more intense regions, stimuli of one sort or another that set in motion another journey altogether, stases that prepare for other breakthroughs, other movements where the mother is no longer encountered, but the Virgin and God, and twice I have crossed and conquered the Acheron 60. Thus the schizo will accept the reduction of everything to the mother, since it is of no importance whatsoever. He is sure of being able to make everything rise again from the mother, and to keep for his own secret use all the virgins that had been placed there. Everything can be converted into neurosis, or warped out of shape into psychosis. It is therefore not in this fashion that the question must be posed. It would be inaccurate to maintain an Oedipal interpretation for the neuroses, and to reserve an extra Oedipal explanation for the psychoses. There are not two groups. There is no difference in nature between neuroses and psychoses. For in any case desiring production is the cause, the ultimate cause of both the psychotic subversions that shatter Oedipus or overwhelm it, and of the neurotic reverberations that constitute it. Such a principle takes on its full meaning if it is related to the problem of actual factors. One of the most important points of psychoanalysis was the evaluation of the role of these actual factors, even in neurosis. Insofar as they are distinguishable from the familial infantile factors, all the major dissensions were linked to this evaluation. The difficulties bore on several aspects. First, the nature of these factors: were they somatic, social, metaphysical? Were they the famous problems of living, through which a very pure desexualized idealism was reintroduced into psychoanalysis? In the second place, the modality of these factors: did they act in a negative, privative fashion, by mere frustration? Finally, their moment, their own time: was it not self-evident that the actual factor arose afterward, and signified recent, in opposition to the infantile or the oldest factor that could be sufficiently explained by the familial complex? Even a writer like Reich, so careful to situate desire in relation to the forms of social production, demonstrating thereby that there is no psychoneurosis that is not also an actual neurosis, continues to present the actual factors as acting by means of a repressive deprivation, the sexual stasis, and as arising afterward. Which leads him to maintain a kind of diffuse Oedipalism, since the stasis or the actual privative factor only defines the energy of the neurosis, but not the content that for its own part refers to the infantile Oedipal conflict, this old conflict becoming reactivated by the actual stasis. But the Oedipalists are not saying anything different from this when they remark that an actual deprivation or frustration cannot be experienced except in the midst of an older internal qualitative conflict, which blocks not merely the roads prohibited by reality, but also those that reality leaves open and that the ego forbids itself in its turn. The double impasse formula: could one find examples illustrating the diagram of actual neuroses in the prisoner or the concentration camp victim, or the worker harassed by work? It is not certain that they would furnish a large quota. Our systematic tendency is not to accept the evident iniquities of reality without taking stock of them, without trying to disclose in what sense the disorder of the world is manifested in the subjective disorder, even if it is, with the passing of time, inscribed within more or less irreversible structures. 61. We understand this sentence, but can't help finding its tone disturbing. The following choice is imposed on us: either the actual factor is conceived in a totally exterior privative fashion, which is an impossibility, or it descends into an internal qualitative conflict that is necessarily understood in relation to Oedipus. Oedipus, the fountainhead where the psychoanalyst washes his hands of the world's iniquities. In an altogether different direction, if we consider the idealist deviations of psychoanalysis, we see in them an interesting attempt at giving the actual factors a status other than ulterior or privative. This came about as two concerns were found to be linked in an apparent paradox, for example in Jung, the concern for curtailing the interminable cure by addressing oneself to the present or actual state of the disorder, and the concern for going further than Oedipus, even further than the pre-Oedipal, for going much further back as if what was most actual was also the most primary, the shortest, the furthest removed. Jung presents his archetypes as actual factors that extend in fact beyond the familial images in the transference, as well as being archaic factors infinitely older and from an order of time which is not that of the infantile factors themselves. But nothing has been gained thereby, since the actual factor ceases to be privative only provided it enjoys the rights of the ideal, and does not cease to be an afterward except by becoming a beyond, which must be signified anagogically by Oedipus instead of depending on it analytically. This necessarily results in the reintroduction of the afterward in the temporal difference, as the astonishing distribution proposed by Jung attests, for the young, whose problems concern the family and love, Freud's method. For those less young, whose problems have to do with social adaptation, Adler. And Jung for the adults and the old people, whose problems have to do with the ideal. 62. And we have seen what remains common to Freud and Jung, the unconscious always measured against myths, and not against the units of production, although the measuring is done in two contrary directions. But what does it matter, after all, if morality or religion find an analytical and regressive meaning in Oedipus, or if Oedipus finds an anagogical and prospective meaning in morality or religion? We maintain that the cause of the disorder, neurosis, or psychosis, is always in desiring production, in its relation to social production, in their different or conflicting regimes, and the modes of investment that desiring production performs in the system of social production. The actual factor is desiring production insofar as it is caught up in this relationship, this conflict, and these modalities. Nor is this factor either ulterior or privative. Being constitutive of the full life of desire, it is contemporary with the most tender age, and it accompanies this life with every step. It does not arise after Oedipus, it in no way presupposes an Oedipal organization, nor a pre-Oedipal pre-organization. On the contrary, it is Oedipus that depends on desiring production, either as a stimulus of one form or another, a simple inductor through which the ano-Oedipal organization of desiring production is formed, beginning with early childhood, or as an effect of the psychic and social repression imposed on desiring production by social reproduction by means of the family. The term actual is not used because it designates what is most recent, and because it would be opposed to former or infantile, it is used in terms of its difference with respect to virtual. And it is the Oedipus complex that is virtual, either inasmuch as it must be actualized in a neurotic formation as a derived effect of the actual factor, or inasmuch as it is dismembered and dissolved in a psychotic formation as the direct effect of this same factor. It is indeed in this sense that the idea of the afterward seemed to us to be a final paralogism in psychoanalytic theory and practice. Active desiring production, in its very process, invests from the beginning a constellation of somatic, social, and metaphysical relations that do not follow after Oedipal psychological relations, but that on the contrary will be applied to the underlying Oedipal constellation defined by reaction, or else will exclude this constellation from the field of investment constituting their activity. Undecidable, virtual, reactive, or reactional, such is Oedipus. It is only a reactional formation, a formation that results from a reaction to desiring production. It is a serious mistake to consider this formation in isolation, abstractly, independently of the actual factor that coexists with it and to which it reacts. Yet this is what psychoanalysis does when it closets itself in Oedipus, and determines its progressions and regressions in terms of Oedipus, or even in relationship to it, thus the idea of pre-Oedipal regression, by means of which one sometimes attempts to characterize psychosis. It is like a Cartesian devil, the regressions and progressions are made only within the artificially closed vessel of Oedipus, and in reality depend on a state of forces that is changing, yet always actual and contemporary, within ano-Oedipal desiring production. Desiring production has solely an actual existence, progressions and regressions are merely the effectuations of a virtually that is always fulfilled as perfectly as it can be by virtue of the states of desire. Rarely have psychiatrists and psychoanalysts been able to establish a really inspired direct relationship with either child or adult schizophrenics. Gisela Pankow and Bruno Bettelheim break new ground in this area by the force of their theory and the efficacy of their therapy. It is not by chance that both of them call into question the notion of regression. Taking the example of the bodily cares administered to a schizophrenic, massages, baths, swattings, Gisela Pankow asks if it is a matter of reaching the invalid at the point of his regression, in order to give him indirect symbolic satisfactions that would allow him to resume a progression, to take up a progressive pace. It is not at all a question, she says, of administering care that the schizophrenic presumably did not receive when he was a baby. It is a question of giving the patient tactile and other bodily sensations that lead him to a recognition of the limits of his body. It is a question of the recognition of an unconscious desire, and not of this desire's satisfaction. 63. Recognizing the desire is tantamount to setting desiring production back into motion on the body without organs, in the very place to which the schizo had retreated in order to silence and suffocate this production. This recognition of desire, this position of desire, this sign refers to an order of real and actual productivity that is not to be confused with an indirect or symbolic satisfaction, and that, in its stops as in its starts, is as distinct from a pre-Oedipal regression as from a progressive restoration of Oedipus. 9. The process. Between neurosis and psychosis there is no difference in nature, species, or group. Neurosis can no more be explained Oedipally than can psychosis. It is rather the contrary, neurosis explains Oedipus. Then how do we conceive of the relationship between psychosis and neurosis? Everything changes depending on whether we call psychosis the process itself, or on the contrary, an interruption of the process, and what type of interruption. Schizophrenia as a process is desiring production, but it is this production as it functions at the end, as the limit of social production determined by the conditions of capitalism. It is our very own malady, modern man's sickness. The end of history has no other meaning. In it the two meanings of process meet, as the movement of social production that goes to the very extremes of its deterritorialization, and as the movement of metaphysical production that carries desire along with it and reproduces it in a new earth. The desert grows. The sign is near. The schizo carries along the decoded flows, makes them traverse the desert of the body without organs, where he installs his desiring machines and produces a perpetual outflow of acting forces. He has crossed over the limit, the skis, which maintain the production of desire always at the margins of social production, tangential and always repelled. The schizo knows how to leave, he has made departure into something as simple as being born or dying. But at the same time his journey is strangely stationary, in place. He does not speak of another world, he is not from another world, even when he is displacing himself in space. His is a journey in intensity, around a desiring machine that is erected here and remains here. For here is the desert propagated by our world, and also the new earth, and the machine that hums, around which the schizos revolve, planets for a new sun. These men of desire, or do they not yet exist, are like Zarathustra. They know incredible sufferings, vertigos, and sicknesses. They have their specters. They must reinvent each gesture. But such a man produces himself as a free man, irresponsible, solitary, and joyous, finally able to say and do something simple in his own name, without asking permission, a desire lacking nothing, a flux that overcomes barriers and codes, a name that no longer designates any ego whatever. He has simply ceased being afraid of becoming mad. he experiences and lives himself as the sublime sickness that will no longer affect him. Here, what would a psychiatrist be worth? In the whole of psychiatry only Jaspers, then Lang have grasped what process signified, and its fulfillment, and so escaped the familialism that is the ordinary bed and board of psychoanalysis and psychiatry. If the human race survives, future men will, I suspect, look back on our enlightened epoch as a veritable age of darkness. They will presumably be able to savor the irony of this situation with more amusement than we can extract from it. The laughs on us. They will see that what we call schizophrenia was one of the forms in which, often through quite ordinary people, the light began to break through the cracks in our all too closed minds. Madness need not be all breakdown. It may also be breakthrough. The person going through ego loss or transcendental experiences may or may not become in different ways confused. Then he might legitimately be regarded as mad. But to be mad is not necessarily to be ill, notwithstanding that in our culture the two categories have become confused. From the alienated starting point of our pseudo-sanity, everything is equivocal. Our sanity is not true sanity. Their madness is not true madness. The madness of our patients is an artifact of the destruction wreaked on them by us and by them on themselves. Let no one suppose that we meet true madness any more than that we are truly sane. The madness that we encounter in patients is a gross travesty, a mockery, a grotesque caricature of what the natural healing of that estranged integration we call sanity might be. True sanity entails in one way or another the dissolution of the normal ego. The visit to London is our visit to Pythia. Turner is there. Looking at his paintings, one understands what it means to scale the wall, and yet to remain behind, to cause flows to pass through, without knowing any longer whether they are carrying us elsewhere or flowing back over us already. The paintings range over 3 periods. If the psychiatrist were allowed to speak here, he could talk about the first 2, although they are in fact the most reasonable. The first canvases are of end-of-the-world catastrophes, avalanches, and storms. That's where Turner begins. The paintings of the second period are somewhat like the delirious reconstruction, where the delirium hides, or rather where it is on a par with a lofty technique inherited from Poussin, Lorraine, or the Dutch tradition. The world is reconstructed through archaism having a modern function. But something incomparable happens at the level of the paintings of the third period, in the series Turner does not exhibit, but keeps secret. It cannot even be said that he is far ahead of his time, there is here something ageless, and that comes to us from an eternal future, or flees toward it. The canvas turns in on itself, it is pierced by a hole, a lake, a flame, a tornado, an explosion. The themes of the preceding paintings are to be found again here, their meaning changed. The canvas is truly broken, sundered by what penetrates it. All that remains is a background of gold and fog, intense, intensive, traversed in depth by what has just sundered its breadth, the skis. Everything becomes mixed and confused, and it is here that the breakthrough not the breakdown occurs. Strange Anglo-American literature, from Thomas Hardy, from D.H. Lawrence to Malcolm Lowry, from Henry Miller to Allen Ginsberg and Jack Kerouac, men who know how to leave, to scramble the codes, to cause flows to circulate, to traverse the desert of the body without organs. They overcome a limit, they shatter a wall, the capitalist barrier. And of course they fail to complete the process, they never cease failing to do so. The neurotic impasse again closes the daddy-mommy of Oedipalization, America, the return to the native land or else the perversion of the exotic territorialities, then drugs, alcohol, or worse still, an old fascist dream. Never has delirium oscillated more between its two poles. But through the impasses and the triangles a schizophrenic flow moves, irresistibly, sperm, river, drainage, inflamed genital mucus, or a stream of words that do not let themselves be coded, a libido that is too fluid, too viscous, a violence against syntax, a concerted destruction of the signifier, nonsense erected as a flow, polyvocity that returns to haunt all relations. How poorly the problem of literature is put, starting from the ideology that it bears, or from the co-option of it by a social order. People are co-opted, not works, which will always come to awake a sleeping youth, and which never cease extending their flame. As for ideology, it is the most confused notion because it keeps us from seizing the relationship of the literary machine with the field of production, and the moment when the emitted sign breaks through this form of the content that was attempting to maintain the sign within the order of the signifier. Yet it has been a long time since Engels demonstrated, already apropos of Balzac, how an author is great because he cannot prevent himself from tracing flows and causing them to circulate, flows that split asunder the Catholic and despotic signifier of his work, and that necessarily nourish a revolutionary machine on the horizon. That is what style is, or rather the absence of style, asyntactic, agrammatical, the moment when language is no longer defined by what it says, even less by what makes it a signifying thing, but by what causes it to move, to flow, and to explode desire. For literature is like schizophrenia, a process and not a goal, a production and not an expression. Here again, Oedipalization is one of the most important factors in the reduction of literature to an object of consumption conforming to the established order, and incapable of causing anyone harm. It is not a question here of the personal Oedipalization of the author and his readers, but of the Oedipal form to which one attempts to enslave the work itself, to make of it this minor expressive activity that secretes ideology according to the dominant codes. The work of art is supposed to inscribe itself in this fashion between the two poles of Oedipus, problem and solution, neurosis and sublimation, desire and truth, the one regressive, where the work hashes out and redistributes the non-resolved conflicts of childhood, and the other perspective, by which the work invents the paths leading toward a new solution concerning the future of man. It is said that the work is constituted by a conversion interior to itself as cultural object. From this point of view, there is no longer even any need for applying psychoanalysis to the work of art, since the work itself constitutes a successful psychoanalysis, a sublime transference with exemplary collective virtualities. The hypocritical warning resounds, a little neurosis is good for the work of art, good material, but not psychosis, especially not psychosis. We draw a line between the eventually creative neurotic aspect, and the psychotic aspect, alienating and destructive. As if the great voices, which were capable of performing a breakthrough in grammar and syntax, and of making all language a desire, were not speaking from the depths of psychosis, and as if they were not demonstrating for our benefit an eminently psychotic and revolutionary means of escape. It is correct to measure established literature against an Oedipal psychoanalysis, for this literature deploys a form of superego proper to it, even more noxious than the non-written superego. Oedipus is in fact literary before being psychoanalytic. There will always be a Breton against Artaud, a Goethe against Lenz, a Schiller against Hölderlin, in order to superegoize literature and tell us, careful, go no further. No errors for lack of tact. Werther yes, Lenz no. The Oedipal form of literature is its commodity form. We are free to think that there is finally even less dishonesty in psychoanalysis than in the established literature, since the neurotic pure and simple produces a solitary work, irresponsible, illegible, and non-marketable, which on the contrary must pay not only to be read, but to be translated and reduced. He makes at least an economic error, an error in tact, and does not spread his values. Artaud puts it well, all writing is so much pig shit, that is to say, any literature that takes itself as an end or sets ends for itself, instead of being a process that plows the crap of being and its language, transports the weak, the aphasiacs, the illiterate. At least spare us sublimation. Every writer is a sellout. The only literature is that which places an explosive device in its package, fabricating a counterfeit currency, causing the superego and its form of expression to explode, as well as the market value of its form of content. But some reply, Artaud does not belong to the realm of literature, he is outside it because he is schizophrenic. Others retort, he is not schizophrenic, since he belongs to literature, and the most important literature at that, the textual. Both groups hold at least one thing in common: they subscribe to the same puerile and reactionary conception of schizophrenia, and the same marketable neurotic conception of literature. A shrewd critic writes, one need understand nothing of the concept of the signifier in order to declare absolutely that Artaud's language is that of a schizophrenic. The psychotic produces an involuntary discourse, fettered, subjugated, therefore in all respects the contrary of textual writing. But what is this enormous textual archaism, the signifier, that subjects literature to the mark of castration and sanctifies the two aspects of its Oedipal form? And who told this shrewd critic that the discourse of the psychotic was involuntary, fettered, subjugated? Not that it is more nearly the opposite, thank God. But these very oppositions are singularly lacking in relevance. Artaud makes a shambles of psychiatry, precisely because he is schizophrenic and not because he is not. Artaud is the fulfillment of literature, precisely because he is schizophrenic and not because he is not. It has been a long time since he broke down the wall of the signifier, Artaud the schizo. From the depths of his suffering and his glory, he has the right to denounce what society makes of the psychotic in the process of decoding the flows of desire, Van Gogh, the man suicided by society, but also what it makes of literature when it opposes literature to psychosis in the name of a neurotic or perverse recoding, Lewis Carroll, or the coward of belles lettres. Very few accomplish what Lang calls the breakthrough of this schizophrenic wall or limit, quite ordinary people, nevertheless. But the majority draw near the wall and back away horrified. Better to fall back under the law of the signifier, marked by castration, triangulated in Oedipus. So they displace the limit, they make it pass into the interior of the social formation, between the social production and reproduction that they invest, and the familial reproduction that they fall back on, to which they apply all the investments. They make the limit pass into the interior of the domain thus described by Oedipus, between the two poles of Oedipus. They never stop involuting and evolving between these two poles. Oedipus as the last rock, and castration as the cavern, the ultimate territoriality, although reduced to the analyst's couch, rather than the decoded flows of desire that flee, slip away, and take us where? Such is neurosis, the displacement of the limit, in order to create a little colonial world of one's own. But others want virgin lands, more truly exotic, families more artificial, societies more secret that they design and institute along the length of the wall, in the locales of perversion. Still others, sickened by the utensility, ustensilite, of Oedipus, but also by the shoddiness and aestheticism of perversions, reach the wall and rebound against it, sometimes with an extreme violence. Then they become immobile, silent, they retreat to the body without organs, still a territoriality, but this time totally desert-like, where all desiring production is arrested, or where it becomes rigid, feigning stoppage, psychosis. These catatonic bodies have fallen into the river like lead weights, immense transfixed hippopotamuses who will not come back up to the surface. They have entrusted all their forces to primal repression, in order to escape the system of social and psychic repression that fabricates neurotics. But a more naked repression befalls them that declares them identical with the hospital schizo, the great autistic one, the clinical entity that lacks Oedipus. Why the same word, schizo, to designate both the process insofar as it goes beyond the limit, and the result of the process insofar as it runs up against the limit and pounds endlessly away there? Why the same word to designate both the eventual breakthrough and the possible breakdown, and all the transitions, the intrications of the two extremes? In point of fact, of the three preceding adventures, the adventure of psychosis is the most intimately related to the process, in the sense of Jasper's demonstration, when he shows that the demonic ordinarily repressed erupts by means of such a state, or gives rise to such states, which endlessly run the risk of making it topple into breakdown and disintegration. We no longer know if it is the process that must truly be called madness, the sickness being only disguise or caricature, or if the sickness is our only madness and the process our only cure. But in any case, the intimate nature of the relationship appears directly in inverse ratio, the more the process of production is led off course, brutally interrupted, the more the schizo-as entity arises as a specific product. That is why, on the other hand, we were unable to establish any direct relationship between neurosis and psychosis. The relationships of neurosis, psychosis, and also perversion depend on the situation of each one with regard to the process, and on the manner in which each one represents a mode of interruption of the process, a residual bit of ground to which one still clings so as not to be carried off by the deterritorialized flows of desire. Neurotic territoriality of Oedipus, perverse territorialities of the artifice, psychotic territoriality of the body without organs. Sometimes the process is caught in the trap and made to turn about within the triangle, sometimes it takes itself as an end in itself, other times it continues on in the void and substitutes a horrible exasperation for its fulfillment. Each of these forms has schizophrenia as a foundation. Schizophrenia as a process is the only universal. Schizophrenia is at once the wall, the breaking through this wall, and the failures of this breakthrough. How does one get through this wall? For it is useless to hit it hard, it has to be undermined and penetrated with a file, slowly and with patience. As I see it. 64 What is at stake is not merely art or literature. For either the artistic machine, the analytical machine, and the revolutionary machine will remain in extrinsic relationships that make them function in the deadening framework of the system of social and psychic repression, or they will become parts and cogs of one another in the flow that feeds one and the same desiring machine. So many local fires patiently kindled for a generalized explosion, the skis and not the signifier. In capitalizing these terms, we have followed the suggestion of Jacques Lacan's translator, Anthony Wilden. See The Language of the Self, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1968, p. 15. Nevertheless, it is not because I preach a return to Freud that I am not able to say that Totem and Taboo is a twisted story. It is in fact for that reason that we must return to Freud. No one helped me to make this known, the formations of the unconscious. I am not saying Oedipus serves no purpose, nor that it, bears no relationship with what we do. It serves no purpose for the psychoanalysts, that is indeed true. But since psychoanalysts are assuredly not psychoanalysts, that proves nothing. These are things I set forth in their appropriate time and place. That was a time when I was speaking to people who had to be dealt with tactfully, psychoanalysts. On that level, I spoke of the paternal metaphor. I have never spoken of an Oedipus complex. Jacques Lacan in a seminar, 1970. Jean-Jacques Abrahams, Le Homo Magnetophone, Dialogue Psychanalytique, Les Temps Modernes, No. 274, April 1969. You see, it really isn't so serious. I'm not your father, and I can still shout, of course not. There, that's enough, Dr. X, you are imitating your father at this moment. Of course not, come off it, I'm imitating your father. The one I see in your eyes. Dr. X, you are trying to take the role. You can't cure people, you can only palm off your father problems on them, problems you can't get away from. And from session to session you drag along your victims that way with your father problem. I was the sick one, you were the doctor. You'd finally reversed your childhood problem of being the child to your father. Dr. X, I was just telephoning extension 609 to make you leave 609, the police, to have you thrown out. The police. That's it, Daddy. Your father's a policeman. And you were going to call your father to come get me. What insanity! You got all unnerved, excited, just because I brought out a little device that'll let us understand what's going on here. Sigmund Freud, Analysis Terminable and Interminable, 1937, in Standard Edition of the Complete Psychological Works of Sigmund Freud, ed. James Strachey, New York, Macmillan, London, Hogarth Press, 1964, Volume 23, pages 250-52. The two corresponding themes are in the female, an envy for the penis, a positive striving to possess a male genital, and, in the male, a struggle against his passive or feminine attitude to another male. At no other point does one suffer more from an oppressive feeling that one has been preaching to the winds, than when one is trying to persuade a woman to abandon her wish for a penis on the ground of its being unrealizable, or when one is seeking to convince a man that a passive attitude to men does not always signify castration and that it is indispensable in many relationships in life. The rebellious overcompensation of the male produces one of the strongest transference resistances. He refuses to subject himself to a father substitute, or to feel indebted to him for anything, and consequently he refuses to accept his recovery from the doctor. Translators. Note: hereafter this source will be cited as standard edition. M.C. and Edmond Ortigs, Oedipus Africain, ch. 3, reference note 22, p. 83, in order that the necessary conditions for the existence of a structure in the familial institution or in the Oedipus complex be fulfilled, at least 4 terms are required, that is, 1 term more than is naturally necessary. C.J. M. Poirier, La Paternité de Dieu, L'Inconscient, No. 5, January 1968. This article contains a perfect formulation of Oedipus as double-bind. The psychic life of man unfolds in a sort of dialectical tension between 2 ways of living the Oedipus complex, one that consists in living it, and the other that consists in living according to the structures that might be called Oedipi. Experience also shows us that these structures are not foreign to the most critical phase of this complex. For Freud, man is definitively marked by this complex, it constitutes both his grandeur and his misery, etc. Pages 57 to 58. The Oedipal personages are all in their places, but in the play of permutations brought about, there is something like an empty place. What appears as rejected is everything referring to the phallus and the father. Each time Georges tries to take hold of himself as a desiring person, he is driven back to a form of dissolution of identities. He is another, enthralled by a maternal image. He remains trapped within an imaginary position in which he is captivated by the maternal imago. He situates himself within the Oedipal triangle in terms of this locale, which implies an impossible process of identification, involving forever after, in the mode of a pure imaginary dialectic, the destruction of one or the other of the partners. Manani. Reference note 38, pages 104 to 107. Foucault, ch. 1, reference note 43. And it is to this degree that all 19th-century psychiatry really converges on Freud, the first man to accept in all its seriousness the reality of the physician-patient couple. To the doctor, Freud transferred all the structures Pinel and Tuke had set up within confinement. He did deliver the patient from the existence of the asylum within which his liberators had alienated him, but he did not deliver him from what was essential in this existence. He regrouped its powers, extending them to the maximum by uniting them in the doctor's hands. He created the psychoanalytical situation where, by an inspired short circuit, alienation becomes disalienating because, in the doctor, it becomes a subject. De forces aliénantes, the French word alienation means both social alienation and what we English speakers call mental derangement. Obviously, the authors aim at discrediting the distinction between the 2 terms. Translator's note. George Cantor, 1845 to 1918, a German mathematician known for his theory of transfinite numbers. Translator's note. Perhaps the reader would enjoy this parody of psychoanalytic logic in the author's French, et tu en découversulement par après que tout cacat le père et la mère, en a rien d'étonnant, puisqu'on suppose que c'est test de le début, mais que c'est ensuite oublié faute, quid le rétrouvre après par rapport à ensuite. Translators. Note. Antonin Artaud, in Zidane la question, in Telkel, No. 30, 1967. This child. He is not there. He is but an angle. An angle to come, and there is no angle. And yet it is precisely this world of father-mother which must go away. It is this world, split in 2 doubled. In a state of constant disunion. Also willing a constant unification. around which turns the entire system of this world, maliciously sustained by the most somber organization. Reich, The Function of the Orgasm, p. 112, all neurotic fantasies can be traced back to the child's early sexual relationship to the parents. However, if it were not continually nourished by the contemporary stasis of excitation which it initially produced, the child-parent conflict could not by itself cause a permanent disturbance of the psychic equilibrium. The same remark applies to Otto Rank. The birth trauma not only implies going further back than Oedipus, and the pre-Oedipal phase, but should also be a means for shortening the cure. Freud notes with bitterness in the beginning of Analysis Terminable and Interminable, Rank hoped that if this primal trauma were dealt with by a subsequent analysis the whole neurosis would be got rid of. Thus this one small piece of analytic work would save the necessity for all the rest. A Cartesian devil, or bottle imp, is a small hollow glass figure used in physics. Immersed in a closed vessel of water, it can be made to rise or sink by varying the pressure, and hence the amount of water in the figure. Translator's note. Lang, The Politics of Experience, pages 129, 133, 138, 144. In a closely connected sense, Michel Foucault announced, "Perhaps one day one will no longer know clearly what madness really was. Our thought will belong to the ground of our language, and not to its rupture. Everything that we experience today in the mode of the limit, or of strangeness, or of the unbearable, will have joined again with the serenity of the positive. And what for us currently designates this exterior stands a chance, one day of designating us. Madness is breaking its kinship ties with mental illness. Madness and mental illness are ceasing to belong to the same anthropological entity." La Folie, l'absence d'oeuvre, La Table Ronde, May 1964. Anti-Oedipus. Three Savages, Barbarians, Civilized Men. Translated by Robert Hurley and Mark Seam. 1. The inscribing Socius. If the universal comes at the end, the body without organs and desiring production under the conditions determined by an apparently victorious capitalism, where do we find enough innocence for generating universal history? Desiring production also exists from the beginning. There is desiring production from the moment there is social production and reproduction. But in a very precise sense it is true that pre-capitalist social machines are inherent in desire. They code it, they code the flows of desire. To code desire and the fear, the anguish of decoded flows is the business of the socius. As we shall see, capitalism is the only social machine that is constructed on the basis of decoded flows, substituting for intrinsic codes an axiomatic of abstract quantities in the form of money. Capitalism therefore liberates the flows of desire, but under the social conditions that define its limit and the possibility of its own dissolution, so that it is constantly opposing with all its exasperated strength the movement that drives it toward this limit. At capitalism's limit, the deterritorialized socius gives way to the body without organs, and the decoded flows throw themselves into desiring production. Hence it is correct to retrospectively understand all history in the light of capitalism, provided that the rules formulated by Marx are followed exactly. First of all, universal history is the history of contingencies, and not the history of necessity. Ruptures and limits, and not continuity. For great accidents were necessary, and amazing encounters that could have happened elsewhere or before or might never have happened, in order for the flows to escape coding and, escaping, to nonetheless fashion a new machine bearing the determinations of the capitalist socius. Thus the encounter between private property and commodity production, which presents itself, however, as two quite distinct forms of decoding, by privatization and by abstraction. Or, from the viewpoint of private property itself, the encounter between flows of convertible wealth owned by capitalists and a flow of workers possessing nothing more than their labor capacity, here again, two distinct forms of deterritorialization. In a sense, capitalism has haunted all forms of society, but it haunts them as their terrifying nightmare. It is the dread they feel of a flow that would elude their codes. Then again, If we say that capitalism determines the conditions and the possibility of a universal history, this is true only insofar as capitalism has to deal essentially with its own limit, its own destruction, as Marx says, insofar as it is capable of self-criticism, at least to a certain point, the point where the limit appears, in the very movement that counteracts the tendency. In a word, universal history is not only retrospective, it is also contingent, singular, ironic, and critical. The earth is the primitive, savage unity of desire and production. For the earth is not merely the multiple and divided object of labor, it is also the unique, indivisible entity, the full body that falls back on the forces of production and appropriates them for its own as the natural or divine precondition. While the ground can be the productive element and the result of appropriation, the earth is the great unengendered stasis, the element superior to production that conditions the common appropriation and utilization of the ground. It is the surface on which the whole process of production is inscribed, on which the forces and means of labor are recorded, and the agents and the products distributed. It appears here as the quasi-cause of production and the object of desire. It is on the earth that desire becomes bound to its own repression. The territorial machine is therefore the first form of socius, the machine of primitive inscription, the mega-machine that covers a social field. It is not to be confused with technical machines. In its simplest, so-called manual forms, the technical machine already implies an acting, a transmitting, or even a driving element that is non-human, and that extends man's strength and allows for a certain disengagement from it. The social machine, in contrast, has men for its parts, even if we view them with their machines, and integrate them, internalize them in an institutional model at every stage of action, transmission, and motricity. Hence the social machine fashions a memory without which there would be no synergy of man and his technical machines. The latter do not in fact contain the conditions for the reproduction of their process, they point to the social machines that condition and organize them, but also limit and inhibit their development. It will be necessary to await capitalism to find a semi-autonomous organization of technical production that tends to appropriate memory and reproduction, and thereby modifies the forms of the exploitation of man, but as a matter of fact, this organization presupposes a dismantling of the great social machines that preceded it. The same machine can be both technical and social, but only when viewed from different perspectives, for example, the clock as a technical machine for measuring uniform time, and as a social machine for reproducing canonic hours and for assuring order in the city. When Lewis Mumford coins the word mega-machine to designate the social machine as a collective entity, he is literally correct, although he limits its application to the barbarian despotic institution if, more or less in agreement with Ruliaz's classic definition, one can consider the machine to be the combination of solid elements, each having its specialized function and operating under human control in order to transmit a movement and perform a task, then the human machine was indeed a true machine one. The social machine is literally a machine, irrespective of any metaphor, inasmuch as it exhibits an immobile motor and undertakes a variety of interventions, flows are set apart, elements are detached from a chain, and portions of the tasks to be performed are distributed. Coding the flows implies all these operations. This is the social machine's supreme task, inasmuch as the apportioning of production corresponds to extract ions from the chain, resulting in a residual share for each member, in a global system of desire and destiny that organizes the productions of production, the productions of recording, and the productions of consumption. Flows of women and children, flows of herds and of seed, sperm flows, flows of shit, menstrual flows, nothing must escape coding. The primitive territorial machine, with its immobile motor, the earth, is already a social machine, a mega-machine, that codes the laws of production, the flows of means of production of producers and consumers. The full body of the goddess earth gathers to itself the cultivable species, the agricultural implements, and the human organs. Meyer Fortes makes a passing remark that is joyous and refreshingly sound: the circulation of women is not the problem. A woman circulates of herself. She is not at one's disposal, but the juridical rights governing progeniture are determined for the profit of a specific person too. We see no reason in fact for accepting the postulate that underlies exchangeist notions of society. Society is not first of all a milieu for exchange where the essential would be to circulate or to cause to circulate, but rather a socius of inscription where the essential thing is to mark and to be marked. There is circulation only if inscription requires or permits it. The method of the primitive territorial machine is in this sense the collective investment of the organs, for flows are coded only to the extent that the organs capable respectively of producing and breaking them are themselves encircled, instituted as partial objects, distributed on the socius and attached to it. A mask is such an institution of organs. Initiation societies compose the pieces of a body, which are at the same time sensory organs, anatomical parts, and joints. Prohibitions, see not, speak not, apply to those who, in a given state or on a given occasion, are deprived of the right to enjoy a collectively invested organ. The mythologies sing of organs partial objects and their relations with a full body that repels or attracts them, vaginas riveted on the woman's body, an immense penis shared by the men, an independent anus that assigns itself a body without anus. Agurma's story begins, when the mouth was dead, the other parts of the body were consulted to see which of them would take charge of the burial. The unities in question are never found in persons, but rather in series which determine the connections, disjunctions, and conjunctions of organs. That is why fantasies are group fantasies. It is the collective investment of the organs that plugs desire into the socius and assembles social production and desiring production into a whole on the earth. Our modern societies have instead undertaken a vast privatization of the organs, which corresponds to the decoding of flows that have become abstract. The first organ to suffer privatization, removal from the social field, was the anus. It was the anus that offered itself as a model for privatization, at the same time as money came to express the flow's new state of abstraction. Hence the relative truth of psychoanalytic remarks concerning the anal nature of monetary economy. But the logical order is the following: the substitution of abstract quantity for the coded flows, the resulting collective disinvestment of the organs, on the model of the anus, the constitution of private persons as individual centers of organs and functions derived from the abstract quantity. One is even compelled to say that, while in our societies the penis has occupied the position of a detached object distributing lac to the persons of both sexes and organizing the Oedipal triangle, it is the anus that in this manner detaches it. It is the anus that removes and sublimates the penis in a kind of aufhebung that will constitute the phallus. Sublimation is profoundly linked to anally, but this is not to say that the latter furnishes a material to be sublimated, for want of another use. Anally does not represent a lower requiring conversion to a higher. It is the anus itself that ascends on high, under the conditions, which we must analyze, of its removal from the field, conditions that do not presuppose sublimation, since on the contrary sublimation results from them. It is not the anal that presents itself for sublimation, it is sublimation in its entirety that is anal. Moreover, the simplest critique of sublimation is the fact that it does not by any means rescue us from the shit, only the mind is capable of shitting. Anally is all the greater once the anus is disinvested. The libido is indeed the essence of desire, but when the libido becomes abstract quantity, the elevated and disinvested anus produces the global persons and the specific egos that serve this same quantity as units of measure. Our thought expresses it well: this dead rat's ass suspended from the ceiling of the sky, whence issues the daddy-mommy-me triangle, the uterine mother-father of a frantic anally, whose child is only an angle, this kind of covering eternally hanging on something that is the self. The whole of Oedipus is anal and implies an individual overinvestment of the organ to compensate for its collective disinvestment. That is why the commentators most favorable to the universality of Oedipus recognize nonetheless that one does not encounter in primitive societies any of the mechanisms or any of the attitudes that make it a reality in our society. No superego, no guilt. No identification of a specific ego with global persons but group identifications that are always partial, following the compact, agglutinated series of ancestors, and the fragmented series of companions and cousins. No anally although, or rather because, there is a collectively invested anus. What remains then for the making of Oedipus? The structure, that is to say, an unrealized potentiality. Are we to believe that a universal Oedipus haunts all societies, but exactly as capitalism haunts them, that is to say, as the nightmare and the anxious foreboding of what might result from the decoding of flows and the collective disinvestment of organs, the becoming abstract of the flows of desire, and the becoming private of the organs? The primitive territorial machine codes flows, invests organs, and marks bodies. To such a degree that circulating exchanging is a secondary activity in comparison with the task that sums up all the others, marking bodies, which are the earth's products. The essence of the recording, inscribing socius, insofar as it lays claim to the productive forces and distributes the agents of production, resides in these operations: tattooing, excising, incising, carving, scarifiing, mutilating, encircling, and initiating. Nietzsche thus defined the morality of mores, the labor performed by man upon himself during the greater part of the existence of the human race, his entire prehistoric labor, through a system of evaluations possessing the force of law concerning the various members and parts of the body. Not only is the criminal deprived of organs according to a regime, ordre, of collective investments, not only is the one who has to be eaten according to social rules as exact as those followed in carving up and apportioning a steer, but the man who enjoys the full exercise of his rights and duties has his whole body marked under a regime that consigns his organs and their exercise to the collectivity. The privatization of the organs will only begin with the shame felt by man at the sight of man, for it is a founding act that the organs be hewn into the socius, and that the flows run over its surface, through which man ceases to be a biological organism and becomes a full body, an earth, to which his organs become attached, where they are attracted, repelled, miraculated, following the requirements of a socius. Nietzsche says, it is a matter of creating a memory for man, and man, who was constituted by means of an active faculty of forgetting, by means of a repression of biological memory, must create an other memory, one that is collective, a memory of words, paroles, and no longer a memory of things, a memory of signs and no longer of effects. This organization, which traces its signs directly on the body, constitutes a system of cruelty, a terrible alphabet. Perhaps indeed there was nothing more fearful and uncanny in the whole prehistory of man than his mnemotechnics. Man could never do without blood, torture, and sacrifices when he felt the need to create a memory for himself. The most dreadful sacrifices and pledges, the most repulsive mutilations, the cruelest rites of all the religious cults. One has only to look at our former codes of punishments to understand what effort it costs on this earth to breed a nation of thinkers. 5. Cruelty has nothing to do with some ill-defined or natural violence that might be commissioned to explain the history of mankind. Cruelty is the movement of culture that is realized in bodies and inscribed on them, belaboring them. That is what cruelty means. This culture is not the movement of ideology; on the contrary, it forcibly injects product into desire, and conversely, it forcibly inserts desire into social production and reproduction. For even death, punishment, and torture are desired, and are instances of production. Compare the history of fatalism. It makes men or their organs into the parts and wheels of the social machine. The sign is a position of desire, but the first signs are the territorial signs that plant their flags in bodies. And if one wants to call this inscription in naked flesh writing, then it must be said that speech in fact presupposes writing, and that it is this cruel system of inscribed signs that renders man capable of language, and gives him a memory of the spoken word. 2. The primitive territorial machine. The notion of territoriality merely appears ambiguous, for if it is taken to mean a principle of residence or of geographic distribution, it is obvious that the primitive social machine is not territorial. Only the apparatus of the state will be territorial in this sense because, following Engels' formula, it subdivides not the people but the territory, and substitutes a geographic organization for the organization of gens. Yet even where kinship seems to predominate over the earth, it is not difficult to show the importance of local ties. This is because the primitive machine subdivides the people, but does so on an indivisible earth where the connective, disjunctive, and conjunctive relations of each section are inscribed along with the other relations. Thus, for example, the coexistence or complementarity of the section chief and the guardian of the earth. When the division extends to the earth itself, by virtue of an administration that is landed and residential, this cannot be regarded as a promotion of territoriality. On the contrary, it is rather the effect of the first great movement of deterritorialization on the primitive communes. The immanent unity of the earth as the immobile motor gives way to a transcendent unity of an altogether different nature, the unity of the state. The full body is no longer that of the earth, it is the full body of the despot, the unengendered, which now takes charge of the fertility of the soil as well as the rain from the sky and the general appropriation of the productive forces. Hence the savage, primitive socius was indeed the only territorial machine in the strict sense of the term. And the functioning of such a machine consists in the following: the declension of alliance and filiation, declining the lineages on the body of the earth, before there is a state. If declension characterizes the primitive machine, it is because it is not possible simply to deduce alliance from filiation, the alliances from the filiative lines. It would be erroneous to ascribe to alliance no more than an individuating power over the persons of a lineage, it produces instead a generalized distinguishability. Leach cites cases of very diverse matrimonial regimes where no difference in filiation can be inferred among the corresponding groups. In many analyses, the stress has been upon ties within the unilineal corporation or between different corporations linked by ties of common descent. The structural ties deriving from marriage between members of different corporations have been largely ignored or else assimilated into the all-important descent concept. Thus Fortes, 1953, while recognizing that ties of affinity have comparable importance to ties of descent, disguises the former under his expression complementary filiation. The essence of this concept, which resembles the Roman distinction between agnation and cognation, is that any ego is related to the kinsman of his two parents because he is the descendant of both parents and not because his parents were married. However, the cross ties linking the different patrilineages laterally are not felt by the peoples themselves to be of the nature of descent. The continuity of the structure vertically through time is adequately expressed through the agnatic transmission of a patrilineage name. But the continuity of the structure laterally is not so expressed. Instead, it is maintained by a continuing chain of debt relationships of an economic kind. It is the existence of these outstanding debts which assert the continuance of the affinal relationship. 6. Filiation is administrative and hierarchical, but alliance is political and economic, and expresses power insofar as it is not fused with the hierarchy and cannot be deduced from it, and the economy insofar as it is not identical with administration. Filiation and alliance are like the two forms of a primitive capital, fixed capital or filiative stock, and circulating capital or mobile blocks of debts. There are two memories that correspond to them, the one biofiliative, the other a memory of alliance and of words. While production is recorded in the network of filiative disjunctions on the socius, the connections of labor still must detach themselves from the productive process and pass into the element of recording that appropriates them for itself as quasi-cause. But it can accomplish this only by reclaiming the connective regime for its own in the form of an affinal tie or a pairing of persons that is compatible with the disjunctions of filiation. It is in this sense that the economy goes by way of alliance. In the production of children, the child is inscribed in relation to the disjunctive lines of its father or mother, but inversely, the disjunctive lines inscribe it only through a connection represented by the marriage of the father and the mother. At no time, therefore, does alliance derive from filiation, but both form an essentially open cycle where the socius acts on production, but also where production reacts on the socius. Marxists are right to remind us that if kinship is dominant in primitive society, it is determined as dominant by economic and political factors. And if filiation expresses what is dominant while being itself determined, alliance expresses what is determinant, or rather the return of the determinant in the determinate system of dominance. That is why it is essential to take into consideration how ties of alliance combine concretely with relations of filiation on a given territorial surface. Leach has specifically underscored the importance of local lineages insofar as they are differentiated from lineages of filiation, and insofar as they operate at the level of small segments. It is these groups of men residing in the same area, or in neighboring areas, who arrange marriages and shape concrete reality to a much greater extent than do the systems of filiation and the abstract matrimonial classes. A kinship system is not a structure but a practice, a praxis, a method, and even a strategy. Louis Baird, analyzing a relationship of alliance and hierarchy, shows convincingly that a village intervenes as a third party to permit matrimonial connections between elements that the disjunction of two moieties would forbid from the strict viewpoint of structure. The third term must be interpreted much more as a method than as a true structural element. Every time one interprets kinship relations in the primitive commune in terms of a structure unfolding in the mind, one relapses into an ideology of large segments that makes alliance depend on the major filiations, and that finds itself contradicted by practice. It is necessary to ask if there exists in the asymmetrical systems of alliance a fundamental tendency toward generalized exchange, that is to say, toward the closing of the cycle. I have been unable to find anything of that nature among the Mrug. Everyone behaves as if he were, ignorant of the compensation that would result from the closing of the cycle, and everyone stresses the relationship of asymmetry, emphasizing the creditor-debtor behavior. 7. A kinship system only appears closed to the extent that it is severed from the political and economic references that keep it open, and that make alliance something other than an arrangement of matrimonial classes and filiative lineages. It is the same for the whole project of coding the flows. How does one ensure reciprocal adaptation, the respective embrace of a signifying chain and flows of production? The great nomad hunter follows the flows, exhausts them in place, and moves on with them to another place. He reproduces in an accelerated fashion his entire filiation, and contracts it into a point that keeps him in a direct relationship with the ancestor or the god. Pierre Clas Trace describes the solitary hunter who becomes identical with his force and his destiny, and delivers his song in a language that becomes increasingly rapid and distorted. Me, I am a powerful nature, a nature incensed and aggressive. 8. Such are the two characteristics of the hunter, the great paranoiac of the bush or the forest, real displacement with the flows and direct filiation with the god. It has to do with the nature of nomadic space, where the full body of the socius is as if adjacent to production. It has not yet brought production under its sway. The space of the encampment remains adjacent to that of the forest, it is constantly reproduced in the process of production, but has not yet appropriated this process. The apparent objective movement of inscription has not suppressed the real movement of nomadism. But a pure nomad does not exist. There is always and already an encampment where it is a matter of stocking however little and where it is a matter of inscribing and allocating, of marrying and of feeding oneself. Clas Trace shows well how, among the Guayaki, the connection between the hunters and the living animals is succeeded in the encampment by a disjunction between the dead animals and the hunters, a disjunction similar to an incest prohibition, since the hunter cannot consume his own kill. In short, as we shall see elsewhere, there is always a pervert who succeeds the paranoiac or accompanies him, sometimes the same man in two situations, the bush paranoiac and the village pervert. Once the socius becomes fixed, falling back on the productive forces and appropriating them for its own, the problem of coding can no longer be resolved by the simultaneity of a displacement from the standpoint of the flows, and an accelerated reproduction from the standpoint of the chain. The flows must be the object of deductions, prelevements, that constitute a minimum of stock, and the signifying chain must be the object of detachments, detachements, that constitute a minimum of mediations. A flow is coded insofar as detachments from the chain and deductions from the flows are effected in correspondence, united in a mutual embrace. And this is already the highly perverse activity of local groups who arrange marriages on the surface of the primitive territoriality, a normal or non-pathological perversity, as Henry E. Y. would say, referring to other cases where a psychic work of selection, refinement, and calculation was manifested. And this is the case from the start, since there does not exist a pure nomad who can be afforded the satisfaction of drifting with the flows and singing direct filiation, but always a socius waiting to bear down, already deducting and detaching. The flow deductions constitute affiliative stock in the signifying chain, but inversely, the detachments from the chain constitute mobile debts of alliance that guide and direct the flows. On the blanket that serves as a familial stock, phenol stones or cowries are made to circulate. There is a sort of vast cycle of flows of production and chains of inscription, and a lesser cycle, between the stocks of filiation that connect or encastant, the flows, and the blocks of alliance that cause the chains to flow. Descent is at the same time flow of production and chain of inscription, stock of filiation and fluxion of alliance. Everything takes place as though the stock constituted a surface energy of inscription or recording, the potential energy of the apparent movement, but det is the actual direction of this movement, a kinetic energy that is determined by the respective paths of the gifts and counter-gifts on the surface. Among the cula, the circulation of necklaces and bracelets comes to a standstill in certain places, on certain occasions, so that a stock may be reformed. There are no productive connections without disjunctions of filiation that appropriate them, but there are no disjunctions of filiation that do not reconstitute lateral connections across the alliances and pairings of persons. Not only the flows and the chains, but the fixed stocks and the mobile debts insofar as they in turn imply relations between chains and flows in both directions are in a state of perpetual relativity. Their elements vary: women, consumer goods, ritual objects, rights, prestige, status. If one postulates that somewhere there has to be a kind of equilibrium of prices, one is compelled to see in the manifest disequilibrium of the relations a pathological consequence, which one explains by saying that the supposedly closed system extends in one direction and opens as the prestations become wider and more complex. But such a conception is in contradiction with the primitive cold economy, which is without net investment, without money or market, and without exchangeist commodity relations. The mainspring of such an economy is a veritable surplus value of code. Each detachment from the chain produces, on one side or the other in the flows of production, phenomena of excess and deficiency, phenomena of lack and accumulation, which will be compensated for by non-exchangeable elements of the acquired prestige or distributed consumption type. The chief converts this perishable wealth into imperishable prestige through the medium of spectacular feasting. The ultimate consumers are in this way the original producers. Surplus value of code is the primitive form of surplus value, inasmuch as it corresponds to Mauss's celebrated formula, the spirit of the thing given, or the force of circumstance that requires that gifts be reciprocated with interest, being territorial signs of desire and power, puissance, and principles of abundance and the fructification of wealth. Far from being a pathological consequence, the disequilibrium is functional and fundamental. Far from being the extension of a system that is at first closed, the opening is primary, founded in the heterogeneity of the elements that compose the prestations and that compensate for the disequilibrium by displacing it. In short, the detachments from the signifying chain, in accordance with the relations of alliance, engender surplus values of code at the level of the flows, whence are derived differences in status between the filiative lines, for example, the superior or inferior ranks of the givers and receivers of wives. The surplus value of code carries out the diverse operations of the primitive territorial machine, detaching segments from the chain, organizing selections from the flows, and allocating the portions due each person. The idea that primitive societies have no history, that they are dominated by archetypes and their repetition, is especially weak and inadequate. This idea was not conceived by ethnologists, but by ideologists in the service of a tragic Judeo-Christian consciousness that they wished to credit with the invention of history. If what is called history is a dynamic and open social reality, in a state of functional disequilibrium, or an oscillating equilibrium, unstable and always compensated, comprising not only institutionalized conflicts but conflicts that generate changes, revolts, ruptures, and scissions, then primitive societies are fully inside history, and far distant from the stability, or even from the harmony, attributed to them in the name of a primacy of a unanimous group. The presence of history in every social machine plainly appears in the disharmonies that, as Levi Strauss says, bear the unmistakable stamp of time elapsed. It is true that there are several ways to interpret such disharmonies, ideally by the gap between the real institution and the assumed ideal model, morally, by invoking a structural bond between law and transgression, physically, as though it were a question of attrition that would cause the social machine to lose its capacity to wield its materials. But here too it seems that the correct interpretation would be, above all, actual and functional. It is in order to function that a social machine must not function well. This has been shown precisely with regard to the segmentary system, which is always destined to reconstitute itself on its own ruins, and likewise for the organization of the political function in these systems, which in effect is exercised only by indicating its own impotence. 9 Ethnologists are constantly saying that kinship rules are neither applied nor applicable to real marriages, not because these rules are ideal but rather because they determine critical points where the apparatus starts up again provided it is blocked, and where it necessarily places itself in a negative relation to the group. Here it becomes apparent that the social machine is identical with the desiring machine. The social machine's limit is not attrition, but rather its misfirings. It can operate only by fits and starts, by grinding and breaking down, in spasms of minor explosions. The dysfunctions are an essential element of its very ability to function, which is not the least important aspect of the system of cruelty. The death of a social machine has never been heralded by a disharmony or a dysfunction. On the contrary, social machines make a habit of feeding on the contradictions they give rise to, on the crises they provoke, on the anxieties they engender, and on the infernal operations they regenerate. Capitalism has learned this, and has ceased doubting itself, while even socialists have abandoned belief in the possibility of capitalism's natural death by attrition. No one has ever died from contradictions. And the more it breaks down, the more it schizophrenizes, the better it works, the American way. But this is already the point of view required given a change of perspective for examining the primitive socius, the territorial machine for declining alliances and filiations. This machine is segmentary because, through its double apparatus of tribe and lineage, it cuts up segments of varying lengths, genealogical filiative units of major, minor, and minimal lineages, with their hierarchy, their respective chiefs, their elders who guard the stocks and organize marriages, territorial tribal units of primary, secondary, and tertiary sections, also having their dominant roles and their alliances. The point of separation between the tribal sections becomes the point of divergence in the clan structure of the lineages associated with each section. For, as we have seen, clans and their lineages are not distinct corporate groups, but are embodied in local communities, through which they function structurally. 10. The two systems intersect, each segment being associated with the flows and the chains, with the stocked flows and the passing flows, with selections from the flows and detachments from the chains. Certain production projects are executed in the framework of the tribal system, others in the framework of the lineage system. The variability and relativity of the segments are responsible for all sorts of penetrations between the inalienable elements of filiation and the mobile elements of alliance. This is explained by the fact that the length of each segment or even its existence as such is determined only by its opposition to other segments in a series of interrelated stages. The segmentary machine mixes rivalries, conflicts, and ruptures throughout the variations of filiation and the fluctuations of alliance. The whole system evolves between two poles, that of fusion through opposition to other groups, and that of scission through the constant formation of new lineages aspiring to independence, with capitalization of alliances and filiation. From one pole to the other, all the misfirings and failures in a system that is constantly reborn of its own disharmonies. What does Jean Favret mean when she shows, along with other ethnologists, that the persistence of a segmentary organization requires paradoxically that its mechanisms be ineffectual enough so that fear remains the motor of the whole? And what is this fear? it would appear that social formations experienced a morbid and mournful foreboding of things to come, although what comes to them always comes from without, rushing in through their opening. Perhaps it is even for this reason that it arrives from without, they suffocate its inner potentiality, at the cost of the dysfunctions that constitute an integral part of the functioning of their system. The segmentary territorial machine makes use of size Zion to exorcise fusion, and impedes the concentration of power by maintaining the organs of chieftainry in a relationship of impotence with the group, as though the savages themselves sensed the rise of the imperial barbarian, who will come nonetheless from without and will overcode all their codes. But the greatest danger would be yet another dispersion, a size Zion such that all the possibilities of coding would be suppressed, decoded flows, flowing on a blind, mute, deterritorialized socius. Such is the nightmare that the primitive social machine exorcises with all its forces, and all its segmentary articulations. The primitive machine is not ignorant of exchange, commerce, and industry, it exorcises them, localizes them, cordons them off, and casts them, and maintains the merchant and the blacksmith in a subordinate position, so that the flows of exchange and the flows of production do not manage to break the codes in favor of their abstract or fictional quantities. And isn't that also what Oedipus, the fear of incest, is about, the fear of a decoded flow? If capitalism is the universal truth, it is so in the sense that makes capitalism the negative of all social formations. It is the thing, the unamable, the generalized decoding of flows that reveals a contrario the secret of all these formations, coding the flows, and even overcoding them, rather than letting anything escape coding. Primitive societies are not outside history, rather, it is capitalism that is at the end of history, it is capitalism that results from a long history of contingencies and accidents, and that brings on this end. It cannot be said that the previous formations did not foresee this thing that only came from without by rising from within, and that at all costs had to be prevented from rising. Whence the possibility of a retrospective reading of all history in terms of capitalism. It is already possible to see signs of classes in pre-capitalist societies. But ethnologists observe how difficult it is to distinguish those proto-classes from the castes organized by the imperial machine and from the rankings distributed by the segmentary primitive machine. The criteria that distinguish classes, castes, and ranks must not be sought in a fixity or a permeability, nor in a relative closing or opening. These criteria always reveal themselves to be deceptive, eminently misleading. But the ranks are inseparable from the primitive territorial coding process, just as castes are inseparable from the overcoding practiced by the imperial state, while classes are relative to the process of an industrial and commodity production decoded under the conditions of capitalism. All history can therefore be read under the sign of classes, but by observing the rules set forth by Marx, and bearing in mind that classes are the negative of castes and ranks. For it is certain that the regime of decoding does not signify the absence of organization, but rather the most somber organization, the harshest compatibility, with the axiomatic replacing the codes and incorporating them, always a contrario. 3. The problem of Oedipus. The full body of the earth is not without distinguishing characteristics. Suffering and dangerous, unique, universal, it falls back on production, on the agents and connections of production. But on it, too, everything is attached and inscribed, everything is attracted, miraculated. It is the basis of the disjunctive synthesis and its reproduction, a pure force of filiation or genealogy, noumen. The full body is the unengendered, but filiation is the first character of inscription marked on this body. And we know the nature of this intensive filiation, this inclusive disjunction where everything divides, but into itself, and where the same being is everywhere, on every side, at every level, differing only in intensity. The same included being traverses indivisible distances on the full body, and passes through all the singularities, all the intensities of a synthesis that shifts and reproduces itself. It serves no purpose to recall that genealogical filiation is social rather than biological, for it is necessarily biosocial inasmuch as it is inscribed on the cosmic egg of the full body of the earth. It has a mythical origin that is the one, or rather the primitive one too. Should one say the twins or the twin? Which divides and unites into itself the namo, or the namos. The disjunctive synthesis distributes the primordial ancestors, but each member of the primitive community is himself a complete full body, male and female, binding to itself all the partial objects, with variations that are solely intensive, and that correspond to the internal zigzag of the Dogon egg. Each one intensively repeats the entire genealogy for himself. And everywhere it is the same, at both ends of the indivisible distance and on every side, a litany of twins, an intense filiation. At the beginning of Le Renard Pale, Marcel Gilles and Germain Dieterlen sketch out a splendid theory of the signs of filiation, guide signs and master signs, signs of desire, intensive at first, which fall in a spiral and traverse a series of explosions before extending into images, figures, and drawings. If the full body falls back on the productive connections and inscribes them in a network of intensive and inclusive disjunctions, it still has to find again and reanimate lateral connections in the network itself, and it must attribute them to itself as though it were their cause. These are the two aspects of the full body, an enchanted surface of inscription, the fantastic law, or the apparent objective movement, but also a magical agent or fetish, the quasi-cause. It is not content to inscribe all things, it must act as if it produced them. It is necessary that the connections reappear in a form compatible with the inscribed disjunctions, even if they react in turn on the form of these disjunctions. Such is alliance, the second characteristic of inscription. Alliance imposes on the productive connections the extensive form of a pairing of persons, compatible with the disjunctions of inscription, but inversely reacts on inscription by determining an exclusive and restrictive use of these same disjunctions. It is therefore inevitable that alliance be mythically represented as supervening at a certain moment in the filiative lines, although in another sense it is already there from time immemorial. Marcel Gilles describes how, among the Dogons, something is produced at a certain moment, at the level and on the side of the eighth ancestor, a derailment of the disjunctions, which cease to be inclusive and become exclusive. Once this occurs, there is a dismembering of the full body, a cancelling of twinness, la gemellite, a separation of the sexes marked by circumcision, but also a recomposition of the body according to a new model of connection or conjugation, an articulation of bodies for and between themselves, a lateral inscription with articulatory stones of alliance, in short, a whole arc of alliance. 11 Alliances never derive from filiations, nor can they be deduced from them. But, this principle once established, we must distinguish between 2 points of view, the one economic and political, where alliance is there from time immemorial, combining and declining itself with the extended filiative lineages that do not exist prior to alliances in a system assumed to be given in extended form, the other mythical, which shows how the extension of a system takes form and delimits itself, proceeding from intense and primordial filiative lineages that necessarily lose their inclusive or non-restrictive use. From this viewpoint, the extended system is like a memory of alliance and of words, implying an active repression of the intense memory of filiation. For if genealogy and filiations are the object of an ever-vigilant memory, it is to the degree that they are already apprehended in an extensive sense that they certainly did not possess before the determinations of alliances conferred it on them. On the contrary, as intensive filiations they become the object of a separate memory, nocturnal and biocosmic, the memory that indeed must suffer repression in order for the new extended memory to be established. We can better understand why the problem does not in the least consist of going from filiations to alliances, or of deducing the latter from the former. The problem is one of passing from an intensive energetic order to an extensive system, which comprises both qualitative alliances and extended filiations. Nothing is changed by the fact that the primary energy of the intensive order, the noumen, is an energy of filiation, for this intense filiation is not yet extended, and does not as yet comprise any distinction of persons, nor even a distinction of sexes, but only prepersonal variations in intensity, taking on the same twinness or bisexuality in differing degrees. The signs belonging to this order are therefore fundamentally neuter or ambiguous, according to an expression employed by Leibniz to designate a sign that can be plus as well as. It is a question of knowing how, starting from this primary intensity, it will be possible to pass to a system in extension where, 1. The filiations will be filiations extended in the form of lineages, comprising distinctions of persons and of parental appellations. 2. The alliances will be at the same time qualitative relations, which the filiations presuppose as much as vice versa. 3. In short, the ambiguous intense signs will cease to be ambiguous and will become positive or negative. This may be seen clearly in a passage from Levi Strauss, explaining for the simple forms of marriage the prohibition of parallel cousins and the approbation of cross cousins. Each marriage between two lines A and B bears a plus, or, sign, according to whether this couple results from a woman being lost to or acquired by line A or B. In this regard it is not important whether the regime of filiation is patrilineal or matrilineal. In a patrilineal or patrilocal regime, for example, related women are women lost, women brought in by marriage are women gained. Each family descended from these marriages thus bears a sign, which is determined, for the initial group, by whether the children's mother is a daughter or a daughter-in-law. The sign changes in passing from the brother to the sister, since the brother gains a wife, while the sister is lost to her own family. But, as Levi Strauss remarks, one also changes signs in passing from one generation to the next. It depends upon whether, from the initial group's point of view, the father has received a wife, or the mother has been transferred outside, whether the sons have the right to a woman or owe a sister. Certainly, in real life this difference does not mean that half the male cousins are destined to remain bachelors. However, at all events, it does express the law that a man cannot receive a wife except from the group from which a woman can be claimed, because in the previous generation a sister or a daughter was lost, while a brother owes a sister, or a father, a daughter, to the outside world if a woman was gained in the previous generation. The pivot couple, formed by a man married to a B woman, obviously has two signs, according to whether it is envisaged from the viewpoint of A, or that of B, and the same is true for children. It is now only necessary to look at the cousin's generation to establish that all those in the relationship, plus plus, or, dash dash, are parallel to one another, while all those in the relationship, plus or, dash plus, are cross 12. But once the problem is put in this way, it is less a question of applying a logical combinative apparatus governing an interplay of exchanges, as Levi Strauss would have it, than one of establishing a physical system that will express itself naturally in terms of debts. It seems to us very significant that Levi Strauss himself invokes the coordinates of a physical system, although he sees this as nothing more than a metaphor. In the physical system in extension, something passes through that is of the nature of an energy flow, plus or dash plus, something does not pass or remains blocked, plus plus or, and something blocks, or on the contrary causes, passage. Something or someone. In this system in extension there is no primary filiation, nor is there a first generation or an initial exchange, but there are always and already alliances, at the same time as the filiations are extended, expressing both what must remain blocked in the filiation and what must pass through in the alliance. The essential is not that the signs change according to the sexes and the generations, but that one passes from the intensive to the extensive, that is to say, from an order of ambiguous signs to an order of signs that are changing but determined. It is here that resorting to myth is indispensable, not because the myth would be a transposed or even an inverse representation of real relations in extension, but because only the myth can determine the intensive conditions of the system of production included, in conformity with indigenous thought and practice. That is why a text of Marcel Gilles, which looks to myth for a principle that would explain the avunculate, seems decisive to us, and seems to avoid the reproach of idealism that usually greets this kind of attempt. We have a similar view of the recent article in which Adler and Guattari return to the question. 13 These authors are right in remarking that Levi Strauss's kinship atom with its four relationships, brother-sister, husband-wife, father-son, maternal uncle-sister's son presents itself as a ready-made whole from which the mother as such is strangely excluded, although, depending on the circumstances, she can be more or less a kinswoman or more or less an affine in relation to her children. Now this is indeed where the myth takes root, the myth that does not express but conditions. As Gilles relates it, the Yorugu, breaking into the piece of placenta he has stolen, is like the brother of his mother, with whom he is united by that fact. This individual went away into the distance carrying with him a part of the nourishing placenta, which is to say a part of his own mother. He saw this organ as his own and as forming a part of his own person, in such a way that he identified himself with the one who gave birth to him. She was the matrix of the world, and he considered himself to be placed on the same plane as she from the viewpoint of the generations. He senses unconsciously his symbolic membership in his mother's generation and his detachment from the real generation of which he is a member. Being, according to him, of the same substance and generation as his mother, he likens himself to a male twin of his gene-trix, and the mythical rule of the union of two paired members proposes him as the ideal husband. Hence, in his capacity as pseudo-brother to his gene-trix, he should be in the position of his maternal uncle, the designated husband of this woman 14. Doubtless all the dramatis personae will be found to come into play from this point on: mother, father, son, mother's brother, son's sister. But it is evident and striking that these are not persons. Their names do not designate persons, but rather the intensive variations of a vibratory spiraling movement, inclusive disjunctions, necessarily twin states through which a subject passes on the cosmic egg. Everything must be interpreted in intensity. The egg and the placenta itself, swept by an unconscious life energy susceptible to augmentation and diminution. The father is in no way absent. But Amma, the father and genitor, is himself a high-intensive part, immanent to the placenta, inseparable from the twinness, which relates him to his feminine part. And if the Yorugu son carries away a part of the placenta in his turn, it is in an intensive relationship with another part that contains his own sister or twin sister. But, aiming too high, the part he carries away makes him the sister of his mother, who eminently replaces the sister, and to whom he becomes united by replacing Amma. In short, a whole world of ambiguous signs, included divisions and bisexual states. I am the son, and also my mother's brother and my sister's husband and my own father. Everything rests on the placenta, which has become the earth, the unengendered, the full body of anti-production where the organs partial objects of a sacrificed Namo are attached. It is because the placenta, as a substance common to the mother and the child, a common part of their bodies, makes it such that these bodies are not like cause and effect, but are both products derived from this same substance, in relation to which the son is his mother's twin. Such is indeed the axis of the Dogon myth related by Gilles. Yes, I have been my mother and I have been my son. It is rare that one sees myth and science saying the same thing from such a great distance. The Dogon narrative develops a mythical Weissmannism, where the germinative plasma forms an immortal and continuous lineage that does not depend on bodies. On the contrary, the bodies of the parents as well as the children depend on it. Whence the distinction between two lines, the one continuous and germinal, but the other discontinuous and somatic, it alone being subjected to a succession of generations. T.D. Lysenko employed a naturally Dogon tone, turning it back against Weissmann, to reproach him for making the son the genetic or germinal brother of the mother. The Morganists Mendelians, following Weissmann, start from the idea that the parents are not genetically the parents of their children. If we are to believe their doctrine, parents and children are brothers and sisters 15. But the son is not somatically his mother's brother and twin. That is why he cannot marry her, bearing in mind what we said earlier to be the meaning of that is why. The one who should have married the mother was therefore the maternal uncle. The first consequence of this is that incest with the sister is not a substitute for incest with the mother, but on the contrary the intensive model of incest as a manifestation of the germinal lineage. Then again, Hamlet is not an extension of Oedipus, an Oedipus to the second degree, On the contrary, a negative or inverse Hamlet is primary in relation to Oedipus. The subject does not reproach the uncle for having done what he himself wanted to do, he reproaches him for not having done what he the son could not do. And why didn't the uncle marry the mother, his somatic sister? Because he must not, except in the name of this germinal filiation, marked by ambiguous signs of twinness and bisexuality, according to which the son could have done it as well, and could have been himself this uncle in an intense relationship with the mother twin. The vicious circle of the germinal lineage closes, the primitive double bind. Neither can the uncle marry his sister, the mother, nor from that moment can the son marry his own sister. The Yorugu female twin will be delivered over to the Namos as a potential affine. The somatic order causes the whole intensive scale to collapse again. Actually, if the son cannot marry his mother, it is not because he is somatically from a different generation. Arguing against Malinowski, Levi Strauss has demonstrated convincingly that the mixing of generations was not in the least feared as such, and that the incest prohibition could not be explained in this manner. 16 This is because the mixing of the generations in the son-mother case has the same effect as their correspondence in the case of the uncle-sister, that is, it testifies to one and the same intensive germinal filiation that must be repressed in both cases. In short, a somatic system in extension can constitute itself only insofar as the filiations become extended, correlatively to lateral alliances that become established. It is through the prohibition of incest with the sister that the lateral alliance is sealed, it is through the prohibition of incest with the mother that the filiation becomes extended. There we find no repression of the father, no foreclosure of the name of the father. The respective position of the mother or father as kin or affine, the patrilineal or matrilineal character of the filiation, and the patrilateral or matrilateral character of the marriage, are active elements of the repression, and not objects at which the repression is directed. It is not even the memory of filiation in general that is repressed by a memory of alliance. It is the great nocturnal memory of the intensive germinal filiation that is repressed for the sake of an extensive somatic memory, created from filiations that have become extended, patrilineal or matrilineal, and from the alliances that they imply. The entire Dogon mythology is a patrilineal version of the opposition between the two genealogies and the two filiations, in intensity and in extension, the intense germinal order and the extensive regime of the somatic generations. The system in extension is born of the intensive conditions that make it possible, but it reacts on them, cancels them, represses them, and allows them no more than a mythical expression. The signs cease to be ambiguous at the same time as they are determined in relation to the extended filiations and the lateral alliances, the disjunctions become exclusive, restrictive, the either / or else replaces the intense either, or. The names, the appellations no longer designate intensive states, but discernible persons. Discernibility settles on the sister and the mother as prohibited spouses. The reason is that persons, with the names that now designate them, do not exist prior to the prohibitions that constitute them as such. Mother and sister do not exist prior to their prohibition as spouses. Robert Jolin says it well, the mythical discourse has as its theme the passage from indifference to incest to its prohibition. Implicit or explicit, this theme underlies all the myths, it is therefore a formal property of this language. 17. We must conclude that, strictly speaking, incest does not and cannot exist. We are always on this side of incest, in a series of intensities that is ignorant of discernible persons, or else beyond incest, in an extension that recognizes them, that constitutes them, but that does not constitute them without rendering them impossible as sexual partners. One can commit incest only after a series of substitutions that always moves us away from it, that is to say, with a person who is equivalent to the mother or the sister only by virtue of not being either, she who is discernible as a possible spouse. Such is the meaning of preferential marriage, the first incest that is permitted. But it is not by chance that this kind of marriage rarely occurs, as though it were still too close to the non-existent impossible, for example, the preferential Dogon marriage with the uncle's daughter, she being equivalent to the aunt, who is herself equivalent to the mother. Gilles' article is without doubt the text most profoundly inspired by psychoanalysis in the whole of anthropology. Yet it leads to conclusions that cause the whole of Oedipus to shatter, because it is not content to pose the problem in extension, thereby assuming its solution. These are the conclusions drawn by Adler and Guattari. It is customary to consider incestuous relations in myth either as the expression of the desire or the nostalgia for a world where such relations would be possible or would meet with indifference, or as the expression of a structural function of the inversion of the social rule, a function destined to found the prohibition and its transgression. In both instances, one takes as something already constituted what is in fact the emergence of an order that the myth narrates and explains. In other words, one reasons as if the myth placed on the stage persons defined as father, mother, brother, and sister, whereas these roles belong to the order constituted by the prohibition. Incest does not exist. Incest is a pure limit. Provided that two false beliefs concerning the limit are avoided, one that makes the limit a matrix or an origin, as though the prohibition proved that the thing was first desired as such, another that makes the limit a structural function, as though the supposedly fundamental relationship between desire and law were manifested in transgression. It is necessary to recall once more that the law proves nothing about an original reality of desire because it essentially disfigures the desired, and that the transgression proves nothing about a functional reality of the law because, far from being a mockery of the law, it is itself derisory in relation to what the law prohibits in reality, the reason why revolutions have nothing to do with transgressions. In short, the limit is neither a this side of nor a beyond, it is the boundary line between the two incest, that slandered shallow stream always crossed already or not yet crossed. For incest is like this motion, it is impossible. And it is not impossible in the same sense that the real would be impossible, but quite the contrary, in the sense that the symbolic is. But what does it mean to say that incest is impossible? Isn't it possible to go to bed with one's sister or mother? And how do we dispense with the old argument, it must be possible since it is prohibited? The problem lies elsewhere. The possibility of incest would require both persons and names son, sister, mother, brother, father. Now in the incestuous act we can have persons at our disposal, but they lose their names inasmuch as these names are inseparable from the prohibition that proscribes them as partners, or else the names subsist, and designate nothing more than prepersonal intensive states that could just as well extend to other persons, as when one calls his legitimate wife mama, or one's sister his wife. It is in this sense that we said we are always on this side of it or beyond. Our mothers and our sisters melt in our arms, their names slide on their persons like a stamp that is too wet. This is because one can never enjoy the person and the name at the same time, yet this would be the condition for incest. Granted, incest is a lure, it is impossible. But the problem is only deferred. Is that not the nature of desire, that one desires the impossible? At least in this instance, the platitude is not even true. We are reminded how illegitimate it is to conclude from the prohibition anything regarding the nature of what is prohibited, for the prohibition proceeds by dishonoring the guilty, that is to say, by inducing a disfigured or displaced image of the thing that is really prohibited or desired. Indeed, this is how social repression prolongs itself by means of a psychic repression without which it would have no grip on desire. What is desired is the intense germinal or germinative flow, where one would look in vain for persons or even functions discernible as father, mother, son, sister, etc., since these names only designate intensive variations on the full body of the earth determined as the germen. It is always possible to use the term incest, as well as indifference to incest, for this regime composed of one and the same being or flow, varying in intensity according to inclusive disjunctions. But that is precisely the problem. One cannot confound incest as it would be in this intensive non-personal regime that would institute it, with incest as represented in extension in the state that prohibits it, and that defines it as a transgression against persons. Jung is therefore entirely correct in saying that the Oedipus complex signifies something altogether different from itself, and that in the Oedipal relation the mother is also the earth, and incest is an infinite renaissance. he is wrong only in thinking that he has thus transcended sexuality. The somatic complex refers to a germinal implex. Incest refers to a this side of that cannot be represented as such in the complex, since the complex is an element derived from this side of. Incest as it is prohibited, the form of discernible persons, is employed to repress incest as it is desired, the substance of the intense earth. The intensive germinal flow is the representative of desire, it is against this flow that the repression is directed. The extensive Oedipal figure is its displaced represented, Le represents the place, the lure, or fake image, born of repression, that comes to conceal desire. It matters little that this image is impossible, it does its work from the moment that desire lets itself be caught as though by the impossible itself. You see, that is what you wanted. However, it is this conclusion, going directly from the repression to the repressed, and from the prohibition to the prohibited, that already implies the whole paralogism of social repression. But why is the germinal implex or influx repressed, since it is nevertheless the territorial representative of desire? Because the thing it refers to, in its capacity as representative, is a flow that would not be codable, that would not let itself be coded specifically, the terror of the primitive socius. No chain could be detached, nothing could be selected, nothing would pass from filiation to descent, but descent would be perpetually reduced to filiation in the act of re-engendering oneself. The signifying chain would not form any code, it would only emit ambiguous signs and be perpetually eroded by its own energetic support. What would flow on the full body of the earth would be as unfettered as the non-coded flows that shift and slide on the desert of a body without organs. For it is less a question of abundance or scarcity, of a spring or the exhaustion of a spring, even the drying up of a spring is a flow, than of what is codable or non-codable. The germinal flow is such that it amounts to the same to say that everything would pass or flow with it, or on the contrary, that everything would be blocked. For the flows to be codable, their energy must allow itself to be quantified and qualified. It is necessary that selections from the flows be made in relation to detachments from the chain. Something must pass through, but something must also be blocked, and something must block and cause to pass through. Now this is possible only in the system in extension that renders persons discernible, that makes a determinate use of signs, an exclusive use of the disjunctive syntheses, and a conjugal use of the connective syntheses. Such is indeed the meaning of the incest prohibition conceived as the establishment of a physical system in extension. One must look in each case for the part of the flow of intensity that passes through, for what does not pass, and for what causes passage or prevents it, according to the patrilateral or matrilateral nature of the marriages, according to the patrilineal or matrilineal nature of the lineages, according to the general regime of the extended filiations and the lateral alliances. Let us return to the Dogon preferential marriage as analyzed by Gilles. What is blocked is the relationship with the aunt as a substitute for the mother, in the form of a make-believe parent. What passes through is the relationship with the aunt's daughter as a substitute for the aunt, as the first possible or permitted incest. What does the blocking or causes passage is the maternal uncle. What passes through leads to as compensation for what is blocked a veritable surplus value of code, which falls to the uncle insofar as he causes passage, while he suffers a kind of minus value insofar as he does the blocking. Thus the ritual thefts perpetrated by the nephews in the uncle's house, but also, as Gilles says, the augmentation and fructification of the uncle's possessions when the oldest of the nephews comes to live with him. The fundamental problem, who has the right to the matrimonial prestations in a given system, cannot be resolved independently of the lines of passage and the lines of blockage, as if what was blocked or prohibited reappeared in marriages in spectral form. 18 Coming to demand its due. Loftier rights of a specific case, among them the patrilineal model predominates over the matrilineal tradition. The brother-sister relationship, which is transmitted from father to son and from mother to daughter, can be transmitted indefinitely through the father-son relationship, but not through the mother-daughter relationship, which terminates with the daughter's marriage. A married daughter transmits to her own daughter a new relationship, namely that which joins her to her own brother. At the same time, a daughter who marries becomes detached not from her brother's line, but solely from that of her mother's brother. The significance of the payments to the mother's brother upon the marriage of his niece can be understood only in the following way: the girl leaves the previous family group, to which her mother belongs. The niece becomes herself a mother and the point of departure for a new brother-sister relationship, on which a new alliance is founded. 19. What is prolonged, what comes to a halt, what is detached, and the different relationships according to which these actions and passions are distributed, help us to understand the formation mechanism of the surplus value of code as an indispensable element of any coding of flows. We are now able to outline the various instances of territorial representation in the primitive socius. In the first place, the germinal influx of intensity conditions all representation. It is the representative of desire. But if it is termed representative, this is because it is equivalent to the non-codable, non-coded, or decoded flows. In this sense it implies, in its own way, the socius's limit, or the negative of every socius. The repression of this limit is possible only to the extent that the representative itself undergoes a repression. This repression determines what part of the influx will pass through and what will not in the system in extension, what will remain blocked or stocked in the extended filiations, and on the contrary, what will move and flow following the relations of alliance, in such a way that the systematic coding of the flows will be carried out. We call this second instance the repressing representation itself alliance, since the filiations become extended only in terms of lateral alliances that measure their variable segments. Whence the importance of these local lines that Leach has identified and which, two by two, organize the alliances and arrange, machine, the marriages. When we ascribed to them a perverse normal activity, we meant that these local groups were the agents of repression, the great coders. Wherever men meet and assemble to take wives for themselves, to negotiate for them, to share them, etc., one recognizes the perverse tie of a primary homosexuality between local groups, between brothers-in-law, co-husbands, childhood partners. Underlining the universal fact that marriage is not an alliance between a man and a woman, but an alliance between two families, a transaction between men concerning women, Georges Devereux drew the correct conclusion of a basic homosexual motivation of a group character. 20 Through women, men establish their own connections, through the man-woman disjunction, which is always the outcome of filiation, alliance places in connection men from different filiations. The question why a female homosexuality hasn't given rise to Amazon groups capable of negotiating for men perhaps finds its reply in women's affinity with the germinal influx, resulting in the enclosed position of women in the midst of extended filiations, filiation hysteria as opposed to alliance paranoia. Male homosexuality is therefore the representation of alliance that represses the ambiguous signs of intense bisexual filiation. However, Devereux seems to us to be wrong on two occasions. First, when he admits having recoiled too long before this so serious, he says, discovery of a homosexual representation. There we merely see a primitive version of the formula all men are homosexuals, and to be sure, they are never more so than when they arrange marriages. Then again, and this is his most serious error, when he wants to make of this homosexuality of alliance a product of the Oedipus complex as something repressed. Alliance can never be deduced from the lines of filiation through the intermediary of Oedipus. On the contrary, alliance articulates them, impelled by the action of the local lines and their non-Oedipal primary homosexuality. And if it is true that there exists an Oedipal or filiative homosexuality, this should be understood merely as a secondary reaction to this group homosexuality, non-Oedipal at first. As for Oedipus in general, it is not the repressed that is, the representative of desire, which is on this side of and completely ignorant of daddy-mommy. Nor is it the repressing representation, which is beyond, and which renders the persons discernible only by subjecting them to the homosexual rules of alliance. Incest is only the retroactive effect of the repressing representation on the repressed representative. The representation disfigures or displaces this representative against which it is directed, it projects onto the representative categories, rendered discernible, that it has itself established, it applies to the representative terms that did not exist before the alliance organized the positive and the negative into a system. In extension, the representation reduces the representative to what is blocked in this system. Hence Oedipus is indeed the limit, but the displaced limit that now passes into the interior of the socius. Oedipus is the baited image with which desire allows itself to be caught. That's what you wanted. The decoded flows were incest. Then a long story begins, the story of Oedipalization. But to be exact, everything begins in the mind of Deleuze, the old group homosexual, the pervert, who sets a trap for desire. For desire is that, too, a trap. Territorial representation comprises these three instances: the repressed representative, the repressing representation, and the displaced represented. For psychoanalysis and ethnology, we are moving too fast, acting as if Oedipus were already installed within the savage territorial machine. However, as Nietzsche says with regard to bad conscience, such a plant does not grow on that kind of terrain. This is explained by the fact that the necessary conditions for Oedipus as a familial complex, existing in the framework of the familialism suited to psychiatry and psychoanalysis, are obviously not present. Primitive families constitute a praxis, a politics, a strategy of alliances and filiations. Formally, they are the driving elements of social reproduction. They have nothing to do with an expressive microcosm. In these families the father, the mother, and the sister always also function as something other than father, mother, or sister. And in addition to the father, the mother, etc., there is the affine, who constitutes the active, concrete reality and makes the relations between families coextensive with the social field. It would not even be exact to say that the family determinations burst apart at every corner of this field and remain attached to strictly social determinations, since both kinds of determinations form one and the same component in the territorial machine. Since familial reproduction is not yet a simple means, or a material at the service of a social reproduction of another nature, there is no possibility of reducing, rabattre sur, social reproduction to familial reproduction, nor is it possible to establish one-to-one relations between the two that would confer on any familial complex whatever an expressive value and an apparent autonomous form. On the contrary, it is evident that the individual in the family, however young, directly invests a social, historical, economic, and political field that is not reducible to any mental structure or affective constellation. That is why, when one considers pathological cases and processes of cure in primitive societies, it seems to us entirely insufficient to compare them with psychoanalytic procedure by relating them to criteria borrowed from the latter. For example, a familial complex, even if it differs from our own, or cultural material, de contenus culturals, even if it is brought into relation with an ethnic unconscious as seen in attempted parallelisms between the psychoanalytic cure and the shamanistic cure, Devereux, Levi-Strauss. Our definition of schizoanalysis focused on two aspects: the destruction of the expressive pseudo-forms of the unconscious, and the discovery of desire's unconscious investments of the social field. It is from this point of view that we must consider many primitive cures. They are schizoanalysis in action. Victor Turner gives a remarkable example of such a cure among the Endemview. 21. The example is the more striking to our perverted eyes for the fact that, at first glance, everything appears edible. Effeminate, insufferable, vain, failing at everything he tries, the sick K is preyed upon by the ghost of his maternal grandfather, who cruelly reproaches him. Although the Endemview are matrilineal and must live with their maternal kin, K has stayed an exceptionally long time in the matrilineage of his father, whose favorite he was, and has entered into marriage with paternal cousins. But with the death of his father he is driven away, and returns to the maternal village. There his house expresses his situation well, being wedged between two sectors, the houses of the members of the paternal group and those belonging to his own matrilineage. How does the divination, responsible for indicating the cause of the illness, proceed, and the medical cure responsible for treating it? The teeth are the cause, the two top incisors of the ancestor hunter, contained in a sacred pouch, but which can escape from the pouch and penetrate the body of the sick man. In order to diagnose and ward off the effects of the incisor, the soothsayer and the medicine man launch into a social analysis concerning the territory and its environs, the chieftainship and its sub-chieftainships, the lineages and their segments, the alliances and the filiations. They constantly bring to light desire in its relations with political and economic units, the very point on which, moreover, the witnesses try to mislead them. Divination becomes a form of social analysis in the course of which hidden struggles between individuals and factions are brought to light, in such a way that they can be treated by traditional ritual methods. The vague nature of mystical beliefs allowing them to be manipulated in relation to a great number of social situations. It seems that the pathological incisor is indeed mainly that of the maternal grandfather. But the latter was a great chief, his successor, the real chief, had to relinquish the throne for fear of being bewitched, and his would-be heir, intelligent and ambitious, does not exercise the power. The actual chief is not the real chief. As for the sick K, he has not been able to assume the role of mediator that could have made him a candidate for chief. Everything becomes complicated because of the colonizer-colonized relations. The English have not recognized the chieftainship, the impoverished village is falling into decrepitude. The two sectors of the village result from a fusion of two groups that have fled the English. The elders bemoan the current decadence. The medicine man does not organize a socio-drama, but a veritable group analysis centering on the sick individual. Giving him potions, attaching horns to his body for drawing up the incisor, making the drums beat, the medicine man proceeds with the ceremony interrupted by halts and fresh departures, flows of all sorts, flows of words and breaks. The members of the village come to talk, the sick subject talks, the ghost is invoked, the medicine man explains, everything recommences, drums, chants, trances. It is not only a question of discovering the preconscious investments of a social field by interests, but more profoundly its unconscious investments by desire, such as they pass by way of the sick person's marriages, his position in the village, and all the positions of a chief lived in intensity within the group. We said that the point of departure seemed Oedipal. It was only the point of departure for us, conditioned to say Oedipus every time someone speaks to us of father, mother, grandfather. In fact, the Endemvue analysis was never Oedipal, it was directly plugged into social organization and disorganization. Sexuality itself, through the women and the marriages, was just such an investment of desire. The parents played the role of stimuli in it, and not the role of group organizers, or disorganizers, the role held by the chief and his personages. Rather than everything being reduced to the name of the father, or that of the maternal grandfather, the latter opened onto all the names of history. Instead of everything being projected onto a grotesque hiatus of castration, everything was scattered in the thousand breaks flows of the chieftainships, the lineages, the relations of colonization. The whole interplay of races, clans, alliances, and filiations, this entire historical and collective drift, exactly the opposite of the Oedipal analysis, when it stubbornly crushes the content of a delirium, when it stuffs it with all its might into the symbolic void of the father. Or rather, if it is true that the analysis doesn't even begin as Oedipal, except to our way of seeing, doesn't it become Oedipal nevertheless, in a certain way, and in what way? Yes, it becomes Oedipal in part, under the effect of colonization. The colonizer, for example, abolishes the chieftainship, or uses it to further his own ends, and he uses many other things besides. The chieftainship is only a beginning. The colonizer says, your father is your father and nothing else, or your maternal grandfather, don't mistake them for chiefs. You can go have yourself triangulated in your corner, and place your house between those of your paternal and maternal kin. Your family is your family and nothing else. Sexual reproduction no longer passes through those points, although we rightly need your family to furnish a material that will be subjected to a new order of reproduction. Yes, then, an Oedipal framework is outlined for the dispossessed primitives, a shanty-town Oedipus. We have seen, however, that the colonized remained a typical example of resistance to Oedipus. In fact, that's where the Oedipal structure does not manage to close itself, and where the terms of the structure remain stuck to the agents of oppressive social reproduction, either in a struggle or in a complicity, the white man, the missionary, the tax collector, the exporter of goods, the person with standing in the village who becomes the agent of the administration, the elders who curse the white man, the young people who enter into a political struggle, etc. Both are true. The colonized resists Oedipalization, and Oedipalization tends to close around him again. To the degree that there is Oedipalization, it is due to colonization, and it is necessary to add Oedipalization to all the methods that Gilles was able to describe in La Paix Blanche. The condition of the colonized can lead to a reduction in the humanization of the universe, so that any solution that is sought will be a solution on the scale of the individual and the restricted family, with, by way of consequence, an extreme anarchy or disorder at the level of the collective, an anarchy whose victim will always be the individual with the exception of those who occupy the key positions in such a system, namely the colonizers, who, during this same period when the colonized reduce the universe, will tend to extend it. Oedipus is something like euthanasia within ethnocide. The more social reproduction escapes the members of the group, in nature and in extension, the more it falls back on them, or reduces them to a restricted and neuroticized familial reproduction whose agent is Oedipus. After all, how are we to understand those who claim to have discovered an Indian Oedipus or an African Oedipus? They are the first to admit that they re-encounter none of the mechanisms or attitudes that constitute our own Oedipus, our own presumed Oedipus. No matter, they say that the structure is there, although it has no existence whatever that is accessible to clinical practice, or that the problem, the point of departure, is indeed Oedipal, although the developments and the solutions are completely different from ours, Perrin, Ortigs. They say that there is no end to the existence of this Oedipus, when in fact it does not even have, apart from colonization, the necessary conditions to begin to exist. If it is true that thought can be evaluated in terms of the degree of Oedipalization, then yes, whites think too much. The competence, the honesty, and the talent of these authors psychoanalysts specializing in Africa are beyond question. But the same applies to them as to certain psychotherapists here. It would seem that they don't know what they are doing. We have psychotherapists who sincerely believe they are engaged in progressive work when they apply new methods for triangulating the child, but watch out, a structural Oedipus, and this time it isn't imaginary. The same is true of the psychoanalysts in Africa who apply the yoke of a structural or problematical Oedipus, in the service of their progressive intentions. There or here, it's the same thing. Oedipus is always colonization pursued by other means, it is the interior colony, and we shall see that even here at home, where we Europeans are concerned, it is our intimate colonial education. How are we to understand the phrases with which M.C. and Edmund Ortigs conclude their book? Illness is considered as a sign of an election, of a special attention coming from supernatural powers, or as a sign of an aggression of a magical nature, an idea that is difficult to express in profane terms. Analytic psychotherapy can intervene only starting from the moment a demand can be formulated by the subject. Our entire research was therefore conditioned by the possibility of establishing a psychoanalytic domain. When a subject adhered fully to the traditional norms and had nothing to say in his own name, he allowed himself to be taken into the care of the traditional therapists and the familial group, or into that of the medical practice of medicines. At times, the fact that he wanted to speak to us about traditional treatments corresponded to a beginning of psychotherapy and became for him a means of situating himself personally in his own society. At other times, the analytic dialogue was able to unfold to a greater extent, and in this case the Oedipal problem tended to assume its diachronic dimension, causing the generation gap to appear 22. Why think that supernatural powers and magical aggressions constitute a myth that is inferior to Oedipus? On the contrary, is it not true that they move desire in the direction of more intense and more adequate investments of the social field, in its organization as well as its disorganizations? Meyer Fortes at least showed Job's place beside Oedipus. And what entitles one to determine that the subject has nothing to say in his own name so long as he adheres to the traditional norms? Doesn't the embouchure demonstrate just the opposite? Could it not be said that Oedipus is also a traditional norm, our own, to be exact? How can one say that Oedipus makes us speak in our own name, when one also goes on to say that its resolution teaches us the incurable inadequacy of being and universal castration? And what is this demand that is invoked to justify Oedipus? It goes without saying, the subject demands and redemands daddy mommy, but which subject, and in what state? Is that the means to situate oneself personally in one's own society? And which society? The neo-colonized society that is constructed for the subject, and that finally succeeds in what colonization was only able to outline, an effective reduction of the forces of desire to Oedipus, to a father's name, in the grotesque triangle? Let us return to the well-known and inexhaustible debate between culturalists and orthodox psychoanalysts: is Oedipus universal? Is Oedipus the great paternal Catholic symbol, the meeting place of all the churches? The debate began between Malinowski and Jones, it continued between Gardiner and Fromm on one side, and Rehaim on the other. It is still pursued between certain ethnologists and certain disciples of Lacan, those who offered not only an Oedipalizing interpretation of Lacan's doctrine, but also an ethnographic extension to this interpretation. On the side of the universal there are two poles, one outdated, it would seem, that makes of Oedipus an original effective constellation, and that constitutes an extreme position, arguing that Oedipus was a real event whose effects were transmitted through phylogenetic heredity. And the other pole, which makes Oedipus into a structure, a pole whose extreme position argues the possibility of discovering the structure in fantasy, in relation to biological prematuration and neoteny. Two very different conceptions of the limit, one as original matrix, the other as structural function. But in both these senses of the universal, we are invited to interpret, since the latent presence of Oedipus appears only through its patent absence, understood as an effect of psychic repression, or, better still, since the structural constant is discovered only through its imaginary variations, attesting to the need for a symbolic foreclosure, the father as an empty position. Oedipus as universal recommences the old metaphysical operation that consists in interpreting negation as a deprivation, as a lack, the symbolic lack of the dead father, or the great signifier. Interpretation is our modern way of believing and of being pious. Already Rehaim proposed organizing primitives into a series of variables converging toward the structural neotenic constant. 23 It was he who said in all seriousness that the Oedipus complex was not to be found if it wasn't looked for. And that one wasn't looking if one hadn't had oneself analyzed. And that is why your daughter is mute, which is to say, the tribes, daughters of the ethnologist, do not say Oedipus, although it is Oedipus who makes them speak. Rehaim added that it was ridiculous to think that the Freudian theory of censorship depended on the repressive regime in the empire of Franz Joseph. He did not seem to see that Franz Joseph was not a pertinent historical break, coupure, but that perhaps the oral, the written, or even the capitalist civilizations were such breaks with which the nature of social repression, and the meaning and scope of psychic repression, refoulement, would vary. This story of psychic repression is quite complicated. Things would be simpler if the libido or the affect were repressed, in the most general sense of the word, suppressed, inhibited, or transformed, at the same time as the supposed Oedipal representation. But such is not the case. Most ethnologists have clearly noted the sexual nature of affects in the public symbols of primitive societies, and this nature remains integrally lived by the members of these societies, even though they have not been psychoanalyzed, and in spite of the displacement of the representation. As Leach says apropos of the sex/hair relationship, displaced phallic symbolism is very common, but the phallic origin of the symbolism is not repressed. 24 Must it be said that primitives repress the representation and keep the affect intact? And would the contrary be true in our case, in the patriarchal organization where the representation would remain clear, but with the affects suppressed, inhibited, or transformed? No, in fact, Psychoanalysis tells us that we too repress the representation. And everything tells us that we too often keep the full sexuality of the affect. We know perfectly well what it is about, without having been psychoanalyzed. But what enables one to speak of an Oedipal representation that would be the object of repression? Is it because incest is prohibited? We always fall back on this pale rationale: incest is desired because it is prohibited. The prohibition of incest would therefore imply an Oedipal representation, and it would be born of the repression of this representation and of the latter's return. Now the opposite is clearly the case. Not only does the Oedipal representation presuppose the prohibition of incest, but it is not even possible to say that the representation is born of the prohibition or results from it. Adopting Malinowski's arguments, Reich added a profound remark: desire is all the more Oedipal as the prohibitions are aimed, not simply at incest, but at all other types of sexual relations, blocking the other paths. 25 In a word, the repression of incest is not born of a repressed Oedipal representation any more than it provokes this repression. But and this is something altogether different: the general social repression, psychic repression system gives rise to an Oedipal image as a disfiguration of the repressed. The fact that this image in turn finally suffers a repression, that it comes to take the place of the repressed or of the thing that is effectively desired, insofar as sexual repression is directed at something other than incest, such is the long history of our society. But the repressed is not first of all the Oedipal representation. What is repressed is desiring production. It is the part of this production that does not enter into social production or reproduction. It is what would introduce disorder and revolution into the socius, the non-coded flows of desire. The part that passes, on the contrary, from desiring production to social production forms a direct sexual investment of this social production, without any repression of a sexual nature of the symbolism and the corresponding affects, and above all, without any reference to an Oedipal representation that could be held to be originally repressed or structurally foreclosed. The animal in us is not merely the object of a preconscious investment determined by interest, but the object of a libidinal investment of desire that only secondarily derives an image of the father from desiring production. The same holds true for the libidinal investment of food, wherever a fear of going hungry is evident, or a pleasure at not being hungry, and this investment refers only secondarily to an image of the mother. We have already seen how the prohibition of incest referred, not to Oedipus, but to the non-coded flows that constitute desire, and to their representative, the intense prepersonal flow. As for Oedipus, it is another way of coding the uncodable, of codifying what eludes the codes, or of displacing desire and its object, a way of entrapping them. Culturalists and ethnologists have demonstrated that institutions are primary in relation to effects and structures. For structures are not mental, they are present in things, elk sunt dans les choses, in the forms of social production and reproduction. Even an author like Marcuse, whom one would not suspect of complaisance in this regard, acknowledges that culturalism started on the right track, introducing desire into production, strengthening the link between instinctual and economic structure, and at the same time indicating the possibility of progress beyond the patricentric acquisitive culture. 26. Then what caused culturalism to go wrong? And here again there is no contradiction in the fact that it started on the right track, and that it went wrong from the start. Perhaps the answer lies in the postulate common to Oedipal relativism and Oedipal absolutism, i.e., the stubborn maintenance of a familialist perspective, which wreaks havoc everywhere. For if the institution is first understood as a familial institution, it matters little to say that the familial complex varies with the institutions, or that Oedipus is to the contrary a nuclear constant around which families and institutions turn. The culturalists invoke other triangles, maternal uncle and nephew, for example, but the Oedipalists have no difficulty in demonstrating that these are imaginary variations of one and the same structural constant, different figures of one and the same symbolic triangulation, which are not identical either with the personages who come to realize the triangulation, or with the attitudes that come to place these personages in relation to each other. But inversely, the invocation of such a transcendent symbolism does not rescue the structuralists from the narrowest familial point of view. The same holds for the endless debates on is it daddy? Is it mommy? You are neglecting the mother. No, you're the one who fails to see the father off to the side, as the empty position. The conflict between culturalists and orthodox psychoanalysts has often been reduced to these evaluations of the respective roles of the mother and the father, or of the pre-Oedipal and the Oedipal, without allowing either side to leave the family or even Oedipus, always oscillating between the famous two poles, the pre-Oedipal maternal pole of the imaginary, and the Oedipal paternal pole of the structural, both on the same axis, both speaking the same language of a familialized social realm. Where one pole designates the customary maternal dialects, while the other designates the imperative law of the language of the father. The ambiguity of what Gardiner called the primary institution has been clearly shown. In certain cases it can be a question of the way desire invests the social field from childhood, and under the familial stimuli coming from the adult, all the conditions would then be given for an adequate, extrafamilial, understanding of the libido. But more often it is solely a question of the familial organization in itself, which is thought to be lived first by the child as a microcosm, then projected into the adult and social development, devenir. From this point of view, the discussion can only go round in circles between the holders of a cultural interpretation and the holders of a symbolic or structural interpretation of this same organization. A second postulate common to the culturalists and the symbolists should be added. They all agree that, in our patriarchal and capitalist society at least, Oedipus is a sure thing, even if they underline, as does Fromm, the elements of a new matriarchy. They all agree that our society is the stronghold of Oedipus, the starting point for re-encountering an Oedipal structure everywhere, or on the contrary, they hold that the terms and the relations should be made to vary within non-Oedipal complexes that are no less familial on that account. That is why our preceding criticism was directed at Oedipus, as it is meant to command our respect and to function for us. It is not at the weakest point, the primitives, that Oedipus must be attacked, but at the strongest point, at the level of the strongest link, by revealing the degree of disfiguration it implies and brings to bear on desiring production, on the syntheses of the unconscious, and on libidinal investments in our cultural and social milieu. Not that Oedipus counts for nothing in our society. We have said repeatedly that Oedipus is demanded, and demanded again and again, and even an attempt as profound as Lacan's at shaking loose from the yoke of Oedipus has been interpreted as an unhoped-for means of making it heavier still and of resecuring it on the baby and the schizo. To be sure, it is not only legitimate but indispensable that the ethnological or historical explanation not be in contradiction with our social organization, or that this organization contain in its own way the basic elements of the ethnological hypothesis. This is what Marx was saying as he recalled the requirements of a universal history, but, as he went on to say, provided that the current organization be capable of conducting its own criticism. And yet Oedipus's autocritique is something rarely seen in our organization, of which psychoanalysis forms a part. In certain respects it is correct to question all social formations starting from Oedipus. But not because Oedipus might be a truth of the unconscious that is especially visible where we are concerned, on the contrary, because it is a mystification of the unconscious that has only succeeded with us by assembling the parts and wheels of its apparatus from elements of the previous social formations. It is universal in that sense. Thus it is indeed within capitalist society that the critique of Oedipus must always resume its point of departure and find again its point of arrival. Oedipus is a limit. But limit has many different meanings, since it can be at the beginning as an inaugural event, in the role of a matrix, or in the middle as a structural function ensuring the mediation of personages and the ground of their relations, or at the end as an eschatological determination. Now we have seen that it is only in this last sense that Oedipus is a limit. This is also the case for desiring production. But in fact this last sense itself can be understood in many different ways. In the first place, desiring production is situated at the limits of social production, the decoded flows, at the limits of the codes and the territorialities, the body without organs, at the limits of the socius. We shall speak of an absolute limit every time the schizoflows pass through the wall, scramble all the codes, and deterritorialize the socius. The body without organs is the deterritorialized socius, the wilderness where the decoded flows run free, the end of the world, the apocalypse. Secondly, however, the relative limit is no more nor less than the capitalist social formation, because the latter engineers, machine, and mobilizes flows that are effectively decoded, but does so by substituting for the codes a quantifying axiomatic, an axiomatique comptable, that is even more oppressive. With the result that capitalism, in conformity with the movement by which it counteracts its own tendency, is continually drawing near the wall, while at the same time pushing the wall further away. Schizophrenia is the absolute limit, but capitalism is the relative limit. Thirdly, there is no social formation that does not foresee, or experience a foreboding of, the real form in which the limit threatens to arrive, and which it wards off with all the strength it can command. Whence the obstinacy with which the formations preceding capitalism encast the merchant and the technician, preventing flows of money and flows of production from assuming an autonomy that would destroy their codes. Such is the real limit. When such societies are confronted with this real limit, repressed from within, but which returns to them from without, they regard this event with melancholy as the sign of their approaching death. For example, the Bohannans describe the TIV economy, which codes three kinds of flows: consumer goods, prestige goods, and women and children. When money supervenes, it can only be coded as an object of prestige, yet merchants use it to lay hold of sectors of consumer goods traditionally held by the women. All the codes vacillate. Doubtless, to begin with money and to finish with money is an operation that cannot be expressed in terms of a code. Seeing the trucks that leave loaded with export goods, the TIV elders deplore the situation, and know what is happening, but do not know where to place their blame. 27 A harsh reality. But, fourthly, this limit inhibited from the interior was already projected onto a primordial beginning, a mythical matrix as the imaginary limit. How can this nightmare be imagined, the invasion of the socius by non-coded flows that move like lava? An irrepressible wave of shit, as in the 4B myth, or the intense germinal influx, the this side of incest, as in the Yorugu myth, which introduces disorder into the world by acting as the representative of desire. Whence, in the fifth and last instance, the importance of the task of displacing the limit, causing it to pass into the interior of the socius, in the middle, between a beyond of alliance and affiliative this side of, between a representation of alliance and the representative of filiation, as one attempts to tame the dreaded forces of a river by digging an artificial river bed, or by diverting it into 1,000 shallow little streams. Oedipus is this displaced limit. Yes, Oedipus is universal. But the error lies in having believed in the following alternative: either Oedipus is the product of the social repression psychic repression system, in which case it is not universal, or it is universal, and a position of desire. In reality, it is universal because it is the displacement of the limit that haunts all societies, the displaced represented, le represents de place, that disfigures what all societies dread absolutely as their most profound negative, namely, the decoded flows of desire. This is not to say that the universal Oedipal limit is occupied, strategically occupied in all social formations. We must take Kardiner's remark seriously: a Hindu or an Eskimo can dream of Oedipus, without however being subjected to the complex, without having the complex. 28. For Oedipus to be occupied, a certain number of conditions are indispensable. The field of social production and reproduction must become independent of familial reproduction, that is, independent of the territorial machine that declines alliances and filiations. The detachable fragments of the chain must be converted, by virtue of this independence, into a transcendent detached object that crushes their polyvocal character. The detached object, phallus, must perform a kind of folding operation. A kind of application or reduction, rabattement or reduction of the social field, defined as the aggregate of departure, to the familial field, now defined as the aggregate of destination, and it must establish a network of one-to-one relations between the two. For Oedipus to be occupied, it is not enough that it be a limit or a displaced represented in the system of representation, it must migrate to the heart of this system and itself come to occupy the position of the representative of desire. These conditions, inseparable from the paralogisms of the unconscious, are realized in the capitalist formation. Furthermore, they imply certain archaism borrowed from the imperial barbarian formations, in particular, the position of the transcendent object. The capitalist style has been described by D.H. Lawrence, our democratic, industrial order of things whose style is "my dear little lamb, I want to see mommy." Now, on the one hand, it is evident that the primitive formations do not come close to fulfilling these conditions. Precisely because the family, when open to alliances, is coextensive with and adequate to the social historical field, because it animates social reproduction itself, because it mobilizes or causes passage of the detachable fragments without ever converting them into a detached object, no reduction whatever, no application is possible that would answer to the formula 3+1, the four corners of the field folded into 3, like a tablecloth, plus the transcendent term that performs the folding operation. Speaking, dancing, exchanging, and allowing to flow, and even urinating, in the midst of the community of men, as Perrin himself puts it, to express the fluidity of the flows and the primitive codes. At the heart of primitive production one always finds oneself at 4+n, in the system of ancestors and affines. Far from being able to claim that here there is no end to Oedipus, one sees that it never manages to begin, one is always brought to a halt well before 3+1, and if there is a primitive Oedipus, it is a neg Oedipus, in the sense of a neg entropy. Oedipus is indeed a limit or a displaced represented, but precisely in such a way that each member of the group is always on this side of or beyond, without ever occupying the position. Gardiner has understood this very well in the formula we cited. It is colonization that causes Oedipus to exist, but an Oedipus that is taken for what it is, a pure oppression, inasmuch as it assumes that these savages are deprived of the control over their own social production, that they are ripe for being reduced to the only thing they have left, the familial reproduction imposed on them being no less Oedipalized by force than it is alcoholic or sickly. On the other hand, when the requisite conditions are realized in capitalist society, it should not be thought on that account that Oedipus ceases to be what it is, the simple displaced represented that comes to usurp the place of the representative of desire, snaring the unconscious in the trap of its paralogisms, crushing the whole of desiring production, replacing it with a system of beliefs. Oedipus is never a cause, it depends on a previous social investment of a certain type, capable of falling back on, se rabattre sur, family determinations. It will be objected that such a principle is perhaps valid for the adult, but surely not for the child. But in effect, Oedipus begins in the mind of the father. And the beginning is not absolute, it is only constituted starting from investments of the social historical field that are effected by the father. And if it passes over to the son, this is not by virtue of a familial heredity, but by virtue of a much more complex relationship that depends on the communication of the unconsciouses. With the result that, even in the child, what is invested through the familial stimuli is still the social field, and a whole system of breaks and extra-familial flows. The fact that the father is first in relation to the child can only be understood analytically in terms of another primacy, that of social investments and counter-investments in relation to familial investments. This will be seen later, at the level of an analysis of deliriums. But already, if it appears that Oedipus is in effect, this is because it forms an aggregate of destination, the family become microcosm, on which capitalist production and reproduction fall back. The organs and the agents of the latter no longer pass through a coding of flows of alliance and filiation, but through an axiomatic of decoded flows. Consequently, the capitalist formation of sovereignty will need an intimate colonial formation that corresponds to it, to which it will be applied, and without which it would have no hold on the productions of the unconscious. Given these conditions, what is there to say about the relationship between ethnology and psychoanalysis? Must we be content with an uncertain parallelism where each contemplates the other with perplexity, placing in opposition two irreducible sectors of symbolism. A social sector of symbols, and a sexual sector that would constitute a kind of private universal, a kind of individual universal. Transversals between the two, since social symbolism can become a sexual material, and sexuality, a ritual of social aggregation. But the problem is too theoretical when posed this way. Practically speaking, the psychoanalyst often claims to explain to the ethnologist the meaning of the symbol. It means phallus, castration, Oedipus. But the ethnologist asks other questions, and sincerely asks himself, of what use can psychoanalytic interpretations be to me? Hence the duality is displaced. It is no longer between two sectors, but between two kinds of questions. What does it mean? And what purpose does it serve? Of what use is it not only to the ethnologist, but what purpose does it serve, and how does it work in the very formation that makes use of the symbol? Whatever may be the meaning of a thing, it is not certain that the thing serves any useful purpose whatever. It is possible, for example, that Oedipus serves no useful purpose, either for psychoanalysts or for the unconscious. And to what use could the phallus be put, since it is inseparable from the castration that deprives us of its use? Of course we are told not to confuse the signified with the signifier. But does the signifier take us beyond the question, what does it mean? Is it anything other than this same question, only this time barred? This is still the domain of representation. The true misunderstandings, the misunderstandings between ethnologists, or Hellenists, and psychoanalysts, do not come from a faulty knowledge or recognition of the unconscious, of sexuality, of the phallic nature of symbolism. In theory, everyone could reach an agreement on this point. Everything is sexual or sex-influenced, sexu, from one end to the other. Everyone knows this, beginning with the users. The practical misunderstandings come rather from the profound difference between the two sorts of questions. Without always formulating it clearly, the ethnologists and the Hellenists think that a symbol is not denned by what it means, but by what it does and by what is done with it. It always means the phallus or something similar, except that what it means does not tell what purpose it serves. In a word, there is no ethnological interpretation for the simple reason that there is no ethnographic material, there are only uses and functionings, de fonctionnements. On this point, it could be that psychoanalysts have much to learn from ethnologists, about the unimportance of what does it mean. When Hellenists place themselves in opposition to the Freudian Oedipus, it should not be thought that they put forward other interpretations to replace the psychoanalytic interpretation. It could be that ethnologists and Hellenists will compel psychoanalysts for their part to make a similar discovery, namely, that there is no unconscious material either, nor is there a psychoanalytic interpretation, but only uses, analytic uses of the syntheses of the unconscious, which do not allow themselves to be defined by an assignment of a signifier any more than by the determination of signifieds. How it works is the sole question. Schizoanalysis forgoes all interpretation because it forgoes discovering an unconscious material. The unconscious does not mean anything. On the other hand, the unconscious constructs machines, which are machines of desire, whose use and functioning schizoanalysis discovers in their immanent relationship with social machines. The unconscious does not speak, it engineers. It is not expressive or representative, but productive. A symbol is nothing other than a social machine that functions as a desiring machine that functions within the social machine, an investment of the social machine by desire. It has often been said and demonstrated that an institution cannot be explained by its use, any more than an organ can. Biological formations and social formations are not formed in the same way in which they function. Nor is there a biological, sociological, linguistic, etc., functionalism at the level of large determinate aggregates, de grands ensembles specifies. But the same does not hold true in the case of desiring machines as molecular elements. Their use, functioning, production, and formation are one and the same process. And it is the synthesis of desire that, under certain determinate conditions, explains the molar aggregates, les ensembles moléaires, with their specific use in a biological, social, or linguistic field. This is because the large molar machines presuppose pre-established connections that are not explained by their functioning, since the latter results from them. Only desiring machines produce connections according to which they function, and function by improvising and forming the connections. A molar functionalism is therefore a functionalism that did not go far enough, that did not reach those regions where desire engineers, independently of the macroscopic nature of what it is engineering, organic, social, linguistic, etc., elements, all tossed into the same pot to stew. The only unities multiplicities that functionalism must know are the desiring machines themselves and the configurations they form in all the sectors of a field of production, the total fact. A magical chain brings together plant life, pieces of organs, a shred of clothing, an image of daddy, formulas and words. We shall not ask what it means, but what kind of machine is assembled in this manner, what kind of flows and breaks in the flows, in relation to other breaks and other flows. Analyzing the symbolism of the forked branch among the endomview, Victor Turner shows that the names given to them form a part of a chain that mobilizes the species and the properties of the trees from which the branches are taken, as well as the names of these species in turn, and the technical procedures with which they are treated. Selections are made from signifying chains no less than from material flows. The exegetical meaning, what is said about the thing, is only one element among others, and is less important than the operative use, what is done with the thing, or the positional functioning, the relationship with other things in one and the same complex, according to which the symbol is never in a one-to-one relationship with what it means, but always has a multiplicity of referents, being always multivocal and polysemous. 29. Analyzing the magical object booty among the Kukuya of the Congo, Pierre Bonaf shows how it is inseparable from the practical syntheses that produce, record, and consume it, the partial and non-specific connection that combines fragments from the body of the subject with those of an animal, the inclusive disjunction that inscribes the object in the body of the subject, and transforms the latter into a man-animal, the residual conjunction that causes the residue to submit to a long voyage before burying or immersing it. If present-day ethnologists are again evincing a lively interest in the hypothetical concept of the fetish, this is unquestionably due to the influence of psychoanalysis. But it would seem that psychoanalysis offers them just as many reasons for doubting the notion as it offers for attracting their interest. For psychoanalysis has never said phallus Oedipus castration more often than apropos of the fetish. While for his part, the ethnologist senses that there is a problem of political power and economic and religious force inseparable from the fetish, even when its use is individual and private. Hair, for example, the rituals of hair cutting and coiffure, is there any interest in referring these rituals to the phallus entity as signifying the separate thing, and in everywhere re-encountering the father as the symbolic representative of the separation? Wouldn't this be tantamount to remaining at the level of what it means? The ethnologist finds himself before a flow of hair, with the breaks in such a flow, and with what passes from one state into another through the break. As Leach says, hair as a partial object or as a separable part of the body does not represent an aggressive and separate phallus. Hair is a thing in its own right, a material part in an aggressing apparatus, in a separating machine. Once again, it is not a question of knowing if the essence of a ritual is sexual, or if it is necessary to take into account political, economic, and religious dimensions that would go beyond sexuality. So long as the problem is put in this manner, so long as a choice is imposed between libido and noumen, the misunderstanding between ethnologists and psychoanalysts can only be aggravated just as it continues to grow between Hellenists and psychoanalysts apropos of Oedipus. Oedipus, the club-footed despot, who clearly invokes an entire political history that brings into conflict the despotic machine and the old primitive territorial machine whence derive both the negation and the persistence of autochthony, brought into clear relief by Levi Strauss. But this is not enough to desexualize the drama. On the contrary. In reality, it is a question of knowing how one conceives of sexuality and libidinal investment. must they be referred to an event or to something that is felt, which remains familial and intimate in spite of everything, an intimate Oedipal feeling, even when it is interpreted structurally, on behalf of the pure signifier? Or rather, is it necessary to open sexuality and libidinal investment onto the determinations of a socio-historical field, where the economic, the political, and the religious are things that are invested by the libido for themselves, and not the derivatives of a daddy-mommy? In the first instance, one studies large molar aggregates, large social machines, the economic, the political, etc., and this entails searching for what they mean by applying them to an abstract familial whole that is thought to contain the secret of the libido. In this way, one remains in the framework of representation. In the second instance, one goes beyond these large aggregates, including the family, toward the molecular elements that form the parts and wheels of desiring machines. One searches for the way in which these machines function, for how they invest and underdetermine, subdeterminant, the social machines that they constitute on a large scale. One then reaches the regions of a productive, molecular, micrological, or microphysical unconscious that no longer means or represents anything. Sexuality is no longer regarded as a specific energy that unites persons derived from the large aggregates, but as the molecular energy that places molecules, partial objects, libido, in connection, that organizes inclusive disjunctions on the giant molecule of the body without organs, noumen, and that distributes states of being and becoming according to domains of presence or zones of intensity, voluptas. For desiring machines are precisely that, the microphysics of the unconscious, the elements of the micro-unconscious. But as such they never exist independently of the historical molar aggregates, of the macroscopic social formations that they constitute statistically. In this sense, there is only desire and the social. Beneath the conscious investments of economic, political, religious, etc., formations, there are unconscious sexual investments, micro-investments that attest to the way in which desire is present in a social field, and joins this field to itself as the statistically determined domain that is bound to it. Desiring machines function within social machines, as though they maintain their own regime in the molar aggregates that they form at the level of large numbers. Symbols and fetishes are manifestations of desiring machines. Sexuality is by no means a molar determination that is representable in a familial whole. It is the molecular underdetermination functioning within social and secondarily familial aggregates that trace desire's field of presence and its field of production, an entire non-Oedipal unconscious that will only produce Oedipus as one of its secondary statistical formations, complexes, at the end of a history, bringing into play the destiny of social machines, their regime compared to that of desiring machines. 5. Territorial representation. While representation is always a social and psychic repression of desiring production, it should be borne in mind that this repression is exercised in very diverse ways, according to the social formation considered. The system of representation comprises three elements that vary in depth: the repressed representative, the repressing representation, and the displaced represented. But the agents, lay instances, that come to carry them into effect are themselves variable. There are migrations in the system. We see no reason for believing in the universality of one and the same apparatus of socio-cultural repression, refalmini. One can speak instead of a coefficient of affinity that varies in degree between social machines and desiring machines, according to whether their respective regimes are more or less similar, according to whether the desiring machines have a greater or lesser chance of causing their connections and interactions to pass into the regime of the social machines, according to whether the social machines execute more or less of a movement of detachment, décollement, in relation to the desiring machines, and whether the death-carrying elements remain caught in the machinery of desire, and casted in the social machine, or on the contrary join together to form a death instinct that extends throughout the social machine, crushing desire. The principal factor in each of these respects is the type or genus of social inscription, its alphabet, its characteristics. The inscription on the socius is in fact the agent of a secondary psychic repression, or repression in the proper sense of the term, that is necessarily situated in relation to the desiring inscription of the body without organs, and in relation to the primary repression that the latter already performs in the domain of desire, a relation that is essentially variable. There is always social repression, refoulement, but the apparatus of repression varies, depending in particular on what plays the role of the representative on which the repression is brought to bear. In this sense, it is possible that the primitive codes, at the moment they are acting on the flows of desire with a maximum of vigilance and extension, binding them in a system of cruelty, maintain an infinitely greater affinity with desiring machines than does the capitalist axiomatic, which nonetheless liberates the decoded flows. This is because in the primitive socius desire is not yet trapped, not yet introduced into a set of impasses, the flows have lost none of their polyvocity, and the simple represented in representation has not yet taken the place of the representative. In order to evaluate in every instance the nature of the apparatus and its effects on desiring production, it is therefore necessary to take into account not only the elements of representation as they are organized in depth, but the manner in which representation itself is organized at the surface, on the inscription surface of the socius. Society is not exchangist, the socius is inscriptive, not exchanging but marking bodies, which are part of the earth. We have seen that the regime of debt directly resulted from this savage inscription. For debt is the unit of alliance, and alliance is representation itself. It is alliance that codes the flows of desire and that, by means of debt, creates for man a memory of words, paroles. It is alliance that represses the great, intense, mute filiative memory, the germinal influx as the representative of the non-coded flows of desire capable of submerging everything. It is debt that articulates the alliances with the filiations that have become extended, in order to form and to forge a system in extension, representation, based on the repression of nocturnal intensities. The alliance debt answers to what Nietzsche described as humanity's prehistoric labor, the use of the cruelest mnemotechnics, in naked flesh, to impose a memory of words founded on the ancient biocosmic memory. That is why it is so important to see debt as a direct consequence of the primitive inscription process, instead of making it and the inscriptions themselves into an indirect means of universal exchange. There is a question that Marcel Mauss at least left open: is debt primary in relation to exchange, or is it merely a mode of exchange, a means in the service of exchange? But Levi Strauss seems to have closed the question again with a categorical reply: debt is no more than a superstructure, a conscious form whereby the unconscious social reality of exchange is converted into cash. What is involved is not a theoretical discussion of the first principles of anthropology, the whole notion of social practice, and the postulates conveyed by this practice, are at issue here, and the whole problem of the unconscious. For if exchange underlies everything, why is it that what takes place looks like anything but an exchange? Why must it be a gift, or a counter-gift, and not an exchange? And why is it necessary that the giver also be in the position of someone who has been robbed, so as to demonstrate clearly that he does not expect an exchange, not even a deferred exchange? It is theft that prevents the gift and the counter-gift from entering into an exchange-gist relation. Desire knows nothing of exchange, it knows only theft and gift, at times the one within the other under the effect of a primary homosexuality. Thus the anti-exchangeist amorous machine encountered by Joyce in Exiles, and by Klossowski in Robert. In Gurma ideology, it is as though a wife could only be given, the litayuatili, or carried away, kidnapped, hence in a certain sense stolen, the lipwotili. Every union that could too manifestly appear to be the result of a direct exchange between two lineages or lineage segments is, in this society, if not prohibited, at least widely disapproved of. 30. Will it be said that, if desire knows nothing of exchange, it is because exchange is desire's unconscious? Will this be explained by the exigencies of generalized exchange? But what entitles one to declare that shares of debt are secondary compared with the totality that is more real? Yet exchange is known, well known in the primitive socius, but as that which must be exorcised, encasted, severely restricted, so that no corresponding value can develop as an exchange value that would introduce the nightmare of a commodity economy. The primitive market operates through bargaining rather than by fixing an equivalent that would lead to a decoding of flows and a collapse of the mode of inscription on the socius. We are brought back to our point of departure. The fact that exchange is inhibited and exorcised by no means attests to its primary reality, but demonstrates on the contrary that the essential process is not exchanging, but inscribing, or marking. And when exchange is made into an unconscious reality, structural rights are invoked in vain along with the necessary inadequation of attitudes and ideologies in relation to this structure, for one does nothing more than hypostatize the principles of an exchangeist psychology to account for institutions that on the other hand are recognized to be non-exchangeist. And above all, what is made of the unconscious itself, if not its explicit reduction to an empty form, from which desire itself is absent and expelled? Such a form can serve to define a preconscious, but certainly not the unconscious. For if it is true that the unconscious has no material or content, this is assuredly not because it is an empty form, but rather because it is always and already a functioning machine, a desiring machine and not an anorexic structure. The difference between machine and structure appears in the postulates that implicitly animate the structural and exchangeist conception of the socius, with the correctives that must be introduced into this conception so that the structure is able to function. First of all, when considering kinship structures, it is difficult not to proceed as though the alliances derived from the lines of filiation and their relationships, although the lateral alliances and the blocks of debt condition the extended filiations in the system in extension, and not the opposite. Secondly, there is a tendency to make the system in extension into a logical combinative arrangement, instead of taking it for what it is, a physical system where intensities are distributed, where some cancel out and block a current, where others cause the current to circulate, etc. The objection according to which the qualities developed in the system are not only physical objects, but also honors, responsibilities, privileges, seems to indicate a misunderstanding of the role of the incommensurable elements and the inequalities in the conditions of the system. More precisely, in the third place, the structural exchangeist conception tends to postulate a kind of primary equilibrium of prices, a primary equivalence or equality in the underlying principles, which allows it to explain that the inequalities are necessarily introduced in the consequences. Nothing is more significant in this regard than the controversy between Levi-Strauss and Leach concerning the Kachin marriage system. Invoking a conflict between the egalitarian conditions of generalized exchange, and its aristocratic consequences, Levi-Strauss acts as though he thought the system were in a state of equilibrium. However, the problem is altogether different. It is a question of knowing if the disequilibrium is pathological and a manifestation of consequences, as Levi-Strauss maintains, or functional and fundamental, as Leach argues. 31 Is the instability derived in relation to an ideal of exchange, or is it already given in the preconditions, included in the heterogeneity of the terms that compose the prestations and counter-prestations? The more one directs one's attention to the economic and political compromises conveyed by the alliances, to the nature of the counter-prestations that come to compensate the disequilibrium of the prestations of wives, and generally the original manner in which the aggregate of prestations is evaluated in a particular society, the more clearly the necessarily open nature of the system in extension appears, as in the case of the primitive mechanism of surplus value as a surplus value of code. But and this is the fourth point, the exchangeist conception finds it necessary to postulate a closed system, statistically closed, and to shore up the structure with a psychological conviction, confidence that the cycle will reclose. Thus not only the essential opening of the blocks of debts according to the lateral alliances and the successive generations, but above all the relationship of the statistical formations to their molecular elements, find themselves brought back to the simple empirical reality, insofar as it is not adequate to the structural model. 32. All this depends, finally, on a postulate that burdens ethnology to the same extent that it has determined bourgeois political economy, the reduction of social reproduction to the sphere of circulation. One retains the apparent objective movement as it is described on the socius, without taking into account the real instance that inscribes it, and the forces economic and political with which it is inscribed, one fails to see that alliance is the form in which the socius appropriates the connections of labor in the disjunctive order of its inscriptions. From the viewpoint of the relations of production, in fact, the circulation of women appears as a distribution of labor capacity, but in the ideological representation that the society gives itself of its economic base, this aspect fades before the relations of exchange, which are, however, merely the form this distribution takes within the sphere of circulation. By isolating the moment of circulation in the reproduction process, ethnology ratifies this representation, and grants bourgeois economy its whole colonial extension. 33 In this sense the essential things seem to us to be, not exchange and circulation, which closely depend on the requirements of inscription, but inscription itself, with its imprint of fire, its alphabet inscribed in bodies, and its blocks of debts. The soft structure would never function, would never cause a circulation, without the hard machinic element that presides over inscriptions.